Chapter 36 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 36. How D'Artagnan drew, as a fairy would have done, a country seat from a deal box. The king's words regarding the wounded pride of Monk had inspired D'Artagnan with no small portion of apprehension. The lieutenant had, all his life, the great art of choosing his enemies, and when he had found them implacable and invincible, it was when he had not been able, under any pretense, to make them otherwise. But points of view change greatly in the course of a life. It is a magic lantern, of which the eye of man every year changes the aspects. It results that, from the last day of a year on which we saw white, to the first day of a year on which we see black, there is but the interval of a single night. Now D'Artagnan, when he left Calais with his 10 scamps, would have hesitated as little in attacking a Goliath, a Nebuchadnezzar, or a Holofernes, as he would in crossing swords with a recruit, or cavilling with a landlady. Then he resembled a sparrowhawk, which, when fasting, will attack a ram. Hunger is blind. But D'Artagnan satisfied, D'Artagnan rich, D'Artagnan a conqueror, D'Artagnan proud of so difficult a triumph. D'Artagnan had too much to lose not to reckon figure by figure with probable misfortune. His thoughts were employed, therefore, all the way on the road from his presentation, with one thing, and that was, how should he conciliate a man like Monk, a man whom Charles himself, king as he was, conciliated with difficulty, for, scarcely established, the protected might again stand in need of the protector, and would consequently not refuse him, such being the case, the petty satisfaction of transporting M. d'Artagnan, or of confining him in one of the Middlesex prisons, or drowning him a little on his passage from Dover to Boulogne. Such sorts of satisfaction kings are accustomed to render to viceroys without disagreeable consequences. It would not be at all necessary for the king to be active in that contrepartie of the play in which Monk should take his revenge. The part of the king would be confined to simply pardoning the viceroy of Ireland of all he should undertake against D'Artagnan. Nothing more was necessary to place the conscience of the Duke of Albemarle at rest than a "te absolvo," said with a laugh, or the scrawl of Charles the King, traced at the foot of a parchment. And with these 2 words pronounced, and these 2 words written, poor D'Artagnan was forever crushed beneath the ruins of his imagination. And then, a thing sufficiently disquieting for a man with such foresight as our musketeer, he found himself alone, and even the friendship of Athos could not restore his confidence. Certainly, if the affair had only concerned a free distribution of sword thrusts, the musketeer would have counted upon his companion. But in delicate dealings with a king, when the perhaps of an unlucky chance should arise in justification of Monk or of Charles of England, D'Artagnan knew Athos well enough to be sure he would give the best possible colouring to the loyalty of the survivor, and would content himself with shedding floods of tears on the tomb of the dead, supposing the dead to be his friend, and afterwards composing his epitaph in the most pompous superlatives. Decidedly, thought the Gascon, and this thought was the result of reflections which had just whispered to himself, and which we have repeated aloud, decidedly, I must be reconciled with M. Monk, and acquire proof of his perfect indifference for the past. If, and God forbid it should be so, he is still sulky and reserved in the expression of this sentiment, I shall give my money to Athos to take away with him, and remain in England just long enough to unmask him. Then, as I have a quick eye and a light foot, I shall notice the first hostile sign, to decamp or conceal myself at the residence of my Lord Buckingham, who seems a good sort of devil at the bottom, and to whom in return for his hospitality I shall relate all that history of the diamonds, which can now compromise nobody but an old queen, who need not be ashamed, after all, being the wife of a miserly creature like Mazarin, of having formerly been the mistress of a handsome nobleman like Buckingham. Mordioux! That is the thing, and this monk shall not get the better of me. Eh! And besides, I have an idea." We know that in general D'Artagnan was not wanting in ideas, and during this soliloquy D'Artagnan buttoned his vest up to the chin, and nothing excited his imagination like this preparation for a combat of any kind, called a cinction by the Romans. He was quite heated when he reached the mansion of the Duke of Albemarle. He was introduced to the viceroy with a promptitude which proved that he was considered as one of the household. Monk was in his business closet. "My lord," said D'Artagnan, with that expression of frankness which the Gascon knew so well how to assume, "my lord, I have come to ask your grace's advice." Monk, as closely buttoned up morally as his antagonist was physically, replied, "Ask, my friend," and his countenance presented an expression not less open than that of D'Artagnan. "My lord, in the first place, promise me secrecy and indulgence." "I promise you all you wish. What is the matter? Speak." "It is, my lord, that I am not quite pleased with the king." "Indeed! And on what account, my dear lieutenant?" "Because his majesty gives way sometimes to jests very compromising for his servants. And jesting, my lord, is a weapon that seriously wounds men of the sword as we are." Monk did all in his power not to betray his thought, but D'Artagnan watched him with too close attention not to detect an almost imperceptible flush upon his face. "Well, now, for my part," said he, with the most natural air possible, "I am not an enemy of jesting, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan. My soldiers will tell you that even many times in camp I listened very indifferently, and with a certain pleasure, to the satirical songs which the army of Lambert passed into mine, and which, certainly, would have caused the ears of a general more susceptible than I am to tingle." "Oh, my lord," said D'Artagnan, "I know you are a complete man. I know you have been, for a long time, placed above human miseries. But there are jests, and jests of a certain kind, which have the power of irritating me beyond expression." "May I inquire of what kind, my friend?" "Such as are directed against my friends, or against people I respect, my lord." Monk made a slight movement, which D'Artagnan perceived. "Eh! And in what?" asked Monk. "In what can the stroke of a pin which scratches another tickle your skin? Answer me that." "My lord, I can explain it to you in a single sentence. It concerns you." Monk advanced a single step toward D'Artagnan. "Concerns me?" said he. "Yes, and this is what I cannot explain, but that arises, perhaps, from my want of knowledge of his character. How can the king have the heart to jest about a man who has rendered him so many and such great services? How can one understand that he should amuse himself in setting by the ears of a lion like you, with a gnat like me?" "I cannot conceive that in any way," said Monk. "But so it is. The king, who owed me a reward, might have rewarded me as a soldier, without contriving that history of the ransom which affects you, my lord." "No," said Monk, laughing, "it does not affect me in any way, I can assure you." "Not as regards me. I can understand. You know me, my lord. I am so discreet that the grave would appear a babbler compared to me. But do you understand, my lord?" "No," replied Monk, with persistent obstinacy. "If another knew the secret which I know—" "What secret?" "Eh, my lord, why, that unfortunate secret of Newcastle." "Oh, the million of the Comte de la Fere?" "No, my lord, no. The enterprise made upon your grace's person." "It was well played, chevalier, that is all, and no more is to be said about it. You are a soldier both brave and cunning, which proves that you unite the qualities of Fabius and Hannibal. You employed your means, force, and cunning. There is nothing to be said against that. I ought to have been on guard." "Ah, yes, I know, my lord, and I expect nothing less from your partiality. So that if it were only the abduction itself, mordieu, that would be nothing. But there are—" "What?" "The circumstances of that abduction." "What circumstances?" "Oh, you know very well what I mean, my lord. No, curse me if I do. There is, in truth, it is difficult to speak it." "There is? Well, There is that devil of a box. Monk colored visibly. Well, I have forgotten it. Deal box, continued D'Artagnan, with holes for the nose and mouth. In truth, my lord, all the rest was well, but the box, that was really a coarse joke. Monk fidgeted about in his chair. And notwithstanding my having done that, resumed D'Artagnan, I, a soldier of fortune, it was quite simple, because by the side of that action, a little considerate, I admit, which I committed, but which the gravity of the case may excuse, I am circumspect and reserved. Oh, said Monk, believe me, I know you very well, Monsieur D'Artagnan, and I appreciate you. D'Artagnan never took his eyes off Monk, studying all which passed in the mind of the general, as he prosecuted his idea. But it does not concern me, resumed he. Well, then, who does it concern? Said Monk, who began to grow a little impatient. It relates to the king, who will never restrain his tongue. Well, and I suppose he should say all he knows, said Monk with a degree of hesitation. No, my lord, replied D'Artagnan, do not dissemble, I implore you, with a man who speaks so frankly as I do. You have a right to feel your susceptibility excited, however benignant it may be. What the devil! It is not the place for a man like you, a man who plays with crowns and scepters, as a Bohemian plays with his bowls. It is not the place of a serious man, I said, to be shut up in a box like some freak of natural history, for you must understand it would make all your enemies ready to burst with laughter, and you are so great, so noble, so generous, that you must have many enemies. This secret is enough to set half the human race laughing, if you were represented in that box. It is not decent to have the second personage in the kingdom laughed at. Monk was quite out of countenance at the idea of seeing himself represented in this box. Ridicule, as D'Artagnan had judiciously foreseen, acted upon him in a manner which neither the chances of war, the aspirations of ambition, nor the fear of death had been able to do. Good, thought the Gascon, he is frightened, I am safe. Oh, as to the king, said Monk, fear nothing, my dear Monsieur D'Artagnan. The king will not jest with Monk, I assure you. The momentary flash of his eye was noticed by D'Artagnan. Monk lowered his tone immediately. The king, continued he, is of too noble a nature. The king's heart is too high to allow him to wish ill of those who do him good. Oh, certainly, cried D'Artagnan. I am entirely of your Grace's opinion with regard to his heart, but not as to his head. It is good, but it is trifling. The king will not trifle with Monk, be assured. Then you are quite at ease, my lord. On that side, at least, yes, perfectly. Oh, I understand you. You are at ease as far as the king is concerned? I have told you I was. But you are not so much on my account. I thought I had told you that I had faith in your loyalty and discretion. No doubt, no doubt. But you must remember one thing. What is that? That I was not alone, that I had companions, and what companions! Oh yes, I know them. And unfortunately, my lord, they know you too. Well? Well, they are yonder, at Boulogne, waiting for me. And you fear? Yes, I fear that in my absence, parbleu! If I were near them, I could answer for their silence. Was I not right in saying that the danger, if there was any danger, would not come from his majesty, however disposed he may be to jest, but from your companions, as you say? To be laughed at by a king may be tolerable, but by the horseboys and scamps of the army, damn it! Yes, I understand that would be unbearable. That is why, my lord, I came to say, do you not think it would be better for me to set out for France as soon as possible? Certainly, if you think your presence would impose silence upon those scoundrels. Oh, I am sure of that, my lord. Your presence will not prevent the report from spreading if the tale has already transpired. Oh, it has not transpired, my lord, I will wager. At all events, be assured that I am determined upon one thing. What is that? To blow out the brains of the first who shall have propagated that report, and of the first who has heard it. After which, I shall return to England to seek an asylum, and perhaps employment with your Grace." "Oh, come back, come back." "Unfortunately, my lord, I am acquainted with nobody here but your Grace, and if I should no longer find you, or if you should have forgotten me in your greatness—" "Listen to me, Monsieur d'Artagnan," replied Monk. "You are a superior man, full of intelligence and courage. You deserve all the good fortune this world can bring you. Come with me into Scotland, and I swear to you, I shall arrange for you a fate which all may envy." "Oh, my lord, that is impossible. At present I have a sacred duty to perform. I have to watch over your glory. I have to prevent a low jester from tarnishing, in the eyes of our contemporaries, who knows, in the eyes of posterity, the splendor of your name." "Of posterity, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "Doubtless. It is necessary, as regards posterity, that all the details of that history should remain a mystery. For, admit that this unfortunate history of the deal box should spread, and it should be asserted that you had not re-established the king loyally, and of your own free will, but in consequence of a compromise entered into at Scheveningen between you two. It would be vain for me to declare how the thing came about, for though I know I should not be believed, it would be said that I had received my part of the cake, and was eating it." Monk knitted his brow. "Glory, honor, probity," said he, "you are but empty words." "Mist," replied D'Artagnan, "nothing but mist, through which nobody can see clearly." "Well, then, go to France, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Monk. "Go, and to render England more attractive and agreeable to you, accept a remembrance of me." "What now?" thought D'Artagnan. "I have on the banks of the Clyde," continued Monk, "a little house in a grove, cottage as it is called here. To this house are attached 100 acres of land. Accept it as a souvenir." "Oh, my lord!" "Faith, you will be there in your own home, and that will be the place of refuge you spoke of just now. For me to be obliged to your lordship to such an extent, really, your Grace, I am ashamed." "Not at all, not at all, monsieur," replied Monk, with an arch smile. "It is I who shall be obliged to you, and," pressing the hand of the musketeer, "I shall go and draw up the deed of gift." And he left the room. D'Artagnan looked at him as he went out with something of a pensive and even agitated air. "After all," said he is a brave man. It is only a sad reflection that it is from fear of me, and not affection, that he acts thus. Well, I shall endeavor that affection may follow." Then, after an instant's deeper reflection, "Bah!" said he, "to what purpose? He is an Englishman." And he in turn went out, a little confused after the combat. "So," said he, "I am a landowner, but how the devil am I to share the cottage with Planchet? Unless I give him the land, and I take the chateau, or he takes the house, and I—nonsense! Monsieur Monk will never allow me to share a house he has inhabited with a grocer. He is too proud for that. Besides, why should I say anything about it to him? It was not with the money of the company I have acquired that property, it was with my mother wit alone. It is all mine, then. So now I will go and find Athos." And he directed his steps towards the dwelling of the Comte de la Fere. Chapter 37 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 37. How D'Artagnan regulated the assets of the company before he established its liabilities. "Decidedly," said D'Artagnan to himself, "I have struck a good vein. That star which shines once in the life of every man, which shone for Job and Iris, the most unfortunate of the Jews and the poorest of the Greeks, is come at last to shine upon me. I will commit no folly, I will take advantage of it. It comes quite late enough to find me reasonable." He supped that evening in very good humor with his friend Athos. He said nothing to him about the expected donation. but he could not forbear questioning his friend, while eating, about country produce, sowing, and planting. Athos replied complacently, as he always did. His idea was that D'Artagnan wished to become a landowner, only he could not help regretting, more than once, the absence of the lively humor and amusing sallies of the cheerful companion of former days. In fact, D'Artagnan was so absorbed that, with his knife, he took advantage of the grease left at the bottom of the plate to trace ciphers and make additions of surprising rotundity. The order, or rather license, for embarkation arrived at Athos's lodging that evening. While this paper was remitted to the comte, another messenger brought to D'Artagnan a little bundle of parchments, adorned with all the seals employed in setting off property deeds in England. Athos surprised him turning over the leaves of these different acts which established the transmission of property. Prudent Monk, others would say the generous Monk, had commuted the donation into a sale, and acknowledged the receipt of the sum of 15,000 crowns as the price of the property ceded. The messenger was gone. D'Artagnan still continued reading. Athos watched him with a smile. D'Artagnan, surprising one of those smiles over his shoulder, put the bundle in its wrapper. "I beg your pardon," said Athos. "Oh, not at all, my friend," replied the lieutenant. "I shall tell you." "No, don't tell me anything, I beg you. Orders are things so sacred, that to one's brother, one's father, the person charged with such orders should never open his mouth. Thus I, who speak to you, and love you more tenderly than a brother, father, or all the world, except your Raoul. I shall love Raoul still better when he shall be a man, and I shall have seen him develop himself in all the phases of his character and his actions, as I have seen you, my friend. You said then that you had an order likewise, and that you would not communicate it to me." "Yes, my dear D'Artagnan." The Gascon sighed. "There was a time," said he, "when you would have placed that order open upon the table, saying, 'D'Artagnan, read this scrawl to Porthos, Aramis, and to me.'" "That is true." "Oh, that was the time of youth, confidence, the generous season when the blood commands, when it is warmed by feeling." "Well, Athos, will you allow me to tell you?" "Speak, my friend." "That delightful time, that generous season, that ruling by warm blood, were all very fine things, no doubt, but I do not regret them at all. It is absolutely like the period of studies. I have constantly met with fools who would boast of the days of pensums, ferules, and crusts of dry bread. It is singular, but I never loved all that. For my part, however active and sober I might be, you know if I was so, Athos, however simple I might appear in my clothes, I would not the less have preferred the braveries and embroideries of Porthos to my little perforated cassock, which gave passage to the wind in winter and the sun in summer. I should always, my friend, mistrust him who would pretend to prefer evil to good. Now, in times past, all went wrong with me, and every month found a fresh hole in my cassock and in my skin, a gold crown less in my poor purse. Of that execrable time of small beer and seesaw, I regret absolutely nothing, 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 save our friendship, for within me I have a heart, and it is a miracle that heart has not been dried up by the wind of poverty which passed through all the holes of my cloak, or pierced by the swords of all shapes which have passed through the holes in my poor flesh." "Do not regret our friendship," said Athos, "that will only die with ourselves. Friendship is composed above all things of memories and habits, and if you have just now made a little satire upon mine, because I hesitate to tell you the nature of my mission into France—" "Who, I? Oh, heavens! If you knew, my dear friend, how indifferent all the missions of the world will henceforth become to me!" And he laid his hand upon the parchment in his vest pocket. Athos rose from the table and called the host in order to pay the reckoning. "Since I have known you, my friend," said D'Artagnan, "I have never discharged the reckoning. Porthos often did, Aramis sometimes, and you You almost always drew out your purse with the dessert. I am now rich, and should like to try if it is heroic to pay." "Do so," said Athos, returning his purse to his pocket. The two friends then directed their steps toward the port, not, however, without D'Artagnan's frequently turning round to watch the transportation of his dear crowns. Night had just spread her thick veil over the yellow waters of the Thames. They heard those noises of casks and pulleys, the preliminaries of preparing to sail, which had so many times made the hearts of the musketeers beat, when the dangers of the sea were the least of those they were going to face. This time they were to embark on board a large vessel which awaited them at Gravesend, and Charles II, always delicate in small affairs, had sent one of his yachts, with 12 men of his Scots guards, to do honor to the ambassador he was sending to France. At midnight the yacht had deposited its passengers on board the vessel, and at 8 o'clock in the morning the vessel landed the ambassador and his friend on the wharf at Boulogne. Whilst the comte, with Grimaud, was busy procuring horses to go straight to Paris, D'Artagnan hastened to the hostelry where, according to his orders, his little army was to wait for him. These gentlemen were at breakfast upon oysters, fish, and spiced brandy, when D'Artagnan appeared. They were all very gay, but not one of them had yet exceeded the bounds of reason. A hurrah of joy welcomed the general. "Here I am," said D'Artagnan. "The campaign is ended. I am come to bring each his supplement of pay, as agreed upon." Their eyes sparkled. "I will lay a wager there are not, at this moment, 100 crowns remaining in the purse of the richest among you." "That is true, that is true!" cried they in chorus. "Gentlemen," said D'Artagnan, "then this is the last order. The treaty of commerce has been concluded, thanks to our coup de main, which made us masters of the most skillful financier of England. For now I am at liberty to confess to you that the man we had to carry off was the treasurer of General Monk." This word treasurer produced a certain effect on his army. D'Artagnan observed that the eyes of Menneville alone did not evince perfect faith. "This treasurer," he continued, "I conveyed to a neutral territory, Holland. I forced him to sign the treaty. I have even conducted him to Newcastle, and he was obliged to be satisfied with our proceedings towards him. The deal coffer being always carried without jolting, and being lined softly, I asked a gratification for you. Here it is." He threw a respectable looking purse upon the cloth, and all involuntarily stretched out their hands. "One moment, my lambs," said D'Artagnan. "If there are profits, there are also charges." "Oh, oh," murmured they. "We are about to find ourselves, my friends, in a position which would not be tenable for people without brains. I speak plainly. We are between the gallows and the Bastille." "Oh, oh," said the chorus. "That is easily understood. It was necessary to explain to General Monk the disappearance of his treasurer. I waited, for that purpose, till the unhoped for moment of the restoration of King Charles II, who is one of my friends." The army exchanged a glance of satisfaction in reply to the sufficiently proud look of D'Artagnan. The king being restored, I restored to Monk his man of business, a little plucked, it is true, but in short, I restored him. Now, General Monk, when he pardoned me, for he has pardoned me, could not help repeating these words to me, which I charge every one of you to engrave deeply there, between the eyes, under the vault of the cranium: Monsieur, the joke has been a good one, but I don't naturally like jokes. If ever a word of what you have done, you understand me, Menneville, escapes from your lips or the lips of your companions, I have in my government of Scotland and Ireland 741 wooden gibbets of strong oak, clamped with iron, and freshly greased every week. I will make a present of one of these gibbets to each of you, and observe well, Monsieur D'Artagnan," added he, "observe it also, Monsieur Menneville. I shall still have 730 left for my private pleasure, and still further." "Ah," said the auxiliaries, "is there still more?" "A mere trifle, Monsieur D'Artagnan. I send to the king of France the treaty in question, with a request that he will cast into the Bastille provisionally, and then send to me all who have taken part in this expedition and that is a prayer with which the king will certainly comply." A cry of terror broke from all corners of the table. "There, there, there," said D'Artagnan. "This brave Monsieur Monk has forgotten one thing, and that is, he does not know the name of any one of you. I alone know you, and it is not I, you well may believe, who will betray you. Why should I? As for you, I cannot suppose you will be silly enough to denounce yourselves, for then the king, to spare himself the expense of feeding and lodging you, will send you off to Scotland, where the 741 gibbets are to be found. That is all, messieurs. I have not another word to add to what I have had the honor to tell you. I am sure you have understood me perfectly well. Have you not, Monsieur Menneville?" "Perfectly," replied the latter. "Now the crowns," said D'Artagnan. "Shut the doors," he cried, and opened the bag upon the table, from which rolled several fine gold crowns. Every one made a movement towards the floor. "Gently," cried D'Artagnan. "Let no one stoop, and then I shall not be out in my reckoning." He found it all right, gave 50 to those splendid crowns to each man, and received as many benedictions as he had bestowed pieces. "Now," said he, "if it were possible for you to reform a little, if you could become good and honest citizens." "That is rather difficult," said one of the troop. "What then, captain?" said another. "Because I might be able to find you again, and who knows what other good fortune?" He made a sign to Menneville, who listened to all he said with a composed air. "Menneville," he said, "come with me. Adieu, my brave fellows. I need not warn you to be discreet." Menneville followed him, whilst the salutations of the auxiliaries were mingled with the sweet sound of the money clinking in their pockets. "Menneville," said D'Artagnan, when they were once in the street, "you are not my dupe. Beware of being so. You did not appear to have any fear of the gibbets of Monk, or the Bastile of his Majesty, King Louis XIV. But you will do me the favor of being afraid of me. Then listen. At the smallest word that shall escape you, I will kill you, as I would a fowl. I have absolution from our Holy Father the Pope in my pocket. I assure you I know absolutely nothing, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, and that your words have all been to me so many articles of faith." "I was quite sure you were an intelligent fellow," said the musketeer. "I have tried you for a length of time. These 50 crowns, which I give you above the rest, will prove the esteem I have for you. Take them." "Thanks, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Menneville. "With that sum, you can really become an honest man," replied D'Artagnan, in the most serious tone possible. "It would be disgraceful for a mind like yours, and a name you no longer dare to bear, to sink forever under the rust of an evil life. Become a gallant man, Menneville, and live for a year upon those 100 gold crowns. It is a good provision, twice the pay of a high officer. In a year come to me, and, mordieu, I will make something of you." Menneville swore, as his comrades had sworn, that he would be as silent as the grave, and yet some one must have spoken, and as certainly it was not one of the 9 companions, and quite as certainly it was not Menneville, it must have been D'Artagnan who, in his quality of a Gascon, had his tongue very near to his lips, for in short, if it were not he, who could it be? And how can it be explained that the secret of the deal coffer pierced with holes should come to our knowledge, and in so complete a fashion that we have, as has been seen, related the history of it in all its most minute details, details which, besides, throw a light as new as unexpected upon all that portion of the history of England which has been left, up to the present day, completely in darkness by the historian of our neighbors. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Wright. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 38, in which it is seen that the French grocer had already been established in the 17th century. His accounts once settled and his recommendations made, D'Artagnan thought of nothing but returning to Paris as soon as possible. Athos, on his part, was anxious to reach home and to rest a little. However whole the character in the man may remain after the fatigues of a voyage, the traveller perceives with pleasure at the close of the day, even though the day has been a fine one, that night is approaching and will bring a little sleep with it. So, from Boulogne to Paris, jogging on side by side, the two friends, in some degree absorbed each in his individual thoughts, conversed of nothing sufficiently interesting for us to repeat to our readers. Each of them given up to his personal reflections and constructing his future after his own fashion, was above all anxious to abridge the distance by speed. Athos and D'Artagnan arrived at the gates of Paris on the evening of the 4th day after leaving Boulogne. "Where are you going, my friend?" asked Athos. "I shall direct my course straight to my hotel." "And I straight to my partner's." "To Planchet's?" "Yes, at the Pilon d'Or." "Well, but shall we not meet again?" "If you remain in Paris, yes, for I shall stay here." "No, having embraced Raoul, with whom I have appointed a meeting at my hotel, I shall set out immediately for La Fere." "Well, adieu then, dear and true friend." "Au revoir, or should I say, rather, for why can you not come and live with me at Blois? You are free, you are rich. I shall purchase for you, if you like, a handsome estate in the vicinity of Cheverny or of Bracieux. On the one side you will have the finest woods in the world, which join those of Chambord; on the other, admirable marshes. You who love sporting, and who, whether you admit it or not, are a poet, my dear friend, you will find pheasants, rail, and teal, without counting sunsets and excursions on the water, to make you fancy yourself Nimrod and Apollo themselves. While awaiting the purchase, you can live at La Fere, and we shall go together to fly our hawks among the vines, as Louis XIII. Used to do. That is a quiet amusement for old fellows like us." D'Artagnan took the hands of Athos in his own. "Dear count," said he, "I shall neither say yes nor no. Let me pass in Paris the time necessary for the regulation of my affairs, and accustom myself by degrees to the heavy and glittering idea which is beating in my brain and dazzles me. I am rich, you see, and from this moment until the time when I shall have acquired the habit of being rich, I know myself, and I shall be an insupportable animal. Now, I am not enough of a fool to wish to appear to have lost my wits before a friend like you, Athos. The cloak is handsome, the cloak is richly gilded, but it is new, and does not seem to fit me." Athos smiled. "So be it," said he. "But a propos of this cloak, dear D'Artagnan, will you allow me to offer you a little advice?" "Yes, willingly." "You will not be angry?" "Proceed." "When wealth comes to a man late in life, or all at once, that man, in order not to change, must most likely become a miser, that is to say, not spend much more money than he had done before, or else become a prodigal and contract so many debts as to become poor again." "Oh, but what you say looks very much like a sophism, my dear philosophic friend." "I do not think so. Will you become a miser?" "No, pardieu! I was one already, having nothing. Let us change." "Then be a prodigal." "Still less, mordieu! Debts terrify me. Creditors appear to me by anticipation like those devils who turn the damned upon the gridirons; and as patience is not my dominant virtue, I am always tempted to thrash those devils." "You are the wiser man I know, and stand in no need of advice from any one. Great fools must they be who think they have anything to teach you. But are we not on the Rue Saint Honore?" "Yes, dear Athos." "Look yonder, on the left, that small, long, white house is the hotel where I lodge. You may observe that it has but 2 stories. I occupy the first; the other is let to an officer whose duties oblige him to be absent 8 or 9 months in the year. So I am in the house as in my own home, without the expense." "Oh, how well you manage, Athos! What order and what liberality! They are what I wish to unite. But of what use trying? That comes from birth, and cannot be acquired." "You are a flatterer. Well, adieu, my friend. Au propos, remember me to Master Planchet; he always was a bright fellow." "And a man of heart, too, Athos. Adieu." And they separated. During all this conversation, D'Artagnan had not for a moment lost sight of a certain pack horse, in whose panniers, under some hay, was spread the sacoche with the portmanteau. 9 o'clock was striking at Saint Merry. Planchet's helps were shutting up his shop. D'Artagnan stopped the postilion who rode the pack horse at the corner of the Rue de l'Armade, under a penthouse, and calling one of Planchet's boys, he desired him not only to take care of the two horses, but to watch the postilion; after which he entered the shop of the grocer, who had just finished supper, and who, in his little private room, was with a degree of anxiety consulting the calendar, on which every evening he scratched out the day that was past. At the moment when Planchet, according to his custom, with the back of his pen erased another day, D'Artagnan kicked the door with his foot, and the blow made his steel spur jingle. "Oh, good Lord!" cried Planchet. The worthy grocer could say no more. He had just perceived his partner, D'Artagnan, entering with a bent back and a dull eye. The Gascon had an idea with regard to Planchet. "Good God!" thought the grocer, looking earnestly at the traveler, "he looks sad." The musketeer sat down. "My dear Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Planchet, with a horrible palpitation of the heart, "here you are, and your health?" "Tolerably good, Planchet, tolerably good," said D'Artagnan, with a profound sigh. "You have not been wounded, I hope?" "Phew!" "Ah, I see," continued Planchet, more and more alarmed. "The expedition has been a trying one." "Yes," said D'Artagnan. A shudder ran down Planchet's back. "I should like to have something to drink," said the musketeer, raising his head piteously. Planchet ran to the cupboard and poured out to D'Artagnan some wine in a large glass. D'Artagnan examined the bottle. "What wine is that?" asked he. "Alas! that which you prefer, monsieur," said Planchet. "That good old Anjou wine, which was one day nearly costing us all so dear." "Ah!" replied D'Artagnan, with a melancholy smile. "Ah, my poor Planchet, ought I still to drink such good wine?" "Come, my dear master," said Planchet, making a superhuman effort, whilst all his contracted muscles, his pallor and his trembling betrayed the most acute anguish. "Come, I have been a soldier and consequently have some courage. Do not make me linger, dear Monsieur d'Artagnan. Our money is lost, is it not?" Before he answered, D'Artagnan took his time, and that appeared an age to the poor grocer. Nevertheless, he did nothing but turn about on his chair. "And if that were the case," said he, slowly moving his head up and down, "if that were the case, what would you say, my dear friend?" Planchet, from being pale, turned yellow. It might have been thought he was going to swallow his tongue, so full became his throat, so red were his eyes. 20,000 livres!" murmured he. 20,000 livres! And yet— D'Artagnan, with his neck elongated, his legs stretched out, and his hands hanging listlessly, looked like a statue of discouragement. Planchet drew up a sigh from the deepest cavities of his breast. "Well," said he, "I see how it is. Let us be men. It is all over, is it not? The principal thing is, monsieur, that your life is safe." "Doubtless, doubtless, life is something, but I am ruined." "Cordieu, monsieur," said Planchet, "if it is so, we must not despair for that. You shall become a grocer with me. I shall take you for my partner. We will share the profits. And if there should be no more profits, well, why then we shall share the almonds, raisins, and prunes, and we will nibble together the last quarter of Dutch cheese." D'Artagnan could hold out no longer. "Mordieu!" cried he, with great emotion, "thou art a brave fellow, on my honor, Planchet. You have not been playing a part, have you? You have not seen the pack horse with the bags under the shed yonder?" "What horse? What bags?" said Planchet, whose trembling heart began to suggest that D'Artagnan was mad. "Why, the English bags, mordieu!" said D'Artagnan, all radiant, quite transfigured. "Ah, good God!" articulated Planchet, drawing back from the dazzling fire of his looks. "Imbecile!" cried D'Artagnan. "You think me mad? Mordieu! On the contrary, never was my head more clear, or my heart more joyous. To the bags, Planchet, to the bags!" "But to what bags? Good heavens!" D'Artagnan pushed Planchet towards the window. "Under that shed yonder, don't you see a horse?" "Yes." "Don't you see how his back is laden?" "Yes, yes." "Don't you see your lad talking with the postilion?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Well, you know the name of that lad, because he is your own. Call him." "Abdon, Abdon!" vociferated Planchet through the window. "Bring the horse!" shouted D'Artagnan. "Bring the horse!" screamed Planchet. Now give 10 livres to the postilion, said D'Artagnan in the tone he would have employed on commanding a maneuver. 2 lads to bring up the first 2 bags, 2 to bring up the last 2, and move, Madior, be lively. Planchet rushed down the stairs as if the devil had been at his heels. A moment later the lads ascended the stairs, bending beneath their burden. D'Artagnan sent them off to their garrets, carefully closed the door, and addressing Planchet, who in its turn looked a little wild. Now we are by ourselves, said he, and he spread upon the floor a large cover and emptied the first bag into it. Planchet did the same with the second. Then D'Artagnan, all in a tremble, let out the precious bowels of the third with a knife. When Planchet heard the provoking sound of the silver and gold, when he saw bubbling out of the bags the shining crowns, which glittered like fish from the sweep net, when he felt himself plunging his hands up to the elbows in that still rising tide of yellow and white coins, a giddiness seized him, and like a man struck by lightning, he sank heavily down upon the enormous heap, which his weight caused to roll away in all directions. Planchet, suffocated with joy, had lost his senses. D'Artagnan threw a glass of white wine in his face, which incontinently recalled him to life. "Ah, good heavens, good heavens, good heavens!" said Planchet, wiping his moustache and beard. At that time, as they do now, grocers wore the cavalier moustache and the lansquenet beard. Only the money baths, already rare in those days, have become almost unknown now. "Mordioux!" said D'Artagnan, "there are 100,000 livres for you, partner. Draw your share, if you please, and I will draw mine." "Oh, the lovely sum, Monsieur D'Artagnan, the lovely sum!" "I confess that half an hour ago I regretted that I had to give you so much, but now I no longer regret it. Thou art a brave grocer, Planchet. There, let us close our accounts, for, as they say, short reckonings make long friends." "Or rather, in the first place, tell me the whole history," said Planchet. "That must be better than the money." "Ma foi!" said D'Artagnan, stroking his moustache, "I can't say no; and if ever the historian turns to me for information, he will be able to say he has not dipped his bucket into a dry spring. Listen then, Planchet, and I will tell you all about it." "And I shall build piles of crowns," said Planchet. "Begin, my dear master." "Well, this is it," said D'Artagnan, drawing his breath. "And that is it," said Planchet, picking up his first handful of crowns. End of chapter 38. Recording by Kate Wright, Chester.
Chapter 39 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 39. Mazarin's Gaming Party. In a large chamber of the Palais Royal, hung with a dark-coloured velvet, which threw into strong relief the gilded frames of a great number of magnificent pictures, on the evening of the arrival of the 2 Frenchmen, the whole court was assembled before the alcove of Monsieur le Cardinal de Mazarin, who gave a card party to the king and queen. A small screen separated 3 prepared tables. At one of these tables the king and the 2 queens were seated. Louis XIV, placed opposite to the young queen, his wife, smiled upon her with an expression of real happiness. Anne of Austria held the cards against the cardinal, and her daughter-in-law assisted her in the game, when she was not engaged in smiling at her husband. As for the cardinal, who was lying on his bed with a weary and careworn face, his cards were held by the Comtesse de Soissons, and he watched them with an incessant look of interest and cupidity. The cardinal's face had been painted by Bernoin, but the rouge, which glowed only on his cheeks, threw into stronger contrast the sickly pallor of his countenance and the shining yellow of his brow. His eyes alone acquired a more brilliant lustre from this auxiliary, and upon those sick man's eyes were, from time to time, turned the uneasy looks of the king, the queen, and the courtiers. The fact is, that the 2 eyes of the Signor Mazarin were the stars, more or less brilliant, in which the France of the 17th century read its destiny every evening and every morning. Monseigneur neither won nor lost. He was, therefore, neither gay nor sad. It was a stagnation, in which, full of pity for him, Anne of Austria would not have willingly left him. But in order to attract the attention of the sick man by some brilliant stroke, she must have either won or lost. To win would have been dangerous, because Mazarin would have changed his indifference into an ugly grimace. To lose would likewise have been dangerous, because she must have cheated, and the Infanta, who watched her game, would doubtless have exclaimed against her partiality for Mazarin. Profiting by this calm, the courtiers were chatting. When not in a bad humour, Monsieur de Mazarin was a very debonair prince, and he, who prevented nobody from singing, provided they paid, was not tyrant enough to prevent people from talking, provided they made up their minds to lose. They were therefore chatting. At the first table, the king's younger brother, Philip, Duc d'Anjou, was admiring his handsome face in the glass of a box. His favourite, the Chevalier de Lorraine, leaning over the back of the prince's chair, was listening, with secret envy, to the Comte de Guiche, another of Philip's favourites, who was relating in choice terms the various vicissitudes of fortune of the royal adventurer Charles II. He told, as so many fabulous events, all the history of his peregrinations in Scotland, and his terrors when the enemy's party was so closely on his track, of nights spent in trees and days spent in hunger and combats. By degrees, the fate of the unfortunate king interested his auditors so greatly that the play languished even at the royal table, and the young king, with a pensive look and downcast eye, followed, without appearing to give any attention to it, the smallest details of this odyssey, very picturesquely related by the Comte de Guiche. The Comtesse de Soissons interrupted the narrator. "Confess, Count, you are inventing." "Madame, I am repeating like a parrot all the stories related to me by different Englishmen. To my shame, I am compelled to say, I am as exact as a copy." "Charles II would have died before he could have endured all that." Louis XIV raised his intelligent and proud head. "Madame," said he, in a grave tone, still partaking something of the timid child, "Monsieur le Cardinal will tell you that during my minority the affairs of France were in jeopardy, and that if I had been older and obliged to take sword in hand, it would sometimes have been for the purpose of procuring the evening meal." "Thanks to God," said the cardinal, who spoke for the first time, "your Majesty exaggerates, and your supper has always been ready with that of your servants." The king coloured. "Oh!" cried Philip inconsiderately from his place, and without ceasing to admire himself, "I recollect once, at Melun, the supper was laid for nobody, and that the king ate 2/3 of a slice of bread, and abandoned to me the other third." The whole assembly, seeing Mazarin smile, began to laugh. Courtiers flatter kings with the remembrance of past distresses, as with the hopes of future good fortune. "It is not to be denied that the crown of France has always remained firm upon the heads of its kings," Anne of Austria hastened to say, "and that it has fallen off of that of the King of England, and when, by chance, that crown oscillated a little, for there are throne quakes as well as earthquakes, every time, I say, that rebellion threatened it, a good victory restored tranquillity." "With a few gems added to the crown," said Mazarin. The Comte de Guiche was silent. The king composed his countenance, and Mazarin exchanged looks with Anne of Austria, as if to thank her for her intervention. "It is of no consequence," said Philip, smoothing his hair. "My cousin Charles is not handsome, but he is very brave, and fought like a landsknecht, and if he continues to fight thus, no doubt he will finish by gaining a battle like Rocroi." "He has no soldiers," interrupted the Chevalier de Lorraine. "The King of Holland, his ally, will give him some. I would willingly have given him some if I had been King of France." Louis XIV blushed excessively. Mazarin affected to be more attentive to his game than ever. "By this time," resumed the Comte de Guiche, "the fortune of this unhappy prince is decided. If he has been deceived by Monk, he is ruined. Imprisonment, perhaps death, will finish what exiles, battles, and privations have commenced." Mazarin's brow became clouded. "It is certain," said Louis XIV, "that his Majesty Charles II has quitted the Hague?" "Quite certain, your Majesty," replied the young man. "My father has received a letter containing all the details. It is even known that the king has landed at Dover. Some fishermen saw him entering the port. The rest is still a mystery." "I should like to know the rest," said Philip, impetuously. "You know, you, my brother." Louis XIV coloured again. That was the third time within an hour. "Ask my Lord Cardinal," replied he, in a tone which made Mazarin, Anne of Austria, and everybody else open their eyes. "That means, my son," said Anne of Austria, laughing, "that the king does not like affairs of state to be talked of out of the council." Philip received the reprimand with good grace, and bowed, first smiling at his brother and then at his mother. But Mazarin saw from the corner of his eye that a group was about to be formed in the corner of the room, and that the Duc d'Anjou, with the Comte de Guiche and the Chevalier de Lorraine, prevented from talking aloud, might say in a whisper what it was not convenient should be said. He was beginning then to dart at them glances full of mistrust and uneasiness, inviting Anne of Austria to throw perturbation in the midst of the unlawful assembly, when suddenly Bernouin, entering from behind the tapestry of the bedroom, whispered in the ear of Mazarin, "Monseigneur, an envoy from his Majesty the King of England." Mazarin could not help exhibiting a slight emotion, which was perceived by the king. To avoid being indiscreet rather than to appear useless, Louis XIV rose immediately, and, approaching his Eminence, wished him good night. All the assembly had risen with a great noise of rolling of chairs and tables being pushed away. "Let everybody depart by degrees," said Mazarin in a whisper to Louis XIV, "and be so good as to excuse me a few minutes. I am going to dispatch an affair about which I wish to converse with your Majesty this very evening." "And the queen's?" asked Louis XIV. "And Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou," said his Eminence. At the same time he turned round in his ruelle, the curtains of which, in falling, concealed the bed. The cardinal, nevertheless, did not lose sight of the conspirators. "Monsieur le Comte de Guiche," said he, in a fretful voice, whilst putting on, behind the curtain, his dressing gown, with the assistance of Bernouin. "I am here, my lord," said the young man as he approached. "Take the cards. You are lucky. Win a little money for me of these gentlemen." "Yes, my lord." The young man sat down at the table, from which the king withdrew to talk with the two queens. A serious game was commenced between the comte and several rich courtiers. In the meantime, Philip was discussing the question of dress with the Chevalier de Lorraine, and they had ceased to hear the rustling of the cardinal's silk robe from behind the curtain. His Eminence had followed Bernouin into the closet adjoining the bedroom. End of chapter 39. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales. Chapter 40 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 40. An Affair of State. The cardinal, on passing into his cabinet, found the Comte de la Fère, who was waiting for him, engaged in admiring a very fine Raphael placed over a sideboard covered with a plate. His eminence came in softly, lightly, and as silently as a shadow, and surprised the countenance of the Comte, as he was accustomed to do, pretending to divine by the simple expression of the face of his interlocutor what would be the result of the conversation. But this time Mazarin was foiled in his expectation. He read nothing upon the face of Athos, not even the respect he was accustomed to see on all faces. Athos was dressed in black, with a simple lacing of silver. He wore the Holy Ghost, the Garter, and the Golden Fleece, 3 orders of such importance that a king alone, or else a player, could wear them at once. Mazarin rummaged a long time in his somewhat troubled memory to recall the name he ought to give to this icy figure, but he did not succeed. "I am told," said he at length, "you have a message from England for me." And he sat down, dismissing Bernoin, who, in his quality of secretary, was getting his pen ready. "On the part of His Majesty the King of England, yes, your Eminence." "You speak very good French for an Englishman, monsieur," said Mazarin graciously, looking through his fingers at the Holy Ghost, Garter, and Golden Fleece, but more particularly at the face of the messenger. "I am not an Englishman, but a Frenchman, monsieur le cardinal," replied Athos. "It is remarkable that the King of England should choose a Frenchman for his ambassador. It is an excellent augury. Your name, monsieur, if you please." "Comte de la Fère," replied Athos, bowing more slightly than the ceremonial and pride of the all-powerful minister required. Mazarin bent his shoulders, as if to say, "I do not know that name." Athos did not alter his carriage. "And you come, monsieur," continued Mazarin, "to tell me—" "I come on the part of His Majesty the King of Britain, to announce to the King of France—" Mazarin frowned. "To announce to the King of France," continued Athos imperturbably, "the happy restoration of His Majesty Charles II to the throne of his ancestors." This shade did not escape his cunning eminence. Mazarin was too much accustomed to mankind not to see in the cold and almost haughty politeness of Athos an index of hostility, which was not of the temperature of that hothouse called a court. "You have powers, I suppose?" asked Mazarin, in a short, querulous tone. "Yes, monseigneur." And the word monseigneur came so painfully from the lips of Athos that it might be said it skinned them. Athos took from an embroidered velvet bag which he carried under his doublet a dispatch. The cardinal held out his hand for it. "Your pardon, monseigneur," said Athos. "My dispatch is for the king." "Since you are a Frenchman, monsieur, you ought to know the position of a prime minister at the court of France." "There was a time," replied Athos, "when I occupied myself with the importance of prime ministers, but I have formed long ago a resolution to treat no longer with any but the king." "Then, monsieur," said Mazarin, who began to be irritated, "you will neither see the minister nor the king." Mazarin rose. Athos replaced his dispatch in its bag, bowed gravely, and made several steps towards the door. This coolness exasperated Mazarin. What strange diplomatic proceedings are these? Cried he. Have we returned to the times when Cromwell sent us bullies in the guise of chargés d'affaires? You want nothing, monsieur, but the steel cap on your head and a Bible at your girdle. Monsieur, said Athos dryly, I have never had, as you have, the advantage of treating with Cromwell, and I have only seen his chargé d'affaires sword in hand. I am therefore ignorant of how he treated with prime ministers. As for the King of England, Charles II, I know that when he writes to his Majesty King Louis XIV, he does not write to his Eminence the Cardinal Mazarin. I see no diplomacy in that distinction. Ah! cried Mazarin, raising his attenuated hand and striking his head. I remember now. Athos looked at him in astonishment. Yes, that is it, said the cardinal, continuing to look at his interlocutor. Yes, that is certainly it. I know you now, monsieur. Ah, diavolo, I am no longer astonished. In fact, I was astonished that, with your eminence's excellent memory, replied Athos, smiling, you had not recognized me before. Always refractory and grumbling, monsieur, what do they call you? Name of a river, Potamos. No, the name of an island, Naxos. No, per Jove, the name of a mountain, Athos. Now I have it. Delighted to see you again, and to be no longer at Rueil, where you and your damned companions made me pay ransom. Fronde! Still Fronde, accursed Fronde! Oh, what grudges! Why, monsieur, have your antipathies survived mine? If anyone has cause to complain, I think it could not be you who got out of the affair, not only in a sound skin, but with the cordon of the Holy Ghost around your neck. My Lord Cardinal, replied Athos, permit me not to enter into considerations of that kind. I have a mission to fulfill. Will you facilitate the means of my fulfilling that mission, or will you not? I am astonished, said Mazarin, quite delighted at having recovered his memory, and bristling with malice. I am astonished, Monsieur Athos, that a Frondeur like you should have accepted a mission for the perfidious Mazarin, as used to be said in the good old times. And Mazarin began to laugh, in spite of a painful cough, which cut short his sentences, converting them into sobs. I have only accepted the mission near the King of France, Monsieur le Cardinal, retorted the Comte, though with less asperity, for he thought he had sufficiently the advantage to show himself moderate. And yet, Monsieur le Frondeur, said Mazarin gaily, the affair which you have taken in charge must, from the king, with which I have been given in charge, monseigneur, I do not run after affairs. Be it so. I say that this negotiation must pass through my hands. Let us lose no precious time, then. Tell me the conditions. I have had the honour of assuring your eminence that only the letter of his Majesty King Charles II contains the revelation of his wishes. Oh, you are ridiculous with your obstinacy, Monsieur Athos. It is plain you have kept company with the Puritans yonder. As to your secret, I know it better than you do, and you have done wrongly, perhaps, in not having shown some respect for a very old and suffering man who has laboured much during his life, and kept the field for his ideas as bravely as you have for yours. Will you not communicate your letter to me? Will you say nothing to me? Very well. Come with me into my chamber. You shall speak to the king, and before the king. Now, then, one last word. Who gave you the fleece? I remember you passed for having the garter, but as to the fleece, I do not know. Recently, my lord, Spain, on the occasion of the marriage of his Majesty Louis XIV, sent King Charles II a brevet of the fleece in blank. Charles II immediately transmitted it to me. filling up the blank with my name." Mazarin arose, and leaning on the arm of Bernouin, he returned to his ruelle at the moment the name of Monsieur le Prince was being announced. The Prince de Conde, the first prince of the blood, the conqueror of Rocroi, Lens, and Nordlingen, was in fact entering the apartment of Monseigneur de Mazarin, followed by his gentlemen, and had already saluted the king, when the prime minister raised his curtain. Athos had time to see Raoul pressing the hand of the Comte de Guiche, and send him a smile in return for his respectful bow. He had time, likewise, to see the radiant countenance of the cardinal, when he perceived before him, upon the table, an enormous heap of gold, which the Comte de Guiche had won in a run of luck, after his eminence had confided his cards to him. So, forgetting ambassador, embassy, and prince, his first thought was of the gold. "What!" cried the old man, "all that won?" "Some 50,000 crowns, yes, monseigneur," replied the Comte de Guiche, rising. "Must I give up my place to your eminence, or shall I continue?" Give up! Give up! You are mad. You would lose all you have won. Peste!" "My lord," said the Prince de Conde, bowing. "Good evening, Monsieur le Prince," said the minister, in a careless tone. "It is very kind of you to visit an old sick friend." "A friend?" murmured the Comte de la Fère, at witnessing with stupor this monstrous alliance of words. "Friends, when the parties are Conde and Mazarin?" Mazarin seemed to divine the thoughts of the Frondeur, for he smiled upon him with triumph, and immediately, "Sire," said he to the king, "I have the honor of presenting to your majesty Monsieur le Comte de la Fère, ambassador from his Britannic majesty. An affair of state, gentlemen," added he, waving his hand to all those who filled the chamber, and who, the Prince de Conde at their head, all disappeared at this simple gesture. Raoul, after a last look cast at the comte, followed Monsieur de Conde. Philip of Anjou and the queen appeared to be consulting about departing. "A family affair," said Mazarin, suddenly detaining them in their seats. "This gentleman is the bearer of a letter in which King Charles II, completely restored to his throne, demands an alliance between Monsieur, the brother of the king, and Mademoiselle Henrietta, granddaughter of Henry IV. Will you remit your letter of credit to the king, Monsieur le Comte?" Athos remained for a minute stupefied. How could the minister possibly know the contents of the letter, which had never been out of his keeping for a single instant? Nevertheless, always master of himself, he held out the dispatch to the young king, Louis XIV, who took it with a blush. A solemn silence reigned in the cardinal's chamber. It was only troubled by the dull sound of the gold, which Mazarin, with his yellow, dry hand, piled up in a casket, whilst the king was reading. End of chapter 40. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales. Chapter 41 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Iolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 41. The Recital. The maliciousness of the cardinal did not leave much for the ambassador to say. Nevertheless, the word restoration had struck the king, who, addressing the comte, upon whom his eyes had been fixed since his entrance, "Monsieur," said he, "will you have the kindness to give us some details concerning the affairs of England? You come from that country, you are a Frenchman, and the orders which I see glittering upon your person announce you to be a man of merit as well as a man of quality." "Monsieur," said the cardinal, turning towards the queen mother, "is an ancient servant of your majesty's, Monsieur le Comte de la Fère." Anne of Austria was as oblivious as a queen whose life had been mingled with fine and stormy days. She looked at Mazarin, whose evil smile promised her something disagreeable. Then she solicited from Athos, by another look, an explanation. "Monsieur," continued the cardinal, "was a Treville musketeer in the service of the late king. Monsieur is well acquainted with England, whither he has made several voyages at various periods. He is a subject of the highest merit." These words made allusion to all the memories which Anne of Austria trembled to evoke. England, that was her hatred of Richelieu and her love for Buckingham. A Treville musketeer, that was the whole odyssey of the triumphs which had made the heart of the young woman throb, and of the dangers which had been so near overturning the throne of the young queen. These words had much power, for they rendered mute and attentive all the royal personages, who, with very various sentiments, set about recomposing at the same time the mysteries which the young had not seen, and which the old had believed to be forever effaced. "Speak, monsieur," said Louis XIV., the first to escape from troubles, suspicions, and remembrances. "Yes, speak," added Mazarin, to whom the little malicious thrust directed against Anne of Austria had restored energy and gaiety. "Sire," said the comte, "a sort of miracle has changed the whole destiny of Charles II. That which men till that time had been unable to do, God resolved to accomplish." Mazarin coughed while tossing about in his bed. "King Charles II," continued Athos, "left the Hague neither as a fugitive nor a conqueror, but as an absolute king, who, after a distant voyage from his kingdom, returns amidst universal benedictions." "A great miracle indeed," said Mazarin, "for, if the news was true, King Charles II, who has just returned amidst benedictions, went away amidst musket shots." The king remained impassible. Philip, younger and more frivolous, could not repress a smile, which flattered Mazarin as an applause of his pleasantry. "It is plain," said the king, "there is a miracle, but God, who does so much for kings, monsieur le comte, nevertheless employs the hand of man to bring about the triumph of his designs. To what men does Charles II principally owe his re-establishment?" "Why," interrupted Mazarin, without any regard for the king's pride, "does not your majesty know that it is to Monsieur Monk?" "I ought to know it," replied Louis XIV. Resolutely. "And yet I ask, my lord ambassador, the causes of the change in this General Monk." "And your majesty touches precisely the question," replied Athos, "for without the miracle of which I have had the honor to speak, General Monk would probably have remained an implacable enemy of Charles II. God willed that a strange, bold, and ingenious idea should enter into the mind of a certain man, whilst a devoted and courageous idea took possession of the mind of another man. The combinations of these two ideas brought about such a change in the position of Monsieur Monk, that, from an inveterate enemy, he became a friend to the deposed king." "These are exactly the details I asked for," said the king. "Who and what are the two men of whom you speak?" "Two Frenchmen, sire." "Indeed, I am glad of that." "And the two ideas?" said Mazarin. "I am more curious about ideas than about men, for my part." "Yes," murmured the king. "The second idea, the devoted, reasonable idea, the least important, sir, was to go and dig up 1,000,000 in gold buried by Charles I at Newcastle, and to purchase with that gold the adherents of Monk. Oh, said Mazarin, reanimated by the word million. But Newcastle was at the time occupied by Monk. Yes, monsieur le cardinal, and that is why I venture to call the idea courageous as well as devoted. It was necessary, if Monk refused the offers of the negotiator, to reinstate Charles II in possession of this million, which was to be torn, as it were, from the loyalty and not the loyalism of General Monk. This was effected in spite of many difficulties. The general proved to be loyal, and allowed the money to be taken away. It seems to me, said the timid, thoughtful king, that Charles II could not have known of this million whilst he was in Paris. It seems to me, rejoined the cardinal maliciously, that his Majesty, the King of Great Britain, knew perfectly well of this million, but that he preferred having 2 millions to having 1. Sire, said Athos firmly, the King of England, whilst in France, was so poor that he had not even money to take the post, so destitute of hope that he frequently thought of dying. He was so entirely ignorant of the existence of the million at Newcastle, that but for a gentleman, one of your Majesty's subjects, the moral depository of the million, who revealed the secret to Charles II, that prince would still be vegetating in the most cruel forgetfulness. Let us pass on to the strange, bold, and ingenious idea, interrupted Mazarin, whose sagacity foresaw a check. What was that idea? This. Monsieur Monk formed the only obstacle to the re-establishment of the fallen king. A Frenchman imagined the idea of suppressing this obstacle. But he's a scoundrel, that Frenchman, said Mazarin. And the idea is not so ingenious as to prevent its author being tied up by the neck at the Place de Grève by decree of the Parliament. Your Eminence is mistaken, replied Athos dryly. I did not say that the Frenchman in question had resolved to assassinate Monsieur Monk, but only to suppress him. The words of the French language have a value which the gentlemen of France know perfectly. Besides, this is an affair of war, and when men serve kings against their enemies, they are not to be condemned by a parliament. God is their judge. This French gentleman, then, formed the idea of gaining possession of the person of Monk, and he executed his plan. The king became animated at the recital of great actions. The king's younger brother struck the table with his hand, exclaiming, "Ah, that is fine!" He carried off Monk, said the king. Why, Monk was in his camp. And the gentleman was alone, sire. That is marvelous, said Philip. Marvelous indeed, cried the king. Good. There are the 2 little lions unchained, murmured the cardinal, and with an air of spite which he did not dissemble. I am unacquainted with these details. Will you guarantee their authenticity, monsieur? All the more easily, my lord cardinal, from having seen the events. You have? Yes, monseigneur. The king had involuntarily drawn close to the count. The Duc d'Anjou had turned sharply around and pressed Athos on the other side. What next, monsieur, what next? Cried they both at the same time. Sire, Monsieur Monk, being taken by the Frenchman, was brought to King Charles II at the Hague. The king gave back his freedom to Monk, and the grateful general, in return, gave Charles II the throne of Great Britain, for which so many valiant men had fought in vain. Philip clapped his hands with enthusiasm. Louis XIV, more reflective, turned towards the Comte de la Fère. Is this true, said he, in all its details? Absolutely true, sire. That one of my gentlemen knew the secret of the million and kept it? Yes, sire. The name of that gentleman? It was your humble servant, said Athos simply and bowing. A murmur of admiration made the heart of Athos swell with pleasure. He had reason to be proud, at least. Mazarin himself had raised his arms towards heaven. "Monsieur," said the king, "I shall seek and find means to reward you." Athos made a movement. "Oh, not for your honesty. To be paid for that would humiliate you. But I owe you a reward for having participated in the restoration of my brother, King Charles II. "Certainly," said Mazarin. "It is the triumph of a good cause which fills the whole house of France with joy," said Anne of Austria. "I continue," said Louis XIV. "Is it also true that a single man penetrated to Monk in his camp and carried him off?" "That man had 10 auxiliaries, taken from a very inferior rank." "And nothing more but them?" "Nothing more." "And he is named?" "Monsieur d'Artagnan, former lieutenant of the Musketeers of your Majesty." Anne of Austria colored. Mazarin became yellow with shame. Louis XIV was deeply thoughtful, and a drop of moisture fell from his pale brow. "What men!" murmured he, and involuntarily he darted a glance at the minister, which would have terrified him, if Mazarin at that moment had not concealed his head under his pillow. "Monsieur," said the young Duc d'Anjou, placing his hand, delicate and white as that of a woman, upon the arm of Athos, "tell that brave man, I beg you, that Monsieur, brother of the king, will tomorrow drink his health before 500 of the best gentlemen in France." And on finishing those words, the young man, perceiving that his enthusiasm had deranged one of his ruffles, set to work to put it to rights with the greatest care imaginable. "Let us resume business, sire," interrupted Mazarin, who never was enthusiastic, and who wore no ruffles. "Yes, monsieur," replied Louis XIV. "Pursue your communication, monsieur le comte," added he, turning towards Athos. Athos immediately began, and offered, in due form, the hand of the Princess Henrietta Stuart to the young prince, the king's brother. The conference lasted an hour, after which the doors of the chamber were thrown open to the courtiers, who resumed their places as if nothing had been kept from them in the occupations of that evening. Athos then found himself again with Raoul, and the father and son were able to clasp each other's hands. End of chapter 41. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales. Chapter 42 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Iolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 42, in which Mazarin becomes prodigal. Whilst Mazarin was endeavouring to recover from the serious alarm he had just experienced, Athos and Raoul were exchanging a few words in a corner of the apartment. "Well, here you are at Paris, then, Raoul," said the comte. "Yes, monsieur, since the return of monsieur le prince." "I cannot converse freely with you here, because we are observed, but I shall return home presently, and shall expect you as soon as your duty permits." Raoul bowed, and at that moment monsieur le prince came up to them. The prince had that clear and keen look which distinguishes birds of prey of the noble species. His physiognomy itself presented several distinct traits of this resemblance. It is known that in the Prince de Conde the aquiline nose rose out sharply and incisively from a brow slightly retreating, rather low than high, and, according to the railers of the court, a pitiless race, without mercy even for genius, constituted rather an eagle's beak than a human nose, in the air of the illustrious princes of the house of Conde. This penetrating look, this imperious expression of the whole countenance, generally disturbed those to whom the prince spoke more than either majesty or regular beauty could have done in the conqueror of Rocroi. Besides this, the fire mounted so suddenly to his projecting eyes, that with the prince every sort of animation resembled passion. Now, on account of his rank, everybody at the court respected Monsieur le Prince, and many even, seeing only the man, carried their respect as far as terror. Louis de Conde, then, advanced towards the Comte de la Fère and Raoul, with the marked intention of being saluted by the one and speaking with the other. No man bowed with more reserved grace than the Comte de la Fère. He disdained to put into a salutation all the shades which the courtier ordinarily borrows from the same colour, the desire to please. Athos knew his own personal value, and bowed to the prince like a man, correcting by something sympathetic and undefinable that which might have appeared offensive to the pride of the highest rank in the inflexibility of his attitude. The prince was about to speak to Raoul. Athos forestalled him. "If Monsieur le Vicomte de Bragelonne," said he, "were not one of the humble servants of your Royal Highness, I would beg him to pronounce my name before you, mon prince." "I have the honor to address Monsieur le Comte de la Fère," said Conde instantly. "My protector," added Raoul, blushing. "One of the most honorable men in the kingdom," continued the prince, "one of the first gentlemen of France, and of whom I have heard so much that I have frequently desired to number him among my friends." "An honor of which I should be unworthy," replied Athos, "but for the respect and admiration I entertain for your Royal Highness." "Monsieur de Bragelonne," said the prince, "is a good officer, and it is plainly seen that he has been to a good school. Ah, Monsieur le Comte, in your time generals had soldiers." "That is true, my lord, but nowadays soldiers have generals." This compliment, which savored so little of flattery, gave a thrill of joy to the man whom already Europe considered a hero, and who might be thought to be satiated with praise. "I regret very much," continued the prince, "that you should have retired from the service, Monsieur le Comte, for it is more than probable that the king will soon have a war with Holland or England, and opportunities for distinguishing himself would not be wanting for a man who, like you, knows Great Britain as well as you do France." "I believe I may say, monseigneur, that I have acted wisely in retiring from the service," said Athos, smiling. "France and Great Britain will henceforward live like two sisters, if I can trust my presentiments." "Your presentiments?" "Stop, monseigneur. Listen to what is being said yonder at the table of my lord the cardinal." "Where they are playing?" "Yes, my lord." The cardinal had just raised himself on one elbow, and made a sign to the king's brother, who went to him. "My lord," said the cardinal, "pick up, if you please, all those gold crowns." And he pointed to the enormous pile of yellow and glittering pieces which the Comte de Guiche had raised by degrees before him, by a surprising run of luck at play. "For me?" cried the Duc d'Anjou. "Those 50,000 crowns. Yes, monseigneur, they are yours." "Do you give them to me?" "I have been playing on your account, monseigneur," replied the cardinal, getting weaker and weaker, as if this effort of giving money had exhausted all his physical and moral faculties. "Oh, good heavens!" exclaimed Philip, wild with joy. "What a fortunate day!" And he himself, making a rake of his fingers, drew a part of the sum into his pockets, which he filled, and still full a third remained on the table. "Chevalier," said Philip to his favorite, the Chevalier de Lorraine, "come hither, chevalier." The favorite quickly obeyed. "Pocket the rest," said the young prince. This singular scene was considered by the persons present only as a touching kind of family fete. The cardinal assumed the airs of a father with the sons of France, and the two princes had grown up under his wing. No one then imputed to pride, or even impertinence, as would be done nowadays, this liberality on the part of the first minister. The courtiers were satisfied with envying the prince. The king turned away his head. "I've never had so much money before," said the young prince, joyously, as he crossed the chamber with his favorite to go to his carriage. "No, never. What a weight these crowns are!" "But why has monsieur le cardinal given away all this money at once?" asked monsieur le prince of the Comte de la Fère. "He must be very ill, the dear cardinal." "Yes, my lord, very ill, without doubt. He looks very ill, as your royal highness may perceive." "But surely he will die of it. 150,000 livres! Oh, it is incredible! But, comte, tell me a reason for it." "Patience, monseigneur, I beg of you. Here comes monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, talking with the Chevalier de Lorraine. I should not be surprised if they spared us the trouble of being indiscreet. Listen to them." In fact, the chevalier said to the prince in a low voice, "My lord, it is not natural for Monsieur Mazarin to give you so much money. Take care, you will let some of the pieces fall, my lord. What design has the cardinal upon you to make him so generous?" "As I said," whispered Athos in the prince's ear. "That, perhaps, is the best reply to your question." "Tell me, my lord," repeated the chevalier impatiently, as he was calculating, by weighing them in his pocket, the quota of the sum which had fallen to his share by rebound. "My dear chevalier, a wedding present." "How, a wedding present?" "Eh, yes, I'm going to be married," replied the Duc d'Anjou, without perceiving, at the moment, he was passing the prince and Athos, who both bowed respectfully. The chevalier darted at the young duke a glance so strange and so malicious that the Comte de la Fère quite started on beholding it. You to be married?" repeated he. "Oh, that's impossible. You would not commit such a folly." "Bah! I don't do it myself, I'm made to do it," replied the Duc d'Anjou. "But come, quick, let us get rid of our money." Thereupon he disappeared with his companion, laughing and talking, whilst all heads were bowed on his passage. "Then," whispered the prince to Athos, "that is the secret. It was not I who told you so, my lord." "He is to marry the sister of Charles II?" "I believe so." The prince reflected for a moment, and his eye shot forth one of its not infrequent flashes. Said he slowly, as if speaking to himself, "our swords are once more to be hung on the wall, for a long time." And he sighed. All that sigh contained of ambition silently stifled, of extinguished illusions and disappointed hopes, Athos alone divined, for he alone heard that sigh. Immediately after, the prince took leave, and the king left the apartment. Athos, by a sign made to Bragelonne, renewed the desire he had expressed at the beginning of the scene. By degrees, the chamber was deserted, and Mazarin was left alone, a prey to suffering which he could no longer dissemble. "Bernouin! Bernouin!" cried he in a broken voice. "What does monseigneur want?" "Guenaud, let Guenaud be sent for," said his eminence. "I think I am dying." Bernouin, in great terror, rushed into the cabinet to give the order, and the piqueur, who hastened to fetch the physician, passed the king's carriage in the Rue Saint-Honoré. End of chapter 42. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taff's Well, South Wales.
Chapter 43 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Majlinger. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 43 Guénaud. The cardinal's order was pressing. Guénaud quickly obeyed it. He found his patient stretched on his bed, his legs swelled, his face livid, and his stomach collapsed. Mazarin had a severe attack of gout. He suffered tortures with the impatience of a man who has not been accustomed to resistances. On seeing Guénaud, "Ah!" said he, "now I am saved." Guénaud was a very learned and circumspect man, who stood in no need of a critique of Boileau to obtain a reputation. When facing a disease, if it were personified in a king, he treated the patient as a Turk treats a Moor. He did not, therefore, reply to Mazarin as the minister expected, "Here is the doctor, good-bye, disease." On the contrary, on examining his patient, with a very serious air, "Oh, oh," said he. "Eh! what? Guénaud, how you look at me!" "I look as I should on seeing your complaint, my lord. It is a very dangerous one." "The gout! Oh, yes, the gout!" "With complications, my lord." Mazarin raised himself upon his elbow, and, questioning by look and gesture, "What do you mean by that? Am I worse than I believe myself to be?" "My lord," said Guénaud, seating himself beside the bed, "your eminence has worked very hard during your life. Your eminence has suffered much." "But I am not old, I fancy. The late Monsieur de Richelieu was but 17 months younger than I am when he died, and died of a mortal disease. I am young, Guénaud. Remember, I am scarcely 52." "Oh, my lord, you are much more than that. How long did the Fronde last?" "For what purpose do you put such a question to me?" "For a medical calculation, monseigneur." "Well, some 10 years, off and on." "Very well. Be kind enough to reckon every year of the Fronde as 3 years. That makes 30. Now 20 and 52 make 72 years. You are 72, my lord, and that is a great age." While saying this, he felt the pulse of his patient. His pulse was full of such fatal indications that the physician continued, notwithstanding the interruptions of the patient: "Put down the years of the Fronde at 4 each, and you have lived 82 years." "Are you speaking seriously, Guénaud?" "Alas! yes, monseigneur." "You take a roundabout way, then, to inform me that I am very ill." "Ma foi! yes, my lord. And with a man of the mind and courage of your eminence, it ought not to be necessary to do so." The cardinal breathed with such difficulty that he inspired pity even in a pitiless physician. "There are diseases and diseases," resumed Mazarin. "From some of them people escape." "That is true, my lord." "Is it not?" cried Mazarin, almost joyously. "For, in short, what else would be the use of power, of strength of will? What would the use of genius be, your genius, Guénaud? What would be the use of science and art, if the patient who disposes of all that cannot be saved from peril?" Guénaud was about to open his mouth, but Mazarin continued. "Remember," said he, "I am the most confiding of your patients. Remember, I obey you blindly, and that consequently—" "I know all that," said Guénaud. "I shall be cured, then?" "Monseigneur, there is neither strength of will, nor power, nor genius, nor science that can resist a disease, which God doubtless sends, or which he casts upon the earth as the creation, with full power to destroy and kill mankind. When the disease is mortal, and nothing can—" "Is my—disease mortal?" asked Mazarin. "Yes, my lord." His eminence sank down for a moment, like an unfortunate wretch who is crushed by a falling column. But the spirit of Mazarin was a strong one, or rather his mind was a firm one. "Guénaud," said he, recovering from his first shock, "you will permit me to appeal from your judgment. I will call together the most learned men of Europe. I will consult them. I will live, in short, by the virtue of I care not what remedy." "My lord must not suppose," said Guénaud, "that I have the presumption to pronounce alone upon an existence so valuable as yours. I have already assembled all the good physicians and practitioners of France and Europe; there were 12 of them." "And they said—" They said that your eminence was suffering from a mortal disease. I have the consultation signed in my portfolio. If your eminence will please to see it, you will find the names of all the incurable diseases we have met with. There is first—" "No, no!" cried Mazarin, pushing away the paper. "No, no, Guenaud! I yield, I yield!" And the profound silence, during which the cardinal resumed his senses and recovered his strength, succeeded to the agitation of this scene. "There is another thing," murmured Mazarin. "There are empirics and charlatans. In my country, those whom physicians abandon run the chance of a quack, who kills them 10 times, but saves them 100 times. Has not your eminence observed that during the last month I have changed my remedies 10 times?" "Yes, well?" "Well, I have spent 50,000 crowns in purchasing the secrets of all these fellows. The list is exhausted, and so is my purse. You are not cured, and, but for my art, you would be dead." "That ends it!" murmured the cardinal. "That ends it." And he threw a melancholy look upon the riches which surrounded him. "And must I quit all that?" sighed he. "I am dying, Guenaud, I am dying." "Oh, not yet, my lord," said the physician. Mazarin seized his hand. "In what time?" asked he, fixing his two large eyes upon the impassible countenance of the physician. "My lord, we never tell that." "To ordinary men perhaps not, but to me, whose every minute is worth a treasure. Tell me, Guenaud, tell me." "No, no, my lord." "I insist upon it, I tell you. Oh, give me a month, and for every one of those 30 days I will pay you 100,000 crowns." "My lord," replied Guenaud, in a firm voice, "it is God who can give you days of grace, and not I. God only allows you a fortnight." The cardinal breathed a painful sigh, and sank back down upon his pillow, murmuring, "Thank you, Guenaud, thank you." The physician was about to depart, the dying man raising himself up. "Silence!" said he, with flaming eyes. "Silence!" "My lord, I have known this secret 2 months. You see that I have kept it faithfully." "Go, Guenaud, I will take care of your fortunes. Go and tell Brienne to send me a clerk called Monsieur Colbert. Go." Chapter 44
of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 44. Colbert. Colbert was not far off. During the whole evening he had remained in one of the corridors, chatting with Bernouin and Brienne, and commenting with the ordinary skill of people of court upon the news which developed like air bubbles upon the water, on the surface of each event. It is doubtless time to trace, in a few words, one of the most interesting portraits of the age, and to trace it with as much truth, perhaps, as contemporary painters have been able to do. Colbert was a man in whom the historian and the moralist have an equal right. He was 13 years older than Louis XIV., his future master. Of middle height, rather lean than otherwise, he had deep-set eyes, a mean appearance, his hair was coarse, black and thin, which, say the biographers of his time, made him take early to the skull-cap. A look of severity, of harshness even, a sort of stiffness, which, with inferiors, was pride, with superiors, an affectation of superior virtue, a surly cast of countenance upon all occasions, even when looking at himself in a glass alone. Such is the exterior of his personage. As to the moral part of his character, the depth of his talent for accounts, and his ingenuity in making sterility itself productive, were much boasted of. Colbert had formed the idea of forcing governors of frontier places to fee the garrisons without pay with what they drew from contributions. Such a valuable quality made Mazarin think of replacing Colbert, his intendant, who had recently died, by Monsieur Colbert, who had such skill in nibbling down allowances. Colbert by degrees crept into court, notwithstanding his lowly birth, for he was the son of a man who sold wine as his father had done, but who afterwards sold cloth, and then silk stuffs. Colbert, destined for trade, had been clerk in Lyons to a merchant, whom he had quitted to come to Paris in the office of a chalet procureur named Bitan. It was here he learned the art of drawing up an account, and the much more valuable one of complicating it. This stiffness of manner in Colbert had been great service to him. It is so true that fortune, when she has a caprice, resembles those women of antiquity, who, when they had a fancy, were disgusted by no physical or moral defects in either men or things. Colbert, placed with Michel Letellier, Secretary of State in 1648, by his cousin Colbert, Seigneur de Saint-Penange, who protected him, received one day from the minister a commission for Cardinal Mazarin. His eminence was then in the enjoyment of flourishing health, and the bad years of the Fronde had not yet counted triple and quadruple for him. He was at Sedan, very much annoyed at a court intrigue in which Anne of Austria seemed inclined to desert his cause. Of this intrigue Letellier held a thread. He had just received a letter from Anne of Austria, a letter very valuable to him, and strongly compromising Mazarin, but, as he already played the double part which served him so well, and by which he always managed two enemies so as to draw advantage from both, either by embroiling them more and more, or by reconciling them, Michel Letellier wished to send Anne of Austria's letter to Mazarin, in order that he might be acquainted with it, and consequently pleased with his having so willingly rendered him a service. To send the letter was an easy matter. To recover it again, after having communicated it, that was the difficulty. Letellier cast his eyes around him, and seeing the black and meagre clerk with a scowling brow, scribbling away in his office, he preferred him to the best gendarme for the execution of this design. Colbert was commanded to set out for Sedan, with positive orders to carry the letter to Mazarin, and bring it back to Letellier. He listened to his orders with scrupulous attention, required the instructions to be repeated twice, and was particular in learning whether the bringing back was as necessary as the communicating, and Letellier replied sternly, "More necessary." Then he set out, travelled like a courier, without any care for his body, and placed in the hands of Mazarin first a letter from Letellier, which announced to the cardinal the sending of the precious letter, and then that letter itself. Mazarin colored greatly whilst reading Anne of Austria's letter, gave Colbert a gracious smile, and dismissed him. "When shall I have the answer, monseigneur?" "To-morrow." "To-morrow morning?" "Yes, monsieur." The clerk turned upon his heel, after making his very best bow. The next day he was at his post at 7 o'clock. Mazarin made him wait till 10. He remained patiently in the antechamber. His turn having come, he entered. Mazarin gave him a sealed packet. On the envelope of this packet were these words: "Monsieur Michel Letellier, etc." Colbert looked at the packet with much attention. The cardinal put on a pleased countenance and pushed him towards the door. "And the letter for the queen mother, my lord?" asked Colbert. "It is in with the rest, in the packet," said Mazarin. "Oh, very well," replied Colbert, and placing his hat between his knees, he began to unseal the packet. Mazarin uttered a cry. "What are you doing?" said he, angrily. "I am unsealing the packet, my lord." "You mistrust me, then, master pedant, do you? Did anyone ever see such impertinence?" "Oh, my lord, do not be angry with me. It is certainly not your eminence's word I place in doubt, God forbid." "What then?" "It is the carefulness of your chancery, my lord. What is a letter? A rag. May not a rag be forgotten? And look, my lord, look if I was not right. Your clerks have forgotten the rag. The letter is not in the packet." "You are an insolent fellow, and you have not looked," cried Mazarin very angrily. "Begone, and wait my pleasure." Whilst saying this word, with perfectly Italian subtlety, he snatched the packet from the hands of Colbert, and re-entered his apartments. But this anger could not last so long as to be replaced in time by reason. Mazarin, every morning, on opening his closet door, found the figure of Colbert like a sentinel behind the bench, and this disagreeable figure never failed to ask him humbly, but with tendency, for the queen mother's letter. Mazarin could hold out no longer, and was obliged to give it up. He accompanied this restitution with a most severe reprimand, during which Colbert contented himself with examining, feeling, even smelling, as it were, the paper, the characters, and the signature, neither more nor less than if he had to deal with the greatest forger in the kingdom. Mazarin behaved still more rudely to him, but Colbert, still impassive, having obtained a certainty that the letter was the true one, went off as if he had been deaf. This conduct obtained for him afterwards the post of Joubert, for Mazarin, instead of bearing malice, admired him, and was desirous of attaching so much fidelity to himself. It may be judged by this single anecdote what the character of Colbert was. Events, developing themselves, by degrees allowed all the powers of his mind to act freely. Colbert was not long in insinuating himself to the good graces of the cardinal. He became even indispensable to him. The clerk was acquainted with all his accounts without the cardinal's ever having spoken to him about them. This secret between them was a powerful tie, and this was why, when about to appear before the master of another world, Mazarin was desirous of taking good counsel in disposing the wealth he was so unwillingly obliged to leave in this world. After the visit of Guenaud, he therefore sent for Colbert, desired him to sit down, and said to him, "Let us converse, Monsieur Colbert, and seriously, for I am very ill, and I may chance to die." "Man is mortal," replied Colbert. "I have always remembered that, Monsieur Colbert, and I have worked with that end in view. You know that I have amassed a little wealth." "I know you have, monseigneur." "And how much do you estimate, as near as you can, the amount of this wealth, Monsieur Colbert?" "At 40,560,200 livres 9 cents 8 farthings," replied Colbert. The cardinal heaved a deep sigh, and looked at Colbert with wonder, but he allowed a smile to steal across his lips. "Known money," added Colbert, in reply to that smile. The cardinal gave quite a start in bed. "What do you mean by that?" said he. "I mean," said Colbert, "that besides those 40,560,200 livres 9 cents 8 farthings, there are 13 millions that are not known." "Ouf!" sighed Mazarin, "what a man!" At this moment the head of Bernouin appeared through the embrasure of the door. "What is it?" asked Mazarin, "and why do you disturb me?" "The Theatin father, your eminence director, was sent for this evening, and he cannot come again to my lord till after tomorrow." Mazarin looked at Colbert, who rose and took his hat, saying, "I shall come again, my lord." Mazarin hesitated. "No, no," said he, "I have as much business to transact with you as with him. Besides, you are my other confessor, and what have I to say to one the other may hear? Remain where you are, Colbert." "But, my lord, if there be no seeker of penitence, will the director consent to my being here?" "Do not trouble yourself about that. Come into the ruelle." "I can wait outside, monseigneur." "No, no, it will do you good to hear the confession of a rich man." Colbert bowed, and went into the ruelle. "Introduce the Theatin father," said Mazarin, closing the curtains. Chapter 44. Recording by Christine in Oslo, Norway. The 24th of September 2011.
Chapter 45 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 45. Confession of a Man of Wealth. The Theatin entered deliberately, without being too much astonished at the noise and agitation which anxiety for the cardinal's health had raised in his household. "Come in, my reverend father," said Mazarin, after a last look at the ruelle. "Come in and console me." "That is my duty, my lord."
replied the Theatin. "Begin by sitting down and making yourself comfortable, for I am going to begin with a general confession. You will afterwards give me a good absolution, and I shall believe myself more tranquil." "My lord," said the father, "you are not so ill as to make a general confession urgent, and it will be very fatiguing. Take care." "You suspect, then, that it may be long, father?" "How can I think it otherwise, when a man has lived so completely as your eminence has done?" "Ah, that is true. Yes, the recital may be long." "The mercy of God is great," snuffled the Theatin. "Stop," said Mazarin. "There I begin to terrify myself with having allowed so many things to pass which the Lord might reprove." "Is that not always so?" said the Theatin naively, removing further from the lamp his thin pointed face, like that of a mole. "Sinners are so forgetful beforehand, and scrupulous when it is too late." "Sinners?" replied Mazarin. "Do you use that word ironically, and to reproach me with all the genealogies I have allowed to be made on my account? I, the son of a fisherman, in fact?" Note of translator. This is quite untranslatable, it being a play upon the words pécheur, with a grave over the first e, a sinner, and pêcheur, with an accent circumflex over the first e, a fisherman. It is in very bad taste. End of note of translator. Said the Theatin. "That is the first sin, father, for I have allowed myself made to descend from two old Roman consuls, Aegiganius Macerinus first, Macerinus second, and Proculus Macerinus third, of whom the Chronicle of Haolander speaks. From Macerinus to Mazarin the proximity was tempting. Macerinus, a diminutive, means leanish, poorish, out of case. Oh, reverend father, Mazarini may now be carried to the augmentative maigre, thin as Lazarus. Look!" And he showed his fleshless arms. "In your having been born of a family of fishermen, I see nothing injurious to you, for Saint Peter was a fisherman, and if you are a prince of the church, my lord, he was the supreme head of it. Pass on, if you please." "So much the more for my having threatened with the Bastille a certain Bounet, a priest of Avignon, who wanted to publish a genealogy of the Casa Mazarini, much too marvelous." "To be probable?" replied the Theatin. "Oh, if I had acted up to his idea, father, that would have been the vice of pride, another sin." "It was an excess of wit, and a person is not to be reproached with such sorts of abuses. Pass on, pass on." "I was all pride. Look you, father, I will endeavor to divide that into capital sins." "I like division when well made." "I am glad of that. You must know that in 1630, alas! that is 31 years ago." "You were then 29 years old, monseigneur." "A hot-headed age. I was then something of a soldier, and I threw myself at Cazals into the arquebusades, to show that I rode on horseback as well as an officer. It is true, I restored peace between the French and the Spaniards. That redeems my sin a little." "I see no sin in being able to ride well on horseback," said the Theatin. "That is in perfect good taste, and does honor to our gown. As a Christian, I approve of your having prevented the effusion of blood. As a monk, I am proud of the bravery a monk has exhibited." Mazarin bowed his head humbly. "Yes," said he, "but the consequences?" "What consequences?" "Eh, that damned sin of pride has roots without end. From the time that I threw myself in that manner between two armies, that I had smelt powder and faced lines of soldiers, I have held generals a little in contempt." "Ha?" said the father. "There is the evil; so that I have not found one endurable since that time." "The fact is," said the Theatin, "that the generals we have had have not been remarkable." "Oh!" cried Mazarin, "there was Monsieur le Prince. I have tormented him thoroughly." "He is not much to be pitied. He has acquired sufficient glory, and sufficient wealth." "That may be, for Monsieur le Prince; but Monsieur Beaufort, for example, whom I held suffering so long in the dungeon of Vincennes—" "Oh, but he was a rebel, and the safety of the state required that you should make a sacrifice. Pass on." "I believe I have exhausted pride. There is another sin which I am afraid to qualify." "I can qualify it myself. Tell it." "A great sin, reverend father." "We shall judge, monseigneur." You cannot fail to have heard of certain relations which I have had with Her Majesty the Queen Mother, the malevolent. The malevolent, my lord, are fools. Was it not necessary for the good of the state and the interests of the young king that you should live in good intelligence with the queen? Pass on, pass on. I assure you, said Mazarin, you remove a terrible weight from my breast. These are all trifles. Look for something serious. I have had much ambition, father. That is the march of great minds and things, my lord. Even the longing for the tiara? To be pope is to be the first of Christians. Why should you not desire that? It has been printed that, to gain that object, I had sold Cambria to the Spaniards. You have, perhaps, yourself written pamphlets without severely persecuting pamphleteers. Then, reverend father, I have truly a clean breast. I feel nothing remaining but slight peccadilloes. What are they? Play. That is rather worldly, but you were obliged by the duties of greatness to keep a good house. I like to win. No player plays to lose. I cheated a little. You took your advantage. Pass on. Well, reverend father, I feel nothing else upon my conscience. Give me absolution, and my soul will be able, when God shall please to call it, to mount without obstacle to the throne. The Theatin moved neither his arms nor his lips. What are you waiting for, father? Said Mazarin. I am waiting for the end. The end of what? Of the confession, monsieur. But I have ended. Oh no, your eminence is mistaken. Not that I know of. Search diligently. I have searched as well as possible. Then I shall assist your memory. Do. The Theatin coughed several times. You have said nothing of avarice, another capital sin, nor of those millions, said he. What millions, father? Why, those you possess, my lord. Father, that money is mine. Why should I speak to you about that? Because, you see, our opinions differ. You say that money is yours, whilst I believe it is rather the property of others. Mazarin lifted his cold hand to his brow, which was beaded with perspiration. How so? Stammered he. This way. Your excellency had gained much wealth, in the service of the king. Much, that is, not too much. Whatever it may be, whence came that wealth? From the state. The state, that is the king. But what do you conclude from that, father? Said Mazarin, who began to tremble. I cannot conclude without seeing a list of the riches you possess. Let us reckon a little, if you please. You have the bishopric of Metz? Yes. The abbeys of Saint Clement, Saint Arnoux, and Saint Vincent, all at Metz? Yes. You have the abbey of Saint Denis, in France, magnificent property? Yes, father. You have the abbey of Cluny, which is rich? I have. That of Saint Médard, at Soissons, with a revenue of 100,000 livres? I cannot deny it. That of Saint Victor, at Marseille, one of the best in the south? Yes, father. A good million a year. With the emoluments of the cardinalship and the ministry, I say too little when I say 2 millions a year. Hey! In 10 years, that is 20 millions, and 20 millions put out at 50% give, by progression, 23 millions in 10 years. How well you reckon for a Theatin! Since your eminence placed our order in the convent we occupy, near Saint-Germain-des-Prés, in 1644, I have kept the accounts of the society. And mine likewise, apparently, father. One ought to know a little of everything, my lord. Very well, conclude at present. I conclude that your baggage is too heavy to allow you to pass through the gates of paradise. Shall I be damned? If you do not make restitution, yes. Mazarin uttered a piteous cry. Restitution? But to whom, good God? To the owner of that money, to the king. But the king did not give it all to me. One moment, does not the king sign the ordinances? Mazarin passed from sighs to groan. Absolution! Absolution! cried he. Impossible, my lord! Restitution! Restitution! replied the Theatin. "But you absolve me from all other sins, why not from that?" "Because," replied the father, "to absolve you for that motive would be a sin for which the king would never absolve me, my lord." Thereupon the confessor quitted his penitent with an air full of compunction. He then went out in the same manner he had entered. "Oh, good God!" groaned the cardinal. "Come here, Colbert. I am very, very ill indeed, my friend." Chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of The Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Crampton. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 46. The Donation. Colbert reappeared beneath the curtains. "Have you heard?" said Mazarin. "Alas, yes, my lord." "Can he be right? Can all this money be badly acquired?" "Etain, monseigneur, is a bad judge in matters of finance," replied Colbert coolly. "And yet it is very possible that, according to his theological views, your eminence has been, in a certain degree, in the wrong. People generally find they have been so, when they die. In the first place, they commit the wrong of dying, Colbert." "That is true, my lord. Against whom, however, did the Theatin make out that you had committed these wrongs? Against the king?" Mazarin shrugged his shoulders. "As if I had not saved both his state and his finances." "That admits of no contradiction, my lord." "Does it? Then I have received a merely legitimate salary, in spite of the opinion of my confessor? That is beyond doubt. And I might fairly keep for my own family, which is so needy, a good fortune, the whole even of which I have earned? I see no impediment to that, monseigneur." "I felt assured that in consulting you, Colbert, I should have good advice," replied Mazarin, greatly delighted. Colbert resumed his pedantic look. "My lord," interrupted he, "I think it would be quite as well to examine whether what the Theatin said is not a snare." "Oh, no. A snare? What for? The Theatin is an honest man." "He believed your eminence to be at death's door because your eminence consulted him. Did I not hear him say, 'Distinguish that which the king has given you from that which you have given yourself'? Recollect, my lord, if he did not say something a little like that to you. That is quite a theatrical speech." "That is possible." "In which case, my lord, I should consider you as required by the Theatin to make restitution," cried Mazarin with great warmth. "Oh, I do not say so." "What of all? Do you not dream of such a thing? You speak just as the confessor did." "To make restitution of a part, that is to say, his Majesty's part, and that, monseigneur, may have its dangers. Your eminence is too skillful a politician not to know that at this moment the king does not possess 150,000 livres clear in his coffers." "That is not my affair," said Mazarin triumphantly. "That belongs to Monsieur le Surintendant Fouquet, whose accounts I gave you to verify some months ago." Colbert bit his lips at the name of Fouquet. "His Majesty," said he, between his teeth, "has no money but that which Monsieur Fouquet collects. Your money, monseigneur, would afford him a delicious banquet." "Well, but I am not the superintendent of his Majesty's finances. I have my purse. Surely I would do much for the Majesty's welfare, some legacy, but I cannot disappoint my family." "The legacy of a part would dishonor you and offend the king. Leaving a part to his Majesty is to avow that that part has inspired you with doubts as to the lawfulness of the means of acquisition." "Monsieur Colbert!" "I thought your eminence did me the honor to ask my advice." Yes, but you are ignorant of the principal details of the question. I am ignorant of nothing, my lord. During 10 years, all the columns of figures which are found in France have passed into review before me, and if I have painfully nailed them into my brain, they are there now so well riveted, that from the office of Monsieur Letellier, who is sober, to the little secret largesses of Monsieur Fouquet, who is prodigal, I could recite, figure by figure, all the money that is spent in France from Marseilles to Cherbourg. Then you would have me throw all my money into the coffers of the king, cried Mazarin, ironically, and from whom, at the same time, the gout forced painful moans. Oh, surely the king would reproach me with nothing, but he would laugh at me while squandering my millions, and with good reason. Your Eminence has misunderstood me. I did not the least in the world pretend that his Majesty ought to spend your money. You said so clearly, it seems to me, when you advised me to give it to him. Ah, replied Colbert, that is because your Eminence, absorbed as you are by your disease, entirely loses sight of the character of Louis XIV. How so? That character, if I may venture to express myself thus, resembles that which my lord confessed just now to the Theatin. Go on. That is, pride. Pardon me, my lord. Haughtiness, nobleness. Kings have no pride. That is a human passion. Pride. Yes, you are right. Next. Well, my lord, if I have divined rightly, your Eminence has but to give all your money to the king, and that immediately. But for what? Said Mazarin, quite bewildered. Because the king will not accept of the whole. What, and he a young man and devoured by ambition? Just so. A young man who is anxious for my death. My lord! To inherit, yes, Colbert, yes. He is anxious for my death in order to inherit. Triple fool that I am. I would prevent him. Exactly. If the donation were made in a certain form, he would refuse it. Well, but how? That is plain enough. A young man who has yet done nothing, who burns to distinguish himself, who burns to reign alone, will never take anything ready built. He will construct for himself. This prince, monseigneur, will never be content with the Palais Royal, which Monsieur de Richelieu left him, nor with the Palais Mazarin, which you have had so superbly constructed, nor with the Louvre, which his ancestors inhabited, nor with the Saint-Germain, where he was born. All that does not proceed from himself, I predict, he will disdain. And you will guarantee that if I give my 40 millions to the king, saying certain things to him at the same time, I guarantee he will refuse them. But those things, what are they? I will write them if my lord will have the goodness to dictate them. Well, but after all, what advantage will that be to me? An enormous one. Nobody will afterwards be able to accuse your Eminence of that unjust avarice with which pamphleteers have reproached the most brilliant mind of the present age. You are right, Colbert, you are right. Go, and seek the king on my part, and take him my will. Your donation, my lord. But if he should accept it, if he should even think of accepting it, then there would remain 13 millions for your family, and that is a good round sum. But then you would be either a fool or a traitor. And I am neither the one nor the other, my lord. You appear to be much afraid that the king will accept. You have a deal more reason to fear that he will not accept. But see you, if he does not accept, I should like to guarantee my 13 reserved millions to him. Yes, I will do so, yes. Oh, but my pains are returning. I shall faint. I am very, very ill, Colbert. I am near my end. Colbert started. The cardinal was indeed very ill. Large drops of sweat flowed down upon his bed of agony, and the frightful pallor of a face streaming with water was a spectacle which the most hardened practitioner could not have beheld without much compassion. Colbert was, without doubt, very much affected, for he quitted the chamber, calling Bernouin to attend to the dying man, and went into the corridor. There, walking about with a meditative expression, which almost gave nobility to his vulgar head, his shoulders thrown up, his neck stretched out, his lips half open, to give vent to unconnected fragments of incoherent thoughts, he lashed up his courage to the pitch of the undertaking contemplated, whilst within 10 paces of him, separated only by a wall, his master was being stifled by anguish which drew for him lamentable cries, thinking no more of the treasures of the earth or of the joys of paradise, but much of all the horrors of hell. Whilst burning hot napkins, physic, revulsives, and Guenaud, who was recalled, were performing their functions with increased activity, Colbert, holding his great head in both his hands to compress within it the fever of the projects engendered by the brain, was meditating the tenor of the donation he would make Mazarin write, at the first hour of respite his disease should afford him. It would appear as if all the cries of the cardinal, and all the attacks of death upon this representative of the past, were stimulants for the genius of this thinker with the bushy eyebrows, who was turning already towards the rising sun of a regenerated society. Colbert resumed his place at Mazarin's pillow at the first interval of pain, and persuaded him to dictate a donation thus conceived. About to appear before God, the master of mankind, I beg the king, who was my master on earth, to resume the wealth which his bounty has bestowed upon me, and which my family would be happy to see pass into such illustrious hands. The particulars of my property will be found, they are drawn up, at the first requisition of his Majesty, or at the last sigh of his most devoted servant, Jules, Cardinal de Mazarin. The cardinal sighed heavily as he signed this. Colbert sealed the packet, and carried it immediately to the Louvre, whither the king had returned. He then went back to his own home, rubbing his hands with the confidence of workman who has done a good day's work. End of chapter 46. Recording by Sarah Crampton, sarahsvoice.net. Chapter 47 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Crampton. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 47. How Anne of Austria gave one piece of advice to Louis XIV, and how Monsieur Fouquet gave him another. The news of the extreme illness of the cardinal had already spread, and attracted at least as much attention among the people of the Louvre as the news of the marriage of the Monsieur, the king's brother, which had already been announced as an official fact. Scarcely had Louis XIV returned home, with his thoughts fully occupied with the various things he had seen and heard in the course of the evening, when an usher announced that the same crowd of courtiers who, in the morning, had thronged his levee, presented themselves again at his coucher, a remarkable piece of respect which, during the reign of the cardinal, the court, not very discreet in its performance, had accorded to the minister without caring about displeasing the king. But the minister had had, as we have said, an alarming attack of gout, and the tide of flattery was mounting towards the throne. Courtiers have a marvellous instinct in scenting the turn of events. Courtiers possess a supreme kind of science. They are diplomatists in throwing light upon the unravelling of complicated intrigues, captains in divining the issue of battles, and physicians in curing the sick. Louis XIV, to whom his mother had taught this axiom, together with many others, understood at once that the cardinal must be very ill. Scarcely had Anne of Austria conducted the young queen to her apartments and taken from her brow the head-dress of ceremony, when she went to see her son in his cabinet, where, alone, melancholy, and depressed, he was indulging, as if to exercise his will, in one of those terrible inward passions, king's passions, which create events when they break out, and with Louis XIV, thanks to his astonishing command over himself, became such benign tempests that his most violent, his only passion, that which Saint-Simon mentions with astonishment, was that famous fit of anger which he exhibited 50 years later on the occasion of a little concealment of the Duc de Mans, and which had for result a shower of blows inflicted with a cane upon the back of a poor valet who had stolen a biscuit. The young king then was, as we have seen, a prey to a double excitement, and he said to himself as he looked in a glass, "O king, king by name and not in fact, phantom, vain phantom art thou, inert statue, which has no other power than that of provoking salutations from courtiers. When wilt thou be able to raise thy velvet arm or clench thy silken hand? When wilt thou be able to open for any purpose but to sigh or smile, lips condemned to the motionless stupidity of the marbles in thy gallery?" Then, passing his hand over his brow and feeling the want of air, he approached a window, and looking down saw below some horsemen talking together, and groups of timid observers. These horsemen were a fraction of the watch. The groups were busy portions of the people, to whom a king is always a curious thing, the same as a rhinoceros, a crocodile, or a serpent. He struck his brow with his open hand, crying, "King of France! What a title! People of France! What a heap of creatures! I have just returned to my Louvre. My horses, just unharnessed, are still smoking, and I have created interest enough to induce scarcely 20 persons to look at me as I passed. 20! What do I say? No, there were not 20 anxious to see the King of France. There are not even 10 archers to guard my palace of residence. Archers, people, guards, all are at the Palais Royal. Why, my good God, have not I, the king, the right to ask of you all that?" "Because," said a voice, replying to his, and which sounded from the other side of the door of the cabinet, "because at the Palais Royal lies all the gold, that is to say, all the power of him who desires to reign." Louis turned round sharply. The voice which had pronounced these words was that of Anne of Austria. The king started and advanced towards her. "I hope," said he, "your Majesty has paid no attention to the vain declamations which the solitude and disgust familiar to kings suggest to the happiest dispositions?" "I only paid attention to one thing, my son, and that was, that you were complaining." "Who? I? Not at all," said Louis XIV. "No, in truth you err, madame." "What were you doing, then?" "I thought I was under the ferule of my professor, and developing a subject of amplification." "My son," replied Anne of Austria, shaking her head, "you are wrong not to trust my word. You are wrong not to grant me your confidence. A day will come, and perhaps quickly, wherein you will have occasion to remember that axiom. Gold is universal power, and they alone are kings who are all-powerful." "Your intention," continued the king, "was not, however, to cast blame upon the rich men of this age, was it?" "No," said the queen warmly. "No, sire. They who are rich in this age, under your reign, are rich because you have been willing they should be so, and I entertain against them neither malice nor envy. They have, without doubt, served your Majesty sufficiently well for your Majesty to have permitted them to reward themselves. That is what I mean to say, by the words for which you reproach me." "God forbid, madame, that I should ever reproach my mother with anything." "Besides," continued Anne of Austria, "the Lord never gives the goods of this world but for a season. The Lord, as correctives to honor and riches, the Lord has placed sufferings, sickness, and death. And no one," added she, with a melancholy smile, which proved she made the application of the funeral precept to herself, No man can take his wealth or greatness with him to the grave. It results, therefore, that the young gather the abundant harvest prepared for them by the old. Louis listened with increased attention to the words which Anne of Austria, no doubt, pronounced with a view to console him. "Madame," said he, looking earnestly at his mother, "one would almost say in truth that you had something else to announce to me." "I have absolutely nothing, my son. Only you cannot have failed to remark that his Eminence the Cardinal is very ill." Louis looked at his mother, expecting some emotion in her voice, some sorrow in her countenance. The face of Anne of Austria appeared a little changed, but that was from sufferings of quite a personal character. Perhaps the alteration was caused by the cancer which had begun to consume her breast. "Yes, madame," said the king. "Yes, Monsieur de Mazarin is very ill." "And it would be a great loss to the kingdom if God were to summon his Eminence away. Is not that your opinion as well as mine, my son?" said the queen. "Yes, madame, yes, certainly, it would be a great loss for the kingdom," said Louis, colouring. "But the peril does not seem to me to be so great. Besides, the cardinal is still young." The king had scarcely ceased speaking when an usher lifted the tapestry and stood with a paper in his hand, waiting for the king to speak to him. "What have you there?" asked the king. "A message for Monsieur de Mazarin," replied the usher. "Give it to me," said the king, and he took the paper. But at the moment he was about to open it, there was a great noise in the gallery, the antechamber, and the court. "Aha!" said Louis XIV., who doubtless knew the meaning of that triple noise. "How could I say there was but one king in France? I was mistaken. There are two." As he spoke or thought thus, the door opened, and the superintendent of finances, Fouquet, appeared before his nominal master. It was he who made the noise in the antechamber, and it was his horse that made the noise in the courtyard. In addition to all this, a loud murmur was heard along his passage, which did not die away till some time after he had passed. It was this murmur which Louis XIV. Regretted so deeply not hearing as he passed, and dying away behind him. "He is not precisely a king, as you fancy," said Anne of Austria to her son. "He is only a man who is much too rich. That is all." While saying these words, a bitter feeling gave to these words of the queen a most hateful expression, whereas the brow of the king, calm and self-possessed, on the contrary, was without the slightest wrinkle. He nodded, therefore, familiarly to Fouquet, whilst he continued to unfold the paper given to him by the usher. Fouquet perceived this movement, and with a politeness at once easy and respectful, advanced towards the queen, so as not to disturb the king. Louis had opened the paper, and yet he did not read it. He listened to Fouquet paying the most charming compliments to the queen upon her hand and arm. Anne of Austria's frown relaxed a little. She even almost smiled. Fouquet perceived that the king, instead of reading, was looking at him. He turned half round, therefore, and while continuing his conversation with the queen, faced the king. "You know, Monsieur Fouquet," said Louis, "how ill Monsieur Mazarin is?" "Yes, sire, I know that," said Fouquet. "In fact, he is very ill. I was at my country house of Vaux when the news reached me, and the affair seemed so pressing that I left at once." "You left Vaux this evening, monsieur?" "An hour and a half ago, yes, your majesty," said Fouquet, consulting a watch, richly ornamented with diamonds. "An hour and a half?" said the king, still able to restrain his anger, but not to conceal his astonishment. "I understand you, sire. Your majesty doubts my word, and you have reason to do so. But I have really come in that time, though it is wonderful. I received from England 3 pairs of very fast horses, as I had been assured. They were placed at distances of 4 leagues apart, and I tried them this evening. They really brought me from Vaux to the Louvre in an hour and a half, so your Majesty sees I have not been cheated." The Queen Mother smiled with something like secret envy. But Fouquet caught her thought. "Thus, madame," he promptly said, "such horses are made for kings, not for subjects, for kings ought never to yield to any one in anything." The king looked up. "And yet," interrupted Anne of Austria, "you are not a king that I know of, Monsieur Fouquet." "Truly not, madame. Therefore the horses only await the orders of his Majesty to enter the royal stables, and if I allowed myself to try them, it was only for fear of offering to the king anything that was not positively wonderful." The king became quite red. "You know, Monsieur Fouquet," said the queen, "that at the court of France it is not the custom for a subject to offer anything to his king." Louis started. "I hope, madame," said Fouquet, much agitated, "that my love for his Majesty, my incessant desire to please him, would serve to compensate the want of etiquette. It was not so much a present that I permitted myself to offer, as the tribute I paid." "Thank you, Monsieur Fouquet," said the king politely, "and I am gratified by your intention, for I love good horses. But you know I am not very rich. You, who are my superintendent of finances, know it better than anyone else. I am not able, then, however willing I may be, to purchase such a valuable set of horses." Fouquet darted a haughty glance at the queen mother, who appeared to triumph at the false position in which the minister had placed himself, and replied, "Luxury is the virtue of kings, sire. It is luxury which makes them resemble God. It is by luxury they are more than other men. With luxury a king nourishes his subjects and honors them. Under the mild heat of this luxury of kings springs the luxury of individuals, a source of riches for the people. His Majesty, by accepting the gift of these 6 incomparable horses, would stimulate the pride of his own breeders, of Limousin, Perche, and Normandy, and this emulation would have been beneficial to all. But the king is silent, and consequently I am condemned." During this speech Louis was unconsciously folding and unfolding Mazarin's paper, upon which he had not cast his eyes. At length he glanced upon it and uttered a faint cry at reading the first line. "What is the matter, my son?" asked the queen anxiously, and going towards the king. "From the cardinal," replied the king, continuing to read. Yes, yes, it is really from him." "Is he worse, then?" "Read," said the king, passing the parchment to his mother, as if he thought that nothing less than reading would convince Anne of Austria of a thing so astonishing as was conveyed in that paper. Anne of Austria read in turn, and as she read her eyes sparkled with joy all the greater from her useless endeavour to hide it, which attracted the attention of Fouquet. "Oh, a regularly drawn-up deed of gift," said she. "A gift?" repeated Fouquet. "Yes," said the king, replying pointedly to the superintendent of finances. "Yes, at the point of death, Monsieur le Cardinal makes me a donation of all his wealth." 40 millions! cried the queen. "Oh, my son, this is very noble on the part of his Eminence, and will silence all malicious rumours. 40 millions scraped together slowly, coming back all in one heap to the treasury. It is the act of a faithful subject and a good Christian." And having once more cast her eyes over the act, she restored it to Louis XIV., whom the announcement of the sum greatly agitated. Fouquet had taken some steps backwards and remained silent. The king looked at him, and held the paper out to him in turn. The superintendent only bestowed a haughty look of a second upon it, then bowing, "Yes, sire," said he, "a donation, I see." "You must reply to it, my son," said Anne of Austria. "You must reply to it, and immediately." "But how, madame?" "By a visit to the cardinal." "Why, it is but an hour since I left his Eminence," said the king. Right, then, sire. Right? said the young king with evident repugnance. Well, replied Anne of Austria, it seems to me, my son, that a man who has just made such a present has a good right to expect to be thanked for it with some degree of promptitude. Then, turning towards Fouquet, is not that likewise your opinion, monsieur? That the present is worth the trouble? Yes, madame, said Fouquet, with a lofty air that did not escape the king. Accept, then, and thank him, insisted Anne of Austria. What says Monsieur Fouquet? asked Louis XIV. Does your Majesty wish to know my opinion? Yes. Thank him, sire. Ah, said the queen. But do not accept, continued Fouquet. And why not? asked the queen. You have yourself said why, madame, replied Fouquet. Because kings cannot and ought not to receive presents from their subjects. The king remained silent between these two contrary opinions. But 40 millions, said Anne of Austria, in the same tone as that in which, at a later period, poor Marie Antoinette replied, You will tell me as much. I know, said Fouquet, laughing. 40 millions makes a good round sum, such a sum as could almost tempt a royal conscience. But, monsieur, said Anne of Austria, instead of persuading the king not to receive this present, recall to his Majesty's mind, you, whose duty it is, that these 40 millions are a fortune to him. It is precisely, madame, because these 40 millions would be a fortune that I will say to the king, Sire, if it be not decent for a king to accept from a subject 6 horses worth 20,000 livres, it would be disgraceful for him to owe a fortune to another subject, more or less scrupulous in the choice of the materials which contributed to the building up of that fortune. It ill becomes you, monsieur, to give your king a lesson, said Anne of Austria. Better procure for him 40 millions to replace those you make him lose. The king shall have them whenever he wishes, said the superintendent of finances, bowing. Yes, by oppressing the people, said the queen. And were they not oppressed, madame, replied Fouquet, when they were made to sweat the 40 millions given by this deed? Furthermore, his Majesty has asked my opinion, I have given it. If his Majesty ask my concurrence, it will be the same. Nonsense! Accept, my son, accept, said Anne of Austria. You are above reports and interpretations. Refuse, sire, said Fouquet. As long as a king lives, he has no other measure but his conscience, no other judge than his own desires, but when dead, he has posterity, which applauds or accuses. Thank you, mother, replied Louis, bowing respectfully to the queen. Thank you, Monsieur Fouquet, said he, dismissing the superintendent civilly. Do you accept? asked Anne of Austria once more. I shall consider of it, replied he, looking at Fouquet. End of chapter 47. Recording by Sarah Crampton, sarahsvoice.net.
Chapter 48 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 48. Agony. The day that the deed of gift had been sent to the king, the cardinal caused himself to be transported to Vincennes. The king and the court followed him thither. The last flashes of this torch still cast splendour enough around to absorb all other lights in its rays. Besides, as it has been seen, the faithful satellite of his minister, young Louis XIV, marched to the last minute in accordance with his gravitation. The disease, as Guenaud had predicted, had become worse. It was no longer an attack of gout, it was an attack of death. Then there was another thing which made that agony more agonizing still, and that was the agitation brought into his mind by the donation he had sent to the king, and which, according to Colbert, the king ought to send back unaccepted to the cardinal. The cardinal had, as we have said, great faith in the predictions of his secretary, but the sum was a large one, and whatever might be the genius of Colbert, from time to time the cardinal thought to himself that the Theatin also might possibly have been mistaken, and that there was at least as much chance of his not being damned as there was of Louis XIV sending back his millions. Besides, the longer the donation was in coming back, the more Mazarin thought that 40 millions were worth a little risk, particularly of so hypothetical a thing as the soul. Mazarin, in his character of cardinal and prime minister, was almost an atheist, and quite a materialist. Every time that the door opened, he turned sharply round towards that door, expecting to see the return of his unfortunate donation. Then, deceived in his hope, he fell back again with a sigh, and found his pains so much the greater for having forgotten them for an instant. Anne of Austria had also followed the cardinal. Her heart, though age had made it selfish, could not help evincing towards the dying man a sorrow which she owed him as a wife, according to some, and as a sovereign, according to others. She had, in some sort, put on a mourning countenance beforehand, and all the court wore it as she did. Louis, in order not to show on his face what was passing at the bottom of his heart, persisted in remaining in his own apartments, where his nurse alone kept him company. The more he saw the approach of the time when all constraint would be at an end, the more humble and patient he was, falling back upon himself, as all strong men do when they form great designs, in order to gain more spring at the decisive moment. Extreme unction had been administered to the cardinal, who, faithful to his habits of dissimulation, struggled against appearances, and even against reality, receiving company in his bed as if he only suffered from a temporary complaint. Guenaud, on his part, preserved profound secrecy. Wearied with visits and questions, he answered nothing but, "His Eminence is still full of youth and strength, but God wills that which he wills, and when he has decided that man is to be laid low, he will be laid low." These words, which he scattered with a sort of discretion, reserve, and preference, were commented upon earnestly by two persons, the king and the cardinal. Mazarin, notwithstanding the prophecy of Guenaud, still lured himself with a hope, or rather played his part so well, that the most cunning, when saying that he lured himself, proved that they were his dupes. Louis, absent from the cardinal for 2 days, Louis, with his eyes fixed upon that same donation which so constantly preoccupied the cardinal, Louis did not exactly know how to make out Mazarin's conduct. The son of Louis XIII, following the paternal traditions, had up to that time been so little of a king that, whilst ardently desiring royalty, he desired it with that terror which always accompanies the unknown. Thus, having formed his resolution, which, besides, he communicated to nobody, he determined to have an interview with Mazarin. It was Anne of Austria who, constant in her attendance upon the cardinal, first heard this proposition of the king's, and transmitted it to the dying man, whom it greatly agitated. For what purpose could Louis wish an interview? Was it to return the deed, as Colbert had said he would? Was it to keep it, after thanking him, as Mazarin thought he would. Nevertheless, as the dying man felt that the uncertainty increased his torments, he did not hesitate an instant. "His Majesty will be welcome, yes, very welcome," cried he, making a sign to Colbert, who was seated at the foot of the bed, and which the latter understood perfectly. "Madame," continued Mazarin, "will your Majesty be good enough to assure the king yourself of the truth of what I have just said?" Anne of Austria rose. She herself was anxious to have the question of the 40 millions settled, the question which seemed to lie heavy on the mind of everyone. Anne of Austria went out. Mazarin made a great effort, and, raising himself up towards Colbert, "Well, Colbert," said he, "2 days have passed away, 2 mortal days, and, you see, nothing has been returned from yonder." "Patience, my lord," said Colbert. "Are you mad, you wretch? You advise me to have patience? Oh, in sad truth, Colbert, you are laughing at me. I am dying, and you call out to me to wait." "My lord," said Colbert, with his habitual coolness, "it is impossible that things should not come out as I have said. His Majesty is coming to see you, and no doubt he brings back the deed himself." "Do you think so? Well, I, on the contrary, am sure that his Majesty is coming back to thank me." At this moment Anne of Austria returned. On her way to the apartments of her son, she had met with a new empiric. This was a powder which was said to have the power to save the cardinal, and she brought a portion of this powder with her. But this was not what Mazarin expected, therefore he would not even look at it, declaring that life was not worth the pains that were taken to preserve it. But whilst professing this philosophical axiom, his long confined secret escaped him at last. "That, madame," said he, "that is not the interesting part of my situation. I made, 2 days ago, a little donation to the king. Up to this time, from delicacy no doubt, his Majesty has not condescended to say anything about it, but the time for explanation is come, and I implore your Majesty to tell me if the king has made up his mind on that matter." Anne of Austria was about to reply when Mazarin stopped her. "The truth, madame," said he, "in the name of heaven, the truth. Do not flatter a dying man with a hope that may prove vain." There he stopped, a look from Colbert telling him he was on the wrong track. "I know," said Anne of Austria, taking the cardinal's hand, "I know that you have generously made, not a little donation, as you modestly call it, but a magnificent gift. I know how painful it would be to you if the king—" Mazarin listened, dying as he was, as 10 living men could not have listened. "If the king," replied he. "If the king," continued Anne of Austria, "should not freely accept what you offer so nobly—" Mazarin allowed himself to sink back upon his pillow like Pantaloon, that is to say, with all the despair of a man who bows before the tempest. But he still preserved sufficient strength and presence of mind to cast upon Colbert one of those looks which are well worth 10 sonnets, which is to say, 10 long poems. "Should you not," added the queen, "have considered the refusal of the king as a sort of insult?" Mazarin rolled his head about upon his pillow without articulating a syllable. The queen was deceived, or feigned to be deceived, by this demonstration. "Therefore," resumed she, "I have circumvented him with good counsels, and as certain minds, jealous no doubt, of the glory you are about to acquire by this generosity, have endeavored to prove to the king that he ought not to accept this donation, I have struggled in your favor, and so well I have struggled that you will not have, I hope, that distress to undergo." "Oh," murmured Mazarin, with languishing eyes. "Oh, that is a service I shall never forget for a single minute of the few hours I still have to live." "I must admit," continued the queen, "that it was not without trouble I rendered it to your eminence." "Ah, peste! I believe that. Oh, oh!" "Good God! What is the matter?" "I am burning." "Do you suffer much?" "As much as one of the damned." Colbert would have liked to sink through the floor. "So, then," resumed Mazarin, "your majesty thinks that the king—" He stopped several seconds. "That the king is coming here to offer me some small thanks?" "I think so," said the queen. Mazarin annihilated Colbert with his last look. At that moment the ushers announced that the king was in the antechambers, which were filled with people. This announcement produced a stir of which Colbert took advantage to escape by the door of the ruelle. Anne of Austria arose and awaited her son, standing. Louis XIV. Appeared at the threshold of the door, with his eyes fixed upon the dying man, who did not even think it was worth while to notice that majesty from whom he thought he had nothing more to expect. An usher placed an armchair close to the bed. Louis bowed to his mother, then to the cardinal, and sat down. The queen took a seat in her turn. Then, as the king looked behind him, the usher understood that look, and made a sign to the courtiers who filled up the doorway to go out, which they instantly did. Silence fell upon the chamber with the velvet curtains. The king, still very young and very timid in the presence of him who had been his master from birth, still respected him much, particularly now in the supreme majesty of death. He did not dare, therefore, to begin the conversation, feeling that every word must have its weight not only upon things of this world, but of the next. As to the cardinal, at that moment he had but one thought: his donation. It was not physical pain which gave him that air of despondency and that lugubrious look. It was the expectation of the thanks that were about to issue from the king's mouth, and cut off all hope of restitution. Mazarin was the first to break the silence. "Is your majesty come to make any stay at Vincennes?" said he. Louis made an affirmative sign with his head. "That is a gracious favor," continued Mazarin, "granted to a dying man, and which will render death less painful to him." "I hope," replied the king, "I am come to visit, not a dying man, but a sick man susceptible of cure." Mazarin replied by a movement of the head. "Your majesty is very kind, but I know more than you on that subject. The last visit, sire," said he, "the last visit." "If that was so, monsieur le cardinal," said Louis, "I would come a last time to ask the counsels of a guide to whom I owe everything." Anne of Austria was a woman. She could not restrain her tears. Louis showed himself much affected, and Mazarin still more than his two guests, but from very different motives. Here the silence returned. The queen wiped her eyes, and the king resumed his firmness. "I was saying," continued the king, "that I owed much to your eminence." The eyes of the cardinal had devoured the king, for he felt the great moment had come. "And," continued Louis, "the principal object of my visit was to offer you very sincere thanks for the last evidence of friendship you have kindly sent me." The cheeks of the cardinal became sunken, his lips partially opened, and the most lamentable sigh he had ever uttered was about to issue from his chest. "Sire," said he, I shall have despoiled my poor family. I shall have ruined all those who belong to me, which may be imputed to me as an error, but at least it shall not be said of me that I have refused to sacrifice everything to my king." Anne of Austria's tears flowed afresh. "Oh, my dear Monsieur Mazarin," said the king, in a more serious tone than might have been expected from his youth, "you have misunderstood me, apparently." Mazarin raised himself upon his elbow. "I have no purpose to despoil your dear family, nor to ruin your servants. Oh, no, that must never be." Thought Mazarin, "he is going to restore me some scraps. Let us get the largest piece we can." "The king is going to be foolishly affected and play generous," thought the queen. "He must not be allowed to impoverish himself. Such an opportunity for getting a fortune will never occur again." "Sire," said the cardinal aloud, "my family is very numerous, and my nieces will be destitute when I am gone." "Oh!" interrupted the queen eagerly, "have no uneasiness with respect to your family, dear Monsieur Mazarin. We have no friends dearer than your friends. Your nieces shall be my children, the sisters of his Majesty, and if a favor be distributed in France, it shall be to those you love." Smoke, thought Mazarin, who knew better than anyone the faith that can be put in the promises of kings. Louis read the dying man's thought on his face. "Be comforted, my dear Monsieur Mazarin," said he, with a half smile, sad beneath its irony. "The Mesdemoiselles de Mancini will lose, in losing you, their most precious good, but they shall none the less be the richest heiresses of France, and since you have been kind enough to give me their dowry," the cardinal was panting, "I restore it to them," continued Louis, drawing from his breast and holding towards the cardinal's bed the parchment which contained the donation that, during 2 days, had kept alive such tempests in the mind of Mazarin. "What did I tell you, my lord?" murmured in the alcove a voice which passed away like a breath. "Your Majesty returns my donation?" cried Mazarin, so disturbed by joy as to forget his character of a benefactor. "Your Majesty rejects the 40 millions?" cried Anne of Austria, so stupefied as to forget her character of an afflicted wife or queen. "Yes, my lord cardinal, yes, madame," replied Louis XIV., tearing the parchment which Mazarin had not yet ventured to clutch. "Yes, I annihilate this deed, which despoiled a whole family. The wealth acquired by his eminence in my service is his own wealth, and not mine." "But, sire, does your Majesty reflect," said Anne of Austria, "that you have not 10,000 crowns in your coffers?" "Madame, I have just performed my first royal action, and I hope it will worthily inaugurate my reign." "Ah, sire, you are right," cried Mazarin. "That is truly great, that is truly generous which you have just done." And he looked, one after the other, at the pieces of the act spread over his bed, to assure himself it was the original, and not a copy that had been torn. At length his eyes fell upon the fragment which bore his signature, and recognizing it, he sunk back on his bolster in a swoon. Anne of Austria, without strength to conceal her regret, raised her hands and eyes towards heaven. "Oh, sire," cried Mazarin, "may you be blessed! My God, may you be loved by all my family! Per Bacco! If ever any of those belonging to me should cause your displeasure, sire, only frown, and I will rise from my tomb." This pantalonnade did not produce all the effect Mazarin had counted upon. Louis had already passed to considerations of a higher nature, and as to Anne of Austria, unable to bear, without abandoning herself to the anger she felt burning within her, the magnanimity of her son and the hypocrisy of the cardinal, she arose and left the chamber, heedless of thus betraying the extent of her grief. Mazarin saw all this, and fearing that Louis XIV might repent his decision, in order to draw attention another way, he began to cry out, as, at a later period, Scapin was to cry out, in that sublime piece of pleasantry with which the morose and grumbling Boileau dared to reproach Moliere. His cries, however, by degrees became fainter, and when Anne of Austria left the apartment, they ceased altogether. "Monsieur le Cardinal," said the king, "have you any recommendations to make me?" "Sire," replied Mazarin, "you are already wisdom itself, prudence personified. Of your generosity I shall not venture to speak. That which you have just done exceeds all that the most generous men of antiquity or of modern times have ever done." The king received this praise coldly. "So you confine yourself," said he, "to your thanks, and your experience, much more extensive than my wisdom, my prudence, or my generosity, does not furnish you with a single piece of friendly advice to guide my future?" Mazarin reflected for a moment. "You have just done much for me, sire," said he, "that is, for my family." "Say no more about that," said the king. "Well," continued Mazarin, "I shall give you something in exchange for these 40 millions you have refused so royally." Louis XIV indicated by a movement that these flatteries were displeasing to him. "I shall give you a piece of advice," continued Mazarin. "Yes, a piece of advice. Advice more precious than the 40 millions. My lord cardinal," interrupted Louis. "Sire, listen to this advice." "I am listening." "Come nearer, sire, for I am weak. Nearer, sire, nearer." The king bent over the dying man. "Sire," said Mazarin, in so low a tone that the breath of his words arrived only like a recommendation from the tomb in the attentive ears of the king. "Sire, never have a prime minister." Louis drew back astonished. The advice was a confession. A treasure, in fact, was that sincere confession of Mazarin. The legacy of the cardinal to the young king was composed of 6 words only, but those 6 words, as Mazarin had said, were worth 40 millions. Louis remained for an instant bewildered. As for Mazarin, he appeared only to have said something quite natural. A little scratching was heard along the curtains of the alcove. Mazarin understood. "Yes, yes," cried he warmly. "Yes, sire. I recommend to you a wise man, an honest man, and a clever man." "Tell me his name, my lord." "His name is yet almost unknown, sire. It is Monsieur Colbert, my attendant. Oh, try him," added Mazarin, in an earnest voice. "All that he has predicted has come to pass. He has a safe glance. He is never mistaken, either in things or in men, which is more surprising still. Sire, I owe you much, but I think I acquit myself of all towards you in giving you Monsieur Colbert." "So be it," said Louis, faintly, for, as Mazarin had said, the name of Colbert was quite unknown to him, and he thought the enthusiasm of the cardinal partook of the delirium of a dying man. The cardinal sank back on his pillows. "For the present, adieu, sire, adieu. murmured Mazarin. "I am tired, and I have yet a rough journey to take before I present myself to my new master. Adieu, sire." The young king felt the tears rise to his eyes. He bent over the dying man, already half a corpse, and then hastily retired. End of chapter 48. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales. Chapter 49 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Iolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 49. The first appearance of Colbert. The whole night was passed in anguish, common to the dying man and to the king. The dying man expected his deliverance, the king awaited his liberty. Louis did not go to bed. An hour after leaving the chamber of the cardinal, he learned that the dying man, recovering a little strength, had insisted upon being dressed, adorned, and painted, and seeing the ambassadors. Like Augustus, he no doubt considered the world a great stage, and was desirous of playing out the last act of the comedy. Anne of Austria reappeared no more in the cardinal's apartments. She had nothing more to do there. Propriety was the pretext for her absence. On his part, the cardinal did not ask for her. The advice the queen had given her son rankled in his heart. Towards midnight, while still painted, Mazarin's mortal agony came on. He had revised his will, and as this will was the exact expression of his wishes, and as he feared that some interested influence might take advantage of his weakness to make him change something in it, he had given orders to Colbert, who walked up and down the corridor which led to the cardinal's bedchamber, like the most vigilant of sentinels. The king, shut up in his own apartment, dispatched his nurse every hour to Mazarin's chamber, with orders to bring him back an exact bulletin of the cardinal's state. After having heard that Mazarin was dressed, painted, and had seen the ambassadors, Louis heard that the prayers for the dying were being read for the cardinal. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Guernaud had administered the last remedy. This was a relic of the old customs of that fencing time, which was about to disappear to give place to another time, to believe that death could be kept off by some good secret thrust. Mazarin, after having taken the remedy, respired freely for nearly 10 minutes. He immediately gave orders that the news should be spread everywhere of a fortunate crisis. The king, on learning this, felt as if a cold sweat were passing over his brow. He had a glimpse of the light of liberty. Slavery appeared to him more dark and less acceptable than ever. But the bulletin which followed entirely changed the face of things. Mazarin could no longer breathe at all, and could scarcely follow the prayers which the curé of Saint Nicolas des Champs recited near him. The king resumed his agitated walk about his chamber, and consulted as he walked several papers drawn from a casket of which he alone had the key. A third time the nurse returned. Monsieur de Mazarin had just uttered a joke, and had ordered his Flora by Titian to be revarnished. At length, towards 2 o'clock in the morning, the king could no longer resist his weariness. He had not slept for 24 hours. Sleep, so powerful at his age, overcame him for about an hour. But he did not go to bed for that hour. He slept in a fauteuil. About 4 o'clock, his nurse awoke him by entering the room. "Well, asked the king. "Ah, well, my dear sire," said the nurse, clasping her hands with an air of commiseration, "well, he is dead." The king arose at a bound, as if a steel spring had been applied to his legs. "Dead!" cried he. "Alas, yes." "It is quite certain?" "Yes." "Official?" "Yes." "Has the news been made public?" "Not yet." "Who told you, then, that the cardinal was dead?" "Monsieur Colbert." "Monsieur Colbert?"
"Yes."
"And he was sure of what he said?"
"He came out of the chamber, and he held a glass for some minutes before the cardinal's lips."
"Ah," said the king, "and what has become of Monsieur Colbert?"
"He has just left his eminence's chamber."
"Where is he?"
"He followed me."
"So that he is—"
"Sire, waiting at your door, till it shall be your good pleasure to receive him."
Louis ran to the door, opened it himself, and perceived Colbert standing waiting in the passage. The king started at the sight of this statue, all clothed in black. Colbert, bowing with profound respect, advanced 2 steps towards his majesty. Louis re-entered his chamber, making Colbert a sign to follow. Colbert entered. Louis dismissed his nurse, who closed the door as she went out. Colbert remained modestly standing near that door. "What do you come to announce to me, monsieur?" said Louis, very much troubled at being thus surprised in his private thoughts, which he could not completely conceal.
"That monsieur le cardinal has just expired, sire, and that I bring your majesty his last adieu."
The king remained pensive for a minute, and during that minute he looked attentively at Colbert. It was evident that the cardinal's last words were in his mind. "Are you, then, Monsieur Colbert?" asked he.
"Yes, sire."
"His faithful servant, as his eminence himself told me?"
"Yes, sire."
"The depository of many of his secrets?" "Of all of them." "The friends and servants of his eminence will be dear to me, monsieur, and I shall take care that you are well placed in my employment." Colbert bowed. "You are a financier, monsieur, I believe?"
"Yes, sire."
"And did monsieur le cardinal employ you in his stewardship?"
"I had that honor, sire."
"You never did anything personally for my household, I believe?"
"Pardon me, sire, it was I who had the honor of giving monsieur le cardinal the idea of an economy which puts 300,000 francs a year into your majesty's coffers."
"What economy was that, monsieur?" asked Louis XIV.
"Your majesty knows that the 100 Swiss have silver lace on each side of their ribbons?"
"Doubtless."
"Well, sire, it was I who proposed that imitation silver lace should be placed upon these ribbons. It could not be detected, and 100,000 crowns serve to feed a regiment during 6 months, and is the price of 10,000 good muskets, or the value of a vessel of 10 guns, ready for sea."
"That is true," said Louis XIV., considering more attentively, "and, ma foi, that was a well-placed economy. Besides, it was ridiculous for soldiers to wear the same lace as noblemen." "I am happy to be approved of by your majesty." "Is that the only appointment you held about the cardinal?" asked the king. "It was I who was appointed to examine the accounts of the superintendent, sire." "Ah!" said Louis, who was about to dismiss Colbert, but whom that word stopped.
"Ah! It was you whom his eminence had charged to control Monsieur Fouquet, was it? And the result of that examination?" "Is that there is a deficit, sire, but if your majesty will permit me—" "Speak, Monsieur Colbert." "I ought to give your majesty some explanations."
"Not at all, monsieur. It is you who have controlled these accounts. Give me the result." "Oh, that is very easily done, sire. Emptiness everywhere, money nowhere. Beware, monsieur. You are roughly attacking the administration of Monsieur Fouquet, who, nevertheless, I have heard say, is an able man." Colbert colored, and then became pale, for he felt that from that minute he entered upon a struggle with a man whose power almost equaled the sway of him who had just died. "Yes, sire, a very able man," repeated Colbert, bowing. "But if Monsieur Fouquet is an able man, and, in spite of that ability, if money be wanting, whose fault is it? I do not accuse, sire, I verify." "That is well. Make out your accounts and present them to me. There is a deficit, you say? A deficit may be temporary. Credit returns and funds are restored. No, sire. Upon this year, perhaps I understand that, but upon next year? Next year is eaten as bare as the current year. But the year after, then, will be just like next year. What do you tell me, Monsieur Colbert? I say there are 4 years engaged beforehand. They must have a loan, then. They must have 3, sire. I will create offices to make them resign, and the salary of the posts shall be paid into the treasury. Impossible, sire, for there have already been creations upon creations of offices, the provisions of which are given in blank, so that the purchasers enjoy them without filling them. That is why your Majesty cannot make them resign. Further, upon each agreement, Monsieur Fouquet has made an abatement of 1/3, so that the people have been plundered without your Majesty profiting by it." The king started. "Explain me that, Monsieur Colbert," he said. "Let your Majesty set down clearly your thought, and tell me what you wish me to explain." "You are right. Clearness is what you wish, is it not?" "Yes, sire, clearness. God is God above all things, because he made light." "Well, for example," resumed Louis XIV., "if today, the cardinal being dead, and I being king, suppose I wanted money." "Your Majesty would not have any." "Oh, that is strange, monsieur. How, my superintendent would not find me any money?" Colbert shook his large head. "How is that?" said the king. "Is the income of the state so much in debt that there is no longer any revenue?" "Yes, sire." The king frowned and said, "If it be so, I will get together the ordonnance to obtain a discharge from the holders, a liquidation at a cheap rate." "Impossible, for the ordonnance have been converted into bills, which bills, for the convenience of return and facility of transaction, are divided into so many parts that the originals can no longer be recognized." Louis, very much agitated, walked about, still frowning. "But if this is as you say, Monsieur Colbert," said he, stopping all at once, "I shall be ruined before I begin to reign." "You are, in fact, sire," said the impassible caster up of figures. "Well, but yet, monsieur, the money is somewhere." "Yes, sire, and even as a beginning, I bring your Majesty a note of funds which Monsieur le Cardinal Mazarin was not willing to set down in his testament, neither in any act whatever, but which he confided to me." "To you?" "Yes, sire, with an injunction to remit it to your Majesty." "What, besides the 40 millions of the testament?" "Yes, sire. Monsieur de Mazarin had still other funds?" Colbert bowed. "Why, that man was a gulf," murmured the king. Monsieur de Mazarin on one side, Monsieur Fouquet on the other. More than 100 millions perhaps between them. No wonder my coffers should be empty. Colbert waited without stirring. "And is the sum you bring me worth the trouble?" asked the king. "Yes, sire, it is a round sum, amounting to how much?" "To 13 millions of livres, sire." 13 millions! cried Louis, trembling with joy. "Do you say 13 millions, Monsieur Colbert?" "I said 13 millions, yes, your majesty." "Of which everybody is ignorant?" "Of which everybody is ignorant." "Which are in your hands?" "In my hands, yes, sire." "And which I can have?" "Within 2 hours, sire." "But where are they then?" "In the cellar of a house which the cardinal possessed in the city, and which he was so kind as to leave me by a particular clause of his will." "You are acquainted with the cardinal's will, then?" "I have a duplicate of it, signed by his hand." "A duplicate?" "Yes, sire, and here it is." Colbert drew the deed quietly from his pocket, and showed it to the king. The king read the article relative to the donation of the house. "But," said he, "there is no question here but of the house. There is nothing said of the money." "Your pardon, sire, it is in my conscience." "And Monsieur Mazarin has entrusted it to you?" "Why not, sire?" "He? A man mistrustful of everybody?" "He was not so of me, sire, as your majesty may perceive." Louis fixed his eyes with admiration upon that vulgar but expressive face. "You are an honest man, Monsieur Colbert," said the king. "That is not a virtue, it is a duty," replied Colbert coolly. "But," added Louis, "does not the money belong to the family?" "If this money belonged to the family, it would be disposed of in the testament, as the rest of the fortune is." "If this money belonged to the family, it would be disposed of in the testament, as the rest of the fortune is." "If this money belonged to the family, I, who drew up the deed of donation in favor of your majesty, should have added the sum of 13 millions to that 40 millions which was offered to you." "How?" exclaimed Louis XIV. "Was it you who drew up the deed of donation?" "Yes, sire." "And yet the cardinal is attached to you?" added the king, ingenuously. "I had assured his eminence you would by no means accept the gift," said Colbert, in that same quiet manner we have described, and which, even in the common habits of life, had something solemn in it. Louis passed his hand over his brow. "Oh, how young I am," murmured he, "to have command of men." Colbert waited the end of this monologue. He saw Louis raise his head. "At what hour shall I send the money to your majesty?" asked he. "Tonight, at 11 o'clock. I desire that no one may know that I possess this money." Colbert made no more reply than if the thing had not been said to him. "Is the amount in ingots or coined gold?" "In coined gold, sire." "That is well." "Where shall I send it?" "To the Louvre. Thank you, Monsieur Colbert." Colbert bowed and retired. 13 millions! exclaimed Louis, as soon as he was alone. "This must be a dream." Then he allowed his head to sink between his hands, as if he were really asleep. But at the end of a moment he arose, and opening the window violently, he bathed his burning brow in the keen morning air, which brought to his senses the scent of the trees and the perfume of the flowers. A splendid dawn was gilding the horizon, and the first rays of the sun bathed in flame the young king's brow. "This is the dawn of my reign," murmured Louis XIV. "It's a presage sent by the Almighty." End of chapter 49. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales.
Chapter 50 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Pizzuti. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 50. The first day of the royalty of Louis XIV. In the morning the news of the death of the cardinal was spread through the castle, and then speedily reached the city. The ministers Fouquet, Lyon, and Letellier entered La Salle des Sens to hold a council. The king sent for them immediately. "Monsieur," said he, "as long as Monsieur le Cardinal lived, I allowed him to govern my affairs, but now I mean to govern them myself. You will give me your advice when I ask it. You may go." The ministers looked at each other with surprise. If they concealed a smile, it was with a great effort, for they knew that the prince, brought up in absolute ignorance of business, by this took upon himself a burden much too heavy for his strength. Fouquet took leave of his colleagues upon the stairs, saying, "Monsieur, there will be so much the less labor for us." And he gaily climbed into his carriage. The others, a little uneasy at the turn things had taken, went back to Paris together. Towards 10 o'clock the king repaired to the apartment of his mother, with whom he had a long and private conversation. After dinner he got into his carriage and went straight to the Louvre. There he received much company, and took a degree of pleasure in remaking the hesitation of each, and the curiosity of all. Towards evening he ordered the doors of the Louvre to be closed, with the exception of only one, which opened on the quay. He placed on duty at this point 200 Swiss, who did not speak a word of French, with orders to admit all who carried packages, but no others, and by no means to allow any one to go out. At 11 o'clock precisely he heard the rolling of the heavy carriage under the arch, then of another, then of a third, after which the gate grated upon its hinges to be closed. Soon after, somebody scratched with his nail at the door of the cabinet. The king opened it himself, and beheld Colbert, whose first word was this: "The money is in your Majesty's cellar." The king then descended, and went himself to see the barrels of specie in gold and silver, which, under the direction of Colbert, 4 men had just rolled into a cellar of which the king had given Colbert the key in the morning. This review completed, Louis returned to his apartments, followed by Colbert, who had not apparently warmed with one ray of personal satisfaction. "Monsieur," said the king, "what do you wish that I should give you as a recompense for this devotedness and probity?" "Absolutely nothing, sire." "How, nothing? Not even an opportunity of serving me?" "If your majesty were not to furnish me with that opportunity, I should not the less serve you. It is impossible for me not to be the best servant of the king." "You shall be intendant of the finances, Monsieur Colbert." "But there is already a superintendent, sire." "I know that." "Sire, the superintendent of the finances is the most powerful man in the kingdom." "Ah!" cried Louis, coloring. "Do you think so?" "He will crush me in a week, sire. Your Majesty gives me a control for which strength is indispensable. An intendant under a superintendent, that is inferiority. You want support. You do not reckon upon me? I had the honor of telling your Majesty that during the lifetime of Monsieur de Mazarin, Monsieur Fouquet was the second man in the kingdom. Now Monsieur de Mazarin is dead, and Monsieur Fouquet is become the first. Monsieur, I agree to what you told me of all things up to today, but tomorrow please to remember I shall no longer suffer it. Then I shall be of no use to your Majesty? You are already, since you fear to compromise yourself in serving me. I only fear to be placed, so that I cannot serve your Majesty. What do you wish, then? I wish, your Majesty, to allow me assistance in the labors of the office of intendant. That post would lose its value. It would gain in security. Choose your colleagues. Monsieur Breteuil, Marin, Hervart. Tomorrow the ordonnance shall appear. Sire, I thank you. Is that all you ask? No, sire. One thing more. What's that? Allow me to compose a chamber of justice. What would this chamber of justice do? Try the famous general and contractors who during 10 years have been robbing the state. Well, but what would you do with them? Hang 2 or 3, and that will make the rest disgorge. I cannot commence my reign with executions, Monsieur Colbert. On the contrary, sire, you had better, in order not to have to end with them. The king made no reply. Does your Majesty consent? Said Colbert. I will reflect upon it, monsieur. It will be too late when reflection may be made. Why? Because you have to deal with people stronger than ourselves, if they are warned. Compose that chamber of justice, monsieur. I will, sire. Is that all? No, sire. There is still another important affair. What rights does your Majesty attach to this office of intendant? Well, I do not know. The customary ones. Sire, I desire that this office be invested with the right of reading the correspondence with England. Impossible, monsieur, for that correspondence is kept from the council. Monsieur le Cardinal himself carried it on. I thought your Majesty had this morning declared that there should no longer be a council? Yes, I said so. Let your Majesty then have the goodness to read all the letters yourself, particularly those from England. I hold strongly to this article. Monsieur, you shall have the correspondence, and render me an account of it. Now, sire, what shall I do with respect to the finances? Everything Monsieur Fouquet has not done. That's all I ask of your Majesty. Thanks, sire. I depart in peace. And at these words he took his leave. Louis watched his departure. Colbert was not yet 100 paces from the Louvre when the king received a courier from England. After having looked at and examined the envelope, the king broke the seal precipitately, and found a letter from Charles II. The following is what the English prince wrote to his royal brother. Your Majesty must be rendered very uneasy by the illness of Monsieur le Cardinal Mazarin, but the excess of danger can only prove of service to you. The cardinal is given over by his physician. I thank you for your gracious reply you have made to my communication touching the Princess Henrietta, my sister, and in a week the princess and her court will set out for Paris. It is gratifying to me to acknowledge the fraternal friendship you have evinced towards me, and to call you, more justly than ever, my brother. It is gratifying to me above everything to prove to your Majesty how much I am interested in all that may please you. You are wrong in having Belle-Isle and Mer secretly fortified. That is wrong. We shall never be at war against each other. That measure does not make me uneasy. It makes me sad. You are spending useless millions. Tell your ministers so, and rest assured that I am well informed. Render me, The same service, my brother, if occasion offers. The king rang his bell violently, and his valet de chambre appeared. Monsieur Colbert is just gone. He cannot be far off. Let him be called back, exclaimed he. The valet was about to execute the order when the king stopped him. No, said he. No, I see the whole scheme of that man. Belle-Isle belongs to Monsieur Fouquet. Belle-Isle is being fortified. That is conspiracy of the part of Monsieur Fouquet. The discovery of that conspiracy is the ruin of the superintendent, and that discovery is the result of the correspondence with England. This is why Colbert wished to have that correspondence. Oh, but I cannot place all my dependence upon that man. He has a good head, but I must have an arm. Louis, all at once, uttered a joyful cry. I had, said he, a lieutenant of Musketeers. Yes, sire, Monsieur d'Artagnan. He quitted the service for a time. Yes, sire. Let him be found, and be here tomorrow the first thing in the morning. The valet de chambre bowed and went out. 13 millions in my cellar, said the king. Colbert carried my purse, and D'Artagnan my sword. I am king. End of chapter 50. Recording by Mark Pizzuti, Rome, Italy. www.facebook.com/marc.pizzuti.
Chapter 51 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 51. A Passion. The day of his arrival, on returning from the Palais Royal, Athos, as we have seen, went straight to his hotel in the Rue Saint-Honoré. He found there the Vicomte de Bragelonne waiting for him in his chamber, chatting with Grimaud. It was not an easy thing to talk with this old servant. 2 men only possessed the secret, Athos and D'Artagnan. The first succeeded because Grimaud sought to make him speak himself. D'Artagnan, on the contrary, because he knew how to make Grimaud talk. Raoul was occupied in making him describe his voyage to England, and Grimaud had related it in all its details, with a limited number of gestures and 8 words, neither more nor less. He had at first indicated by an undulating movement of his hand that his master and he had crossed the sea. Upon some expedition? Raoul had asked. Grimaud, by bending down his head, had answered, yes. When Monsieur le Comte incurred much danger? Asked Raoul. Neither too much nor too little, was implied by a shrug of the shoulders. But still, what sort of danger? Insisted Raoul. Grimaud pointed to the sword. He pointed to the fire, and to a musket that was hanging on the wall. Monsieur le Comte had an enemy there, then? Cried Raoul. Monk, replied Grimaud. It is strange, continued Raoul, that Monsieur le Comte persists in considering me a novice, and not allowing me to partake the honour and danger of his adventure. Grimaud smiled. It was at this moment Athos came in. The host was lighting him up the stairs, and Grimaud, recognizing the step of his master, hastened to meet him, which cut short the conversation. But Raoul was launched on the sea of interrogatories, and did not stop, taking both hands of the comte with warm but respectful tenderness. How is it, monsieur, said he, that you have set out upon a dangerous voyage without bidding me adieu, without commanding the aid of my sword or myself, who ought to be your support now I have the strength? whom you have brought up like a man? Ah, monsieur, can you expose me to the cruel trial of never seeing you again?" "Who told you, Raoul?" said the comte, placing his cloak and hat in the hands of Grimaud, who had unbuckled his sword. "Who told you that my voyage was a dangerous one?" "I," said Grimaud. "And why did you do so?" said Athos, sternly. Grimaud was embarrassed. Raoul came to his assistance by answering for him. "It is natural, monsieur, that our good Grimaud should tell me the truth in what concerns you. By whom should you be loved and supported, if not by me?" Athos did not reply. He made a friendly motion to Grimaud, which sent him out of the room. He then seated himself in a fauteuil, whilst Raoul remained standing before him. "But it is true," continued Raoul, "that your voyage was an expedition, and that steel and fire threatened you?" "Say no more about that, Vicomte," said Athos, mildly. "I set out hastily, it is true, but the service of King Charles II required a prompt departure. As to your anxiety, I thank you for it, and I know that I can depend on you. You have not wanted for anything, Vicomte, in my absence, have you?" "No, monsieur, thank you." "I left orders with Blaisois to pay you 100 pistoles if you should stand in need of money." "Monsieur, I have not seen Blaisois." "You have been without money, then?" "Monsieur, I had 30 pistoles left from the sale of the horses I took in my last campaign, and Monsieur le Prince had the kindness to allow me to win 200 pistoles at his play table 3 months ago." "Do you play? I don't like that, Raoul." "Oh, I never play, monsieur. It was Monsieur le Prince who ordered me to hold his cards at Chantilly, one night when a courier came to him from the king. I won, and Monsieur le Prince commanded me to take the stakes." "Is that a practice in the household, Raoul?" asked Athos, with a frown. "Yes, monsieur. Every week Monsieur le Prince affords, upon one occasion or another, a similar advantage to one of his gentlemen. There are 50 gentlemen in his highness's household. It was my turn." "Oh, very well. You went into Spain, then?" "Yes, monsieur. I made a very delightful and interesting journey." "You have been back a month, have you not?" "Yes, monsieur." "And in the course of that month?" "In that month? What have you done?" "My duty, monsieur." "Have you not been home to La Fere?" Raoul colored. Athos looked at him with a fixed but tranquil expression. "You would be wrong not to believe me," said Raoul. I feel that I colored, and in spite of myself. "The question you did me the honor to ask me is of a nature to raise in me much emotion. I color, then, because I am agitated, not because I meditate a falsehood." "I know, Raoul, you never lie." "No, monsieur. Besides, my young friend, you would be wrong. What I wanted to say, I know quite well, monsieur. You would ask me if I have not been to Blois." "Exactly so." "I have not been there. I have not even seen the person to whom you allude." Raoul's voice trembled as he pronounced these words. Athos, a sovereign judge in all matters of delicacy, immediately added, "Raoul, you answer me with a painful feeling. You are unhappy." "Yes, monsieur. You have forbidden me to go to Blois, or to see Mademoiselle de la Valliere again." Here the young man stopped. That dear name, so delightful to pronounce, made his heart bleed, although so sweet upon his lips. "And I have acted rightly, Raoul," Athos hastened to reply. "I am neither an unjust nor a barbarous father. I respect true love, but I look forward for you to a future, an immense future. A new reign is about to break upon us like a fresh dawn. War calls upon a young king full of chivalric spirit. What is wanting to assist this heroic ardor is a battalion of young and free lieutenants who would rush to the fight with enthusiasm, and fall crying 'Vive le roi!' instead of 'Adieu, my dear wife.' You understand that, Raoul? However brutal my reasoning may appear, I conjure you then to believe me, and to turn away your thoughts from those early days of youth in which you took up this habit of love, days of effeminate carelessness, which soften the heart and render it incapable of consuming those strong, bitter draughts called glory and adversity. Therefore, Raoul, I repeat to you, you should see in my counsel only the desire of being useful to you, only the ambition of seeing you prosper. I believe you capable of becoming a remarkable man. March alone, and you will march better and more quickly. You have commanded, monsieur, replied Raoul, and I obey. Commanded? Cried Athos. Is it thus you reply to me? I have commanded you? Oh, you distort my words as you misconceive my intentions. I do not command you, I request you. No, monsieur, you have commanded, said Raoul persistently. Had you requested me, your request is even more effective than your order. I have not seen Mademoiselle de la Valliere again. But you are unhappy, insisted Athos. Raoul made no reply. I find you pale, I find you dull. The sentiment is strong, then? It is a passion, replied Raoul. No, a habit. Monsieur, you know I have travelled much, that I have passed 2 years far away from her. A habit would yield to an absence of 2 years, I believe. Whereas, on my return, I loved not more, that was impossible, but as much. Mademoiselle de la Valliere is for me the one lady above all others, but you are for me a god upon earth. To you I sacrifice everything. Oh, you are wrong, said Athos. I have no longer any right over you. Age has emancipated you. You no longer even stand in need of my consent. Besides, I will not refuse my consent, after what you have told me. Marry Mademoiselle de la Valliere, if you like. Raoul was startled, but suddenly, "You are very kind, monsieur," said he, "and your concession excites my warmest gratitude, but I will not accept it." "Then you now refuse?" "Yes, monsieur." "I will not oppose you in anything, Raoul. But you have at the bottom of your heart an idea against this marriage. It is not your choice." "That is true. That is sufficient to make me resist. I will wait." "Beware, Raoul. What you are now saying is serious." "I know it is, monsieur. As I said, I will wait." "Until I die?" said Athos, much agitated. "Oh, monsieur!" cried Raoul, with tears in his eyes. "Is it possible that you should wound my heart thus? I have never given you cause of complaint." "Dear boy, that is true," murmured Athos, pressing his lips violently together to conceal the emotion of which he was no longer master. No, I will no longer afflict you. Only I do not comprehend what you mean by waiting. Will you wait till you love no longer? Ah, for that, no, monsieur. I will wait till you change your opinion. I should wish to put the matter to a test, Raoul. I should like to see if Mademoiselle de la Valliere will wait as you do." "I hope so, monsieur. But take care, Raoul. Suppose she did not wait. Oh, you are young, so confiding, so loyal. Women are changeable." "You have never spoken ill to me of women, monsieur. You have never had to complain of them. Why should you doubt of Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" "That is true," said Athos, casting down his eyes. "I have never spoken ill to you of women. I have never had to complain of them. Mademoiselle de la Valliere never gave birth to a suspicion. But when we are looking forward, we must go even to exceptions, even to improbabilities. If, I say, Mademoiselle de la Valliere should not wait for you." "How, monsieur?" "If she turned her eyes another way." "If she looked favorably upon another, do you mean, monsieur?" said Raoul, pale with agony. "Exactly." "Well, monsieur, I would kill him." said Raoul simply, and all the men whom Mademoiselle de la Valliere should choose, until one of them had killed me, or Mademoiselle de la Valliere had restored me her heart. Athos started. "I thought," resumed he, in an agitated voice, "that you called me just now your God, your law in this world." "Oh!" said Raoul, trembling, "you would forbid me the duel?" "Suppose I did forbid it, Raoul?" "You would not forbid me to hope, monsieur; consequently, you would not forbid me to die." Athos raised his eyes toward the vicomte. He had pronounced these words with the most melancholy look. "Enough," said Athos, after a long silence, "enough of this subject, upon which we both go too far. Live as well as you are able, Raoul, perform your duties, love Mademoiselle de la Valliere. In a word, act like a man, since you have attained the age of a man. Only do not forget that I love you tenderly, and that you profess to love me." "Ah, monsieur le comte," cried Raoul, pressing the hand of Athos to his heart. "Enough, dear boy, leave me, I want to rest. A propos, Monsieur d'Artagnan has returned from England with me. You owe him a visit." "I will pay it, monsieur, with great pleasure. I love Monsieur d'Artagnan exceedingly." "You are right in doing so. He is a worthy man and a brave cavalier." "Who loves you dearly." "I am sure of that. Do you know his address?" "At the Louvre, I suppose, or wherever the king is. Does he not command the musketeers?" "No, at present Monsieur d'Artagnan is absent on leave. He is resting for a while. Do not, therefore, seek him at the posts of his service. You will hear of him at the house of a certain Planchet." "His former lackey?" "Exactly, turned grocer. I know, Rue des Lombards, somewhere thereabouts, or Rue des Arcis. I will find it, monsieur, I will find it. You will say 1,000 kind things to him, on my part, and ask him to come and dine with me before I set out for La Fere." "Yes, monsieur." "Good night, Raoul. Monsieur, I see you wear an order I never saw you wear before. Accept my compliments." "The fleece, that is true, a bauble, my boy, which no longer amuses an old child like myself. Good night, Raoul." End of chapter 51. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales.
Chapter 52 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Wright. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 52. D'Artagnan's Lesson. Raoul did not meet with D'Artagnan the next day, as he had hoped. He only met with Planchet, whose joy was great at seeing the young man again, and who contrived to pay him 2 or 3 little soldierly compliments, savouring very little of the grocer's shop. But, as Raoul was returning the next day from Vincennes at the head of 50 dragoons, confided to him by Monsieur le Prince, he perceived in La Place Baudoyer a man with his nose in the air, examining a house as we examine a horse we have a fancy to buy. This man, dressed in a citizen costume buttoned up like a military pourpoint, a very small hat on his head, but a long shagreen-mounted sword by his side, turned his head as soon as he heard the steps of the horses, and left off looking at the house to look at the dragoons. It was simply Monsieur d'Artagnan. D'Artagnan on foot, D'Artagnan with his hands behind him, passing a little review upon the dragoons, after having reviewed the buildings. Not a man, not a tag, not a horse's hoof escaped his inspection. Raoul rode at the top of his troop. D'Artagnan perceived him the last. "Eh?" said he. "Eh, mordieu!" "I was not mistaken," cried Raoul, turning his horse towards him. "Mistaken? No, good day to you," replied the ex-musketeer, whilst Raoul eagerly pressed the hand of his old friend. "Take care, Raoul," said D'Artagnan. "The second horse of the 5th rank will lose a shoe before he gets to Pont Marie. He has only 2 nails left in his off forefoot." "Wait a minute, I will come back," said Raoul. "Can you quit your detachment?" "The cornet is there to take my place." "Then you will come dine with me?" "Most willingly, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Be quick, then. Leave your horse, or make them give me one. I prefer coming back on foot with you. Raoul hastened to give notice to the cornet, who took his post. He then dismounted, gave his horse to one of the dragoons, and with great delight seized the arm of Monsieur d'Artagnan, who had watched him during all these little evolutions with the satisfaction of a connoisseur. "What, do you come from Vincennes?" said he. "Yes, monsieur le chevalier." "And the cardinal?" "He is very ill. It is even reported he is dead." "Are you on good terms with Monsieur Fouquet?" asked D'Artagnan, with a disdainful movement of the shoulders, proving that the death of Mazarin did not affect him beyond measure. "With Monsieur Fouquet?" said Raoul. "I do not know him." "So much the worse, so much the worse, for a new king always seeks to get good men in his employment." "Oh, the king means no harm," replied the young man. "I say nothing about the crown," cried D'Artagnan. "I am speaking of the king. The king, that is Monsieur Fouquet. If the cardinal is dead, you must contrive to stand well with Monsieur Fouquet, if you do not wish to moulder away all your life as I have mouldered. It is true you have, fortunately, other protectors. Monsieur le Prince, for instance." "Worn out, worn out." "Monsieur le Comte de la Fere?" "Athos? Oh, that is different. Yes, Athos. And if you have any wish to make your way in England, you cannot apply to a better person. I can even say, without too much vanity, that I myself have some credit at the court of Charles II. There is a king, God speed him." "Ah!" cried Raoul, with the natural curiosity of well-born young people, whilst listening to experience and courage. "Yes, a king who amuses himself, it is true, but who has had a sword in his hand and can appreciate useful men. Athos is on good terms with Charles II. Take service there, and leave these scoundrels of contractors and farmer generals, who steal as well with French hands as others have done with Italian hands. Leave the little snivelling king, who is going to give us another reign of Francis II. Do you know anything of history, Raoul?" "Yes, monsieur le chevalier." "Do you know, then, that Francis II had always the earache?" "No, I did not know that." "That Charles IV had always the headache?" "Indeed." "And Henry III had always the stomachache?" Raoul began to laugh. "Well, my dear friend, Louis XIV has always the heartache. It is deplorable to see a king sighing from morning till night, without saying once in the course of the day, 'Ventre saint gris,' 'Corboeuf,' or anything to rouse one." "Was that the reason you quitted the service, monsieur le chevalier?" "Yes." "But you yourself, Monsieur d'Artagnan, are throwing the handle after the axe. You will not make a fortune." "Who, I?" replied D'Artagnan, in a careless tone. "I am settled. I had some family property." Raoul looked at him. The poverty of D'Artagnan was proverbial. A Gascon, he exceeded in ill luck all the Gasconades of France and Navarre. Raoul had 100 times heard Job and D'Artagnan named together as the twins Romulus and Remus. D'Artagnan caught Raoul's look of astonishment. "And has not your father told you I have been in England?" "Yes, monsieur le chevalier." "And that I there met with a very lucky chance?" "No, monsieur, I did not know that." "Yes, a very worthy friend of mine, a great nobleman, the viceroy of Scotland and Ireland, has endowed me with an inheritance." "An inheritance?" "And a good one, too." "Then you are rich?" "Bah!" "Receive my sincere congratulation." "Thank you. Look, that is my house." "Place de Greve?" "Yes. Don't you like this quarter?" "On the contrary, the look out over the water is pleasant. Oh, what a pretty old house!" "The sign of Notre Dame is on the old cabaret, which I have transformed into a private house in 2 days." "But the cabaret is still open." "Pardieu!" "And where do you lodge, then?" "I lodge with Planchet." "You said just now, this is my house." "I said so, because, in fact, it is my house. I have bought it." "Ah!" said Raoul. "At 10 years' purchase, my dear Raoul, a superb affair. I bought the house for 30,000 livres. It has a garden which opens to the Rue de la Mortellerie. The cabaret lets for 1,000 livres, with the first story, the garret, or second floor, for 500 livres." "Indeed?" "Yes, indeed." 500 livres for a garret? Why, it is not habitable." "Therefore no one inhabits it. Only, you see, this garret has 2 windows looking out upon the place." "Yes, monsieur." "Well, then, every time anybody is broken on the wheel, or hung, quartered, or burnt, those 2 windows rent for 20 pistoles." "Oh!" cried Raoul with horror. "It is disgusting, is it not?" said D'Artagnan. "Oh!" repeated Raoul. "It is disgusting, but so it is. These Parisian cockneys are sometimes real anthropophagi. I cannot conceive how men, Christians, can make such speculation." "That is true." As for myself, continued D'Artagnan, if I inhabited that house, on days of execution I would shut it up to the very keyholes. But I do not inhabit it. And you let the garret for 500 livres? To the ferocious cabaretier, who sublets it. I said then 1,500 livres. The natural interest of money, said Raoul, 5%. Exactly so. I then have left the side of the house at the back, storerooms and cellars, inundated every winter, 200 livres, and the garden, which is very fine, well planted, well shaded under the walls, and the portal of Saint Gervais Saint Porte, 1,300 livres. 1,300 livres! Why, that is royal. This is the whole history. I strongly suspect some canon of the parish. These canons are all rich as Croesus. I suspect some canon of having hired the garden to take his pleasure in. The tenant has given the name of Monsieur Godard. That is either a false name or a real name. If true, he is a canon. If false, he is some unknown. But of what consequence is it to me? He always pays in advance. I had also an idea just now when I met you of buying a house in the Place Baudière, the back premises of which join my garden, and would make a magnificent property. Your dragoons interrupted my calculations. But come, let us take the Rue de la Vannerie. That will lead us straight to Monsieur Planchet's. D'Artagnan mended his pace, and conducted Raoul to Planchet's dwelling, a chamber of which the grocer had given up to his old master. Planchet was out, but the dinner was ready. There was a remains of military regularity and punctuality preserved in the grocer's household. D'Artagnan returned to the subject of Raoul's future. Your father brings you up rather strictly, said he. Justly, monsieur le chevalier. Oh yes, I know, Athos is just, but close perhaps. A royal hand, Monsieur D'Artagnan. Well, never want, my boy. If ever you stand in need of a few pistoles, the old Musketeer is at hand. My dear Monsieur D'Artagnan, do you play a little? Never. Successful with the ladies, then? Oh, my little Aramis, that, my dear friend, costs even more than play. It is true, we fight when we lose, that is compensation. Bah, that little sniveller the king makes winners give him his revenge. What a reign, my poor Raoul, what a reign! When we think that, in my time, the Musketeers were besieged in their houses like Hector and Priam in the city of Troy, and the women wept, and then the walls laughed, and the 500 beggarly fellows clapped their hands and cried, Kill, kill, when not a Musketeer was hurt. Mordieu, you will never see anything like that. You are very hard upon the king, my dear Monsieur D'Artagnan, and yet you scarcely know him. I? Listen, Raoul, day by day, hour by hour, take note of my words, I will predict what he will do. The cardinal being dead, he will fret. Very well, that is the least silly thing he will do, particularly if he does not shed a tear. And then? Why, then he will get Monsieur Fouquet to allow him a pension, and will go and compose verses at Fontainebleau, upon some Mancini or other, whose eyes the queen will scratch out. She is a Spaniard, you see, this queen of ours, and she has, for mother-in-law, Madame Anne of Austria. I know something of the Spaniards of the House of Austria. And next? Well, after having torn the silver lace from the uniforms of his Swiss, because lace is too expensive, he will dismount his Musketeers, because oats and hay of a horse cost 5 sols a day. Oh, do not say that. Of what consequence is it to me? I am no longer a Musketeer, am I? Let them be on horseback, let them be on foot. Let them carry a larding pin, a spit, a sword, or nothing. What is it to me? My dear Monsieur D'Artagnan, I beseech you to speak no more ill of the king. I am almost in his service, and my father would be very angry with me for having heard, even from your mouth, words injurious to his majesty. Your father, eh? He is a knight in every bad cause. Pardieu! Yes, your father is a brave man, a Caesar, it is true, but a man without perception. Now, my dear chevalier, exclaimed Raoul, laughing, are you going to speak ill of my father, of him you call the great Athos? Truly, you are in a bad vein today. Riches render you as sour as poverty renders other people. Pardieu, you are right. I am a rascal in my dotage. I am an unhappy wretch grown old. A tent cord untwisted, a pierced cuirass, a boot without a sole, a spur without a rowel. But do me the pleasure to add one thing. What is that, my dear Monsieur D'Artagnan? Simply say, Mazarin is a pitiful wretch. Perhaps he is dead. More the reason. I say was. If I did not hope that he was dead, I would entreat you to say, Mazarin is a pitiful wretch. Come, say so for the love of me. Well, I will. Say it. Mazarin is a pitiful wretch, said Raoul, smiling at the Musketeer, who roared with laughter as he did in his best days. A moment, said the latter. You have spoken my first proposition. Here is the conclusion of it. Repeat, Raoul, repeat. But I regret Mazarin. Chevalier! You will not say it? Well, then, I will say it twice for you. But you would regret Mazarin? And they were still laughing and discussing this profession of principles, when one of the shop boys entered. "A letter, monsieur," said he, "for Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Thank you, give it me," cried the musketeer. "The handwriting of Monsieur le Comte," said Raoul. "Yes, yes." And D'Artagnan broke the seal. "Dear friend," said Athos, "a person has just been here to beg me to seek you on the part of the king." "Seek me?" said D'Artagnan, letting the paper fall upon the table. Raoul picked it up and continued to read aloud. "Make haste, his majesty is very anxious to speak to you, and expects you at the Louvre." "Expects me?" again repeated the musketeer. "Ha, ha!" laughed Raoul. "Oh, oh!" replied D'Artagnan, "what the devil can this mean?" Chapter 52. Recording by Kate Wright, Chester. Chapter 53 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Wright. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 53. The King. The first moment of surprise over, D'Artagnan reperused Athos's note. "It is strange," said he, "that the king should send for me." "Why so?" said Raoul. "Do you not think, monsieur, that the king must regret such a servant as you?" "Oh, oh!" cried the officer, laughing with all his might. "You are poking fun at me, Master Raoul. If the king had regretted me, he would not have let me leave him. No, no, I see in it something better, or worse, if you like." "Worse? What can that be, monsieur le chevalier?" "You are young, you are a boy, you are admirable. Oh, how I should like to be as you are, to be but 24, with an unfortunate brow, under which the brain is void of everything but women, love, and good intentions. Oh, Raoul, as long as you have not received the smiles of kings, the confidence of queens, as long as you have not two cardinals killed under you, the one a tiger, the other a fox, as long as you have not— But what is the good of all this trifling? We must part, Raoul." "How you say the word! What a serious face!" "Eh! but the occasion is worthy of it. Listen to me, I have a very good recommendation to tender you." "I am all attention, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "You will go and inform your father of my departure." "Your departure?" "Pardieu! You will tell him I am gone to England, and that I am living in my little country house." "In England, you? And the king's orders?" "You get more and more silly. Do you imagine that I am going to the Louvre, to place myself at the disposal of that little crowned wolf cub?" "The king a wolf cub? Why, monsieur le chevalier, you are mad." "On the contrary, I never was so sane. You do not know what he wants to do with me, this worthy son of Louis le Just. But, mordieu, that is policy. He wishes to ensconce me snugly in the Bastille, pure and simply. Look you." "What for?" cried Raoul, terrified at what he heard. "On account of what I told him one day at Blois. I was warm, he remembers it." "You told him what?" "That he was mean, cowardly, and silly." "Good God!" cried Raoul, "is it possible that such words should have issued from your mouth?" "Perhaps I don't give the letter of my speech, but I give the sense of it." "But did not the king have you arrested immediately?" "By whom? It was I who commanded the musketeers. He must have commanded me to convey myself to prison. I would never have consented, I would have resisted myself. And then I went into England, no more D'Artagnan. Now the cardinal is dead, or nearly so. They learn that I am in Paris, and they lay their hands on me." "The cardinal was your protector?" "The cardinal knew me. He knew certain particularities of me. I also knew some of his. We appreciated each other mutually. And then, on rendering his soul to the devil, he would recommend Anne of Austria to make me the inhabitant of a safe place. Go then and find your father, relate the fact to him, and adieu." "My dear Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Raoul, very much agitated, after having looked out the window, "you cannot even fly." "Why not?" "Because there is below an officer of the Swiss guard waiting for you." "Well?" "Well, he will arrest you." D'Artagnan broke into a Homeric laugh. "Oh, I know very well that you will resist, that you will fight even. I know very well that you will prove the conqueror. But that amounts to rebellion, and you are an officer yourself, knowing what discipline is." "Devil of a boy! How logical that is!" grumbled D'Artagnan. "You approve of it, do you not?" Yes, instead of passing into the street where the idiot is waiting for me, I will slip quietly out the back. I have a horse in the stable, and a good one. I will ride him to death, my means permit me to do so, and by killing one horse after another, I shall arrive at Boulogne in 11 hours. I know the road. Only tell your father one thing. What is that? That is, that the thing he knows about is placed at Planchet's house, except a fifth, and that. But, my dear D'Artagnan, rest assured that if you fly, 2 things will be said of you. What are they, my dear friend? The first, that you have been afraid. Ah, and who will dare to say that? The king first. Well, but he will tell the truth. I am afraid. The second, that you knew yourself guilty. Guilty of what? Why, of the crimes they wish to impute to you. That is true again. So, then you advise me to go and get myself made a prisoner in the Bastille? Monsieur le Comte de la Fère will advise you just as I do. Pardieu, I know he would, said D'Artagnan thoughtfully. You are right, I shall not escape. But if they cast me into the Bastille, we will get you out again, said Raoul, with a quiet, calm air. Mordieu, you said that after a brave fashion, Raoul, said D'Artagnan, seizing his hand. That savours of Athos, distinctly. Well, I will go then. Do not forget my last word. Except a fifth, said Raoul. Yes, you are a fine boy, and I wish you to add one thing to that last word. Speak, chevalier. It is that if you cannot get me out of the Bastille, and I remain there, oh, that will be so, and I shall be a detestable prisoner. I, who have been a passable man. In that case, I shall give 3/5 to you, and the 4th to your father. Chevalier! Mordieu! If you will have some masses said for me, you are welcome. That being said, D'Artagnan took his belt from the hook, girded on his sword, took a hat the feather of which was fresh, and held his hand out to Raoul, who threw himself into his arms. When in the shop, he cast a quick glance at the shop lads, who looked upon the scene with pride mingled with some inquietude. Then, plunging his hands into the chest of currants, he went straight to the officer who was waiting for him at the door. Those features, can it be you, Monsieur de Friedrich? Cried D'Artagnan gaily. Eh, what, do we arrest our friends? Arrest? Whispered the lads among themselves. Ja, it is I, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Good day to you, said the Swiss in his mountain patois. Must I give you my sword? I warn you that is long and heavy. You had better let me wear it to the Louvre. I feel quite lost in the streets without a sword, and you will be more at a loss than I should, with 2. The king has given me no orders about it, replied the Swiss. So keep your sword. Well, that is very polite on the part of the king. Let us go at once. Monsieur Friedrich was not a talker, and D'Artagnan had too many things to think about to say much. From Planchet's shop to the Louvre was not far. They arrived in 10 minutes. It was a dark night. Monsieur de Friedrich wanted to enter by the wicket. No, said D'Artagnan, you would lose time by that. Take the little staircase. The Swiss did as D'Artagnan advised, and conducted him to the vestibule of the king's cabinet. When arrived there, he bowed to his prisoner, and without saying anything, returned to his post. D'Artagnan had not time to ask why his sword was not taken from him, when the door of the cabinet opened, and a valet de chambre called, Monsieur d'Artagnan? The musketeer assumed his parade carriage, and entered, with his large eyes wide open, his brow calm, his moustache stiff. The king was seated at a table writing. He did not disturb himself when the step of the musketeer resounded on the floor. He did not even turn his head. D'Artagnan advanced as far as the middle of the room, and seeing that the king paid no attention to him, and suspecting besides that this was nothing but affectation, a sort of tormenting preamble to the explanation that was preparing, he turned his back on the prince and began to examine the frescoes on the cornices and the cracks in the ceiling. This maneuver was accompanied by a little tacit monologue. Ah, you want to humble me, do you? You, whom I have seen so young? You, whom I saved as I would my own child? You, whom I have served as I would a god? That is to say, for nothing. Wait a while, you shall see what a man can do who has suffered the air of the fire of the Huguenots, under the beard of Monsieur le Cardinal, the true cardinal. At this moment Louis turned round. Ah, there you are, Monsieur d'Artagnan, said he. D'Artagnan saw the movement and imitated it. Yes, sire, said he. Very well, have the goodness to wait till I have cast this up. D'Artagnan made no reply, he only bowed. That is polite enough, thought he. I have nothing to say. Louis made a violent dash with his pen and threw it angrily away. Ah, go on, work yourself up, thought the musketeer. You will put me at my ease. You shall find I did not empty the bag the other day at Blois." Louis rose from his seat and passed his hand over his brow. Then, stopping opposite to D'Artagnan, he looked at him with an air at once imperious and kind. "What the devil does he want with me? I wish he would begin," thought the musketeer. "Monsieur," said the king, "you know without doubt that Monsieur le Cardinal is dead." "I suspected so, sire." "You know that, consequently, I am master in my own kingdom." "That is not a thing that dates from the death of Monsieur le Cardinal, sire. A man is always master in his own house, when he wishes to be so." "Yes, but do you not remember all you said to me at Blois?" "Now we come to it," thought D'Artagnan. "I was not deceived. Well, so much the better. It is a sign that my scent is tolerably keen yet." "You do not answer me," said Louis. "Sire, I think I recollect." "You only think?" "It is so long ago." "If you do not remember, I do. You said to me, 'Listen with attention.'" "Ah, I shall listen with all my ears, sire, for it is very likely the conversation will turn in a fashion very interesting to me." Louis once more looked at the musketeer. The latter smoothed the feather of his hat, then his moustache, and waited bravely. Louis XIV continued: "You quitted my service, monsieur, after having told me the whole truth." "Yes, sire." "That is, after having declared to me all you thought to be true, with regard to my mode of thinking and acting." "That is always a merit. You began by telling me that you had served my family 30 years, and were fatigued." "I said so, yes, sire." "And afterwards admitted that the fatigue was a pretext, and that discontent was the real cause." "I was discontented, in fact, but that discontent has never betrayed itself, that I know of, and if, like a man of heart, I have spoken out before your majesty, I have not even thought of the matter before anybody else. Do not excuse yourself, D'Artagnan, but continue to listen to me. When making me the reproach that you were discontented, you received in reply a promise. Wait, is that not true?" "Yes, sire, as true as what I told you." "You answered me, 'Hereafter?' No, now, immediately. Do not excuse yourself, I tell you, it was natural, but you had no charity for your poor prince, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Sire, charity for a king, on the part of a poor soldier." "You understand me very well. You knew that I stood in need of it. You knew very well that I was not master. You knew very well that my hope was in the future. Now, you answered me when I spoke of the future. My discharge, and that directly." "That is true," murmured D'Artagnan, biting his moustache. "You did not flatter me when I was in distress," added Louis. "But," said D'Artagnan, raising his head nobly, "if I did not flatter your majesty when poor, neither did I betray you. I have shed my blood for nothing. I have watched like a dog at a door, knowing full well that neither bread nor bone would be thrown to me. I, although poor likewise, ask nothing of your majesty but the discharge you speak of. I know you are a brave man, but I was a young man, and you ought to have some indulgence for me. What had you to reproach the king with? That he left King Charles II without assistance? Let us say further, that he did not marry Mademoiselle de Mancini." When saying these words, the king fixed upon the musketeer a searching look. "Ah, ah," thought the latter, "he's doing far more than remembering. He divines, the devil." "Your sentence," continued Louis, "fell upon the king, and fell upon the man. But, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that weakness, for you considered it a weakness." D'Artagnan made no reply. "You reproach me also with regard to Monsieur the defunct cardinal. Now, Monsieur le Cardinal, did he not bring me up? Did he not support me? Elevating himself and supporting himself at the same time, I admit, but the benefit was discharged. As an ingrate or an egotist, would you, then, have better loved or served me?" "Sire?" "We will say no more about it, monsieur. It would only create in you too many regrets, and me too much pain." D'Artagnan was not convinced. The young king, in adopting a tone of hauteur with him, did not forward his purpose. "You have since reflected?" resumed Louis. "Upon what, sire?" asked D'Artagnan politely. "Why, upon all that I have said to you, monsieur." "Yes, sire, no doubt." "And you have only waited for an opportunity of retracting your words?" "Sire?" "You hesitate, it seems." "I do not understand what your majesty did me the honor to say to me." Louis's brow became cloudy. "Have the goodness to excuse me, sire. My understanding is particularly thick. Things do not penetrate it without difficulty, but it is true, once they get in, they remain there." "Yes, yes, you appear to have a memory." "Almost a good one as your majesty's." "Then give me quickly one solution. My time is valuable. What have you been doing since your discharge? Making my fortune, sire. The expression is crude, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Your Majesty takes it in bad part, certainly. I entertain nothing but the profoundest respect for the king, and if I have been impolite, which might be excused by my long sojourn in camps and barracks, your Majesty is too much above me to be offended at a word that innocently escapes from a soldier. In fact, I know you performed a brilliant action in England, monsieur. I only regret that you have broken your promise. I? Cried D'Artagnan. Doubtless, you engaged your word not to serve any other prince on quitting my service. Now it was for King Charles II that you undertook the marvellous carrying off of Monsieur Monk. Pardon me, sire, it was for myself. And did you succeed? Like the captains of the 15th century, coupe de main and adventures. What do you call succeeding? A fortune? 100,000 crowns, sire, which I now possess. That is, in 1 week, 3 times as much money as I had ever earned in 50 years. It is a handsome sum, but you are ambitious, I perceive. Ay, sire, the quarter of that would be a treasure, and I swear to you I had no thought of augmenting it. What, you contemplate remaining idle? Yes, sire. You mean to drop the sword? That I have already done. Impossible, Monsieur d'Artagnan, said Louis firmly. But, sire. Well, and why, sire? Because it is my wish you should not, said the young prince, in a voice so stern and imperious that D'Artagnan evinced surprise and even uneasiness. Will your Majesty allow me one word of reply? Said he. Speak. I formed that resolution when I was poor and destitute. So be it. Go on. Now, when by my energy I have acquired a comfortable means of subsistence, would your Majesty despoil me of my liberty? Your Majesty would condemn me to the lowest, when I have gained the highest. Who gave you permission, monsieur, to fathom my designs, or to reckon with me? Replied Louis in a voice almost angry. Who told you what I shall do, or what you will yourself do? Sire, said the Musketeer quietly, as far as I see, freedom is not the order of the conversation, as it was on the day we came to an explanation at Blois. No, monsieur, everything is changed. I tender your Majesty my sincere compliments upon that. But you don't really believe it? I am not a great statesman, and yet I have my eye upon affairs. It seldom fails. Now I do not see exactly as your Majesty does, sire. The reign of Mazarin is over, but that of the financiers is begun. They have the money, your Majesty will not often see much of it. To live under the paw of these hungry wolves is hard for a man who reckoned upon independence. At this moment someone scratched at the door of the cabinet. The king raised his head proudly. Your pardon, Monsieur d'Artagnan, said he. It is Monsieur Colbert, who comes to make me a report. Come in, Monsieur Colbert. D'Artagnan drew back. Colbert entered with papers in his hand and went up to the king. There can be little doubt that the Gascon did not lose the opportunity of applying his keen, quick glance to the new figure which presented itself. Is the inquiry made? Yes, sire. And the opinion of the inquisitors? Is that the accused merit confiscation and death. Ah, said the king, without changing countenance, and casting an oblique look at D'Artagnan. And your own opinion, Monsieur Colbert? Said he. Colbert looked at D'Artagnan in his turn. That imposing countenance checked the words upon his lips. Louis perceived this. Do not disturb yourself, said he. It is Monsieur d'Artagnan. Do you not know Monsieur d'Artagnan again? These two men looked at each other. D'Artagnan with eyes open and bright as the day, Colbert with his half closed and dim. The frank intrepidity of the soldier annoyed the other. The circumspection of the financier disgusted the soldier. Ah, this is the gentleman who made that brilliant stroke in England, said Colbert, and he bowed slightly to D'Artagnan. Ah, said the Gascon. This is the gentleman who clipped off the lace from the uniform of the Swiss, a praiseworthy piece of economy. The financier thought to pierce the Musketeer, but the Musketeer ran the financier through. Monsieur d'Artagnan, resumed the king, who had not remarked all the shades of which Mazarin would have missed not one. This concerns the farmers of the revenue who have robbed me, whom I am hanging, and whose death warrants I am about to sign. Oh, said D'Artagnan, starting. What did you say? Oh, nothing, sire. That is no business of mine. The king had already taken up the pen, and was applying it to the paper. Sire, said Colbert in a subdued voice, I beg to warn your Majesty that if an example be necessary, there will be difficulty in the execution of your orders. What do you say? Said Louis. You must not conceal from yourself, continued Colbert quietly, that attacking the farmers general is attacking the superintendents. The two unfortunate guilty men in question are the particular friends of the powerful personage, and the punishment, which otherwise might be comfortably confined to the Châtelet, will doubtless be a signal for disturbances. Louis coloured and turned towards D'Artagnan, who took a slight bite at his moustache, not without a smile of pity for the financier, and for the king who had to listen to him for so long. But Louis seized the pen, and with a movement so rapid that his hand shook, he affixed his signature at the bottom of the two papers presented by Colbert. Then, looking the latter in the face, "Monsieur Colbert," said he, "when you speak to me on business, exclude more frequently the word difficulty from your reasonings and opinions. As to the word impossibility, never pronounce it." Colbert bowed, much humiliated at having to undergo such a lesson before the musketeer. He was about to go out, but, jealous to repair his check, "I forgot to announce to your majesty," said he, "that the confiscations amount to the sum of 5 millions of livres." "That's pretty well," thought D'Artagnan. "Which makes in my coffers?" said the king. 18 millions of livres, sire," replied Colbert, bowing. "Mordieu!" growled D'Artagnan, "that's glorious." "Monsieur Colbert," added the king, "you will, if you please, go through the gallery where Monsieur Léon is waiting, and will tell him to bring hither what he has drawn up, by my order." "Directly, sire. If your majesty wants me no more this evening—" "No, monsieur, good night." And Colbert went out. "Now, let us return to our affair, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the king, as if nothing had happened. "You see that with respect to money there is already a notable change." "Something to the tune of from 0 to 18 millions," replied the musketeer gaily. "Ah, that was what your majesty wanted the day King Charles II. came to Blois. The two states would not have been embroiled today, for I must say that there also I see another stumbling block." "Well, in the first place," replied Louis, "you are unjust, monsieur, for if Providence had made me able to give my brother the million that day, you would not have quitted my service, and consequently you would not have made your fortune, as you told me just now that you have done. But, in addition to this, I have had another piece of good fortune, and my difference with Great Britain need not alarm you." A valet de chambre interrupted the king by announcing Monsieur Léon. "Come in, monsieur," said the king. "You are punctual, that is like a good servant. Let us see your letter to my brother Charles II." D'Artagnan pricked up his ears. "A moment, monsieur," said Louis carelessly to the Gascon. "I must expedite to London my consent to the marriage of my brother, Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, with the Princess Henrietta Stuart." "He is knocking me about, it seems," murmured D'Artagnan, whilst the king signed the letter and dismissed Monsieur de Léon. "But, ma foi, the more he knocks me about in this manner, the better I like it." The king followed Monsieur de Léon with his eyes, till the door was closed behind him. He even made 3 steps as if he would follow the minister, but, after these 3 steps, stopping, passing, and coming back to the musketeer, "Now, monsieur," said he, "let us hasten to terminate our affair. You told me the other day at Blois that you were not rich." "But I am now, sire." "Yes, but that does not concern me. You have your own money, not mine. That does not enter into my account." "I do not well understand what your majesty means." "Then, instead of leaving you to draw out words, speak spontaneously. Should you be satisfied with 20,000 livres a year as a fixed income?" "But, sire," said D'Artagnan, opening his eyes to the utmost, "would you be satisfied with 4 horses furnished and kept, and with a supplement of funds such as you might require, according to occasions and needs, or would you prefer a fixed sum, which would be, for example, 40,000 livres? Answer." "Sire, your majesty—" "Yes, you are surprised, that is natural, and I expected it. Answer me, come, or I shall think you have no longer that rapidity of judgment I have so much admired in you." "It is certain, sire, that 20,000 livres a year makes a handsome sum, but—" "No buts, yes or no. Is it an honorable indemnity?" "Oh, very certainly." "You will be satisfied with it. That is well. It will be better to reckon the extra expenses separately. You can arrange that with Colbert. Now, let us pass to something more important." "But, sire, I told your majesty—" "That you wanted rest. I know you did. Only I replied that I would not allow it. I am master, I suppose?" "Yes, sire." "That is well. You were formerly in the way of becoming captain of the musketeers?" "Yes, sire." "Well, here is your commission signed. I place it in this drawer. The day on which you return from a certain expedition which I will have to confide to you, On that day you may yourself take the commission from the drawer." D'Artagnan still hesitated, and hung down his head. "Come, monsieur," said the king, "one would believe to look at you, that you did not know that at the court of the Most Christian King, the captain general of the Musketeers takes precedence over the marshals of France." "Sire, I know he does." "Then am I to think you do not put faith in my word?" "Oh, sire, never, never dream of such a thing. I have wished to prove to you that you, so good a servant, had lost a good master. Am I anything like the master that will suit you?" "I begin to think you are, sire." "Then, monsieur, you will resume your functions. Your company is quite disorganized since your departure, and the men go about drinking and rioting in the cabarets, where they fight in spite of my edicts and those of my father. You will reorganize the service as soon as possible." "Yes, sire." "You will not again quit my person." "Very well, sire." "You will march with me to the army, you will encamp round my tent." "Then, sire," said D'Artagnan, "if it is only to impose upon me a service like that, your majesty need not give me 20,000 livres a year. I shall not earn them. I desire that you shall keep open house. I desire that you shall keep a liberal table. I desire that my captain of musketeers should be a personage." "And I," said D'Artagnan bluntly, "I do not like easily found money. I like money won. Your majesty gives me an idle trade, which the first comer would perform for 4,000 livres." Louis XIV began to laugh. "You are a true Gascon, Monsieur d'Artagnan. You will draw my heart's secret from me." "Bah! Your majesty has a secret, then?" "Yes, monsieur." "Well, then I accept the 20,000 livres, for I will keep that secret, and discretion is above all price in these times. Will your majesty speak now?" "Boot yourself, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and to horse." "Directly, sire." "Within 2 days." "That is well, sire, for I have my affairs to settle before I set out, particularly if it is likely there should be any blows stirring." "That may happen." "We can receive them. But, sire, you have addressed yourself to avarice, to ambition. You have addressed yourself to the heart of Monsieur d'Artagnan, but you have forgotten one thing." "What is that?" "You have said nothing to his vanity. When shall I be a knight of the king's orders?" "Does that interest you?" "Why, yes, sire. My friend Athos is quite covered with orders, and that dazzles me." "You shall be a knight of my order a month after you have taken your commission of captain." "Ah, ah!" said the officer thoughtfully. "After the expedition." "Precisely." "Where is your majesty going to send me?" "Are you acquainted with Bretagne?" "No, sire." "Have you any friends there?" "In Bretagne? No, ma foi." "So much the better. Do you know anything about fortifications?" "I believe I do, sire," said D'Artagnan, smiling. "That is to say, you can readily distinguish a fortress from a single fortification, such as is allowed to chatelains or vassals." "I distinguish a fort from a rampart, as I distinguish a cuirass from a raised pie crust, sire, if that is sufficient." "Yes, monsieur. You will set out, then?" "For Bretagne?" "Yes." "Alone?" "Absolutely alone. That is to say, you must not even take a lackey with you." "May I ask your majesty for what reason?" "Because, monsieur, it will be necessary to disguise yourself sometimes, as the servant of a good family. Your face is very well known in France, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "And then, sire?" "And then you will travel slowly through Bretagne, and will examine the fortifications of that country." "The coasts?" "Yes, and the isles, commencing by Belle Ile en Mer." "Ah! which belongs to Monsieur Fouquet," said D'Artagnan, in a serious tone, raising his intelligent eye to Louis XIV. "I fancy you are right, monsieur, and that Belle Isle does belong to Monsieur Fouquet, in fact." "Then your majesty wishes me to ascertain if Belle Isle is a strong place?" "Yes." "If the fortifications of it are new or old?" "Precisely." "And if the vassals of Monsieur Fouquet are sufficiently numerous to form a garrison?" "That is what I want to know. You have placed your finger on the question." "And if they are not fortifying, sire?" "You will travel about Bretagne, listening and judging." "Then I am a king's spy," said D'Artagnan bluntly, twisting his mustache. "No, monsieur." "Your pardon, sire, I spy on your majesty's account." "You start a voyage of discovery, monsieur. Would you march at the head of your musketeers, with your sword in your hand, to observe any spot whatever, or an enemy's position?" At this word D'Artagnan started. "Do you," continued the king, "imagine yourself to be a spy?" "No, no," said D'Artagnan, but pensively. "The thing changes its face when one observes an enemy; one is but a soldier." "And if they are fortifying Belle Isle?" asked he, quickly. "You will take an exact plan of the fortifications." "Will they permit me to enter?" "That does not concern me; that is your affair." Did you not understand that I reserved for you a supplement of 20,000 livres per annum, if you wished it? Yes, sire. But if they are not fortifying? You will return quickly, without fatiguing your horse. Sire, I am ready. You will begin tomorrow by going to Monsieur le Surintendant's to take the first quarter of the pension I gave you. Do you know Monsieur Fouquet? Very little, sire, but I beg your majesty to observe that I don't think it is immediately necessary that I should know him. Your pardon, monsieur, for he will refuse you the money I wish you to take, and it is that refusal I look for. Ah, said D'Artagnan. Then, sire, the money being refused, you will go and seek it at Monsieur Colbert's. A propos, have you a good horse? An excellent one, sire. How much did it cost you? 150 pistoles. I will buy it of you. Here is a note for 200 pistoles. But I want a horse for my journey, sire. Well, and you'll take mine from me. Not at all. On the contrary, I give it to you. Only, as it is now mine and not yours, I am sure you will not spare it. Your majesty is in a hurry, then? A great hurry. Then what compels me to wait 2 days? Reasons known to myself. That's a different affair. The horse may make up 2 days in the 8 it has to travel, and then there is the post. No, the post compromises Monsieur d'Artagnan. Begone, and do not forget you are my servant. Sire, it is not my duty to forget it. At what hour tomorrow shall I take my leave of your majesty? Whence do you lodge? I must henceforward lodge at the Louvre. That must not be now. Keep your lodgings in the city. I will pay for them. As to your departure, it must take place at night. You must set out without being seen by anyone, or, if you are seen, it must not be known that you belong to me. Keep your mouth shut, monsieur. Your majesty spoils all you have said by that single word. I asked where you lodge, for I cannot always send Monsieur le Comte de la Fère to seek you. I lodge with Monsieur Planchet, a grocer, Rue de Lombard, at the sign of the Pillion d'Or. Go out but little, show yourself less, and await my orders. And yet, sire, I must go for the money. That is true, but when going to the superintendent's, where so many people are constantly going, you must mingle with the crowd. I want the notes, sire, for the money. Here they are. And D'Artagnan looked on, to assure himself of their regularity. Adieu, Monsieur d'Artagnan, added the king. I think you have perfectly understood me. I understand that your majesty sends me to Belle-Île-en-Mer, that is all. To learn? To learn how Monsieur Fouquet's works are going on, that is all. Very well, I admit you may be taken. And I do not admit it, replied the Gascon boldly. I admit you may be killed, continued the king. That is not probable, sire. In the first case, you must not speak. In the second, there must be no papers found upon you. D'Artagnan shrugged his shoulders without ceremony, and took leave of the king, saying to himself, The English shower continues. Let us remain under the spout. End of chapter 53. Recording by Kate Wright, Chester. Chapter 54 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Wright. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 54. The Houses of Monsieur Fouquet. Whilst D'Artagnan was returning to Planchet's house, his head aching and bewildered with all that had happened to him, there was passing a scene of quite a different character, and which, nevertheless, is not foreign to the conversation our Musketeer had just had with the king. Only, this scene took place out of Paris, in a house possessed by the superintendent Fouquet, in the village of Saint Mande. The minister had just arrived at his country house, followed by his principal clerk, who carried an enormous portfolio full of papers to be examined, and others waiting for signature. As it might be about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the masters had dined. Supper was being prepared for 20 subaltern guests. The superintendent did not stop. On alighting from his carriage, he at the same bound sprang through the doorway, traversed the apartments, and gained his cabinet, where he declared he would shut himself up to work, commanding that he should not be disturbed for anything but an order from the king. As soon as this order was given, Fouquet shut himself up, and 2 footmen were placed as sentinels at his door. Then Fouquet pushed a bolt which displaced a panel and walled up the entrance, and prevented everything that passed in this apartment from being either seen or heard. But against all probability, it was only for the sake of shutting himself up that Fouquet shut himself up thus, for he went straight to a bureau, seated himself at it, opened the portfolio, and began to make a choice amongst the enormous mass of papers it contained. It was no more than 10 minutes after he had entered and taken all the precautions we have described, when the repeated noise of several slight equal knocks struck his ear, and appeared to fix his uttermost attention. Fouquet raised his head, turned his ear, and listened. The strokes continued. Then the worker arose with a slight movement of impatience, and walked straight up to a glass behind which the blows were struck by a hand, or by some invisible mechanism. It was a large glass let into a panel. 3 other glasses exactly similar to it completed the symmetry of the apartment. Nothing distinguished that one from the others. Without doubt these reiterated knocks were a signal, for at that moment Fouquet approached the glass, listening. The same noise was renewed, and in the same measure. "Oh, oh!" murmured the intendant, with surprise. "Who is yonder? I did not expect anybody to-day." And without doubt, to respond to the signal, he pulled out a gilded nail near the glass and shook it thrice. Then returning to his place and seating himself again, "Ma foi! Let them wait," said he, and plunging again into the ocean of papers unrolled before him, he appeared to think of nothing now but work. In fact, with incredible rapidity and marvellous lucidity, Fouquet deciphered the largest papers and most complicated writings, correcting them, annotating them, with a pen moved as if by a fever, and the work melting under his hands. Signatures, figures, references, became multiplied as if 10 clerks, that is to say, 100 fingers and 10 brains had performed the duties, instead of the 5 fingers and single brain of this man. From time to time only, Fouquet, absorbed by his work, raised his head to cast a furtive glance upon a clock placed before him. The reason of this was, Fouquet set himself a task, and when this task was once set, in 1 hour's work, he, by himself, did what another would have accomplished in a day, always certain, consequently, provided he was not disturbed, of arriving at the close in the time his devouring activity had fixed. But in the midst of this ardent labour, the soft strokes upon the little bell placed behind the glass sounded again, hasty and consequently more urgent. "The lady appears to be impatient," said Fouquet. "Humph! A calm, that must be the comtesse. But no, the comtesse is gone to Rambouillet for 3 days. The president, then? Oh no, the president would not assume such grand airs. She would ring very humbly, then she would wait my good pleasure. The greatest certainty is that I do not know who it can be, but that I know who it cannot be, and since it is not you, Marquis, since it cannot be you, deuce take the rest." And he went on with his work in spite of the reiterated appeals of the bell. At the end of a quarter of an hour, however, impatience prevailed over Fouquet in his turn, and he might be said to consume rather than complete the rest of his work. He thrust his papers into his portfolio, and giving a glance at the mirror, whilst the taps continued faster than ever, "Oh, oh!" said he, "whence comes all this racket? What has happened, and who can the Ariadne be who expects me so impatiently? Let us see." He then applied the tip of his finger to the nail parallel to the one he had drawn. Immediately the glass moved like a folding door, and discovered a secret closet, rather deep, into which the superintendent disappeared as if he was going into a vast box. When there, he touched another spring, which opened, not a board, but a block of the wall, and he went out by that opening, leaving the door to shut of itself. Then Fouquet descended about a score of steps, which sank, winding, underground, and came to a long subterranean passage, lighted by imperceptible loopholes. The walls of this vault were covered with slabs or tiles, and the floor with carpeting. This passage was under the street itself, which separated Fouquet's house from the park of Vincennes. At the end of the passage ascended a winding staircase, parallel with that by which Fouquet had entered. He mounted these other stairs, entering by means of a spring placed into a similar closet to that in his cabinet, and from this closet an untenanted chamber furnished with the utmost elegance. As soon as he entered, he examined carefully whether the glass closed without leaving any trace, and doubtless satisfied with this observation, he opened by means of a small gold key the triple fastenings of a door in front of him. This time the door opened upon a handsome cabinet, sumptuously furnished, in which was seated upon cushions a lady of surpassing beauty, who at the sound of the lock sprang towards Fouquet. "Ah, good heavens!" cried the latter, starting back with astonishment. "Madame la Marquise de Belliere, you are here?" "Yes," murmured la Marquise. "Yes, it is I, monsieur." "Marquis, dear Marquis," added Fouquet, ready to prostrate himself. "Oh, my God, how did you come here? And I to keep you waiting!" "A long time, monsieur, yes, a very long time." "I am happy in thinking this waiting has appeared long to you, Marquis." "Oh, an eternity, monsieur! I rang more than 20 times. Did you not hear me?" "Marquis, you are pale, you tremble." "Did you not hear, then, that you were summoned?" "Oh, yes, I heard plainly enough, madame, but I could not come." After your rigours and your refusals, how could I dream it was you? If I could have had any suspicion of the happiness that awaited me, believe me, madame, I would have quitted everything to fall at your feet as I do this moment. Are we quite alone, monsieur? added the marquis, looking around the room. Oh yes, madame, I can assure you of that. Really? said the marquis in a melancholy tone. You sigh, said Fouquet. What mysteries, what precautions, said the marquis, with a slight bitterness of expression, and how evident it is that you fear the least suspicion of your amorous to escape. Would you prefer this being made public? Oh no, you act like a delicate man, said the marquis, smiling. Come, dear marquis, punish me not with reproaches, I implore you. Reproaches? Have I a right to make you any? No, unfortunately no. But tell me, you who during a year I have loved without return or hope. You are mistaken, without hope it is true, but not without return. What? For me, of my love? There is but one proof, and that proof I still want. I am here to bring it, monsieur. Fouquet wished to clasp her in his arms, but she disengaged herself with a gesture. You persist in deceiving yourself, monsieur, and will never accept of me the only thing I am willing to give you, devotion. Ah, then you do not love me. Devotion is but a virtue, love is a passion. Listen to me, I implore you. I should not have come hither without a serious motive. You are well assured of that, are you not? The motive is of very little consequence, so that you are but here, so that I see you, so that I speak to you. You are right. The principal thing is that I am here, without any one having seen me, and that I can speak to you. Fouquet sank on his knees before her. Speak, speak, madame, said he. I listen to you. The marquis looked at Fouquet, on his knees at her feet, and there was in the looks of the woman a strange mixture of love and melancholy. Oh, at length murmured she, would that I were she who has the right of seeing you every minute, of speaking to you every instant. Would that I were she who might watch over you, she who would not need of her mysterious springs to summon and cause to appear like a sylph the man she loves, to look at him for an hour, and then see him disappear in the darkness of a mystery, still more strange at his going out than his coming in. Oh, that would be to live like a happy woman. Do you happen, marquis, said Fouquet, smiling, to be speaking of my wife? Yes, certainly of her I spoke. Well, you need not envy her lot, marquis. Of all the women with whom I have had any relations, Madame Fouquet is the one I see the least of, and who has the least intercourse with me. At least, monsieur, she is not reduced to place, as I have done, her hand upon the ornament of a glass to call you to her. At least you do not reply to her by the mysterious alarming sound of a bell, the spring of which comes from I don't know where. At least you have not forbidden her to endeavour to discover the secret of these communications, under pain of breaking off for ever your connections with her, as you have forbidden all who come here before me, and all who will come after me. Dear marquis, how unjust you are, and how little do you know what you are doing in this exclamation against mystery. It is with mystery alone we can love without trouble. It is with love without trouble alone that we can be happy. Let us return to ourselves, to the devotion of which you are speaking, or rather, let me labour under a pleasing delusion, and believe this devotion is love. Just now, repeated the marquis, passing over her eyes a hand that might have been a model for the graceful contours of antiquity. Just now I was prepared to speak. My ideas were clear and bold. Now I am quite confused, quite troubled. I fear I bring you bad news. If it is to that bad news I owe your presence, marquis, welcome be even that bad news. Or rather, marquis, since you allow that I am not quite indifferent to you, let me hear nothing of the bad news, but speak of yourself. No, no, on the contrary. Demand it of me, require me to tell you it instantly, and do not allow myself to be turned aside by any feeling whatever. Fouquet, my friend, it is of immense importance. You astonish me, marquis. I will even say you almost frighten me. You are so serious, so collected. You who know the world we live in so well, is it then important? Oh, very important. In the first place, how did you come here? You shall know that presently, but first to something of more consequence. Speak, marquis, speak, I implore you. Have pity on my impatience. Do you know that Colbert is made intendant of the finances? Bah! Colbert, little Colbert. Yes, Colbert, little Colbert. Mazarin's factotum. The same. Well, what do you see so terrific in that, dear marquis? Little Colbert is intendant, that is astonishing, I confess, but is not terrible. Do you think the king has given, without pressing motive, such a place to one you call a little cuistre? In the first place, is it positively true that the king has given it to him? It is so said. Ay, but who says so? Everybody. Everybody, that's nobody. Mention some one likely to be well informed who says so. Madame Vanel. Ah! Now you begin to frighten me in earnest, said Fouquet, laughing. If any one is well informed, or ought to be well informed, it is the person you name. Do not speak ill of poor Marguerite, Monsieur Fouquet, for she still loves you. Bah, indeed, that is scarcely credible. I thought little Colbert, as you said just now, had passed over that love, and left the impression upon it of a spot of ink or a stain of grease. Fouquet, Fouquet, is this the way you always treat the poor creatures you desert? Why, you are surely not going to undertake the defence of Madame Vanel? Yes, I will undertake it, for I repeat, she still loves you, and the proof is she saves you. But your interposition, Marquis, that is very cunning on her part. No angel could be more agreeable to me, or could lead me more certainly to salvation. But let me ask you, do you know Marguerite? She was my convent friend. And you say that she has informed you that Monsieur Colbert was named intendant? Yes, she did. Well, enlighten me, Marquis. Granted Monsieur Colbert is intendant, so be it. In what can an intendant, that is to say, my subordinate, my clerk, give me umbrage or injure me, even if he is Monsieur Colbert? You do not reflect, monsieur, apparently, replied the marquis. Upon what? This, that Monsieur Colbert hates you. Hates me? cried Fouquet. Good heavens, Marquis, whence do you come? Where can you live? Hates me? Why, all the world hates me, he of course, as others do. No, more than others. More than others? Let him. He is ambitious. Who is not, Marquis? Yes, but with him ambition has no bounds. I am quite aware of that, since he made it a point to succeed me with Madame Vanel. And obtained his end, look at that. Do you mean to say he has the presumption to pass from intendant to superintendent? Have you not yourself already had the same fear? Oh no, said Fouquet. To succeed with Madame Vanel is one thing, to succeed me with the king is another. France is not to be purchased so easily as the wife of a maitre des comptes. Oh, monsieur, everything is to be bought, if not by gold, by intrigue. Nobody knows the contrary better than you, madame. You to whom I have offered millions. Instead of millions, Fouquet, you should have offered me a true, only, and boundless love. I might have accepted that. So you see still, everything is to be bought, if not in one way, by another. So Colbert, in your opinion, is in a fair way of bargaining for my place of superintendent. Make yourself easy on that head, my dear marquis. He's not yet rich enough to purchase it. But if he should rob you of it? Ah, that is another thing. Unfortunately, before he can reach me, that is to say, the body of the place, he must destroy, must make a breach in the advanced works, and I am devilishly well fortified, marquis. What you call your advanced works are your creatures, are they not? Your friends? Exactly so. And Monsieur d'Eymeris is one of your creatures? Yes, he is. Is Monsieur Lyodot one of your friends? Certainly. Monsieur de Vanin? Monsieur de Vanin? Ah, they may do what they like with him, but they must not touch the others. Well, if you are anxious they should not touch Messieurs d'Eymeris and Lyodot, it is time to look about you. Who threatens them? Will you listen to me now? Attentively, marquis. Without interrupting me? Speak. Well, this morning Marguerite sent for me. And what did she want with you? I dare not see Monsieur Fouquet myself, said she. Bah, why would you think I would reproach her? Poor woman, she vastly deceives herself. See him yourself, said she, and tell him to beware of Monsieur Colbert. What? She warned me to beware of her lover? I have told you she still loves you. Go on, marquis. Monsieur Colbert, she added, came to me 2 hours ago to inform me he was appointed intendant. I have already told you, marquis, that Monsieur Colbert would only be the more in my power for that. Yes, but that is not all. Marguerite is intimate, as you know, with Madame d'Eymeris and Madame Lyodot. I know it. Well, Monsieur Colbert put many questions to her relative to the fortunes of these two gentlemen, and as to the devotion they had for you. Oh, as to those two, I can answer for them. They must be killed before they will cease to be mine. Then, as Madame Vanel was obliged to quit Monsieur Colbert for an instant to receive a visitor, and as Monsieur Colbert is industrious, scarcely was the new intendant left alone before he took a pencil from his pocket, and there was paper on the table, began to make notes. Notes concerning D'Eymeris and Lyodot? Exactly. I should like to know what those notes were about. And that is just what I have brought you. Madame Vanel has taken Colbert's notes and sent them to me? No, but by a chance which resembles a miracle, she has a duplicate of those notes. How could she get that? Listen, I told you that Colbert found paper on the table. Yes. That he took a pencil from his pocket. Yes. And wrote upon that paper. Yes. Well, this pencil was a lead pencil, consequently hard, so it marked in black upon the first sheet, and in white upon the second. Go on. Colbert, when tearing off the first sheet, took no notice of the second. Well? Well, on the second was to be read what had been written on the first. Madame Vanel read it and sent for me. Yes, yes. Then, when she was assured I was your devoted friend, she gave me the paper and told me the secret of his house. And this paper? Said Fouquet, in some degree of agitation. Here it is, monsieur, read it, said the marquis. Fouquet read. Names of the farmers of revenue to be condemned by the Chamber of Justice. D'Eymeris, friend of Monsieur Fouquet. Lyodot, friend of Monsieur Fouquet. Divanin, indif. D'Eymeris and Lyodot, cried Fouquet, reading the papers eagerly again. Friends of Monsieur Fouquet, pointed the marquis with her finger. But what is the meaning of these words? To be condemned by the Chamber of Justice? Dame, said the marquis, that is clear enough, I think. Besides, that is not all. Read on, read on. And Fouquet continued. The two first to death, the third to be dismissed, with Messieurs de Hautmont and de la Valette, who will only have their property confiscated. Great God! cried Fouquet. To death? To death? Lyodot and D'Eymeris? But even if the Chamber of Justice could condemn them to death, the king would never ratify their condemnation, and they cannot be executed without the king's signature. The king has made Monsieur Colbert intendant. Oh, cried Fouquet, as if he caught a glimpse of the abyss that yawned beneath his feet. Impossible! Impossible! But who passed a pencil over the marks made by Colbert? I did. I was afraid the first would be affected. Oh, I will know all. You will know nothing, monsieur. You despise your enemy too much for that. Pardon me, my dear marquis. Excuse me. Yes, Monsieur Colbert is my enemy. I believe him to be so, yes. Monsieur Colbert is a man to be dreaded, I admit it. But I have time, and as you are here, as you have assured me of your devotion, as you have allowed me to hope for your love, as we are alone. I came here to save you, Monsieur Fouquet, and not to ruin myself, said the marquis, rising. Therefore, beware. Marquis, in truth, you terrify yourself too much at least, unless this terror is but a pretext. He is very deep, this Monsieur Colbert. Beware. Fouquet, in his turn, drew himself up. And I? asked he. And you have only a noble heart. Beware, beware. So? I have done what was right, my friend, at the risk of my reputation. Adieu. Not adieu, au revoir. Perhaps, said the marquis, giving her hand to Fouquet to kiss, and walking towards the door with so firm a step that he did not dare to bar her passage. As to Fouquet, he retook, with his head hanging down and a fixed cloud on his brow, the path of the subterranean passage, along which ran the metal wires that communicated from one house to the other, transmitting through two glasses the wishes and signals of hidden correspondence. End of chapter 54. Recording by Kate Wright, Chester. Chapter 55 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Wright. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 55. The Abbé Fouquet. Fouquet hastened back to his apartment by the subterranean passage, and immediately closed the mirror with the spring. He was scarcely in on hearing a well-known voice crying, "Open the door, monseigneur! I entreat you, open the door!" Fouquet quickly restored a little order to everything that might have revealed either his absence or his agitation. He spread his papers over the desk, took up a pen, and to gain time said through the closed door, "Who is there?" "What, monseigneur, do you not know me?" replied the voice. Yes, yes, said Fouquet to himself. Yes, my friend, I know you well enough. And then aloud, "Is it not Gourville?" "Why, yes, monseigneur." Fouquet arose, cast a look at one of his glasses, went to the door, pushed back the bolt, and Gourville entered. "Ah, monseigneur, monseigneur!" cried he, What cruelty! In what? I have been a quarter of an hour imploring you to open the door, and you would not even answer me. Once and for all, you know that I will not be disturbed when I am busy. Now, although I might make you an exception, Gourville, I insist upon my orders being respected by others. Monseigneur, at this moment, orders, doors, bolts, locks, and walls I could have broken, forced, and overthrown. Ah, ah! It relates to some great event, then, said Fouquet. Oh, I assure you it does, monseigneur, replied Gourville. And what is this event? Said Fouquet, a little troubled by the evident agitation of his most intimate confidant. There is a secret chamber of justice instituted, monseigneur. I know there is, but do the members meet, Gourville? They not only meet, but they have passed a sentence, monseigneur. A sentence? Said the superintendent, with a shudder and a pallor he could not conceal. A sentence on whom? Two of your best friends. Lyodot and D'Eymeris, do you mean? But what sort of a sentence? Sentence of death. Passed? Oh, you must be mistaken, Gourville. That is impossible. Here is a copy of the sentence which the king is to sign today, if he has not already signed it. Fouquet seized the paper eagerly, read it, and returned it to Gourville. The king will never sign that, said he. Gourville shook his head. Monseigneur, Monsieur Colbert is a bold counsellor. Do not be too confident. Monsieur Colbert again, cried Fouquet. How is it that that name arises upon all occasions to torment my ears during the last 2 or 3 days? You make so trifling a subject of too much importance, Gourville. Let Monsieur Colbert appear. I will face him. Let him raise his head. I will crush him. But you understand, there must be an outline upon which my look may fall. There must be a surface upon which my feet may be placed. Patience, monseigneur, for you do not know what Colbert is. Study him quickly. It is with this dark financier as it is with meteors, which the eye never sees completely before the disastrous invasion. When we feel them, we are dead. Oh, Gourville, this is going too far, replied Fouquet, smiling. Allow me, my friend, not to be so easily frightened. Monsieur Colbert, a meteor? Corbleu! We confront the meteor. Let us see acts, and not words. What has he done? He has ordered 2 gibbets of the executioner of Paris, answered Gourville. Fouquet raised his head, a flash gleamed from his eyes. Are you sure of what you say? Cried he. Here is the proof, monseigneur. And Gourville held out to the superintendent a note communicated by a certain secretary of the Hotel de Ville, who was one of Fouquet's creatures. Yes, that is true, murmured the minister. The scaffold may be prepared, but the king has not signed. Gourville, the king will not sign. I shall soon know, said Gourville. How? If the king has signed, the gibbets will be sent this evening to the Hotel de Ville, in order to be got up and ready by tomorrow morning. Oh, no, no, cried the superintendent once again. You are all deceived, and deceive me in my turn. Lyodot came to me only the day before yesterday. Only 3 days ago I received a present of some Syracuse wine from poor D'Eymeris. What does that prove? Replied Gourville, except that the chamber of justice has been secretly assembled, has deliberated in the absence of the accused, and that the whole proceeding was completed when they were arrested. What? Are they then arrested? No doubt they are. But where? When and how have they been arrested? Lyodot yesterday at daybreak, D'Eymeris the day before yesterday, in the evening, as he was returning from the house of his mistress. Their disappearances had disturbed nobody, but at length Monsieur Colbert all at once raised the mask, and caused the affair to be published. It has been cried by sound of trumpet, at this moment in Paris, and in truth, monseigneur, there is scarcely anybody but yourself ignorant of the event. Fouquet began to walk about in his chamber with an uneasiness that became more and more serious. What do you decide upon, monseigneur? Said Gourville. If it were really as you say, I would go to the king, cried Fouquet. But as I go to the Louvre, I will pass by the Hotel de Ville. We shall see if the sentence is signed. Incredulity? Thou art the pest of all great minds, said Gourville, shrugging his shoulders. Gourville! Yes, continued he, and incredulity, though a ruinist, as contagion destroys the most robust of health, that is to say, in an instant. Let us go, cried Fouquet. Desire the door to be opened, Gourville. Be cautious, said the latter. The Abbé Fouquet is there. Ah, my brother, replied Fouquet in the tone of annoyance. He is there, is he? He knows all the ill news, then, and is rejoicing to bring it to me as usual. The devil! If my brother is there, my affairs are bad, Gourville. Why did you not tell me sooner? I should have been the more readily convinced. Monseigneur calumniates him, said Gourville, laughing. If he has come, it's not with a bad intention." "What! Do you excuse him?" cried Fouquet. "A fellow without a heart, without ideas, a devourer of wealth. He knows you are rich, and would ruin me. No, but he would have your purse, that is all." "Enough, enough! 100,000 crowns per month during 2 years, Colbert. It is I that pay, Gourville, and I know my figures." Gourville laughed in a silent, sly manner. "Yes, yes, you mean to say it is the king pays," said the superintendent. "Ah, Gourville, that is a vile joke. This is not the place." "Monseigneur, do not be angry." "Well, then, send away the Abbe Fouquet. I have not a sou." Gourville made a step towards the door. "He has been a month without seeing me," continued Fouquet. "Why could he not be 2 months?" "Because he repents of living in bad company," said Gourville, "and prefers you to all his bandits." "Thanks for the preference. You make a strange advocate, Gourville. Today the advocate of the Abbe Fouquet." "Eh! But everything and every man has a good side, their useful side, monseigneur." "The bandits whom the abbe keeps in pay and drink have their useful side, have they? Prove that, if you please." "Let the circumstance arise, monseigneur, and you will be very glad to have these bandits under your hand." "You advise me, then, to be reconciled with the abbe?" said Fouquet, ironically. "I advise you, monseigneur, not to quarrel with 100 or 120 loose fellows, who, by putting their rapiers end to end, could form a cordon of steel capable of surrounding 3,000 men." Fouquet darted a searching glance at Gourville, and passed before him. "That is all very well. Let Monsieur l'Abbe Fouquet be introduced," said he to the footman. "You are right, Gourville." 2 minutes after, the Abbe Fouquet appeared in the doorway, with profound reverence. He was a man of from 40 to 45 years of age, half churchman, half soldier, a spadassin grafted upon an abbe. Upon seeing that he had not a sword by his side, you might be sure he had pistols. Fouquet saluted him more as an elder brother than as a minister. "What can I do to serve you, monsieur l'abbe?" said he. "Oh, oh! How coldly you speak to me, brother." "I speak like a man who is in a hurry, monsieur." The abbe looked maliciously at Gourville and anxiously at Fouquet, and said, "I have 300 pistoles to pay Monsieur le Bregui this evening, a play debt, a sacred debt." "What next?" said Fouquet bravely, for he comprehended that the Abbe Fouquet would not have disturbed him for such a want. "1,000 to my butcher, who will supply no more meat." "Next?" 1,200 to my tailor," continued the abbe. "The fellow has made me take back 7 suits of my people's, which compromises my liveries, and my mistress talks of replacing me by a farmer of the revenue, which would be a humiliation for the church." "What else?" said Fouquet. "You will please to remark," said the abbe humbly, "that I have asked nothing for myself." "That is delicate, monsieur," replied Fouquet. "So, as you see, I wait." "And I ask nothing. Oh, no! It is not for want of need, though, I assure you." The minister reflected for a minute. 1,200 pistoles for the tailor? That seems a great deal for clothes," said he. "I maintain 100 men," said the abbe proudly. "That is a charge, I believe." "Why 100 men?" said Fouquet. "Are you a Richelieu or a Mazarin to require 100 men as a guard? What use do you make of these men? Speak." "And do you ask me that?" cried the Abbe Fouquet. "Ah! how can you put such a question? Why I maintain 100 men? Ah!" "Why, yes, I do put that question to you. What have you to do with 100 men? Answer." "Ingrate!" continued the abbe, more and more affected. "Explain yourself." "Why, monsieur le surintendant, I only want one valet de chambre for my part, and even if I were alone, could help myself very well. But you who have so many enemies, 100 men are not enough for me to defend you with. 100 men, you ought to have 10,000. I maintain, then, these men in order that in public places, in assemblies, no voice may be raised against you, and without them, monsieur, you would be loaded with imprecations. You would be torn to pieces, you would not last a week. No, not a week, do you understand?" "Ah! I did not know you were my champion to such an extent, monsieur le abbe." "You doubt it?" cried the abbe. "Listen, then, to what has happened no longer ago than yesterday, in the Rue La Hochette. A man was cheapening a fowl." "Well, how could that injure me, abbe?" "This way. The fowl was not fat. The purchaser refused to give 18 sous for it, and saying that he could not afford 18 sous for the skin of a fowl from which Monsieur Fouquet had sucked all the fat." "Go on." "The joke caused a great deal of laughter," continued the abbe, "laughter at your expense. Death to the devils! And the canaille were delighted. The joker added, Give me a fowl fed by Monsieur Colbert, if you like, and I will pay you all you ask. And immediately there was a clapping of hands, a frightful scandal, you understand, a scandal which forces a brother to hide his face. Fouquet coloured. And you veiled it? said the superintendent. No, for so it happened I had one of my men in the crowd, a new recruit of the provinces, one Monsieur Menneville, whom I like very much. He made his way through the press, saying to the joker, "Mille barbes, Monsieur le false joker, here's a thrust for Colbert." "And one for Fouquet," replied the joker, upon which they drew in front of the cook shop, with a hedge of the curious around them, and 500 as curious at the windows. "Well?" said Fouquet. "Well, monsieur, my Menneville spitted the joker, to the great astonishment of the spectators, and said to the cook, 'Take this goose, my friend, for it is fatter than your fowl.' That is the way, monsieur," ended the abbe, triumphantly, "in which I spend my revenues. I maintain the honor of the family, monsieur." Fouquet hung his head. "And I have 100 as good as he," continued the abbe. "Very well," said Fouquet. "Give the account to Gourville, and remain here this evening." "Shall we have supper?" "Yes, there will be supper." "But the chest is closed." "Gourville will open it for you. Leave us, monsieur l'abbe, leave us." "Then we are friends?" said the abbe with a bow. "Oh yes, friends. Come, Gourville." "Are you going out? You will not stay for supper, then?" "I shall be back in an hour. Rest easy, abbe." Then aside to Gourville, "Let them put to my English horses," said he, and directed the coachman to stop at the Hotel de Ville de Paris. End of Chapter 55. Recording by Kate Wright, Chester.
Chapter 56 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 56. Monsieur de la Fontaine's wine. Carriages were already bringing the guests of Fouquet to Saint-Mande. Already the whole house was getting warm with the preparations for supper, when the superintendent launched his fleet horses upon the roads to Paris, and, going by the quays, in order to meet fewer people on the way, soon reached the Hotel de Ville. It wanted 7:15. Fouquet alighted at the corner of the Rue de Lompont, and, on foot, directed his course towards the Place de Grève, accompanied by Gourville. At the turning of the place, they saw a man dressed in black and violet, of dignified mien, who was preparing to stop at Vincennes. He had before him a large hamper filled with bottles, which he had just purchased at the cabaret with the sign of l'Image de Notre-Dame. "Hey, but that is Vatel, my maître d'hôtel," said Fouquet to Gourville. "Yes, monseigneur," replied the latter. "What can he have been doing at the sign of l'Image de Notre-Dame?" "Buying wine, no doubt." "What? Buy wine for me at a cabaret?" said Fouquet. "My cellar, then, must be in a miserable condition." And he advanced towards the maître d'hôtel, who was arranging his bottles in the carriage with the most minute care. "Hola, Vatel!" said he, in the voice of a master. "Take care, monseigneur," said Gourville. "You will be recognized." "Very well. Of what consequence?" "Vatel!" The man dressed in black and violet turned round. He had a good and mild countenance, without expression, a mathematician minus the pride. A certain fire sparkled in the eyes of this personage, a rather sly smile played round his lips, but the observer might soon have remarked that this fire and this smile applied to nothing, and lightened nothing. Vatel laughed like an absent man, and amused himself like a child. At the sound of his master's voice he turned round, exclaiming, "Oh, monseigneur!" "Yes, it is I. What the devil are you doing here, Vatel? Wine? You are buying wine at a cabaret in the Place de Grève?" "But, monseigneur," said Vatel quietly after having darted a hostile glance at Gourville, "why am I interfered with here? Is my cellar kept in bad order?" "No, certes, Vatel. No, but—" "But what?" replied Vatel. Gourville touched Fouquet's elbow. "Don't be angry, Vatel. I thought my cellar, your cellar, sufficiently well stocked for us to be able to dispense with recourse to the cellar of l'image de Notre-Dame. Eh, monsieur, said Vatel, shrinking from Monseigneur to monsieur with a degree of disdain, your cellar is so well stocked that when certain of your guests dine with you, they have nothing to drink. Fouquet, in great surprise, looked at Gourville. What do you mean by that? I mean that your butler had not wine for all tastes, monsieur, and that Monsieur de La Fontaine, Monsieur Pélisson, and Monsieur Conrart do not drink when they come to the house. These gentlemen do not like strong wine. What is to be done, then? Well, and therefore? Well, then, I have found here a vin de Joigny, which they like. I know they come here once a week to drink at the Image de Notre-Dame. That is the reason I am making this provision. Fouquet had no more to say. He was convinced. Vatel, on his part, had much more to say, without doubt, and it was plain he was getting warm. It is just as if you would reproach me, monseigneur, for going to the Rue Planche Milbray to fetch, myself, the cider Monsieur Loret drinks when he comes to dine at your house. Loret drinks cider at my house? Cried Fouquet, laughing. Certainly he does, monsieur, and that is the reason why he dines there with pleasure. Vatel, cried Fouquet, pressing the hand of his maître d'hôtel, you are a man. I thank you, Vatel, for having understood that at my house Monsieur de La Fontaine, Monsieur Conrart, and Monsieur Loret are as great as dukes and peers, as great as princes, greater than myself. Vatel, you are a good servant, and I double your salary. Vatel did not even thank his master. He merely shrugged his shoulders a little, murmuring this superb sentiment. To be thanked for having done one's duty is humiliating. He is right, said Gourville, as he drew Fouquet's attention, by a gesture, to another point. He showed him a low-built tumbrel, drawn by 2 horses, upon which rocked 2 strong gibbets, bound together, back to back, by chains, whilst an archer, seated upon the crossbeam, suffered, as well as he could, with his head cast down, the comments of 100 vagabonds, who guessed the destination of the gibbets, and were escorting them to the Hôtel de Ville. Fouquet started. It is decided, you see, said Gourville. But it is not done, replied Fouquet. Oh, do not flatter yourself, monseigneur. If they have thus lulled your friendship and suspicions, if things have gone so far, you will be able to undo nothing. But I have not given my sanction. Monsieur de Lyonne has ratified for you. I will go to the Louvre. Oh, no, you will not. Would you advise such baseness? Cried Fouquet. Would you advise me to abandon my friends? Would you advise me, whilst able to fight, to throw the arms I hold in my hand to the ground? I do not advise you to do anything of the kind, monseigneur. Are you in a position to quit the post of superintendent at this moment? No? Well, if the king wishes to displace you, he will displace me absent as well as present. Yes, but you will not have insulted him. Yes, but I shall have been base. Now I am not willing that my friends should die, and they shall not die. For that it is necessary you should go to the Louvre, is it not? Gourville! Beware, once at the Louvre you will be forced to defend your friends openly, that is to say, to make a profession of faith, or you will be forced to abandon them irrevocably. Never! Pardon me, the king will propose the alternative to you, rigorously, or else you will propose it to him yourself. That is true. That is the reason why conflict must be avoided. Let us return to Saint-Mande, monseigneur. Gourville, I will not stir from this place, where the crime is to be carried out, where my disgrace is to be accomplished. I will not stir, I say, till I have found some means of combating my enemies. Monseigneur, replied Gourville, you would excite my pity, if I did not know you for one of the great spirits of this world. You possess 150 millions. You are equal to the king in position, and 150 millions his superior in money. Monsieur Colbert has not even had the wit to have the will of Mazarin accepted. Now, when a man is the richest person in a kingdom, and will take the trouble to spend the money, if things are done he does not like, it is because he is a poor man. Let us return to Saint-Mande, I say. To consult with Pélisson? We will. No, monseigneur, to count your money. So be it, said Fouquet, with angry eyes. Yes, yes, to Saint-Mande. He got into his carriage again, and Gourville with him. Upon their road, at the end of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, they overtook the humble equipage of Vatel, who was quietly conveying home his vin de Joigny. The black horses, going at a swift pace, alarmed, as they passed, the timid hack of the maître d'hôtel, who, putting his head out at the window, cried, in a fright, "Take care of my bottles!" End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinger. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 57. The Gallery of Saint-Mande. 50 persons were waiting for the superintendent. He did not even take the time to place himself in the hands of his valet de chambre for a minute, but from the perron went straight into the premier salon. There his friends were assembled in full chat. The intendant was about to order supper to be served, but, above all, the Abbe Fouquet watched for the return of his brother, and was endeavoring to do the honors of the house in his absence. Upon the arrival of the superintendent, a murmur of joy and affection was heard. Fouquet, full of affability, good humor, and munificence, was beloved by his poets, his artists, and his men of business. His brow, upon which his little court read, as upon that of a god, all the movements of his soul, and thence drew rules of conduct, his brow, upon which affairs of state never impressed a wrinkle, was this evening paler than usual, and more than one friendly eye remarked that pallor. Fouquet placed himself at the head of the table, and presided gaily during supper. He recounted Vatel's expedition to La Fontaine. He related the history of Menneville and the skinny fowl to Pelisson, in such a manner that all the table heard it. A tempest of laughter and jokes ensued, which was only checked by a serious and even sad gesture from Pelisson. The Abbe Fouquet, not being able to comprehend why his brother should have led the conversation in that direction, listened with all his ears, and sought in the countenance of Gourville, or in that of his brother, an explanation which nothing afforded him. Pelisson took up the matter. "Did they mention Monsieur Colbert, then?" said he. "Why not?" replied Fouquet, "if true, as it is said to be, that the king has made him his intendant?" Scarcely had Fouquet uttered these words, with a marked intention, than an explosion broke forth among the guests. "The miser!" said one. "The mean, pitiful fellow!" said another. "The hypocrite!" said a third. Pelisson exchanged a meaning look with Fouquet. "Messieurs," said he, "in truth we are abusing a man whom no one knows. It is neither charitable nor reasonable, and here is Monsieur le Surintendant, who, I am sure, agrees with me." "Entirely," replied Fouquet. "Let the fat fowls of Monsieur Colbert alone. Our business today is with the faisans truffes of Monsieur Vatel." This speech stopped the dark cloud which was beginning to throw its shade over the guests. Gourville succeeded so well in animating the poet with the vin de Joigny. The abbe, intelligent as a man who stands in need of his host's money, so enlivened the financiers and the men of the sword, that, amidst the vapors of his joy and the noise of conversation, inquietude disappeared completely. The will of Cardinal Mazarin was the text of the conversation at the second course and dessert. Then Fouquet ordered bowls of sweetmeats and fountains of liquor to be carried into the salon adjoining the gallery. He led the way thither, conducting by the hand a lady, the queen by his preference, of the evening. The musicians then supped, and the promenades in the gallery and the gardens commenced, beneath a spring sky, mild and flower-scented. Pelisson then approached the superintendent, and said, "Something troubles Monseigneur?" "Greatly," replied the minister. "Ask Gourville to tell you what it is." Pelisson, on turning round, found La Fontaine treading upon his heels. he was obliged to listen to a Latin verse which the poet had composed upon Vatel. La Fontaine had, for an hour, been scanning this verse in all corners, seeking someone to pour it upon advantageously. He thought he had caught Pelisson, but the latter escaped him. He turned towards Sorel, who had himself just composed a quatrain in honor of the supper and the Amphitryon. La Fontaine in vain endeavored to gain attention to his verses. Sorel wanted to obtain a hearing for his quatrain. He was obliged to retreat before Monsieur le Comte de Charroux, whose arm Fouquet had just taken. L'Abbé Fouquet perceived that the poet, absent-minded as usual, was about to follow the two talkers, and he interposed. La Fontaine seized upon him and recited his verses. The abbe, who was quite innocent of Latin, nodded his head in cadence at every roll which La Fontaine impressed upon his body, according to the undulations of the dactyls and spondees. While this was going on, behind the confiture basins, Fouquet related the event of the day to his son-in-law, Monsieur de Charroux. "We will send the idle and useless to look at the fireworks," said Pelisson to Gourville, "whilst we converse here." "So be it," said Gourville, addressing 4 words to Vatel. The latter then led towards the gardens the major part of the bull, the ladies and the chatterers, whilst the men walked in the gallery, lighted by 300 wax lights, in the sight of all. The admirers of fireworks all ran away towards the garden. Gourville approached Fouquet, and said, "Monsieur, we are here." "All?" said Fouquet. "Yes, count." The superintendent counted. There were 8 persons. Pelisson and Gourville walked arm in arm, as if conversing upon vague and frivolous subjects. Sorel and 2 officers imitated them, and in an opposite direction the Abbe Fouquet walked alone. Fouquet, with Monsieur de Charroux, walked as if entirely absorbed in the conversation of his son-in-law. "Messieurs," said he, "let no one of you raise his head as he walks, or appear to pay attention to me. Continue walking, we are alone, listen to me." A perfect silence ensued, disturbed only by the distant cries of the joyous guests from the groves where they beheld the fireworks. It was a whimsical spectacle this, of these men walking in groups, as if each one was occupied about something, whilst lending attention really only to one amongst them, who, himself, seemed to be speaking only to his companion. "Messieurs," said Fouquet, "you have, without doubt, remarked the absence of 2 of my friends this evening, who were with us on Wednesday. For God's sake, abbe, do not stop. It is not necessary to enable you to listen. Walk on, carrying your head in a natural way, and as you have excellent sight, place yourself at the window, and if any one returns towards the gallery, give us notice by coughing." And the abbe obeyed. "I have not observed their absence," said Pelisson, who, at this moment, was turning his back to Fouquet and walking the other way. "I do not see Monsieur Lyodot," said Sorel, "who pays me my pension." "And I," said the abbe at the window, "do not see Monsieur D'Eymeris, who owes me 1100 livres from our last game of Brelan." "Sorel," continued Fouquet, walking bent and gloomily, "you will never receive your pension any more from Monsieur Lyodot, and you, abbe, will never be paid your 1100 livres by Monsieur D'Eymeris, for both are doomed to die." "To die!" exclaimed the whole assembly, arrested in spite of themselves in the comedy they were playing by that terrible word. "Recover yourselves, messieurs," said Fouquet, "for perhaps we are watched. I said to die." "To die!" repeated Pelisson. "What, the men I saw 6 days ago, full of health, gaiety, and the spirit of the future? What then is a man, good God, that disease should thus bring him down all at once?" "It is not a disease," said Fouquet. "Then there is a remedy," said Sorel. "No remedy. Messieurs de Lyodot and D'Eymeris are on the eve of their last day." "Of what are these gentlemen dying, then?" asked an officer. "Ask of him who kills them," replied Fouquet. "Who kills them? Are they being killed, then?" cried the terrified chorus. "They do better still, they are hanging them," murmured Fouquet in a sinister voice, which sounded like a funeral knell in that rich gallery, splendid with pictures, flowers, velvet, and gold. Involuntarily everyone stopped. The abbe quitted his window. The first fuses of the fireworks began to mount above the trees. A prolonged cry from the gardens attracted the superintendent to enjoy the spectacle. He drew near to a window, and his friends placed themselves behind them, attentive to his least wish. "Messieurs," said he, "Monsieur Colbert has caused to be arrested, tried, and will execute my two friends. What does it become me to do?" "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed the abbe, the first one to speak, "run Monsieur Colbert through the body." "Monseigneur," said Pelisson, "you must speak to his majesty." "The king, my dear Pelisson, himself signed the order for the execution." "Well," said the Comte de Charost, "the execution must not take place, then, that is all." "Impossible," said Gourville, "unless we could corrupt the jailers." "Or the governor," said Fouquet. "This night the prisoners might be allowed to escape. Which of you will take charge of the transaction?" "I," said the abbe, "will carry the money." "And I," said Pelisson, "will be the bearer of the words." "Words and money," said Fouquet. 500,000 livres to the governor of the conciergerie, that is sufficient. Nevertheless, it shall be 1,000,000 if necessary." "1,000,000!" cried the abbe. "Why, for less than half, I would have half Paris sacked." "There must be no disorder," said Pelisson. "The governor being gained, the two prisoners escape. Once clear of the fangs of the law, they will call together the enemies of Colbert, and prove to the king that his young justice, like all other monstrosities, is not infallible." "Go to Paris, then, Pelisson," said Fouquet, "and bring hither the two victims. Tomorrow we shall see." Gourville gave Pelisson the 500,000 livres. "Take care the wind does not carry you away," said the abbe. "What a responsibility! Peste! Let me help you a little." "Silence!" said Fouquet. "Somebody is coming." "Ah, the fireworks are producing a magical effect." At this moment, a shower of sparks fell rustling among the branches of the neighboring trees. Pelisson and Gourville went out together by the door of the gallery. Fouquet descended to the garden with the 5 last plotters. End of chapter 57. Recording by Max Schörlinger.
Chapter 58 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 58. Epicureans. As Fouquet was giving, or appearing to give, all his attention to the brilliant illuminations, the languishing music of the violins and hautboys, the sparkling sheaves of the artificial fires, which, inflaming the heavens with glowing reflections, marked behind the trees the dark profile of the donjon of Vincennes. As, we say, the superintendent was smiling on the ladies and the poets, the fete was every whit as gay as usual, and Vatel, whose restless, even jealous look, earnestly consulted the aspect of Fouquet, did not appear dissatisfied with the welcome given to the ordering of the evening's entertainment. The fireworks over, the company dispersed about the gardens and beneath the marble porticos with the delightful liberty which reveals in the master of the house so much forgetfulness of greatness, so much courteous hospitality, so much magnificent carelessness. The poets wandered about, arm in arm, through the grooves. Some reclined upon beds of moss, to the great damage of velvet clothes and curled heads, into which little dried leaves and blades of grass insinuated themselves. The ladies, in small numbers, listened to the songs of the singers and the verses of the poets. Others listened to the prose, spoken with much art, by men who were neither actors nor poets, but to whom youth and solitude gave an unaccustomed eloquence, which appeared to them better than everything else in the world. "Why," said La Fontaine, "does not our master Epicurus descend into the garden? Epicurus never abandoned his pupils. The master is wrong." "Monsieur," said Conrad, "you yourself are in the wrong, persisting in decorating yourself with the name of an Epicurean. Indeed, nothing here reminds me of the doctrine of the philosopher of Gagetta." "Bah," said La Fontaine, "is it not written that Epicurus purchased a large garden and lived in it tranquilly with his friends?" "That is true." "Well, has not Monsieur Fouquet purchased a large garden at Saint Mande, and do we not live here very tranquilly with him and his friends?" "Yes, without doubt. Unfortunately, it is neither the garden nor the friends which constitute the resemblance. Now, what likeness is there between the doctrine of Epicurus and that of Monsieur Fouquet?" "This: pleasure gives happiness." "Next?" "Well, I do not think we ought to consider ourselves unfortunate, for my part at least. A good repast, vin de Joigny, which they have the delicacy to go and fetch for me from my favorite cabaret, not one impertinence heard, during a supper an hour long, in spite of the presence of 10 millionaires and 20 poets." "I stop you there. You mentioned vin de Joigny, and a good repast. Do you persist in that?" "I persist. Anteco, as they say at Port Royal." "Then please to recollect that the great Epicurus lived, and made his pupils live, upon bread, vegetables, and water." "That is not certain," said La Fontaine, "and you appear to me to be confounding Epicurus with Pythagoras, my dear Conrad. Remember, likewise, that the ancient philosopher was rather a bad friend of the gods and the magistrates." "Oh! that is what I will not admit," replied La Fontaine. "Epicurus was like Monsieur Fouquet." "Do not compare him to Monsieur le Surintendant," said Conrad in an agitated voice, "or you would accredit the reports which are circulating concerning him and us." "What reports?" "That we are bad Frenchmen, lukewarm with regard to the king, deaf to the law." "I return, then, to my text," said La Fontaine. "Listen, Conrad. This is the morality of Epicurus, whom, besides, I consider, if I must tell you so, as a myth. Antiquity is mostly mythical. Jupiter, if we give a little attention to it, is life. Alcides is strength. The words are there to bear me out. Sus, that is, sen, to live. Alcides, that is, alce, vigor. Well, Epicurus, that is mild watchfulness, that is protection. Now who watches better over the state, or who protects individuals better than Monsieur Fouquet does?" "You talk etymology and not morality. I say that we modern Epicureans are indifferent citizens." "Ugh!" cried La Fontaine, "if we become bad citizens, it is not through following the maxims of our master. Listen to one of his principal aphorisms." "I will." "Pray for good leaders." "Well?" "Well! What does Monsieur Fouquet say to us every day? When shall we be governed? Does he say so? Come, Conrad, be frank." "He says so. That is true." "Well, that is a doctrine of Epicurus." "Yes, but that is a little seditious, observe." "What! seditious to wish to be governed by good heads or leaders?" "Certainly, when those who govern are bad." "Patience, I have a reply for all." "Even for what I have just said to you?" "Listen. Would you submit to those who govern ill? Oh, it is written, Cacos Puletiusi. You grant me the text? Pardieu, I think so. Do you know, you speak Greek as well as Aesop did, my dear La Fontaine. Is there any wickedness in that, my dear Conrad? God forbid I should say so. Then let us return to Monsieur Fouquet. What did he repeat to us all the day? Was it not this? What a cuistre is that Mazarin! What an ass! What a leech! We must, however, submit to that fellow. Now, Conrad, did he say so, or did he not? I confess that he said it, and even perhaps too often. Like Epicurus, my friend, still like Epicurus. I repeat, we are Epicureans, and that is very amusing. Yes, but I am afraid there will rise up, by the side of us, a sect like that of Epictetus. You know him well, the philosopher of Hierapolis, he who called bread luxury, vegetables prodigality, and clear water drunkenness, he who, being beaten by his master, said to him, grumbling a little it is true, but without being angry, I will lay a wager you have broken my leg, and who won his wager. He was a goose, that fellow Epictetus. Granted, but he might easily become the fashion by only changing his name into that of Colbert. Bah! replied La Fontaine, that is impossible. Never will you find Colbert in Epictetus. You are right. I shall find Colbert there, at the most. Ah! you are beaten, Conrad. You are reduced to a play upon words. Monsieur Arnaud pretends that I have no logic. I have more than Monsieur Nicole. Yes, replied Conrad, you have logic, but you are a Jansenist. This peroration was hailed with a boisterous shout of laughter. By degrees the promenaders had been attracted by the exclamation of the two disputants around the arbor under which they were arguing. The discussion had been religiously listened to, and Fouquet himself, scarcely able to suppress his laughter, had given an example of moderation. But with the denouement of the scene, he threw off all restraint and laughed aloud. Everybody laughed as he did, and the two philosophers were saluted with unanimous felicitations. La Fontaine, however, was declared conqueror, on account of his profound erudition and his irrefragable logic. Conrad obtained the compensation due to an unsuccessful combatant. He was praised for the loyalty of his intentions and the purity of his conscience. When the ladies were reproaching the two adversaries with not having admitted woman into the system of Epicurean happiness, Gourville was seen hastening from the other end of the garden, approaching Fouquet, and detaching him, by his presence alone, from the group. The superintendent preserved on his face the smile and character of carelessness, but scarcely was he out of sight than he threw off the mask. "Well," said he eagerly, "where is Pelisson? What is he doing?" "Pelisson has returned from Paris." "Has he brought back the prisoners?" "He has not even seen the concierge of the prison." "What! Did he not tell him he came from me?" "He told him so, but the concierge sent him this reply: 'If any one came to me from Monsieur Fouquet, he would have a letter from Monsieur Fouquet.'" "Oh!" cried the latter, "if a letter is what he wants—" "It is useless, monsieur," said Pelisson, showing himself at the corner of the little wood. "Useless! Go yourself, and speak in your own name." "You are right. I will go, as if to work. Let our horses remain harnessed, Pelisson. Entertain my friends, Gourville." "One last word of advice, monseigneur," replied the latter. "Speak, Gourville." "Do not go to the concierge save at the last minute. It is brave, but it is not wise. Excuse me, Monsieur Pelisson, if I am not of the same opinion as you, but take my advice, monseigneur, send again a message to this concierge. He is a worthy man, but do not carry it yourself." "I will think of it," said Fouquet. "Besides, we have all the night before us." "Do not reckon too much on time. Were the hours we have twice as many as they are, they would not be too much," replied Pelisson. "It is never a fault to arrive too soon." "Adieu," said the superintendent. "Come with me, Pelisson. Gourville, I commend my guest to your care." And he set off. The Epicureans did not perceive that the head of the school had left them. The violins continued playing all night long. End of chapter 58. Recording by Christine in Oslo, Norway. The 24th of September, 2011. Chapter 59 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 59. A quarter of an hour's delay. Fouquet, on leaving his house for the second time that day, felt himself less heavy and less disturbed than might have been expected. He turned towards Pelisson, who was meditating in the corner of the carriage some good arguments against the violent proceedings of Colbert. "My dear Pelisson," said Fouquet, "it is a great pity you are not a woman." "I think, on the contrary, it is very fortunate," replied Pelisson, "for, monseigneur, I am excessively ugly." "Pelisson, Pelisson," said the superintendent, laughing, "you repeat too often, you are ugly, not to leave people to believe that it gives you much pain." "In fact it does, monseigneur, much pain. There is no man more unfortunate than I. I was handsome, the smallpox rendered me hideous. I am deprived of a great means of attraction. Now, I am your principal clerk, or something of that sort. I take great interest in your affairs, and if, at this moment, I were a pretty woman, I could render you an important service." "What?" "I would go and find the concierge of the Palais. I would seduce him, for he is a gallant man, extravagantly partial to women. Then I would get away our 2 prisoners." "I hope to be able to do so myself, although I am not a pretty woman," replied Fouquet. "Granted, monseigneur, but you are compromising yourself very much." "Oh!" cried Fouquet suddenly, with one of those secret transports which the generous blood of youth, or the remembrance of some sweet emotion, infuses into the heart. "Oh! I know a woman who will enact the personage we stand in need of, with the lieutenant governor of the concierge. And, on my part, I know 50, monseigneur, 50 trumpets which will inform the universe of your generosity, of your devotion to your friends, and, consequently, will ruin you sooner or later in ruining themselves. I do not speak of such woman, Pelisson. I speak of a noble and beautiful creature who joins to the intelligence and wit of her sex the valor and coolness of ours. I speak of a woman, handsome enough to make the walls of a prison bow down to salute her, discreet enough to let no one suspect by whom she has been sent." "A treasure!" said Pelisson. "You would make a famous present to monsieur the governor of the concierge. Peste! Monseigneur, he might have his head cut off, but he would, before dying, have had such happiness as no man had enjoyed before him." "And I add," said Fouquet, "that the concierge of the Palais would not have his head cut off, for he would receive of me my horses, to effect his escape, and 500,000 livres wherewith to live comfortably in England. I add, that this lady, my friend, would give him nothing but the horses and the money. Let us go and seek her, Pelisson." The superintendent reached forth his hand towards the golden and silken cord placed in the interior of his carriage, but Pelisson stopped him. "Monseigneur," said he, "you are going to lose as much time in seeking this lady as Columbus took to discover the New World. Now we have but 2 hours in which we can possibly succeed. The concierge once gone to bed, how shall we get at him without making a disturbance? When daylight dawns, how can we conceal our proceedings? Go yourself, monseigneur, and do not seek either woman or angel tonight." "But my dear Pelisson, here we are before her door." "What! Before the angel's door?" "Why, yes." "This is the hotel of Madame de Belliere." "Hush! Ah, good Lord!" exclaimed Pelisson. What have you to say against her?" "Nothing, alas! And it is that which causes my despair. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Why can I not, on the contrary, say ill enough of her to prevent your going to her?" But Fouquet had already given orders to stop, and the carriage was motionless. "Prevent me!" cried Fouquet. "Why, no power on earth should prevent my going to pay my compliments to Madame de Plessis Belliere. Besides, who knows that we shall not stand in need of her?" "No, monseigneur, no!" "But I do not wish you to wait for me, Pelisson," replied Fouquet, sincerely courteous. "The more reason I should, monseigneur. Knowing that you are keeping me waiting, you will, perhaps, stay a shorter time. Take care! You see there is a carriage in the courtyard. She has someone with her." Fouquet leaned towards the steps of the carriage. "One word more," cried Pelisson. "Do not go to this lady till you have been to the concierge, for heaven's sake." 5 minutes, Pelisson," replied Fouquet, alighting at the steps of the hotel, leaving Pelisson in the carriage, in a very ill humor. Fouquet ran upstairs, told his name to the footman, which excited an eagerness and a respect that showed the habit the mistress of the house had of honoring that name in her family. "Monsieur le surintendant!" cried the marquise, advancing very pale to meet him. "What an honor! What an unexpected pleasure!" said she. Then, in a low voice, "Take care," added the marquise, "Marguerite Vanel is here." "Madame," replied Fouquet, rather agitated, "I came on business. One single word, and quickly, if you please." And he entered the saloon. Madame Vanel had risen, paler, more livid than Envy herself. Fouquet in vain addressed her with the most agreeable, most pacific salutation. She only replied by a terrible glance darted at the marquise and Fouquet. This keen glance of a jealous woman is a stiletto which pierces every cuirass. Marguerite Vanel plunged it straight into the hearts of the two confidants. She made a courtesy to her friend, a more profound one to Fouquet, and took leave, under pretence of having a number of visits to make, without the marquise trying to prevent her, or Fouquet, a prey to anxiety, thinking further about her. She was scarcely out of the room, and Fouquet left alone with the marquise, before he threw himself on his knees, without saying a word. "I expected you," said the marquise, with a tender sigh. "Oh, no," cried he, "or you would have sent away that woman." "She has been here little more than half an hour, and I had no expectation she would come this evening." "You love me just a little, then, marquise?" "That is not the question now. It is of your danger. How are your affairs going on?" "I am going this evening to get my friends out of the prisons of the Palais." "How will you do that?" "By buying and bribing the governor." "He is a friend of mine. Can I assist you without injuring you?" "Oh, marquise, it would be a signal service, but how can you be employed without your being compromised? Now, never shall my life, my power, or even my liberty be purchased at the expense of a single tear from your eyes, or of one frown of pain upon your brow." "Monseigneur, no more such words, they bewilder me. I have been culpable of trying to serve you, without calculating the extent of what I was doing. I love you in reality, as a tender friend, and as a friend, I am grateful for your delicate attentions. But alas! alas! you will never find a mistress in me." "Marquise," cried Fouquet, in a tone of despair, "why not?" "Because you are too much beloved," said the young woman, in a low voice. "Because you are too much beloved by too many people. Because the splendor of glory and fortune wound my eyes, whilst the darkness of sorrow attracts them. Because, in short, I, who have repulsed you in your proud magnificence, I who scarcely looked at you in your splendor, I came, like a madwoman, to throw myself, as it were, into your arms, when I saw a misfortune hovering over your head. You understand me now, monseigneur? Become happy again, that I may remain chaste in heart and in thought. Your misfortune entails my ruin." "Oh, madame," said Fouquet, with an emotion he had never before felt, "were I to fall to the lowest degree of human misery, and hear from your mouth that word which you now refuse me, That day, madame, you will be mistaken in your noble egotism. That day you will fancy you are consoling the most unfortunate of men, and you will have said, 'I love you,' to the most illustrious, the most delighted, the most triumphant of the happy beings of this world." He was still at her feet, kissing her hand, when Pelisson entered precipitately, crying in a very ill humor, "Monseigneur! Madame! For heaven's sake, excuse me! Monseigneur, you have been here half an hour. Oh! do not both look at me so reproachfully. Madame, pray, who is that lady who left your house soon after Monseigneur came in?" "Madame Fanel," said Fouquet. "Ha!" cried Pelisson, "I was sure of that." "Well, what then?" "Why, she got in her carriage, looking deadly pale." "What consequence is that to me?" "Yes, but what she said to her coachman is of consequence to you." "Kind heaven!" cried the marquise, "what was that?" "To Monsieur Colbert's," said Pelisson in a hoarse voice. "Bon Dieu! Begone, begone, monseigneur," replied the marquise, pushing Fouquet out of the saloon, whilst Pelisson dragged him by the hand. "Am I then, indeed," said the superintendent, "become a child, to be frightened by a shadow?" "You are a giant," said the marquise, "whom a viper is trying to bite in the heel." Pelisson continued to drag Fouquet to the carriage. "To the Palais, at full speed!" cried Pelisson to the coachman. The horses set off like lightning. No obstacle relaxed their pace for an instant. Only, at the Arcade Saint-Jean, as they were coming up upon the Place de Greve, a long file of horsemen, barring the narrow passage, stopped the carriage of the superintendent. There was no means of forcing this barrier. It was necessary to wait till the mounted archers of the watch, for it was they who stopped the way, had passed with the heavy carriage they were escorting, and which ascended rapidly towards the Place Baudoyer. Fouquet and Pelisson took no further account of this circumstance, beyond deploring the minute's delay they had thus to submit to. They entered the habitation of the concierge du Palais 5 minutes after. That officer was still walking about in the front court. At the name of Fouquet whispered in his ear by Pelisson, the governor eagerly approached the carriage, and, hat in hand, was profuse in his attentions. "What an honor for me, monseigneur," said he. "One word, monsieur le governor, will you take the trouble to get into my carriage?" The officer placed himself opposite Fouquet in the coach. "Monsieur," said Fouquet, "I have a service to ask you." "Speak, monseigneur." "A service that will be compromising for you, monsieur, but which will assure to you for ever my protection and my friendship." "Were to cast myself in the fire for you, monseigneur, I would do it." "That is well," said Fouquet. "What I require is much more simple." "That being so, monseigneur, what is it?" "To conduct me to the chamber of Messieurs Lyodot and D'Eymeris." "Will monseigneur have the kindness to say for what purpose?" "I will tell you that in their presence, monsieur, at the same time that I will give you ample means of palliating this escape." "Escape? Why, then monseigneur does not know." "What?" "That Messieurs Lyodot and D'Eymeris are no longer here." "Since when?" cried Fouquet in great agitation. "About a quarter of an hour." "Whither have they gone, then?" "To Vincennes, to the donjon." "Who took them from here?" "An order from the king." "Oh! woe, woe!" exclaimed Fouquet, striking his forehead. "Woe!" And without saying a single word more to the governor, he threw himself back into his carriage, despair in his heart, and death on his countenance. "Well?" said Pelisson, with great anxiety. "Our friends are lost. Colbert is conveying them to the donjon. They crossed our path under the Arcade Saint-Jean." Pelisson, struck as by a thunderbolt, made no reply. With a single reproach he would have killed his master. "Where is monseigneur going?" said the footman. "Home. To Paris. You, Pelisson, return to Saint Mande, and bring the Abbe Fouquet to me within an hour. Begone!" End of Chapter 59. Recording by Christine in Oslo, Norway. The 24th of September, 2011.
Chapter number 60 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter number 60 The Battle Plan. The night was already far advanced when the Abbé Fouquet joined his brother. Gourville had accompanied them. These three men, pale with dread of future events, resembled less three powers of the day than three conspirators, united by one single thought of violence. Fouquet walked for a long time with his eyes fixed upon the floor, striking his hands one against the other. At length, taking courage, in the midst of a deep sigh, "Abbé," said he, "you were speaking to me only to-day of certain people you maintain." "Yes, monsieur," replied the abbé. "Tell me precisely who are these people." The abbé hesitated. "Come! No fear, I am not threatening, nor romancing, for I am not joking." "Since you demand the truth, monseigneur, here it is. I have 120 friends or companions of pleasure, who are sworn to me as the thief is to the gallows." "And you think you can depend on them?" "Entirely." "You will not compromise yourself?" "I will not even make my appearance." "Are they men of resolution?" "They would burn Paris if I promised them they should not be burnt in turn." "The thing I ask of you, abbé," said Fouquet, wiping the sweat which fell from his brow, "is to throw your 120 men upon the people I will point out to you, at a certain moment given. Is it possible?" "It will not be the first time such a thing has happened to them, monseigneur." "That is well. But would these bandits attack an armed force?" "They are used to that." "Then get your 120 men together, abbé." "Directly. But where?" "On the road to Vincennes, tomorrow, at 2 o'clock precisely." "To carry off Liaudot and D'Eymeris? There will be blows to be got." "A number, no doubt. Are you afraid?" "Not for myself, but for you." "Your men will know, then, what they have to do?" "They are too intelligent not to guess. Now, a minister who gets up at a riot against the king exposes himself? Of what importance is that to you, I pray? Besides, if I fall, you fall with me." "It would then be more prudent, monsieur, not to stir in the affair, and leave the king to take his little satisfaction." "Think well of this, abbé. Liaudot and D'Eymeris at Vincennes are a prelude of ruin for my house. I repeat it. I arrested, you will be imprisoned. I imprisoned, you will be exiled." "Monsieur, I am at your orders. Have you any to give me?" "What I told you. I wish that, tomorrow, the two financiers, of whom they mean to make victims, whilst there remain so many criminals unpunished, should be snatched from the fury of my enemies. Take your measures accordingly. Is it possible?" "It is possible." "Describe your plan." "It is of rich simplicity. The ordinary guard of executions consists of 12 archers." "There will be 100 tomorrow." "I reckon so. I even say more. There will be 200. "Then your 120 men will not be enough." "Pardon me. In every crowd composed of 100,000 spectators, there are 10,000 bandits or cutpurses, only they dare not take the initiative." "Well?" "There will then be tomorrow on the Place Grève, which I choose as my battlefield, 10,000 auxiliaries to my 120 men. The attack commenced by the latter, the others will finish it." "That all appears feasible. But what will be done with regard to the prisoners upon the Place de Grève?" "This. They must be thrust into some house. That will make a siege necessary to get them out again. And stop. Here is another idea, more sublime still. Certain houses have 2 issues, one upon the Place, and the other in the Rue de la Mortellière, or La Vannerie, or La Tixeranderie. The prisoner, entering by one door, will go out the other." "Yes, but fix upon something positive." "I am seeking to do so." "Am I?" cried Fouquet. "I have found it. Listen to what has occurred to me at this moment." "I am listening." Fouquet made a signal to Gourville, who appeared to understand. "One of my friends lends me sometimes the key of a house which he rents, Rue Baudoyer, the spacious gardens of which extend behind a certain house on the Place de Grève. That is the place for us. What house? Said the abbe. A cabaret, pretty well frequented, whose signs represent the image of Notre Dame. I know it, said the abbe. This cabaret has windows opening upon the place, a place of exit into the court, which must abut upon the gardens of my friend by a door of communication. Good, said the abbe. Enter by the cabaret, take the prisoners in, defend the doors while you enable them to fly by the garden and the Place Baudoyer. That is all plain, monsieur. You would make an excellent general, like Monsieur le Prince. Have you understood me? Perfectly well. How much will it amount to make your bandits all drunk with wine, and to satisfy them with gold? Oh, monsieur, what an expression! Oh, monsieur, if they heard you... Oh, some of them are very susceptible. I mean to say, they must be brought to the point where they cannot tell the heavens from the earth. For I shall tomorrow contend with the king, and when I fight, I mean to conquer. Please to understand. It shall be done, monsieur. Give me your other ideas. That is your business. Then give me your purse. Gourville, count 100,000 livres for the abbe. Good, and spare nothing, did you not say? Nothing. That is well. Monseigneur, objected Gourville, if this should be known, we should lose our heads. Gourville, replied Fouquet, purple with anger, you excite my pity. Speak for yourself, if you please. My head does not shake in that matter upon my shoulders. Now, abbe, is everything arranged? Everything. At 2 o'clock, tomorrow. At 12, because it will be necessary to prepare our auxiliaries in a prospective matter. That is true. Do not spare the wine of the cabaretier. I will not spare neither his wine nor his house, replied the abbe, with a sneering laugh. I have my plan, I tell you. Leave me to set it in operation, and you shall see. Where shall you be yourself? Everywhere, nowhere. And how shall I receive information? By a courier, whose horse shall be kept in the very same garden of your friend. Apropos, the name of your friend? Fouquet looked again at Gourville. The latter came to the succour of his master, saying, The name is of no importance. Fouquet continued, Accompanied Monsieur l'Abbe, for several reasons, but the house is easily to be known. The Image de Notre Dame in the front of a garden, the only one in the quarter behind. Good, good. I will go and give notice to my soldiers. Accompany him, Gourville, said Fouquet, and count him down the money. One moment, abbe. One moment, Gourville. What name will be given to this carrying off? A very natural one, monsieur. The riot. The riot on account of what? For if ever the people of Paris are disposed to pay their court to the king, it is when he hangs financiers. I will manage that, said the abbe. Yes, but you may manage it badly, and people will guess. Not at all. Not at all. I have another idea. What is it? My men shall cry out, Colbert, vive Colbert, and shall throw themselves upon the prisoners as if they would tear them in pieces, and shall force them from the gibbets as too mild a punishment. Ah, that is an idea, said Gourville. Peste! Monsieur l'Abbe, what an imagination you have. Monsieur, we are worthy of our family, replied the abbe proudly. Strange fellow, murmured Fouquet. Then he added, That is ingenious. Carry it out, but shed no blood. Gourville and the abbe set off together, with their heads full of the meditated riot. The superintendent laid himself down upon some cushions, half valiant with respect to the sinister projects of the morrow, half dreaming of Lud.
Chapter 61 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 61. The Cabaret of the Image de Notre Dame. At 2 o'clock the next day, 50,000 spectators had taken their position upon the place, around the two gibbets which had been elevated between the Croix de la Grève and the Croix Pelletier, one close to the other, with their backs to the embankment of the river. In the morning also, all the sworn criers of the good city of Paris had traversed the quarters of the city, particularly the halls and the faubourgs, announcing with their hoarse and indefatigable voices the great justice done by the king upon two speculators, two thieves, devourers of the people. And these people, whose interests were so warmly looked after, in order not to fail in respect for their king, quitted shops, stalls, and ateliers to go and evince a little gratitude to Louis XIV, absolutely like invited guests who feared to commit an impoliteness in not repairing to the house of him who had invited them. According to the tenor of the sentence, which the criers read aloud and incorrectly, 2 farmers of the revenues, monopolists of money, dilapidators of the royal provisions, extortioners and forgers, were about to undergo capital punishment on the Place de Grève, with their names blazoned over their heads according to their sentence. As to those names, the sentence made no mention of them. The curiosity of the Parisians was at its height, and, as we have said, an immense crowd waited with feverish impatience for the hour fixed for the execution. The news had already spread that the prisoners, transferred to the Chateau Vincennes, would be conducted from the prison to the Place de Grève. Consequently, the Faubourg and the Rue Saint-Antoine were crowded, for the population of Paris in those days of great executions was divided into 2 categories: those who came to see the condemned pass. These were of timid and mild hearts, but philosophically curious, and those who wished to see the condemned die. These had hearts that hungered for sensation. On this day, Monsieur d'Artagnan received his last instructions from the king, and made his adieus to his friends, the number of whom was, at the moment, reduced to Planchet. Then he traced the plan of his day, as every busy man whose moments are counted ought to do, because he appreciates their importance. "My departure is to be," said he, "at break of day, 3 o'clock in the morning. I have then 15 hours before me. Take from them the 6 hours of sleep which are indispensable for me, 6, 1 hour for repasts, 7, 1 hour for a farewell visit to Athos, 8, 2 hours for chance circumstances, total 10. There are then 5 hours left. 1 hour to get my money, that is, to have payment refused by Monsieur Fouquet, another hour to go and receive my money of Monsieur Colbert, together with his questions and grimaces, 1 hour to look over my clothes and arms, and get my boots cleaned. I still have 2 hours left, mordieu, how rich I am!" And so saying, D'Artagnan felt a strange joy, a joy of youth, a perfume of those great and happy years of former times mount into his brain and intoxicate him. "During these 2 hours I will go," said the Musketeer, "and take my quarter's rent of the Image de Notre Dame. That will be pleasant. 375 livres, mordieu! But that is astonishing! If the poor man who has but 1 livre in his pocket found a livre and 12 deniers, that would be justice, that would be excellent. But never does such a godsend fall to the lot of the poor man. The rich man, on the contrary, makes himself revenue with his money, which he does not even touch. Here are 375 livres, which fall to me from heaven. I will go then to the Image de Notre Dame, and drink a glass of Spanish wine with my tenant, which he cannot fail to offer me. But order must be observed, Monsieur d'Artagnan, order must be observed. Let us organize our time then, and distribute the employment of it. Art first, Athos. Art second, the Image de Notre Dame. Art third, Monsieur Fouquet. Art fourth, Monsieur Colbert. Art fifth, supper. Art sixth, clothes, boots, horse, portmanteau. Art seventh and last, sleep. In consequence of this arrangement, D'Artagnan went straight to the Comte de la Fère, to whom, modestly and ingenuously, he related a part of his fortunate ventures. Athos had not been without uneasiness on the subject of D'Artagnan's visit to the king, but few words sufficed for an explanation of that. Athos divined that Louis had charged D'Artagnan with some important mission, and did not even make an effort to draw the secret from him. He only recommended him to take care of himself, and offered discreetly to accompany him if that were desirable. "But, my dear friend," said D'Artagnan, "I am going nowhere." "What? You come and bid me adieu, and are going nowhere?" "Oh, yes, yes," replied D'Artagnan, coloring a little. "I am going to make an acquisition." "Oh, that is quite another thing. Then I change my formula. Instead of 'do not get yourself killed,' I will say, 'do not get yourself robbed.'" "My friend, I will inform you if I set eyes on any property that pleases me, and shall expect you will favor me with your opinion." "Yes, yes," said Athos, too delicate to permit himself even the consolation of a smile. Raoul imitated the paternal reserve, but D'Artagnan thought it would appear too mysterious to leave his friends under a pretense without even telling them the route he was about to take. "I have chosen Le Mans," said he to Athos. "It is a good country?" "Excellent, my friend," replied the count, without making him observe that Le Mans was in the same direction as La Touraine, and that by waiting 2 days at most he might travel with a friend. But D'Artagnan, more embarrassed than the count, dug at every explanation deeper into the mud, into which he sank by degrees. "I shall set out tomorrow at daybreak," said he at last. "Till that time, will you come with me, Raoul?" "Yes, monsieur le chevalier," said the young man, "if monsieur le comte does not want me." "No, Raoul, I am to have an audience today of monsieur the king's brother. That is all I have to do." Raoul asked Grimaud for his sword, which the old man brought him immediately. "Now then," added D'Artagnan, opening his arms to Athos, "adieu, my dear friend." Athos held him in a long embrace, and the musketeer, who knew his discretion so well, murmured in his ear, "An affair of state," to which Athos only replied by a pressure of the hand, still more significant. They then separated. Raoul took the arm of his old friend, who led him along the Rue Saint-Honoré. "I am conducting you to the abode of the god Plutus," said D'Artagnan to the young man. "Prepare yourself. The whole day you will witness the piling up of crowns. Heavens, how I am changed!" "Oh, what a numbers of people there are in the street," said Raoul. "Is there a procession today?" asked D'Artagnan of a passerby. "Monsieur, it is a hanging," replied the man. "What, a hanging at the Greve?" said D'Artagnan. "Yes, monsieur." "The devil take the rogue who gets himself hung the day I want to go and take my rent!" cried D'Artagnan. "Raoul, did you ever see anybody hung?" "Never, monsieur, thank God." "Oh, how young that sounds! If you were on guard in the trenches as I was, and a spy. But, pardon me, Raoul, I am doting, you are quite right. It is a hideous sight to see a person hung. At what hour do they hang them, monsieur, if you please?" "Monsieur," replied the stranger respectfully, delighted at joining in conversation with two men of the sword, "it will take place at about 3 o'clock." "Aha! It is now only 1:30. Let us step out. We shall be there in time to touch my 375 livres and get away before the arrival of the malefactor." "Malefactors, monsieur," continued the bourgeois. "There are 2 of them." "Monsieur, I return to you many thanks," said D'Artagnan, who, as he grew older, had become polite to a degree. Drawing Raoul along, he directed his course rapidly in the direction of La Greve. Without that great experience musketeers have of a crowd, to which were joined an irresistible strength of wrist and an uncommon suppleness of shoulders, our 2 travelers would not have arrived at their place of destination. They followed the line of the Quai, which they had gained on quitting the Rue Saint-Honoré, where they left Athos. D'Artagnan went first. His elbow, his wrist, his shoulder formed 3 wedges which he knew how to insinuate with skill into the groups, to make them split and separate like firewood. He made use sometimes of the hilt of his sword as an additional help, introducing it between ribs that were too rebellious, making it take the part of a lever or a crowbar, to separate husband from wife, uncle from nephew, and brother from brother. And all that was done so naturally, and with such gracious smiles, that people must have had ribs of bronze not to cry "thank you" when the wrist made its play, or hearts of diamond not to be enchanted when such a bland smile enlivened the lips of the musketeer. Raoul, following his friend, cajoled the women who admired his beauty, pushed back the men who felt the rigidity of his muscles, and both opened, thanks to these maneuvers, the compact and muddy tide of the populace. They arrived in sight of the 2 gibbets, from which Raoul turned away his eyes in disgust. As for D'Artagnan, he did not even see them. His house, with its gabled roof, its windows crowded with the curious, attracted and even absorbed all the attention he was capable of. He distinguished in the Place and around the houses a good number of musketeers on leave, who, some with women, others with friends, awaited the crowning ceremony. What rejoiced him above all was to see that his tenant, the cabaretier, was so busy he hardly knew which way to turn. 3 lads could not supply the drinkers. They filled the shop, the chambers, and the court even. D'Artagnan called Raoul's attention to this concourse, adding, "The fellow will have no excuse for not paying his rent. Look at those drinkers, Raoul. One would say they were jolly companions. Mordieu, why, there's no room anywhere." D'Artagnan, however, contrived to catch hold of the master by the corner of his apron, and to make himself known to him. "Ah, Monsieur le Chevalier," said the cabaretier, half distracted, "1 minute, if you please. I have here 100 mad devils turning my cellar upside down." "The cellar, if you like, but not the money box." "Oh, monsieur, your 37.5 pistoles are all counted out ready for you, upstairs in my chamber. But there are in that chamber 30 customers who are sucking the staves of a little barrel of Oporto, which I tapped for them this very morning. Give me a minute, only a minute." "So be it, so be it." "I will go," said Raoul, in a low voice to D'Artagnan. "This hilarity is vile." "Monsieur," replied D'Artagnan sternly, "you will please to remain where you are. The soldier ought to familiarize himself with all kinds of spectacles. There are in the eye, when it is young, fibers which we must learn how to harden. We are not truly generous and good, save from the moment when the eye has become hardened and the heart remains tender. Besides, my little Raoul, would you leave me alone here? That would be very wrong of you. Look, there is yonder in the lower court a tree, and under the shade of that tree we shall breathe more freely than in this hot atmosphere of spilt wine." From the spot on which they had placed themselves, the 2 new guests of the Image de Notre Dame heard the ever-increasing hubbub of the tide of people, and lost neither a cry nor a gesture of the drinkers at tables in the cabaret, or disseminated in the chambers. If D'Artagnan had wished to place himself as a vidette for an expedition, he could not have succeeded better. The tree under which he and Raoul were seated covered them with its already thick foliage. It was low, thick chestnut tree with inclined branches that cast their shade over the table, so dilapidated the drinkers had abandoned it. We said that from this post D'Artagnan saw everything. He observed the goings and comings of the waiters, the arrival of fresh drinkers, the welcome, sometimes friendly, sometimes hostile, given to the newcomers by others already installed. He observed all this to amuse himself, for the 37.5 pistoles were a long time coming. Raoul recalled his attention to it. "Monsieur," said he, "you do not hurry your tenant, and the condemned will soon be here. There will then be such a press that we shall not be able to get out." "You're right," said the Musketeer. "Hola! Oi! Somebody there! Mordieu!" But it was in vain he cried, and knocked upon the wreck of the old table, which fell to pieces beneath his fist. Nobody came. D'Artagnan was preparing to go and seek the cabaretier himself, to force him to a definite explanation, when the door of the court in which he was with Raoul, a door which communicated with the garden situated at the back, opened, and the man dressed as a cavalier, with a sword in his sheath, but not at his belt, crossed the court without closing the door, and having cast an oblique glance at D'Artagnan and his companion, directed his course towards the cabaret itself, looking about in all directions with his eyes capable of piercing walls of consciences. "Humph!" said D'Artagnan, "my tenants are communicating. That, no doubt now, is some amateur in hanging matters." At the same moment, the cries and disturbance in the upper chambers ceased. Silence, under such circumstances, surprises more than a twofold increase of noise. D'Artagnan wished to see what was the cause of this sudden silence. He then perceived that this man, dressed as a cavalier, had just entered the principal chamber, and was haranguing the tipplers, who all listened to him with the greatest attention. D'Artagnan would perhaps have heard his speech but for the dominant noise of the popular clamors, which made a formidable accompaniment to the harangue of the orator. But he was soon finished, and all the people the cabaret contained came out, one after the other, in little groups, so that there only remained 6 in the chamber. One of these 6, the man with the sword, took the cabaretier aside, engaging him in discourse more or less serious, whilst the others lit a great fire in the chimney place, a circumstance rendered strange by the fine weather and the heat. "It is very singular," said D'Artagnan to Raoul, "but I think I know those faces yonder." "Don't you think you can smell the smoke here?" said Raoul. "I rather think I can smell a conspiracy," replied D'Artagnan. He had not finished speaking when 4 of these men came down into the court, and without the appearance of any bad design, mounted guard at the door of communication, casting, at intervals, glances at D'Artagnan, which signified many things. "Mordieu!" said D'Artagnan in a low voice, "there is something going on. Are you curious, Raoul?" "According to the subject, chevalier." "Well, I am as curious as an old woman. Come a little more in front. We shall get a better view of the place. I would lay a wager that view will be something curious." "But you know, monsieur le chevalier, that I am not willing to become a passive and indifferent spectator of the death of the 2 poor devils." "And I, then, do you think I am a savage? We will go in again when it is time to do so. Come along." And they made their way towards the front of the house, and placed themselves near the window which, still more strangely than the rest, remained unoccupied. The 2 last drinkers, instead of looking out of this window, kept up the fire. On seeing D'Artagnan and his friend enter, a reinforcement," murmured they. D'Artagnan jogged Raoul's elbow. "Yes, my braves, a reinforcement," said he. "Cordieu, there is a famous fire. Whom are you going to cook?" The 2 men uttered a shout of jovial laughter, and, instead of answering, threw on more wood. D'Artagnan could not take his eyes off them. "I suppose," said one of the fire makers, "they sent you to tell us the time, did they?" "Without doubt they have," said D'Artagnan, anxious to know what was going on. "Why should I be here else, if it were not for that?" "Then place yourself at the window, please, and observe." D'Artagnan smiled in his moustache, made a sign to Raoul, and placed himself at the window. End of chapter 61. Recording by Max Schörlinge, alias Fongi. Chapter 62 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 62. Vive Colbert. The spectacle which the Grève now presented was a frightful one. The heads, levelled by the perspective, extended afar, thick and agitated as the ears of corn in the vast plain. From time to time a fresh report, or a distant rumour, made the heads oscillate and thousands of eyes flash. Now and then there were great movements. All those ears of corn bent, and became waves more agitated than those of the ocean, which rolled from the extremities to the centre and beat, like the tides, against the hedge of archers who surrounded the gibbets. Then the handles of the halberds were let fall upon the heads and shoulders of the rash invaders. At times also it was the steel as well as the wood, and in that case a large empty circle was formed around the guard, a space conquered upon the extremities, which underwent, in their turn, the oppression of the sudden movement which drove them against the parapets of the Seine. From the window that commanded a view of the whole place, D'Artagnan saw, with interior satisfaction, that such of the musketeers and guards as found themselves involved in the crowd were able, with blows of their fists and the hilts of their swords, to keep room. He even remarked that they had succeeded, by that esprit de corps which doubles the strength of the soldier, in getting together in one group to the amount of about 50 men, and that, with the exception of a dozen stragglers whom he still saw rolling here and there, the nucleus was complete, and within reach of his voice. But it was not the musketeers and guards that drew the attention of D'Artagnan. Around the gibbets, and particularly at the entrances to the arcade of Saint-Jean, moved a noisy mass, a busy mass, daring faces, resolute demeanors, were to be seen here and there, mingled with silly faces and indifferent demeanors. Signals were exchanged, hands given and taken. D'Artagnan remarked among the groups, and those groups the most animated, the face of the cavalier whom he had seen enter by the door of communication from his garden, and who had gone upstairs to harangue the drinkers. That man was organizing troops and giving orders. "Mordieu!" said D'Artagnan to himself, "I was not deceived. I know that man. It's Menneville. What the devil is he doing here?" A distant murmur, which became more distinct by degrees, stopped his reflection and drew his attention another way. This murmur was occasioned by the arrival of the culprits. A strong picket of archers preceded them, and appeared at the angle of the arcade. The entire crowd now joined as if in one cry. All the cries united formed one immense howl. D'Artagnan saw Raoul was becoming pale, and he slapped him roughly on the shoulder. The firekeepers turned round on hearing the great cry, and asked what was going on. "The condemned are arrived," said D'Artagnan. "That's well," replied they, again replenishing the fire. D'Artagnan looked at them with much uneasiness. It was evident that these men, who were making such a fire for no apparent purpose, had some strange intentions. The condemned appeared upon the place. They were walking, the executioner before them, whilst 50 archers formed a hedge on their right and their left. Both were dressed in black. They appeared pale but firm. They looked impatiently over the people's heads, standing on tiptoe at every step. D'Artagnan remarked this. "Mordieu!" cried he, "they are in a great hurry to get a sight of the gibbet." Raoul drew back without, however, having the power to leave the window. Terror even has its attractions. "To the death! To the death!" cried 50,000 voices. "Yes, to the death!" howled 100 frantic others, as if the great mass had given them the reply. "To the halter! To the halter!" cried the great whole. "Vive le roi!" "Well," said D'Artagnan, "this is droll. I should have thought it was Monsieur Colbert who had caused them to be hung." There was, at this moment, a great rolling movement in the crowd, which stopped for a moment the march of the condemned. The people of a bold and resolute mien, whom D'Artagnan had observed, by dint of pressing, pushing, and lifting themselves up, had succeeded in almost touching the hedge of archers. The cortege resumed its march. All at once, to the cries of "Vive Colbert!" those men, of whom D'Artagnan never lost sight, fell upon the escort, which in vain endeavored to stand against them. Behind these men was the crowd. Then commenced, amidst a frightful tumult, as frightful a confusion. This time there was something more than cries of expectation or cries of joy. There were cries of pain. Halberds struck men down, swords ran through them, muskets were discharged at them. The confusion became then so great that D'Artagnan could no longer distinguish anything. Then, from this chaos, suddenly surged something like a visible intention, like a will pronounced. The condemned had been torn from the hands of the guards, and were being dragged towards the house of l'Image de Notre Dame. Those who dragged them shouted, "Vive Colbert!" The people hesitated, not knowing which they ought to fall upon, the archers or the aggressors. What stopped the people was, that those who cried, "Vive Colbert!" began to cry, at the same time, "No halter! No halter! To the fire! To the fire! Burn the thieves! Burn the extortioners!" This cry, shouted with an ensemble, obtained enthusiastic success. The populace had come to witness an execution, and here was the opportunity offered them of performing one themselves. It was this that must be the most agreeable to the populace. Therefore, they ranged themselves immediately on the party of the aggressors against the archers, crying with the minority, which had become, thanks to them, the most compact majority. "Yes, yes, to the fire with the thieves! Vive Colbert!" "Mordieu!" exclaimed D'Artagnan, "this begins to look serious." One of the men who remained near the chimney approached the window, a firebrand in his hand. "Ah, ah!" said he, "it gets warm." Then, turning to his companion, "There is the signal," added he, and he immediately applied the burning brand to the wainscoting. Now, This cabaret of Image de Notre Dame was not a very newly built house, and therefore did not require much entreating to take fire. In a second the boards began to crackle, and the flames arose sparkling to the ceiling. A howling from without replied to the shouts of the incendiaries. D'Artagnan, who had not seen what passed, from being engaged at the window, felt, at the same time, the smoke which choked him and the fire that scorched him. "Hola!" cried he, turning round, "is there fire here? Are you drunk or mad, my masters?" The two men looked at each other with an air of astonishment. "In what?" asked they of D'Artagnan. "Was it not a thing agreed upon?" "A thing agreed upon that you should burn my house?" vociferated D'Artagnan, snatching the brand from the hand of the incendiary and striking him with it across the face. The second wanted to assist his comrade, but Raoul, seizing him by the middle, threw him out of the window, whilst D'Artagnan pushed his man down the stairs. Raoul, first disengaged, tore the burning wainscoting down, and threw it flaming into the chamber. At a glance, D'Artagnan saw there was nothing to be feared from the fire, and sprang to the window. The disorder was at its height. The air was filled with simultaneous cries of "To the fire! To the death! To the halter! To the stake! Vive Colbert! Vive le roi!" The group which had forced the culprits from the hands of the archers had drawn them close to the house, which appeared to be the goal towards which they dragged them. Menneville was at the head of this group, shouting louder than all the others, "To the fire! To the fire! Vive Colbert!" D'Artagnan began to comprehend what was meant. They wanted to burn the condemned, and his house was to serve as a funeral pile. "Halt there!" cried he, sword in hand, and one foot upon the window. "Menneville, what do you want to do?" "Monsieur d'Artagnan," cried the latter, "give way! Give way!" "To the fire! To the fire with the thieves! Vive Colbert!" These cries exasperated D'Artagnan. "Mordieu!" said he. "What! burn the poor devils, who are only condemned to be hung? That is infamous!" Before the door, however, the mass of anxious spectators, rolled back against the walls, had become more thick, and closed up the way. Menneville and his men, who were dragging along the culprits, were within 10 paces of the door. Menneville made a last effort. "Passage! Passage!" cried he, pistol in hand. "Burn them! Burn them!" repeated the crowd. "The Image de Notre Dame is on fire! Burn the thieves! Burn the monopolists in the Image de Notre Dame!" There now remained no doubt. It was plainly D'Artagnan's house that was their object. D'Artagnan remembered the old cry, always so effective from his mouth. "A moi, Musketeers!" shouted he, with the voice of a giant, with one of those voices which dominate over cannon, the sea, the tempest. "A moi, Musketeers!" And suspending himself by the arm from the balcony, he allowed himself to drop amidst the crowd, which began to draw back from a house that rained men. Raoul was on the ground as soon as he, both sword in hand. All the musketeers on the place heard that challenging cry, all turned round on that cry, and recognized D'Artagnan. "To the captain! To the captain!" cried they in their turn, and the crowd opened before them as though they were the prow of a vessel. At that moment, D'Artagnan and Menneville found themselves face to face. "Passage! Passage!" cried Menneville, seeing that he was within an arm's length of the door. "No one passes here," said D'Artagnan. "Take that, then," said Menneville, firing his pistol almost within an arm's length. But before the cock fell, D'Artagnan had struck up Menneville's arm with the hilt of his sword, and passed the blade through his body. "I told you plainly to keep yourself quiet," said D'Artagnan to Menneville, who rolled at his feet. "Passage! Passage!" cried the companions of Menneville, at first terrified, but soon recovering, when they found they had only to do with 2 men. But those 2 men were 100-armed giants. The swords flew about in their hands like the burning glaive of the archangel. They pierce with its point, strike with the flat, cut with the edge. Every stroke brings down a man. "For the king!" cried D'Artagnan, to every man he struck at, that is to say, to every man that fell. This cry became the charging word for the musketeers, who, guided by it, joined D'Artagnan. During this time the archers, recovering from the panic they had undergone, charged the aggressors in the rear, and regular as mill strokes overturned or knocked down all that opposed them. The crowd, which sees swords gleaming and drops of blood flying in the air, the crowd falls back and crushes itself. At length, cries for mercy and of despair resound, that is, the farewell of the vanquished. The two condemned are again in the hands of the archers. D'Artagnan approaches them, seeing them pale and sinking. "Console yourselves, poor men," said he. "You will not undergo the frightful torture with which these wretches threatened you. The king has condemned you to be hung, you shall only be hung. Go on, hang them, and it will be over." There is no longer anything going on at the Image de Notre Dame. The fire has been extinguished with 2 turns of wine in default of water. The conspirators have fled by the garden. The archers are dragging the culprits to the gibbets. From this moment the affair did not occupy much time. The executioner, heedless about operating according to the rules of the art, made such haste that he dispatched the condemned in a couple of minutes. In the meantime the people gathered around D'Artagnan. They felicitated, they cheered him. He wiped his brow, streaming with sweat, and his sword, streaming with blood. He shrugged his shoulders at seeing Menneville writhing at his feet in the last convulsions, and, while Raoul turned away his eyes in compassion, he pointed to the musketeers the gibbets laden with their melancholy fruit. "Poor devils," said he, "I hope they died blessing me, for I saved them with great difficulty." These words caught the ear of Menneville at the moment when he himself was breathing his last sigh. A dark, ironical smile flitted across his lips. He wished to reply, but the effort hastened the snapping of the cord of life. He expired. "Oh, all this is very frightful," murmured Raoul. "Let us be gone, Monsieur le Chevalier." "You are not wounded?" asked D'Artagnan. "Not at all, thank you." "That's well. Thou art a brave fellow, mordieu! The head of the father, and the arm of Porthos. Ah, if he had been here, good Porthos, you would have seen something worth looking at." Then, as if by way of remembrance, "But where the devil can brave Porthos be?" murmured D'Artagnan. "Come, chevalier, pray come away," urged Raoul. "1 minute, my friend. Let me take my 37.5 pistoles, and I am at your service. The house is a good property," added D'Artagnan, as he entered the Image de Notre Dame, "but decidedly, even if it were less profitable, I should prefer its being in another quarter." End of chapter 62. Recording by Max Schörlinge, alias Fongi. Chapter 63 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 63. How Monsieur d'Emery's diamond passed into the hands of Monsieur d'Artagnan. Whilst this violent, noisy, and bloody scene was passing on the Greve, several men, barricaded behind the gate of communication with the garden, replaced their swords in their sheaths, assisted one among them to mount a ready saddled horse which was waiting in the garden, and like a flock of startled birds fled in all directions, some climbing the walls, others rushing out of the gates with all the fury of a panic. He who mounted the horse and gave him the spur so sharply that the animal was near leaping the wall, this cavalier, we say, crossed the Place Baudoyer, passed like lightning before the crowd in the streets, riding against, running over, and knocking down all that came in his way, and 10 minutes after arrived at the gates of the superintendent, more out of breath than his horse. The Abbe Fouquet, at the clatter of hoofs on the pavement, appeared at a window of the court, and before even the cavalier had set foot to the ground, "Well, Donicon," cried he, leaning half out of the window. "Well, it is all over," replied the cavalier. "All over?" cried the abbe. "Then they are saved?" "No, monsieur," replied the cavalier, "they are hung." "Hung!" repeated the abbe, turning pale. A lateral door suddenly opened, and Fouquet appeared in the chamber, pale, distracted, with lips half opened, breathing a cry of grief and anger. He stopped upon the threshold to listen to what was addressed from the court to the window. "Miserable wretches!" said the abbe, "you did not fight then? Like lions, say like cowards. Monsieur, 100 men accustomed to war, sword in hand, are worth 10,000 archers in a surprise. Where is Menneville, that boaster, that braggart, who was to come back either dead or a conqueror? Well, monsieur, he kept his word. He is dead. Dead! Who killed him? A demon disguised as a man, a giant armed with 10 flaming swords, a madman who at one blow extinguished the fire, put down the riot, and caused 100 musketeers to rise up out of the pavement of the Greve." Fouquet raised his brow, streaming with sweat, murmuring, "Oh, Lyodot and D'Emery, dead, 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 and I dishonored." The abbe turned round, and perceiving his brother, despairing and livid, "Come, come," said he, "it is a blow of fate, monsieur. We must not lament thus. Our attempt has failed, because God—" "Be silent, abbe, be silent!" cried Fouquet. "Your excuses are blasphemous. Order that man up here, and let him relate the details of this terrible event." "But, brother—" "Obey, monsieur." The abbe made a sign, and in half a minute the man's step was heard upon the stairs. At the same time Gourville appeared behind Fouquet, like the guardian angel of the superintendent, pressing one finger on his lips to enjoin observation even amidst the burst of his griefs. The minister resumed all the serenity that human strength left at the disposal of a heart half broken with sorrow. Donicom appeared. "Make your report," said Gourville. "Monsieur," replied the messenger, "we received orders to carry off the prisoners, and to cry 'Vive Colbert' whilst carrying them off." "To burn them alive, was it not, abbe?" interrupted Gourville. "Yes, yes, the order was given to Menneville. Menneville knew what was to be done, and Menneville is dead." This news appeared rather to reassure Gourville than to sadden him. "Yes, certainly to burn them alive," said the abbe eagerly. "Granted, monsieur, granted," said the man, looking into the eyes and the face of the two interlocutors, to ascertain what there was profitable or disadvantageous to himself in telling the truth. "Now proceed," said Gourville. "The prisoners," cried Donicom, "were brought to the Greve, and the people in a fury insisted upon their being burnt instead of being hung." "And the people were right," said the abbe. "Go on." "But," resumed the man, "at the moment the arches were broken, at the moment the fire was set to one of the houses of the Place, destined to serve as a funeral pile for the guilty, this fury, this demon, this giant of whom I told you, and who, we had been informed, was the proprietor of the house in question, aided by a young man who accompanied him, threw out of the window those who kept the fire, called to his assistance the musketeers who were in the crowd, leaped himself from the window of the first story into the Place, and plied his sword so desperately that the victor was restored to the archers, the prisoners were retaken, and Menneville killed. When once recaptured, the condemned were executed in 3 minutes." Fouquet, in spite of his self-command, could not prevent a deep groan escaping him. "And this man, the proprietor of the house, what is his name?" said the abbe. "I cannot tell you, not having even been able to get a sight of him. My post had been appointed in the garden, and I remained at my post. Only the affair was related to me as I repeat it. I was ordered, when once the affair was at an end, to come at best speed and announce to you the manner in which it finished. According to this order, I set out, full gallop, and here I am." "Very well, monsieur, we have nothing else to ask of you," said the abbe, more and more dejected, in proportion as the moment approached for finding himself alone with his brother. "Have you been paid?" asked Gourville. "Partly, monsieur," replied Donicom. "Here are 20 pistoles. Begone, monsieur, and never forget to defend, as this time has been done, the true interests of the king." "Yes, monsieur," said the man, bowing and pocketing the money, after which he went out. Scarcely had the door closed after him, when Fouquet, who had remained motionless, advanced with a rapid step and stood between the abbe and Gourville. Both of them at the same time opened their mouths to speak to him. "No excuses," said he, "no recriminations against anybody. If I had not been a false friend, I should not have confided to anyone the care of delivering Lourdes and D'Emery. I alone am guilty. To me alone are reproaches and remorse due. Leave me, abbe." "And yet, monsieur, you will not prevent me," replied the latter, "from endeavoring to find out the miserable fellow who has intervened to the advantage of Monsieur Colbert in this so well arranged affair, for, if it is good policy to love our friends dearly, I do not believe that is bad which consists in obstinately pursuing our enemies. A truce to policy, abbe, be gone, I beg of you, and do not let me hear any more of you till I send for you. What we most need is circumspection and silence. You have a terrible example before you, gentlemen. No reprisals. I forbid them." "There are no orders," grumbled the abbe, "which will prevent me from avenging a family affront upon the guilty person." "And I," cried Fouquet, in that imperative tone to which one feels there is nothing to reply, "if you entertain one thought, one single thought, which is not the absolute expression of my will, I will have you cast into the Bastille 2 hours after that thought has manifested itself. Regulate your conduct accordingly, abbe." The abbe colored and bowed. Fouquet made a sign to Gourville to follow him, and was already directing his steps towards his cabinet, when the usher announced with a loud voice, "Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan." "Who is he?" said Fouquet, negligently, to Gourville. "An ex-lieutenant of his Majesty's Musketeers," replied Gourville in the same tone. Fouquet did not even take the trouble to reflect, and resumed his walk. "I beg your pardon, monseigneur," said Gourville, "but I remembered. This brave man has quitted the king's service, and probably comes to receive an installment of some pension or other." "Devil take him," said Fouquet, "why does he choose his opportunities so ill?" "Permit me, then, monseigneur, to announce your refusal to him, for he is one of my acquaintance, and is a man of whom, in our present circumstances, it would be better to have as a friend than an enemy." "Answer him as you please," said Fouquet. "Good lord," said the abbe, still full of malice, like an egotistical man, "tell him there is no money, particularly for musketeers." But scarcely had the abbe uttered this imprudent speech, when the partly open door was thrown back, and D'Artagnan appeared. "Eh, Monsieur Fouquet," said he, "I was well aware there was no money for musketeers here. Therefore I did not come to obtain any, but to have it refused. That being done, receive my thanks. I give you good day, and I will go to seek it at Monsieur Colbert's." And he went out, making an easy bow. "Gourville," said Fouquet, "run after that man, and bring him back." Gourville obeyed, and overtook D'Artagnan on the stairs. D'Artagnan, hearing steps behind him, turned round and perceived Gourville. "Mordieu, my dear monsieur," said he, "there are sad lessons which you gentlemen of finance teach us. I come to Monsieur Fouquet to receive a sum accorded by his majesty, and I am received like a mendicant who comes to ask charity, or a thief who comes to steal a piece of plate." "But you pronounced the name of Monsieur Colbert, my dear D'Artagnan. You said you were going to Monsieur Colbert's?" "I certainly am going there, were it only to ask satisfaction of the people who try to burn houses, crying 'Vive Colbert!'" Gourville pricked up his ears. "Oh," said he, "you allude to what has just happened at the Greve?" "Yes, certainly." "And in what did that which has taken place concern you?" "What? Do you ask me whether it concerns me or does not concern me, if Monsieur Colbert pleases to make a funeral pile of my house?" "Oh, your house. Was it your house they wanted to burn?" "Pardieu, was it?" "Is the cabaret of the Image de Notre Dame yours, then?" "It has been this week." Well, then, are you the brave captain? Are you the valiant blade who dispersed those who wished to burn the condemned? My dear Monsieur Gourville, put yourself in my place. I was an agent of the public force, and a landlord too. As a captain, it is my duty to have the orders of the king accomplished. As a proprietor, it is to my interest my house should not be burnt. I have at the same time attended to the laws of interest and duty in replacing Messieurs Ludo and Demery in the hands of the archers. Then it was you who threw the man out of the window? It was I, myself, replied D'Artagnan, modestly. And you who killed Menneville? I had that misfortune, said D'Artagnan, bowing like a man who is being congratulated. It was you, then, in short, who caused the two condemned persons to be hung? Instead of being burnt, yes, monsieur, and I am proud of it. I saved the poor devils from horrible tortures. Understand, my dear Monsieur de Gourville, that they wanted to burn them alive. It exceeds imagination. Go, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, go, said Gourville, anxious to spare Fouquet the sight of the man who had just caused him such profound grief. No, said Fouquet, who had heard all from the door of the antechamber. Not so. On the contrary, Monsieur d'Artagnan, come in. D'Artagnan wiped from the hilt of his sword a last bloody trace which had escaped his notice, and returned. He then found himself face to face with these three men whose countenances wore very different expressions. With the abbe it was anger, with Gourville stupor, with Fouquet it was dejection. I beg your pardon, Monsieur le Ministre, said D'Artagnan, but my time is short. I have to go to the office of the intendant to have an explanation with Monsieur Colbert and to receive my quarter's pension. But, monsieur, said Fouquet, there is money here. D'Artagnan looked at the superintendent with astonishment. You have been answered inconsiderately, monsieur, I know, because I heard it, said the minister. A man of your merit ought to be known by everybody. D'Artagnan bowed. Have you an order? Added Fouquet. Yes, monsieur. Give it me. I will pay you myself. Come with me. He made a sign to Gourville and the abbe, who remained in the chamber where they were. He led D'Artagnan into his cabinet. As soon as the door was shut, how much is due to you, monsieur? Why, something like 5,000 livres, monseigneur. For arrears of pay? For a quarter's pay. A quarter consisting of 5,000 livres? Said Fouquet, fixing upon the Musketeer's searching look. Does the king, then, give you 20,000 livres a year? Yes, monsieur, 20,000 livres a year. Do you think it's too much? I, cried Fouquet, and he smiled bitterly. If I had any knowledge of mankind, if I were, instead of being a frivolous, inconsequent, and vain spirit, of a prudent and reflective spirit, if, in a word, I had, as certain persons have known how, regulated my life, you would not receive 20,000 livres a year, but 100,000, and you would belong not to the king, but to me. D'Artagnan colored slightly. There is sometimes in the manner in which a eulogium is given, in the voice, in the affectionate tone, a poison so sweet that the strongest mind is intoxicated by it. The superintendent terminated his speech by opening a drawer, and taking from it 4 rouleaux, which he placed before D'Artagnan. The Gascon opened one. "Gold!" said he. "It will be less burdensome, monsieur." "But then, monsieur, these make 20,000 livres." "No doubt they do." "But only 5 are due to me." "I wish to spare you the trouble of coming 4 times to my office." "You overwhelm me, monsieur." "I do only what I ought to do, monsieur le chevalier, and I hope you will not bear me any malice on account of the rude reception my brother gave you. He is of a sour, capricious disposition." "Monsieur," said D'Artagnan, "believe me, nothing would grieve me more than an excuse from you." "Therefore I will make no more, and will content myself with asking you a favor." "Oh, monsieur!" Fouquet drew from his finger a ring worth about 3,000 pistoles. "Monsieur," said he, "this stone was given me by a friend of my childhood, by a man to whom you have rendered a great service. A service? I? said the musketeer. I have rendered a service to one of your friends? You cannot have forgotten it, monsieur, for it dates this very day. And that friend's name was? Monsieur d'Emery. One of the condemned? Yes, one of the victims. Well, Monsieur d'Artagnan, in return for the service you have rendered him, I beg you to accept this diamond. Do so for my sake. Monsieur, you... Accept it, I say. Today is with me a day of mourning. Hereafter you will, perhaps, learn why. Today I have lost one friend. Well, I will try to get another. But, Monsieur Fouquet... Adieu, Monsieur d'Artagnan, adieu, cried Fouquet, with much emotion. Or rather, au revoir. And the minister quitted the cabinet, leaving in the hands of the musketeer the ring and the 20,000 livres. Oh, said D'Artagnan, after a moment's dark reflection, how on earth am I to understand what this means? Mordieu! I can understand this much, only he is a gallant man. I will go and explain matters to Monsieur Colbert. And he went out. End of chapter 63. Recording by Max Schörlinger. Chapter 64 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinger. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 64 of the notable difference D'Artagnan finds between Monsieur the Intendant and Monsieur the Superintendent. Monsieur Colbert resided in the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, in a house which had belonged to Bautru. D'Artagnan's legs cleared the distance in a short quarter of an hour. When he arrived at the residence of the new favorite, the court was full of archers and police, who came to congratulate him, or to excuse themselves, according to whether he should choose to praise or blame. The sentiment of flattery is instinctive with people of abject condition. They have the sense of it, as the wild animal has that of hearing and smell. These people, or their leader, understood that there was a pleasure to offer to Monsieur Colbert, in rendering him an account of the fashion in which his name had been pronounced during the rash enterprise of the morning. D'Artagnan made his appearance just as the chief of the watch was giving his report. He stood close to the door, behind the archers. That officer took Colbert on one side, in spite of his resistance and the contradiction of his bushy eyebrows. "In case," said he, "you really desired, monsieur, that the people should do justice on the two traitors, it would have been wise to warn us of it, for, indeed, monsieur, in spite of our regret at displeasing you or thwarting your views, we had our orders to execute." "Triple fool!" replied Colbert, furiously shaking his hair, thick and black as a mane. "What are you telling me? What, that I could have had an idea of a riot? Are you mad or drunk?" "But, monsieur, they cried, 'Vive Colbert!'" replied the trembling watch. "A handful of conspirators?" "No, no, a mass of people." "Ah, indeed," said Colbert, expanding. "A mass of people cried, 'Vive Colbert!' Are you certain of what you say, monsieur?" "We had nothing to do but open our ears, or rather to close them, so terrible were the cries." "And this was from the people, the real people?" "Certainly, monsieur, only these real people beat us." "Oh, very well," continued Colbert, thoughtfully. "Then you suppose it was the people alone who wished to burn the condemned?" "Oh, yes, monsieur." "That is quite another thing. You strongly resisted, then?" "We had 3 of our men crushed to death, monsieur." "But you killed nobody yourselves?" "Monsieur, a few of the rioters were left upon the square, and one among them who was not a common man." "Who was he?" "A certain Menneville, upon whom the police have had a long time an eye." "Menneville!" cried Colbert. "What, he who killed Rue de la Huchette, a worthy man who wanted a fat fowl?" "Yes, monsieur, the same. And did this Menneville also cry, Vive Colbert? Louder than all the rest, like a madman. Colbert's brow grew dark and wrinkled. A kind of ambitious glory which had lighted his face was extinguished, like the light of glowworms we crush beneath the grass. "Then you say," resumed the deceived intendant, "that the initiative came from the people? Menneville was my enemy, and I would have had him hung, and he knew it well. Menneville belonged to the Abbé Fouquet. The affair originated with Fouquet. Does not everybody know that the condemned were his friends from childhood?" "That is true," thought D'Artagnan, "and thus are all my doubts cleared up. I repeat it, Monsieur Fouquet may be called what they please, but he is a very gentlemanly man." "And," continued Colbert, "are you quite sure that Menneville is dead?" D'Artagnan thought the time was come for him to make an appearance. "Perfectly, monsieur," replied he, advancing suddenly. "Oh, is that you, monsieur?" said Colbert. "In person," replied the Musketeer with his deliberate tone. "It appears that you had in Menneville a pretty enemy." "It was not I, monsieur, who had an enemy," replied Colbert. "It was the king." "Double brute," thought D'Artagnan, "to think to play the great man and the hypocrite with me. Well," continued he to Colbert, "I am very happy to have rendered so good a service to the king. Will you take upon you to tell his majesty, monsieur l'intendant?" "What commission is this you give me, and what do you charge me to tell his majesty, monsieur? Be precise, if you please," said Colbert, in a sharp voice, turned beforehand to hostility. "I give you no commission," replied D'Artagnan, with that calmness which never abandons the banterer. "I thought it would be easier for you to announce to his majesty that it was I who, being there by chance, did justice upon Menneville and restored order to things." Colbert opened his eyes and interrogated the chief of the watch with a look. "Ah, it is very true," said the latter, "that this gentleman saved us." "Why did you not tell me, monsieur, that you came to relate me this?" said Colbert with envy. "Everything is explained, and more favorably for you than for anybody else." "You are in error, monsieur l'intendant. I did not come at all for the purpose of relating that to you." "It is an exploit, nevertheless." "Oh," said the Musketeer carelessly, "constant habit blunts the mind." "To what do I owe the honor of your visit, then?" "Simply to this: the king ordered me to come to you." "Ah," said Colbert, recovering himself when he saw D'Artagnan draw a paper from his pocket, "it is to demand some money of me?" "Precisely, monsieur." "Have the goodness to wait, if you please, monsieur, till I have dispatched the report of the watch." D'Artagnan turned upon his heel, insolently enough, and finding himself face to face with Colbert, after his first turn, he bowed to him as a harlequin would have done, then, after a second evolution, he directed his steps towards the door in quick time. Colbert was struck with this pointed rudeness, to which he was not accustomed. In general, men of the sword, when they came to his office, had such a want of money, that though their feet seemed to take root in the marble, they hardly lost their patience. Was D'Artagnan going straight to the king? Would he go and describe his rough reception, or recount his exploit? This was a matter for grave consideration. At all events, the moment was badly chosen to send D'Artagnan away, whether he came from the king or on his own account. The Musketeer rendered too great a service, and that too recently, for it to be already forgotten. Therefore Colbert thought it would be better to shake off his arrogance and call D'Artagnan back. "Oh, Monsieur D'Artagnan!" cried Colbert. "What, are you leaving me thus?" D'Artagnan turned round. "Why not?" said he, quietly. "We have no more to say to each other, have we?" "You have, at least, money to receive, as you have an order." "Who? I? Oh, not at all, my dear Monsieur Colbert." "But, monsieur, you have an order, and, in the same manner as you give a sword thrust when you are required, I, on my part, pay when an order is presented to me. Present yours." "It is useless, my dear Monsieur Colbert," said D'Artagnan, who inwardly enjoyed this confusion in the ideas of Colbert. "My order is paid." "Paid? By whom?" "By Monsieur le Surintendant." Colbert grew pale. "Explain yourself," said he in a stifled voice. "If you are paid, why do you show me that paper?" "In consequence of the word of order, of which you spoke to me so ingenuously just now, dear Monsieur Colbert. The king told me to take a quarter of the pension he is pleased to make me." "Of me?" said Colbert. "Not exactly. The king said to me, 'Go to Monsieur Fouquet. The superintendent will, perhaps, have no money. Then you will go and draw it of Monsieur Colbert.'" The countenance of Monsieur Colbert brightened for a moment, but it was with his unfortunate physiognomy as with a stormy sky, sometimes radiant, sometimes dark as night, according as the lightning gleams or the cloud passes. "Eh, and was there any money in the superintendent's coffers?" asked he. "Why, yes, he will not be badly off for money," replied D'Artagnan. "It may be believed, since Monsieur Fouquet, instead of paying me a quarter of 5,000 livres—" "A quarter of 5,000 livres!" cried Colbert, struck, as Fouquet had been, with the generosity of the sum for a soldier's pension. "Why, that would be a pension of 20,000 livres." "Exactly, Monsieur Colbert. Peste, you reckon like old Pythagoras. Yes, 20,000 livres." "10 times the appointment of an intendant of the finances. I beg to offer you my compliments," said Colbert, with a vicious smile. "Oh," said D'Artagnan, "the king apologized for giving me so little, but he promised to make it more hereafter, when he should be rich. But I must be gone, having much to do." "So, then, notwithstanding the expectation of the king, the superintendent paid you, did he?" "In the same manner as, in opposition to the king's expectation, you refused to pay me." "I did not refuse, monsieur. I only begged you to wait. And you say that Monsieur Fouquet paid you your 5,000 livres?" "Yes, as you might have done, but he did even better than that, Monsieur Colbert." "And what did he do?" "He politely counted me down the sum total, saying that for the king his coffers were always full." "The sum total? Monsieur Fouquet has given you 20,000 livres instead of 5,000?" "Yes, monsieur." "And what for?" "In order to spare me 3 visits to the money chest of the superintendent, so that I have the 20,000 livres in my pocket in good new coin. You see, then, that I am able to go away without standing in need of you, having come here only for form's sake." And D'Artagnan slapped his hand upon his pocket, with a laugh which disclosed to Colbert 32 magnificent teeth, as white as teeth of the 25 years old, and which seemed to say in their language, "Serve up to us 32 little Colberts, and we will chew them willingly." The serpent is as brave as the lion, the hawk as courageous as the eagle, that cannot be contested. It can only be said of animals that are decidedly cowardly, and are so called, that they will be brave only when they have to defend themselves. Colbert was not frightened at the 32 teeth of D'Artagnan. He recovered, and suddenly, "Monsieur," said he, "Monsieur le Surintendant has done what he had no right to do." "What do you mean by that?" replied D'Artagnan. "I mean that your note— Will you let me see your note, if you please?" "Very willingly. Here it is." Colbert seized the paper with an eagerness which the musketeer did not remark without uneasiness, and particularly without a certain degree of regret at having trusted him with it. "Well, monsieur, the royal order says thus: At sight, I command that there be paid to Monsieur d'Artagnan the sum of 5,000 livres, forming a quarter of the pension I have made him." "So, in fact, it is written," said D'Artagnan, affecting calmness. "Very well. The king only owed you 5,000 livres. Why has more been given to you?" "Because there was more." and Monsieur Fouquet was willing to give me more. That does not concern anybody." "It is natural," said Colbert, with proud ease, "that you should be ignorant of the usages of state finance. But, monsieur, when you have 1,000 livres to pay, what do you do?" "I never have 1,000 livres to pay," replied D'Artagnan. "Once more," said Colbert, irritated, "once more, if you had any sum to pay, would you not pay what you ought?" "That only proves one thing," said D'Artagnan, "and that is, that you have your own particular customs in finance, and Monsieur Fouquet has his own." "Mine, monsieur, are the correct ones." "I do not say that they are not." "And you have accepted what was not due to you?" D'Artagnan's eyes flashed. "What is not due to me yet, you meant to say, Monsieur Colbert, for if I have received what was not due to me at all, I should have committed a theft." Colbert made no reply to this subtlety. "You then owe 15,000 livres to the public chest," said he, carried away by his jealous ardor. "Then you must give me credit for them," replied D'Artagnan, with his imperceptible irony. "Not at all, monsieur." "Well, what will you do then? You will not take my rouleaux from me, will you?" "You must return them to my chest." "I? Oh, Monsieur Colbert, don't reckon upon that." "The king wants his money, monsieur." "And I, monsieur, I want the king's money." "That may be so, but you must return this." "Not a sou. I have always understood that in matters of comptabilité, as you call it, a good cashier never gives back or takes back." "Then, monsieur, we shall see what the king will say about it. I will show him this note, which proves that Monsieur Fouquet not only pays what he does not owe, but that he does not even take care of vouchers for the sums that he has paid." "Ah, now I understand why you have taken that paper, Monsieur Colbert." Colbert did not perceive all that there was of a threatening character in his name pronounced in a certain manner. "You shall see hereafter what use I will make of it," said he, holding up the paper in his fingers. "Oh," said D'Artagnan, snatching the paper from him with a rapid movement, "I understand perfectly well, Monsieur Colbert. I have no occasion to wait for that." And he crumpled up the paper he had so cleverly seized. "Monsieur, monsieur!" cried Colbert, "this is violence." "Nonsense! You must not be particular about the soldier's manners," replied D'Artagnan. "I kiss your hands, my dear Monsieur Colbert." And he went out, laughing in the face of the future minister. "That man now," muttered he, "was about to grow quite friendly. It is a great pity I was obliged to cut his company so soon." End of chapter 64. Recording by Max Schörlinge.
Chapter 65 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 65. Philosophy of the Heart and Mind. For a man who had seen so many much more dangerous ones, the position of D'Artagnan with respect to Monsieur Colbert was only comic. D'Artagnan, therefore, did not deny himself the satisfaction of laughing at the expense of Monsieur l'Intendant, from the Rue des Petits Champs to the Rue des Lombards. It was a great while since D'Artagnan had laughed so long together. He was still laughing when Planchet appeared, laughing likewise at the door of his house; for Planchet, since the return of his patron, since the entrance of the English guineas, passed the greater part of his life in doing what D'Artagnan had only done from the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs to the Rue des Lombards. "You are home, then, my dear master," said Planchet. "No, my friend," replied the Musketeer, "I am off, and that quickly. I will sup with you, go to bed, sleep 5 hours, and at break of day leap into my saddle. Has my horse had an extra feed?" "Eh, my dear master," replied Planchet, "you know very well that your horse is the jewel of the family, that my lads are caressing it all day, and cramming it with sugar, nuts, and biscuits. You ask me if he has had an extra feed of oats? You should ask if he has not had enough to burst him." "Very well, Planchet, that is all right. Now, then, I pass to what concerns me. My supper?" "Ready. A smoking roast joint, white wine, crayfish, and fresh gathered cherries. All ready, my master." "You are a capital fellow, Planchet. Come on, then, let us sup, and I will go to bed." During supper D'Artagnan observed that Planchet kept rubbing his forehead, as if to facilitate the issue of some idea closely pent within his brain. He looked with an air of kindness at this worthy companion of former adventures and misadventures, and, clinking glass against glass, "Come, Planchet," said he, "let us see what it is that gives you so much trouble to bring forth. Mordieu, speak freely, and quickly." "Well, this is it," replied Planchet. "You appear to me to be going on some expedition or another." "I don't say that I am not." "Then you have some new idea?" "That is possible, too, Planchet." "Then there will be fresh capital to be ventured? I will lay down 50,000 livres upon the idea you are about to carry out." And so saying, Planchet rubbed his hands one against the other with a rapidity evincing great delight. "Planchet," said D'Artagnan, "there is but one misfortune in it." "And what is that?" "That the idea is not mine. I can risk nothing upon it." These words drew a deep sigh from the heart of Planchet. That avarice is an ardent counselor, she carries away her man, as Satan did Jesus, to the mountain, and when once she has shown to an unfortunate all the kingdoms of the earth, she is able to repose herself, knowing full well that she has left her companion, envy, to gnaw at his heart. Planchet had tasted of riches easily acquired, and was never afterwards likely to stop in his desires; but, as he had a good heart in spite of his covetousness, as he adored D'Artagnan, he could not refrain from making him 1,000 recommendations, each more affectionate than the others. He would not have been sorry, nevertheless, to have caught a little hint of the secret his master concealed so well. Tricks, turns, counsels, and traps were all useless. D'Artagnan let nothing confidential escape him. The evening passed thus. After supper the portmanteau occupied D'Artagnan. He took a turn to the stable, patted his horse, and examined his shoes and legs. Then, having counted over his money, he went to bed, sleeping as if only 20, because he had neither inquietude nor remorse. He closed his eyes 5 minutes after he had blown out his lamp. Many events might, however, have kept him awake. Thought boiled in his brain, conjectures abounded, and D'Artagnan was a great drawer of horoscopes; but, with that imperturbable phlegm which does more than genius for the fortune and happiness of men of action, he put off reflection till the next day, for fear, he said, not to be fresh when he wanted to be so. The day came. The Rue des Lombards had its share of the caresses of Aurora, with the rosy fingers, and D'Artagnan arose like Aurora. He did not awaken anybody, he placed his portmanteau under his arm, descended the stairs without making one of them creak, and without disturbing one of the sonorous snorings in every story from the garret to the cellar, then, having saddled his horse, shut the stable and house doors, he set off, at a foot pace, on his expedition to Bretagne. He had done quite right not to trouble himself with all the political and diplomatic affairs which solicited his attention, for, in the morning, in freshness and mild twilight, his ideas developed themselves in purity and abundance. In the first place, he passed before the house of Fouquet, and threw in a large gaping box the fortunate order which, the evening before, he had had so much trouble to recover from the hooked fingers of the intendant. Placed in an envelope and addressed to Fouquet, it had not even been divined by Planchet, who in divination was equal to Calchas or the Pythian Apollo. D'Artagnan thus sent back the order to Fouquet, without compromising himself, and without having thenceforward any reproaches to make himself. When he had effected this proper restitution, "Now," he said to himself, "let us inhale much maternal air, much freedom from cares, much health. Let us allow the horse Zephyr, whose flanks puff as if he had to respire an atmosphere, to breathe, and let us be very ingenious in our little calculations. It is time," said D'Artagnan, "to form a plan of the campaign, and, according to the method of M. Turenne, who has a large head full of all sorts of good counsels, before the plan of the campaign, it is advisable to draw a striking portrait of the generals to whom we are opposed. In the first place, M. Fouquet presents himself. What is M. Fouquet? M. Fouquet, replied D'Artagnan to himself, is a handsome man, very much beloved by the women, a generous man, very much beloved by the poets, a man of wit, much execrated by pretenders. Well, now I am neither woman, poet, nor pretender. I neither love nor hate Monsieur le Surintendant. I find myself, therefore, in the same position in which Monsieur Turenne found himself when opposed to the Prince de Condé at Jargeau, Gien, and the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. He did not execrate Monsieur le Prince, it is true, but he obeyed the king. Monsieur le Prince is an agreeable man, but the king is king. Turenne heaved a deep sigh, called Condé my cousin, and swept away his army. Now what does the king wish? That does not concern me. Now what does Monsieur Colbert wish? Oh, that's another thing. Monsieur Colbert wishes all that Monsieur Fouquet does not wish. Then what does Monsieur Fouquet wish? Oh, that is serious. Monsieur Fouquet wishes precisely for all the king wishes. This monologue ended, D'Artagnan began to laugh, whilst making his whip whistle in the air. He was already on the high road, frightening the birds in the hedges, listening to the livre chinking and dancing in his leather pocket at every step. And, let us confess it, every time that D'Artagnan found himself in such conditions, tenderness was not his dominant vice. "Come," said he, "I cannot think the expedition a very dangerous one, and it will fall out with my voyage as with that piece Monsieur Monk took me to see in London, which was called, I think, Much Ado About Nothing." End of chapter 65.
Chapter number 66 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter number 66. The Journey. It is perhaps the 50th time since the day on which we open this history, that this man, with a heart of bronze and muscles of steel, had left house and friends, everything, in short, to go in search of fortune and death. The one, that is to say, death, had constantly retreated before him, as if afraid of him. The other, that is to say, fortune, for only a month past had really made an alliance with him. Although he was not a great philosopher, after the fashion of either Epicurus or Socrates, he was a powerful spirit, and having knowledge of life, and endowed with great thought. No one is as brave, as adventurous, or as skilful as D'Artagnan, without at the same time being inclined to be a dreamer. He had picked up here and there some scraps of M. de la Rochefoucauld, worthy of being translated into Latin by Mademoiselle de Port-Royal, and he had made a collection en passant, in the society of Athos and Aramis, of many morsels of Seneca and Cicero, still translated by them, and applied to the uses of common life. That contempt of riches which our Gascon had observed as an article of faith during the 35 first years of his life, had for a long time been considered by him as the first article of the code of bravery. "Article first," said he, "a man is brave because he has nothing. A man has nothing because he despises riches." Therefore, with these principles, which, as we have said, had regulated the first 35 years of his life, D'Artagnan was no sooner possessed of riches than he felt it necessary to ask himself if, in spite of his riches, he were still brave. To this, for any other but D'Artagnan, the events of the Place de Grève might have served as a reply. Many consciences would have been satisfied with him, but D'Artagnan was brave enough to ask himself sincerely and conscientiously if he were brave. Therefore to this: "But it appears to me that I drew promptly enough and cut and thrust pretty freely on the Place de Grève to be satisfied of my bravery," D'Artagnan had himself replied. "Gently, Clapton, that is not an answer. I was brave that day because they were burning my house, and there are 100 and even 1,000 to speak against one, that if those gentlemen of the riots had not formed that unlucky idea, their plan of attack would have been succeeded, or at least it would not have been I who would oppose myself to it. Now, what will be brought against me? I have no house to be burnt in Bretagne. I have no treasure that can be taken from me. No, I have my skin, that precious skin of Monsieur d'Artagnan, which to him is worth more than all the houses and all the treasures of the world. That skin to which I cling about every day, which it is everything considered the binding of the body, which encloses a heart very warm and ready to fight, and consequently to live. Then I do desire to live, and in reality I live much better, more completely, since I have become rich. Who the devil ever said that money spoiled life? Upon my soul, it is no such thing. On the contrary, it seems as if I absorbed a double quantity of air and sun. Mon Dieu! What will it be, then, if I double that fortune, and if, instead of the switch I now hold in my hand, I should ever carry the baton of a marechal? Then, I really don't know if there will be from that moment enough air and sun for me. In fact, this is not a dream. Who the devil would oppose it if the king made me a marechal, as his father, King Louis VIII, made a duke and constable of Albert de Luynes? Am I not as brave and much more intelligent than that imbecile de Vitry? Ah! That's exactly what will prevent my advancement. I have too much wit. Luckily, if there is any justice in this world, fortune owes me many compensations. She owes me certainly a recompense for all I did for Anne of Austria, and an indemnification for all she has done for me. Then, at the present, I am very well with the king, and with a king who has the appearance of determining his reign. My God keep him in that illustrious road, for if he is resolved to reign, he will want me, and if he wants me, he will give me what he has promised me, warmth and light, so that I march comparatively now, as I marched formerly, from nothing to everything. Only the nothing of today is all former days. There has only this little change taken part in my life. And now let us see. Let us take part of the heart, as I just now was speaking of it. But in truth I only spoke of it from memory. And the Gascon applied his hand to his breast, as if he were actually seeking the place where his heart were. "Ah, wretch," murmured he, smiling with bitterness. "Ah, poor mortal species! You hoped for an instant that you had not a heart, and now you find you have one, bad courtier as thou art, and even one of the most seditious. You have a heart which speaks to you in favor of Monsieur Fouquet. And what is Monsieur Fouquet when the king is in question? A conspirator, a real conspirator, who did not even give himself the trouble to conceal his own conspirator. Therefore, what a weapon would you not have against him, if his good grace and his intelligence had not become a scabbard for that weapon? An armed revolt, for, in fact, Monsieur Fouquet had been guilty of an armed revolt. Thus, while the king vaguely suspects Monsieur Fouquet of that rebellion, I know it. I could prove that Monsieur Fouquet had caused the shedding of the blood of his Majesty's subjects. Now, then, let us see. Knowing all that, and holding my tongue, what further would this heart wish in return for a kind action of Monsieur Fouquet's, for an advance of 15,000 livres, for a diamond worth 1,000 pistoles, for a smile in which there was as much bitterness as kindness? I save his life. Now then, I suppose, continued the Musketeer, that this imbecile of a heart is going to preserve silence, and so, being fairly quits with Monsieur Fouquet. Now then, the king becomes my son, and as my heart is quits with Monsieur Fouquet, let him beware who places himself between me and my son. Forward for his Majesty Louis XIV. Forward! These reflections were only the impediments which were able to retard the progress of D'Artagnan. These reflections once made, he increased the speed of his horse, but however perfect his horse's effort might be, it could not hold out at such a pace forever. The day after his departure from Paris, his mount was left at Chartres, at the house of an old friend D'Artagnan had met with in an hotelier of that city. From that moment the Musketeer travelled on post-horses. Thanks to this mode of locomotion, he traversed the space separating Chartres and Chateaubriand. In the last of these two cities, far enough from the coast to prevent any one guessing that D'Artagnan wished to reach the sea, far enough from Paris to prevent all suspicion of his being a messenger for Louis XIV, whom D'Artagnan had called his son, without suspecting that he who was only at present a rather poor star in the heaven of royalty, would one day make that star his emblem. The messenger of Louis XIV, we say, quitted his post and purchased a bidet of the meanest appearance, one of those animals which an officer of the cavalry would never choose, for fear of being disgraced. Excepting the colour, this new acquisition recalled to the mind of D'Artagnan the famous orange-coloured horse, with which, or rather upon which, he had made his first appearance in the world. Truth to say, from the moment he crossed his new steed, it was no longer D'Artagnan who was travelling. It was a good man clothed in an iron-grey justaucorps, brown haut de chausses, holding the medium between a priest and a layman. That which brought him nearest to the churchman was that D'Artagnan had placed on his head a calotte of threadbare velvet, and over the calotte a large black hat, no more sword, a stick hung by a cord to his wrist, but to which he promised himself as an unexpected auxiliary to join upon occasion a good dagger 10 inches long, unconcealed under his cloak. The bidet purchased at Chateaubriand, complete with metamorphosis, it was called, or rather D'Artagnan called it Fouquet, ferret. If I have changed Zephyr into Fouquet, I must make some diminutive or other of my own name. So instead of D'Artagnan, I will be Agnan, short. That is a concession which I naturally owe to my grey coat, my round hat, and my rusty calotte. Monsieur D'Artagnan travelled then pretty easily upon Fouquet, who ambled like a true butter-woman's pad, and who, with his amble, managed cheerfully upon 12 leagues a day, upon 4 spindle shanks, of which the practised eye of D'Artagnan had appreciated the strength and safety beneath the thick mass of hair which covered them. Jogging along, the traveller took notes, studied the country which he traversed reserved and silent, ever seeking the most plausible pretext for reaching Belle-Île-en-Mer, and for seeing everything without arousing suspicion. In this manner he was enabled to convince himself of the importance the events assumed in proportion as he drew near to it. In this remote country, in this ancient duchy of Bretagne, which was not France at that period, and is not even now so, the people knew nothing of the King of France. They not only did not know him, but were unwilling to know him. One face, a single one, floated visibly for them upon the political current. Their ancient dukes no longer ruled them. Government was a void, nothing more. In place of the sovereign duke, the seigneur of the parishes reigned without control, and above these seigneurs, God, who was never forgotten in Bretagne. Among these suzerains of chateaux and belfries, the most powerful, the richest, the most popular was Monsieur Fouquet, seigneur of Belle-Isle. Even in the country, even within sight of that mysterious isle, legends and traditions consecrate its wonders. Every one might not penetrate it. The isle, of an extent of 6 leagues in length and 6 in breadth, was a seigneurial property, which the people had for a long time respected, covered as it was with the name of Retz, so redoubtable in the country. Shortly after the erection of this seigneury into a marquistate, Belle-Isle passed to Monsieur Fouquet. The celebrity of the isle did not date from yesterday. Its name, or rather its qualification, is traced back to the remotest antiquity. The ancients call it Kalonese, from 2 Greek words, signifying beautiful isle. Thus, at a distance of 1800 years, it had borne, in another idiom, the same name it still bears. There was, then, something in itself in this property of Monsieur Fouquet, besides its position of 6 leagues off the coast of France, a position which makes it a sovereign in its maritime solitude, like a majestic ship which disdains roads, and proudly casts anchor in mid-ocean. D'Artagnan learnt of all this, without appearing the least in the world astonished. He also learnt the best way to get intelligence was to go to La Roche-Bernard, a tolerably important city at the mouth of the Vilaine. Perhaps there he could embark, if not crossing the salt marshes, he would repair the Garande or Le Croisic, to wait for an opportunity to cross over to Belle Isle. He had discovered, besides, since his departure from the Chateaubriand, that nothing would be impossible for Fouquet under the impulsion of Monsieur Agnan, and nothing to Monsieur Agnan through the initiative of Fouquet. He prepared, then, to sup off a teal and a tortue in a hotel of La Roche-Bernard, and ordered to be brought from the cellar to wash down those 2 Breton dishes, some cider, which, the moment it touched his lips, he perceived to be more than Breton still. End of chapter 66.
Chapter 67 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 67. How D'Artagnan became acquainted with a poet who had turned printer for the sake of printing his own verses. Before taking his place at table, D'Artagnan acquired, as was his custom, all the information he could. But it is an axiom of curiosity that every man who wishes to question well and fruitfully ought in the first place to lay himself open to questions. D'Artagnan sought, then, with his usual skill, a promising questioner in the hostelry of La Roche-Bernard. At the moment there were in the house, on the first story, 2 travellers, either preparing for supper or at supper itself. D'Artagnan had seen their nags in the stable, and their equipage in the salle. One travelled with a lackey, undoubtedly a person of consideration. 2 perche mares, sleek, sound beasts, with suitable means of locomotion. The other, a little fellow, a traveller of meagre appearance, wearing a dusty surtout, dirty linen, and boots more worn by the pavement than the stirrup, had come from Nantes with a cart drawn by a horse, so like Fouquet in colour that D'Artagnan might have gone 100 miles without finding a better match. This cart contained divers large packets wrapped in pieces of old stuff. "That traveller yonder," said D'Artagnan to himself, "is the man for my money. He will do, he suits me. I ought to do for him and suit him. Monsieur Agnan, with the grey doublet and the rusty calotte, is not unworthy of supping with the gentleman of the old boots and still older horse." This said, D'Artagnan called the host, and desired him to send his teal, tourteau, and cider up to the chamber of the gentleman of modest exterior. He himself climbed, a plate in his hand, the wooden staircase which led to the chamber, and began to knock at the door. "Come in," cried the unknown. D'Artagnan entered, with a simper on his lips, his plate under his arm, his hat in one hand, his candle in the other. "Excuse me, monsieur," said he. "I am, as you are, a traveller. I know no one in the hotel, and have the bad habit of losing my spirits when I eat alone, so that my repast appears a bad one to me, and does not nourish me. Your face, which I saw just now, when you came down to have some oysters opened, your face pleased me much. Besides, I have observed you have a horse just like mine, and that the host, no doubt on account of that resemblance, has placed them side by side in the stable, where they appear to agree amazingly well together. I, therefore, monsieur, do not see any reason why the masters should be separated when the horses are united. Accordingly, I am come to request the pleasure of being admitted to your table. My name is Agnan, at your service, monsieur, the unworthy steward of a rich seigneur, who wishes to purchase some salt mines in this country, and sends me to examine his future acquisitions. In truth, monsieur, I should be well pleased if my countenance were as agreeable to you as yours is to me, for, upon my honor, I am quite at your service." The stranger, whom D'Artagnan saw for the first time, for before he had only caught a glimpse of him, the stranger had black and brilliant eyes, a yellow complexion, a brow a little wrinkled by the weight of 50 years, bonhomie in his features collectively, but some cunning in his look. "One would say," thought D'Artagnan, "that this merry fellow has never exercised more than the upper part of his head, his eyes, and his brain. He must be a man of science. His mouth, nose, and chin signify absolutely nothing." "Monsieur," replied the latter, with whose mind and person we have been making so free, "you do me much honor. Not that I am ever ennuyé, for I have," added he, smiling, "a company which amuses me always. But never mind that, I am happy to receive you." But when saying this, the man with the worn boots cast an uneasy look at his table, from which the oysters had disappeared, and upon which there was nothing left but a morsel of salt bacon. "Monsieur," D'Artagnan hastened to say, "the host is bringing me up a pretty piece of roasted poultry and a superb tourteau." D'Artagnan had read in the look of his companion, however rapidly it disappeared, the fear of an attack by a parasite. He divined justly. At this opening, the features of the man of modest exterior relaxed, and, as if he had watched a moment for his entrance, as D'Artagnan spoke, the host appeared, bearing the announced dishes. The tourteau and the teal were added to the morsel of broiled bacon. D'Artagnan and his guest bowed, sat down opposite to each other, and, like two brothers, shared the bacon and the other dishes. "Monsieur," said D'Artagnan, "you must confess that association is a wonderful thing." How so?" replied the stranger, with his mouth full. "Well, I will tell you," replied D'Artagnan. The stranger gave a short truce to the movement of his jaws in order to hear the better. "In the first place," continued D'Artagnan, "instead of one candle, which each of us had, we have two." "That is true," said the stranger, struck with the extreme lucidity of the observation. "Then I see that you eat my tourteau in preference, whilst I, in preference, eat your bacon." "That is true again." "And then, in addition to being better lighted and eating what we prefer, I place the pleasure of your company." "Truly, monsieur, you are very jovial," said the unknown, cheerfully. "Yes, monsieur, jovial, as all people are who carry nothing on their minds, or for that matter, in their heads. Oh, I can see it's quite another sort of thing with you," continued D'Artagnan. "I can read in your eyes all sorts of genius." "Oh, monsieur!" "Come, confess one thing." "What is that?" "That you are a learned man." "Oh, ma foi, monsieur." "Hein?" "Almost." "Come, then." "I am an author." "There!" cried D'Artagnan, clapping his hands. "I knew I could not be deceived. It is a miracle." "Monsieur?" "What? Shall I have the honor of passing the evening in the society of an author? Of a celebrated author, perhaps?" "Oh," said the unknown, blushing, "celebrated, monsieur, celebrated is not the word." "Modest!" cried D'Artagnan, transported. "He is modest." Then, turning towards the stranger, with a character of blunt bonhomie, "But tell me at least the name of your works, monsieur, for you will please to observe you have not told me your name, and I have been forced to divine your genius." "My name is Jupenet, monsieur," said the author. "A fine name, a grand name, upon my honor, and I do not know why, pardon me the mistake if it be one, but surely I have heard that name somewhere." "I have made verses," said the poet modestly. "Ah, That is it, then. I have heard them read. A tragedy. I must have seen it played. The poet blushed again and said, I do not think that can be the case, for my verses have never been printed. Well, then, it must have been the tragedy which informed me of your name. You are again mistaken, for monsieur, the comedians of the Hôtel de Bourgogne would have nothing to do with it, said the poet, with a smile, the receipt of which certain sorts of pride alone knew the secret. D'Artagnan bit his lips. Thus, then, you see, monsieur, continued the poet, you are in error on my account, and that not being at all known to you, you have never heard tell of me. Ah, that confounds me. The name Jupenet appears to me, nevertheless, a fine name, and quite as worthy of being known as those of Messieurs Corneille, or Rotrou, or Garnier. I hope, monsieur, you will have the goodness to repeat to me a part of your tragedy presently, by way of dessert, for instance. That will be sugared roast meat. Mordieu! Ah, pardon me, monsieur. That was a little oath which escaped me, because it is a habit with my lord and master. I sometimes allow myself to usurp that little oath, as it seems in pretty good taste. I take this liberty only in his absence, please to observe, for you may understand that in his presence. But in truth, monsieur, this cider is abominable. Do you not think so? And besides, the pot is of such an irregular shape it will not stand on the table. Suppose we were to make it level? To be sure. But with what? With this knife. And the teal, with what shall we cut that up? Do you not by chance mean to touch the teal? Certainly. Well then, wait. And the poet rummaged in his pocket and drew out a piece of brass, oblong, quadrangular, about a line in thickness, and 1.5 inches in length. But scarcely had this little piece of brass seen the light, than the poet appeared to have committed an imprudence, and made a movement to put it back again in his pocket. D'Artagnan perceived this, for he was a man that nothing escaped. He stretched forth his hand towards the piece of brass. That which you hold in your hand is pretty. Will you allow me to look at it? Certainly, said the poet, who appeared to have yielded too soon to a first impulse. Certainly, you may look at it, but it will be in vain for you to look at it, added he, with a satisfied air. If I were not to tell you its use, you would never guess it. D'Artagnan had seized as an avowal the hesitation of the poet, and his eagerness to conceal the piece of brass which the first movement had induced him to take out of his pocket. His attention, therefore, once awakened on this point, he surrounded himself with a circumspection which gave him a superiority on all occasions. Besides, whatever Monsieur Jupenet might say about it, by a simple inspection of the object, he perfectly well knew what it was. It was a character in printing. Can you guess, now, what this is? Continued the poet. No, said D'Artagnan, no, ma foi. Well, monsieur, said Monsieur Jupenet, this little piece of metal is a printing letter. Bah! A capital. Stop, 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 said D'Artagnan, opening his eyes very innocently. Yes, monsieur, a capital, the first letter of my name. And this is a letter, is it? Yes, monsieur. Well, I will confess one thing to you. And what is that? No, I will not. I was going to say something stupid. No, no, said Master Jupenet, with a patronizing air. Well, then, I cannot comprehend, if that is a letter, how you can make a word. A word? Yes, a printed word. Oh, that's very easy. Let me see. Does it interest you? Enormously. Well, I will explain the thing to you. Attend. I am attending. This is it. Good. Look attentively. I am looking." D'Artagnan, in fact, appeared absorbed in observations. Jupenet drew from his pocket 7 or 8 other pieces of brass, smaller than the first. Ah, said D'Artagnan. What? You have, then, a whole printing office in your pocket? Peste, this is curious indeed. Is it not? Good God, what a number of things we learn by travelling. To your health, said Jupenet, quite enchanted. To yours, mordieu, to yours, but an instant. Not in this cider, it is an abominable drink, unworthy of a man who quenches his thirst at the Hippocrene fountain. Is not it so you call your fountain, you poets? Yes, monsieur, our fountain is so called. That comes from 2 Greek words, hippos, which means a horse, and, monsieur, interrupted D'Artagnan, you shall drink of a liquor which comes from 1 single French word, and is none the worse for that, from the word grape. This cider gives me the heartburn. Allow me to inquire of your host if there is not a good bottle of Beaugency, or of the Serran growth, at the back of the large bins in his cellar. The host, being sent for, immediately attended. Monsieur, interrupted the poet, take care. We shall not have time to drink the wine unless we make great haste, for I must take advantage of the tide to secure the boat. What boat? Asked D'Artagnan. Why, the boat which sets out for Belle-Isle. Ah, for Belle-Isle, said the Musketeer. That is good. Bah, you will have plenty of time, monsieur, replied the hotelier, uncorking the bottle. The boat will not leave this hour. But who will give me notice? Said the poet. Your fellow traveller, replied the host. But I scarcely know him. When you hear him departing, it will be time for you to go. Is he going to Belle-Isle likewise, then? Yes. The traveller who has a lackey? Asked D'Artagnan. He is some gentleman, no doubt. I know nothing of him. What, know nothing of him? No, all I know is that he is drinking the same wine as you. Peste, that's a great honour for us, said D'Artagnan, filling his companion's glass, whilst the host went out. So, resumed the poet, returning to his dominant ideas, you never saw any printing done? Never. Well, then, take the letters thus, which compose the word, you see. A, B, ma foi. Here is an A, 2 E, then a G. And he assembled the letters with a swiftness and skill which did not escape the eye of D'Artagnan. Abrégé, said he, as he ended. Good, said D'Artagnan. Here are plenty of letters got together. But how are they kept so? And he poured out a second glass for the poet. Monsieur Jupenet smiled like a man who has an answer for everything. He pulled out, still from his pocket, a little metal ruler, composed of 2 parts, like a carpenter's rule, against which he put together, and in a line, the characters, holding them under his left thumb. And what do you call that little metal ruler? Said D'Artagnan, for I suppose all these things have names. This is called a composing stick, said Jupenet. It is by the aid of this stick that the lines are formed. Come, then, I was not mistaken in what I said. You have a press in your pocket, said D'Artagnan, laughing with an air of simplicity so stupid that the poet was completely his dupe. No, replied he, but I am too lazy to write, and when I have a verse in my head, I print it immediately. That is a labour spared. Mordieu, thought D'Artagnan to himself, this must be cleared up. And under a pretext which did not embarrass the Musketeer, who was fertile in expedients, he left the table, went downstairs, ran to the shed under which stood the poet's little cart, and poked the point of his poniard into the stuff which enveloped one of the packages. which he found full of types, like those which the poet had in his pocket. Said D'Artagnan. I do not yet know whether Monsieur Fouquet wishes to fortify Belle-Isle, but at all events, here are some spiritual munitions for the castle. Then, enchanted with his rich discovery, he ran upstairs again, and resumed his place at the table. D'Artagnan had learnt what he wished to know. He, however, remained none the less face to face with his partner, to the moment when they heard from the next room symptoms of a person's being about to go out. The printer was immediately on foot. He had given orders for his horse to be got ready. His carriage was waiting at the door. The second traveller got into his saddle in the courtyard with his lackey. D'Artagnan followed Jupenet to the door. He embarked his cart and horse on board the boat. As to the opulent traveller, he did the same with his 2 horses and servant. But all the wit D'Artagnan employed in endeavouring to find out his name was lost. He could learn nothing. Only he took such notice of his countenance that it was impressed upon his mind forever. D'Artagnan had a great inclination to embark with the 2 travellers, but an interest more powerful than curiosity, that of success, repelled him from the shore, and brought him back again to the hostelry. He entered with a sigh, and went to bed directly, in order to be ready early in the morning, with fresh ideas and the sage counsel of sufficing sleep. End of chapter 67. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales. Chapter 68 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Iolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 68. D'Artagnan continues his investigations. At daybreak, D'Artagnan saddled Fouquet, who had fed sumptuously all night, devouring the remainder of the oats and hay left by his companions. The Musketeer sifted all he possibly could out of his host, who he found cunning, mistrustful, and devoted, body and soul, to Monsieur Fouquet. In order not to awaken the suspicions of this man, he carried on his fable of being a probable purchaser of some salt mines. To have embarked for Belle-Isle at Roche-Bernard would have been to expose himself still further to comments which had perhaps been already made, and would be carried to the castle. Moreover, it was singular that this traveller and his lackey should have remained a mystery to D'Artagnan, in spite of all the questions addressed by him to the host, who appeared to know him perfectly well. The Musketeer then made some inquiries concerning the salt mines, and took the road to the marshes, leaving the sea on his right, and penetrating into that vast and desolate plain which resembles a sea of mud, of which, here and there, a few crests of salt silver the undulations. Fouquet walked admirably, with his little nervous legs, along the foot-wide causeways which separate the salt mines. D'Artagnan, aware of the consequences of a fall, which would result in a cold bath, allowed himself to go as he liked, contenting himself with looking at, on the horizon, 3 rocks that rose up like lance blades from the bosom of the plain, destitute of verdure. Piriac, the Bourg of Batz and Le Croisic, exactly resembling each other, attracted and suspended his attention. If the traveller turned round, the better to make his observations, he saw on the other side an horizon of 3 other steeples, Guérande, Le Pouliguen, and Saint-Joachim, which, in their circumference, represented a set of skittles, of which he and Fouquet were but the wandering ball. Piriac was the first little port on his right. He went thither, with the names of the principal salters on his lips. At the moment he reached the little port of Piriac, 5 large barges laden with stone were leaving it. It appeared strange to D'Artagnan that stones should be leaving a country where none are found. He had recourse to all the amenity of Monsieur Agnan to learn from the people of the port the cause of this singular arrangement. An old fisherman replied to Monsieur Agnan that the stones very certainly did not come from Piriac or the marshes. "Where do they come from, then?" asked the Musketeer. "Monsieur, they come from Nantes and Paimboeuf." "Where are they going, then?" "Monsieur, to Belle-Isle." Ah, said D'Artagnan, in the same tone he had assumed to tell the printer that his character interested him. "They are building at Belle-Isle, then?" "Why, yes, monsieur. Monsieur Fouquet has the walls of the castle repaired every year." "It is in ruins, then?" "It is old." "Thank you." "The fact is," said D'Artagnan to himself, "nothing is more natural. Every proprietor has a right to repair his own property. It would be like telling me I was fortifying the Image de Notre Dame, when I was simply obliged to make repairs. In good truth, I believe false reports have been made to his Majesty, and he is very likely to be in the wrong. You must confess, then," continued he aloud, and addressing the fisherman, for his part of a suspicious man was imposed upon him by the object even of his mission, "you must confess, my dear monsieur, that these stones travel in a very curious fashion." "How so?" said the fisherman. "They come from Nantes or Paimboeuf by the Loire, do they not?" "With the tide." "That is convenient. I don't say it is not. But why do they not go straight from Saint-Nazaire to Belle-Isle?" "Because the chalands, the barges, are fresh-water boats, and take the sea badly," replied the fisherman. "That's not sufficient reason." "Pardon me, monsieur, one may see that you have never been a sailor," added the fisherman, not without a sort of disdain. "Explain to me, if you please, my good man. It appears to me that to come from Paimboeuf to Piriac, and go from Piriac to Belle-Isle, is as if we went from Roche-Bernard to Nantes, and from Nantes to Piriac." "By water that would be the nearest way," replied the fisherman imperturbably. "But there is an elbow?" The fisherman shook his head. "The shortest road from one place to another is a straight line," continued D'Artagnan. "You forget the tide, monsieur." "Well, take the tide." "And the wind?" "Well, and the wind." "Without doubt. The current of the Loire carries barks almost as far as Croisic. If they want to lie a little or to refresh the crew, they come to Piriac along the coast. From Piriac they find another inverse current, which carries them to Ile du Mal, 2 leagues and a half." "Granted." "There the current of the Vilaine throws them upon another isle, the Isle of Wedic." "I agree with that." "Well, monsieur, from that isle to Belle-Isle the way is quite straight. The sea, broken both above and below, passes like a canal, like a mirror between the 2 isles. The chalands glide along upon it like ducks upon the Loire. That's how it is." "It does not signify," said the obstinate Monsieur Agnan. "It is a long way round." "Ah, yes, but Monsieur Fouquet will have it so," replied, as conclusive, the fisherman, taking off his woolen cap at the enunciation of that respected name. A look from D'Artagnan, a look as keen and piercing as a sword blade, found nothing in the heart of the old man but a simple confidence. On his features, nothing but satisfaction and indifference. He said, "Monsieur Fouquet will have it so," as he would have said, "God has willed it." D'Artagnan had already advanced too far in this direction. Besides, the chaland being gone, there remained nothing at Piriac but a single bark, that of the old man, and it did not look fit for sea without great preparation. D'Artagnan therefore patted Fouquet, who, as a new proof of his charming character, resumed his march with his feet in the salt mines, and his nose to the dry wind, which bends the furze and the broom of this country. They reached Le Croisic about 5 o'clock. If D'Artagnan had been a poet, it was a beautiful spectacle. The immense strand of a league or more, the sea covers at high tide, and which, at the reflux, appears grey and desolate, strewn with polypi and seaweed, with pebbles sparse and white, like bones in some vast old cemetery. But the soldier, the politician, and the ambitious man had no longer the sweet consolation of looking towards heaven to read there a hope or a warning. A red sky signifies nothing to such people but wind and disturbance. White and fleecy clouds upon the azure only say that the sea will be smooth and peaceful. D'Artagnan found the sky blue, the breeze embalmed with saline perfumes, and he said, "I will embark with the first tide, if it be but in a nutshell." At Le Croisic, as at Piriac, he had remarked enormous heaps of stone lying along the shore. These gigantic walls, diminished every tide by the barges for Belle-Isle, were, in the eyes of the Musketeer, the consequence and the proof of what he had divined at Piriac. Was it a wall that Monsieur Fouquet was constructing? Was it a fortification that he was erecting? To ascertain that, he must make fuller observations. D'Artagnan put Fouquet into a stable, supped, went to bed, and on the morrow took a walk upon the port, or rather upon the shingle. Le Croisic has a port of 50 feet. It has a lookout which resembles an enormous brioche, a kind of cake, elevated on a dish. The flat strand is the dish. Hundreds of barrows full of earth, amalgamated with pebbles, and rounded into cones, with sinuous passages between, are lookouts and brioche at the same time. It is so now, and it was so 200 years ago, only the brioche was not so large. And probably there were to be seen, too, trellises of lath around the brioche, which constitute an ornament, planted like garde-fous along the passages that wind towards the little terrace. Upon the shingle lounged 3 or 4 fishermen, talking about sardines and shrimps. D'Artagnan, with his eyes animated by a rough gaiety and a smile upon his lips, approached these fishermen. "Any fishing going on today?" said he. "Yes, monsieur," replied one of them. "We are only waiting for the tide." "Where do you fish, my friends?" "Upon the coasts, monsieur." "Which are the best coasts?"
"Ah, that is all according. The tour of the isles, for example."
"Yes, but they are a long way off, those isles, are they not?"
"Not very, 4 leagues."
4 leagues? That is a voyage. The fishermen laughed in Monsieur Agnan's face. "Hear me, then," said the latter, with an air of simple stupidity. 4 leagues off you lose sight of land, do you not?"
"Why, not always."
"Ah, it is a long way, too long, or else I would have asked you to take me aboard, and to show me what I have never seen."
"What is that?"
"A live sea fish."
"Monsieur comes from the province?" said the fisherman.
"Yes, I come from Paris."
The Breton shrugged his shoulders. Then, "Have you ever seen Monsieur Fouquet in Paris?" asked he.
"Often," replied D'Artagnan. "Often," repeated the fishermen, closing their circle round the Parisian.
"Do you know him?"
"A little. He is an intimate friend of my master."
"Ah!"
said the fishermen, in astonishment. "And," said D'Artagnan, "I have seen all his chateau of Saint-Mande, of Vaux, and his hotel in Paris."
"Is that a fine place?"
"Superb."
"It is not so fine a place as Belle-Isle," said the fisherman.
"Bah!" cried D'Artagnan, breaking into a laugh so loud that he angered all his auditors.
It is very plain that you have never seen Belle-Isle, said the most curious of the fishermen. Do you know that there are 6 leagues of it, and that there are such trees on it as cannot be equalled even at Nantes-sur-la-Fosse? Trees in the sea? Cried D'Artagnan. Well, I should like to see them. That can be easily done. We are fishing at the Ile de Wedic. Come with us. From that place you will see, as a paradise, the black trees of Belle-Isle against the sky. You will see the white line of the castle, which cuts the horizon of the sea like a blade. Oh, said D'Artagnan, that must be very beautiful. But do you know there are 100 belfries at Monsieur Fouquet's chateau of Vaux? The Breton raised his head in profound admiration, but he was not convinced. 100 belfries, that may be, but Belle-Isle is finer than that. Should you like to see Belle-Isle? Is that possible? Asked D'Artagnan. Yes, with permission of the governor. But I do not know the governor. Ah, so you know Monsieur Fouquet? You can tell your name. Oh, my friends, I am not a gentleman. Everybody enters Belle-Isle, continued the fisherman in his strong, pure language, provided he means no harm to Belle-Isle or its master. A slight shudder crept over the body of the Musketeer. That is true, thought he. Then, recovering himself, if I were sure, said he, not to be seasick. What, upon her? Said the fisherman, pointing with pride to his pretty round-bottomed bark. Well, you almost persuade me, cried Monsieur Agnan. I will go and see Belle-Isle, but they will not admit me. We shall enter safe enough. You? What for? Why, damme, to sell fish to the corsairs. Ah, corsairs? What do you mean? Well, I mean that Monsieur Fouquet is having 2 corsairs built to chase the Dutch and the English, and we sell our fish to the crews of those little vessels. Come, come, said D'Artagnan to himself, better and better. A printing press, bastions, and corsairs. Well, Monsieur Fouquet is not an enemy to be despised, as I presume to fancy. He is worth the trouble of travelling to see him nearer. We set out at 5:30, said the fisherman gravely. I am quite ready, and I will not leave you now. So D'Artagnan saw the fishermen haul their barks to meet the tide with a windlass. The sea rose. Monsieur Agnan allowed himself to be hoisted on board, not without sporting a little fear and awkwardness, to the amusement of the young beach urchins who watched him with their large, intelligent eyes. He laid himself down upon a folded sail, not interfering with anything whilst the bark prepared for sea, and with its large, square sail, it was fairly out within 2 hours. The fishermen, who prosecuted their occupation as they proceeded, did not perceive that their passenger had not become pale, neither groaned nor suffered, that in spite of the horrible tossing and rolling of the bark, to which no hand imparted direction, the novice passenger had preserved his presence of mind and his appetite. They fished, and their fishing was sufficiently fortunate. To lines baited with prawns, soles came, with numerous gambols, to bite. 2 nets had already been broken by the immense weight of congers and haddocks. 3 sea eels ploughed the hold with their slimy folds and their dying contortions. D'Artagnan brought him good luck. They told him so. The soldier found the occupation so pleasant that he put his hand to the work, that is to say, to the lines, and uttered roars of joy and mordieu enough to have astonished the Musketeers themselves, every time that a shock given to his line by the captured fish required the play of the muscles of his arm and the employment of his best dexterity. The party of pleasure had made him forget his diplomatic mission. He was struggling with a very large conger, and holding fast with one hand to the side of the vessel, in order to seize with the other the gaping jowl of his antagonist, when the master said to him, "Take care they don't see you from Belle-Isle." These words produced the same effect upon D'Artagnan as the hissing of the first bullet on a day of battle. He let go of both line and conger, which, dragging each other, returned again to the water. D'Artagnan perceived, within half a league at most, the blue and marked profile of the rocks of Belle Isle, dominated by the majestic whiteness of the castle. In the distance, the land with its forests and verdant plains, cattle on the grass. This was what first attracted the attention of the musketeer. The sun darted its rays of gold upon the sea, raising a shining mist around this enchanted isle. Little could be seen of it, owing to this dazzling light, but the salient points, every shadow was strongly marked, and cut with bands of darkness the luminous fields and walls. "Hey, hey," said D'Artagnan, at the aspect of those masses of black rocks, "those are fortifications which do not stand in need of any engineer to render a landing difficult. How the devil can a landing be effected on that isle, which God has defended so completely?" "This way," replied the patron of the bark, changing the sail and impressing upon the rudder a twist which turned the boat in the direction of a pretty little port, quite coquettish, round and newly battlemented. "What the devil do I see yonder?" said D'Artagnan. "You see Loch Maria," replied the fisherman. "Well, but there?" "That is Bangor, and further on, Sauzon, and then Le Palais." "Mordieu! It is a world! Ah, there are some soldiers." "There are 1,700 men in Belle Isle, monsieur," replied the fisherman proudly. "Do you know that the least garrison is of 20 companies of infantry?" "Mordieu!" cried D'Artagnan, stamping with his foot. His Majesty was right enough. They landed. End of chapter 68. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taftswell, South Wales. Chapter 69 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Iolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 69, in which the reader, no doubt, will be as astonished as D'Artagnan was to meet an old acquaintance. There is always something in a landing, if it be only from the smallest sea-boat, a trouble and a confusion, which do not leave the mind the liberty of which it stands in need, in order to study at the first glance the new locality presented to it. The movable bridges, the agitated sailors, the noise of the water on the pebbles, the cries and importunities of those who wait upon the shores, are multiplied details of that sensation which is summed up in one single result: hesitation. It was not, then, till after standing several minutes on the shore that D'Artagnan saw upon the port, but more particularly in the interior of the isle, an immense number of workmen in motion. At his feet D'Artagnan recognized the 5 chalands laden with rough stone he had seen leave the port of Piriac. The smaller stones were transported to the shore by means of a chain formed by 25 or 30 peasants. The large stones were loaded on trolleys, which conveyed them in the same direction as the others, that is to say, towards the works, of which D'Artagnan could as yet appreciate neither the strength nor the extent. Everywhere was to be seen an activity equal to that which Telemachus observed on his landing at Salentum. D'Artagnan felt a strong inclination to penetrate into the interior, but he could not, under the penalty of exciting mistrust, exhibit too much curiosity. He advanced then, little by little, scarcely going beyond the line formed by the fishermen on the beach, observing everything, saying nothing, and meeting all suspicion that might have been excited with a half-silly question or a polite bow. And yet, whilst his companions carried on their trade, giving or selling their fish to the workmen or the inhabitants of the city, D'Artagnan had gained by degrees, and, reassured by the little attention paid to him, he began to cast an intelligent and confident look upon the men and things that appeared before his eyes. And his very first glance fell on certain movements of earth about which the eye of a soldier could not be mistaken. At the two extremities of the port, in order that their fires should converge upon the great axis of the ellipse formed by the basin, in the first place 2 batteries had been raised, evidently destined to receive flank pieces, for D'Artagnan saw the workmen finishing the platform and making ready the demi-circumference in wood upon which the wheels of the pieces might turn to embrace every direction over the epaulement. By the side of each of these batteries, other workmen were strengthening gabions filled with earth, the lining of another battery. The latter had embrasures, and the overseer of the works called successively men who, with cords, tied the saucissons and cut the lozenges and right angles of turfs destined to retain the matting of the embrasures. By the activity displayed in these works, already so far advanced, they might be considered as finished. They were not yet furnished with their cannons, but the platforms had their gîtes and their madriers all prepared. The earth, beaten carefully, was consolidated, and supposing the artillery to be on the island, in less than 2 or 3 days the port might be completely armed. That which astonished D'Artagnan, when he turned his eyes from the coast batteries to the fortifications of the city, was to see that Belle-Isle was defended by an entirely new system, of which he had often heard the Comte de la Fère speak as a wonderful advance, but of which he had as yet never seen the application. These fortifications belonged neither to the Dutch method of Marolet, nor to the French method of the Chevalier Antoine de Ville, but to the system of Manasson Mallet, a skilful engineer, who about 6 or 8 years previously had quitted the service of Portugal to enter that of France. The works had this peculiarity, that instead of rising above the earth, as did the ancient ramparts destined to defend a city from escalades, they, on the contrary, sank into it, and what created the height of the walls was the depth of the ditches. It did not take long to make D'Artagnan perceive the superiority of such a system, which gives no advantage to cannon. Besides, as the fosses were lower than, or on a level with, the sea, these fosses could be instantly inundated by means of subterranean sluices. Otherwise the works were almost complete, and a group of workmen, receiving orders from a man who appeared to be conductor of the works, were occupied in placing the last stones. A bridge of planks thrown over the fosse for the greater convenience of the manoeuvres, connected with the barrows, joined the interior to the exterior. With an air of simple curiosity, D'Artagnan asked if he might be permitted to cross the bridge, and he was told that no order prevented it. Consequently, he crossed the bridge, and advanced towards the group. The group was superintended by the man whom D'Artagnan had already remarked, and who appeared to be the engineer-in-chief. A plan was lying before him, upon a large stone forming a table, and at some paces from him a crane was in action. This engineer, who by his evident importance first attracted the attention of D'Artagnan, wore a justaucorps, which, from its sumptuousness, was scarcely in harmony with the work he was employed in, that rather necessitated the costume of a master mason than of a noble. He was a man of immense stature and great square shoulders, and wore a hat covered with feathers. He gesticulated in the most majestic manner, and appeared, for D'Artagnan only saw his back, to be scolding the workmen for their idleness and want of strength. D'Artagnan continued to draw nearer,
At that moment the man with the feathers ceased to gesticulate, and, with his hands placed upon his knees, was following, half bent, the effort of 6 workmen to raise a block of hewn stone to the top of a piece of timber destined to support that stone, so that the cord of the crane might be passed under it. The 6 men, all on one side of the stone, united their efforts to raise it to 8 or 10 inches from the ground, sweating and blowing, whilst the 7th got ready for when there should be daylight enough beneath it to slide in the roller that was to support it. But the stone had already twice escaped from their hands before gaining a sufficient height for the roller to be introduced. There can be no doubt that every time the stone escaped them, they bounded quickly backwards to keep their feet from being crushed by the re-falling stone. Every time the stone, abandoned by them, sunk deeper into the damp earth, which rendered the operation more and more difficult. A 3rd effort was followed by no better success, but with progressive discouragement. And yet, when the 6 men were bent towards the stone, the man with the feathers had himself, with a powerful voice, given the word of command, "Ferme," which regulates manoeuvres of strength. Then he drew himself up. "Oh, ho!" said he, "what is this all about? Have I to do with men of straw? Corne de boeuf, stand on one side, and you shall see how this is to be done." "Peste!" said D'Artagnan, "will he pretend to raise that rock? That would be a sight worth looking at." The workmen, as commanded by the engineer, drew back with their ears down and shaking their heads, with the exception of the one who held the plank, who prepared to perform the office. The man with the feathers went up to the stone, stooped, slipped his hands under the face lying upon the ground, stiffened his Herculean muscles, and without a strain, with a slow motion like that of a machine, lifted the end of the rock a foot from the ground. The workman who held the plank profited by the space thus given him, and slipped the roller under the stone. "That's the way," said the giant, not letting the rock fall again, but placing it upon its support. "Mordieu!" cried D'Artagnan, "I know but one man capable of such a feat of strength." "Eh?" cried the colossus, turning round. "Porthos!" murmured D'Artagnan, seized with stupor. "Porthos at Belle-Isle!" On his part, the man with the feathers fixed his eyes upon the disguised lieutenant, and, in spite of his metamorphosis, recognized him. "D'Artagnan!" cried he, and the color mounted to his face. "Hush!" said he to D'Artagnan. "Hush!" in his turn said the musketeer. In fact, if Porthos had just been discovered by D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan had just been discovered by Porthos. The interest of the particular secret of each struck them both at the same instant. Nevertheless, the first movement of the 2 men was to throw their arms around each other. What they wished to conceal from the bystanders was not their friendship, but their names. But, after the embrace, came reflection. "What the devil brings Porthos to Belle-Isle, lifting stones?" said D'Artagnan. Only D'Artagnan uttered that question in a low voice. Less strong in diplomacy than his friend, Porthos thought aloud. "How the devil did you come to Belle-Isle?" asked he of D'Artagnan. "And what do you want to do here?" It was necessary to reply without hesitation. To hesitate in answer to Porthos would have been a check for which the self-love of D'Artagnan would never have consoled itself. "Pardieu, my friend, I am at Belle-Isle because you are here." "Oh, bah!" said Porthos, visibly stupefied with the argument, and seeking to account for it to himself, with the felicity of deduction we know to be particular to him. "Without doubt," continued D'Artagnan, unwilling to give his friend time to recollect himself, "I have been to see you at Pierrefonds." "Indeed?" "Yes." "And you did not find me there?" "No, but I found Mouston. Is he well?" "Peste!" "Well, but Mouston did not tell you I was here." "Why should he not?
Have I perchance deserved to lose his confidence? No, but he did not know it. Well, that is a reason, at least, that does not offend my self-love. Then how did you manage to find me? My dear friend, a great noble like you always leaves traces behind him on his passage, and I should think but poorly of myself if I were not sharp enough to follow the traces of my friends. This explanation, flattering as it was, did not entirely satisfy Porthos. But I left no traces behind me, for I came here disguised, said Porthos. Ah, you came disguised, did you? Said D'Artagnan. Yes. And how? As a miller. And do you think that a great noble like you, Porthos, can affect common manners, so as to deceive people? Well, I swear to you, my friend, that I played my part so well that everybody was deceived. Indeed, so well that I have not discovered and joined you? Yes, but how did you discover and join me? Stop a bit, I was going to tell you how. Do you imagine Mouston? Ah, it was that fellow Mouston, said Porthos, gathering up those two triumphant arches which served him for eyebrows. But stop, I tell you, it was no fault of Mouston's, because he was ignorant of where you were. I know he was, and that is why I am in such haste to understand. Oh, how impatient you are, Porthos! When I do not comprehend, I am terrible. Well, you will understand. Aramis wrote to you at Pierrefonds, did he not? Yes. And he told you to come before the equinox? That is true. Well, that is it, said D'Artagnan, hoping that this reason would mystify Porthos. Porthos appeared to give himself up to a violent mental labor. Yes, yes, said he, I understand. As Aramis told me to come before the equinox, you have understood that that was to join him. You then inquired where Aramis was, saying to yourself, where Aramis is, Porthos will be. You have learnt that Aramis was in Bretagne, and you said to yourself, Porthos is in Bretagne. Exactly. In good truth, Porthos, I cannot tell you why you have not turned conjurer. So you understand that, arriving at Roche-Bernard, I heard of the splendid fortifications going on at Belle-Isle. The account raised my curiosity. I embarked in a fishing boat without dreaming that you were here. I came, and I saw a monstrous fine fellow lifting a stone Ajax could not have stirred. I cried out, nobody but the Baron de Bragelonne could have performed such a feat of strength. You heard me, you turned round, you recognized me, we embraced, and, ma foi, if you like, my dear friend, we will embrace again. Ah, now all is explained, said Porthos, and he embraced D'Artagnan with so much friendship as to deprive the Musketeer of his breath for 5 minutes. Why, you are stronger than ever, said D'Artagnan, and still, happily, in your arms. Porthos saluted D'Artagnan with a gracious smile. During the 5 minutes D'Artagnan was recovering his breath, he reflected that he had a very difficult part to play. It was necessary that he always should question and never reply. By the time his respiration returned, he had fixed his plans for the campaign. End of chapter 69. Recording by Iolo Jones in Tafts Well, South Wales. Chapter 70 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Iolo Jones. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas, Chapter 70, wherein the ideas of D'Artagnan, at first strangely clouded, begin to clear up a little. D'Artagnan immediately took the offensive. Now that I have told you all, dear friend, or rather, you have guessed all, tell me what you were doing here, covered with dust and mud. Porthos wiped his brow, and looked around him with pride. Why, it appears, said he, that you may see what I'm doing here." "No doubt, no doubt. You lift great stones." "Ah, to show these idle fellows what a man is," said Porthos with contempt. "But you understand?" "Yes, that it is not your place to lift stones, although there are many whose place it is, who cannot lift them as you do. It was that which made me ask you just now, what are you doing here, Baron?" "I am studying topography, chevalier." "You are studying topography?" "Yes. But you, what are you doing in that common dress?" D'Artagnan perceived he had committed a fault in giving expression to his astonishment. Porthos had taken advantage of it to retort with a question. "Why," said he, "you know I am a bourgeois. In fact, my dress, then, has nothing astonishing in it, since it conforms with my condition." "Nonsense! You are a musketeer." "You are wrong, my friend. I have given my resignation." "Ah! Oh, mon Dieu, yes." "And you have abandoned the service?" "I have quitted it." "You have abandoned the king?" "Quite." Porthos raised his arms towards heaven like a man who has heard extraordinary news. "Well, that does confound me," said he. "It is, nevertheless, true." "And what led you to form such a resolution?" "The king displeased me. Mazarin had disgusted me for a long time, as you know, so I threw my cassock to the nettles." "But Mazarin is dead." "I know that well enough, parbleu! Only, at the period of his death, my resignation had been given in and accepted 2 months. Then, feeling myself free, I set off for Pierrefonds to see my friend Porthos. I had heard talk of the happy division you had made of your time, and I wished, for a fortnight, to divide mine after your fashion." "My friend, you know that it is not for a fortnight my house is open to you. It is for a year, for 10 years, for life." "Thank you, Porthos." "Ah, but perhaps you want money, do you?" said Porthos, making something like a 50-louis chink in his pocket. "In that case, you know—" "No, thank you, I am not in want of anything. I placed my savings with Planchet, who pays me the interest of them." "Your savings?" "Yes, to be sure," said D'Artagnan. "Why should I not put by my savings as well as another, Porthos?" "Oh, there is no reason why. On the contrary, I always suspected you, that is to say, Aramis always suspected you to have savings. For my own part, you see, I take no concern about the management of my household, but I presume the savings of a musketeer must be small." "No doubt relative to yourself, Porthos, who are a millionaire. But you shall judge. I have laid by 25,000 livres." "That's pretty well," said Porthos, with an affable air. "And," continued D'Artagnan, "on the 28th of last month, I added to it 200,000 livres more." Porthos opened his large eyes, which eloquently demanded of the musketeer, "Where the devil did you steal such a sum as that, my dear friend?" 200,000 livres? cried he, at length. "Yes, which, with the 25 I had, and 20,000 I have about me, complete the sum of 245,000 livres. But tell me, whence comes this fortune?" "I will tell you all about it presently, dear friend, but as you have, in the first place, many things to tell me yourself, let us have my recital in its proper order." "Bravo!" said Porthos. "Then we are both rich. But what can I have to relate to you?" "You have to relate to me how Aramis came to be named." "Ah, Bishop of Vannes." "That's it," said D'Artagnan, "Bishop of Vannes. Dear Aramis, do you know how he succeeded so well?" "Yes, yes, without reckoning that he does not mean to stop there." "What? Do you mean he will not be contented with violet stockings, and that he wants a red hat?" "Hush! that is promised him." "Bah! By the king?" "By somebody more powerful than the king." "Ah! the devil! Porthos, what incredible things you tell me, my friend." Why, incredible? Is there not always somebody in France more powerful than the king? Oh, yes. In the time of King Louis XIII, it was Cardinal Richelieu. In the time of the Regency, it was Cardinal Mazarin. In the time of Louis XIV, it is Go on. It is Monsieur Fouquet. By Jove, you have hit it the first time. So then, I suppose it is Monsieur Fouquet who has promised Aramis the red hat? Porthos assumed an air of reserve. Dear friend, said he, God preserve me from meddling with the affairs of others, above all from revealing secrets it may be to their interest to keep. When you see Aramis, he will tell you all he thinks he ought to tell you. You are right, Porthos, and you are quite a padlock for safety. But, to revert to yourself? Yes, said Porthos. You said just now you came hither to study topography? I did so. Tu Dieu, my friend, what fine things you will do! How do you mean? Why, these fortifications are admirable. Is that your opinion? Decidedly it is. In truth, to anything but a regular siege, Belle-Isle is absolutely impregnable. Porthos rubbed his hands. That is my opinion, said he. But who the devil has fortified this paltry little palace in this manner? Porthos drew himself up proudly. Did I not tell you who? No. Do you not suspect? No. All I can say is that he is a man who has studied all the systems, and who appears to me to have stopped at the best. Hush, said Porthos. Consider my modesty, my dear D'Artagnan. In truth, replied the Musketeer, can it be you who... Oh! Pray, my dear friend, you who have imagined, traced, and combined between these bastions, these redans, these curtains, these half-moons, and are preparing that covered way? I beg you. You who have built that lunette, with its retiring angles and its salient edges? My friend, you who have given that inclination to the openings of your embrasures, by means of which you so effectively protect the men who serve the guns? Mon Dieu, yes. Oh, Porthos, Porthos, I must bow down before you, I must admire you. But you have always concealed from us this superb, this incomparable genius. I hope, my dear friend, you will show me all this in detail. Nothing more easy. Here lies my original sketch, my plan. Show it to me. Porthos led D'Artagnan towards the stone that served him for a table, and upon which the plan was spread. At the foot of the plan was written, in the formidable writing of Porthos, writing of which we have already had occasion to speak: Instead of making use of the square or rectangle, as has been done to this time, you will suppose your place enclosed in a regular hexagon, this polygon having the advantage of offering more angles than the quadrilateral one. Every side of your hexagon, of which you will determine the length in proportion to the dimensions taken upon the place, will be divided into two parts, and upon the middle point you will elevate a perpendicular towards the centre of the polygon, which will equal in length the sixth part of the side. By the extremities of each side of the polygon you will trace two diagonals, which will cut the perpendicular. These will form the precise lines of your defence. The devil, said D'Artagnan, stopping at this point of the demonstration. Why, this is a complete system, Porthos. Entirely, said Porthos. Continue. No, I have read enough of it. But since it is you, my dear Porthos, who direct the works, what need have you of setting down your system so formally in writing? Oh, my dear friend, death. How, death? Why, we are all mortal, are we not? That is true, said D'Artagnan. You have a reply for everything, my friend. And he replaced the plan upon the stone. But however short the time he had the plan in his hands, D'Artagnan had been able to distinguish, under the enormous writing of Porthos, a much more delicate hand, which reminded him of certain letters to Marie Michon, with which he had been acquainted in his youth. Only the India rubber had passed and repassed so often over this writing, that it might have escaped a less practised eye than that of our Musketeer. "Bravo, my friend, bravo!" said D'Artagnan. "And now, you know all that you want to know, do you not?" said Porthos, wheeling about. "Mordieu, yes. Only do me one last favor, dear friend." "Speak, I am master here." "Do me the pleasure to tell me the name of that gentleman who is walking yonder." "Where? There? Behind the soldiers." "Followed by a lackey?" "Yes." "In company with a mean sort of fellow, dressed in black?" "Yes, I mean him." "That is Monsieur Getard." "And who is Getard, my friend?" "He is the architect of the house." "Of what house?" "Of Monsieur Fouquet's house." "Ah, ah!" cried D'Artagnan. "You are of the household of Monsieur Fouquet, then, Porthos?" "I? What do you mean by that?" said the topographer, blushing to the top of his ears. "Why, you say the house, when speaking of Belle Isle, as if you were speaking of the chateau of Pierrefonds." Porthos bit his lip. "Belle Isle, my friend," said he, "belongs to Monsieur Fouquet, does it not?" "Yes, I believe so." "As Pierrefonds belongs to me?" "I told you I believed so. There are no two words to that." "Did you ever see a man there who is accustomed to walk about with a ruler in his hand?" "No, but I might have seen him there, if he really walked there." "Well, that gentleman is Monsieur Boulingrin." "Who is Monsieur Boulingrin?" "Now we are coming to it. If, when this gentleman is walking with a ruler in his hand, anyone should ask me, 'Who is Monsieur Boulingrin?' I should reply, 'He is the architect of the house.' Well, Monsieur Getard is the Boulingrin of Monsieur Fouquet. But he has nothing to do with the fortifications, which are my department alone. Do you understand? Mine, absolutely mine." "Ah, Porthos!" cried D'Artagnan, letting his arms fall as a conquered man gives up his sword. "Ah, my friend, you are not only a Herculean topographer, you are, still further, a dialectician of the first water." "Is it not perfectly reasoned?" said Porthos, and he puffed and blew like the conger which D'Artagnan had let slip from his hand. "And now," said D'Artagnan, "that shabby-looking man who accompanies Monsieur Getard, is he also of the household of Monsieur Fouquet?" "Ah, yes," said Porthos, with contempt. "It is one Monsieur Jupenet or Jupenet, a sort of poet." "Who is come to establish himself here?" "I believe so." "I thought Monsieur Fouquet had poets enough yonder, Scudery, Loret, Pélisson, La Fontaine. If I must tell you the truth, Porthos, that poet disgraces you." My friend, but what saves us is that he is not here as a poet." "As what, then, is he?" "As printer, and you make me remember, I have a word to say to the cuistre." "Say it, then." Porthos made a sign to Jupenet, who perfectly recollected D'Artagnan, and did not care to come nearer, which naturally produced another sign from Porthos. This was so imperative he was obliged to obey. As he approached, "Come hither," said Porthos. "You only landed yesterday, and you have begun your tricks already." "How so, monsieur le baron?" asked Jupenet, trembling. "Your press was groaning all night, monsieur," said Porthos, "and you prevented my sleeping, comme de boeuf." "Monsieur," objected Jupenet, timidly. "You have nothing yet to print, therefore you have no occasion to set your press going. What did you print last night?" "Monsieur, a light poem of my own composition." "Light? No, no, monsieur, the press groaned pitifully beneath it. Let it not happen again. Do you understand?" "Yes, monsieur." "You promise me?" I do, monsieur. Very well. This time I pardon you. Adieu." The poet retreated as humbly as he had approached. "Well, now we have combed that fellow's head, let's have breakfast." "Yes," replied D'Artagnan, "let us breakfast." "Only," said Porthos, "I beg you to observe, my friend, that we only have 2 hours for our repast." "What would you have? We will try to make 2 hours suffice." "But why have you only 2 hours?" "Because it is high tide at 1 o'clock, and with the tide I am going to Vannes. But as I shall return tomorrow, my dear friend, you can stay here. You shall be master. I have a good cook and a good cellar." "No," interrupted D'Artagnan, "better than that." "What?" "You are going to Vannes, you say?" "To a certainty." "To see Aramis?" "Yes." "Well, I came from Paris on purpose to see Aramis." "That's true." "I will go with you, then." "Do, that's the thing. Only I ought to have seen Aramis first, and you after. But man proposes and God disposes. I have begun with you, and will finish with Aramis. Very well. And in how many hours can you go from here to Vannes?" "Oh, pardieu, in 6 hours. 3 hours by sea to Sarzeau, 3 hours by road from Sarzeau to Vannes." "How convenient that is, being so near to the bishopric. Do you often go to Vannes?" "Yes, once a week. But stop till I get my plan." Porthos picked up his plan, folded it carefully, and engulfed it in his large pocket. "Good," said D'Artagnan aside. "I think I now know the real engineer who is fortifying Belle Isle." 2 hours after, at high tide, Porthos and D'Artagnan set out for Sarzeau. End of chapter 70. Recording by Iolo Jones in Taff's Well, South Wales.
Chapter 71 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 71. A Procession at Vannes. The passage from Belle Isle to Sarzeau was made rapidly enough, thanks to one of those little corsairs of which D'Artagnan had been told during his voyage, and which, shaped for fast sailing and destined for the chase, were sheltered at the time in the roadstead in Locmaria, where one of them, with a quarter of its war crew, performed duty between Belle Isle and the continent. D'Artagnan had an opportunity of convincing himself that Porthos, though engineer and topographer, was not deeply versed in affairs of state. His perfect ignorance, with any other, might have passed for well-informed dissimulation, but D'Artagnan knew too well all the folds and refolds of his Porthos not to find a secret if there was one there, like those regular minute old bachelors who know how to find, with their eyes shut, each book on the shelves of their library and each piece of linen in their wardrobe. So if he had found nothing, our cunning D'Artagnan, in rolling and unrolling his Porthos, it was because, in truth, there was nothing to be found. "Be it so," said D'Artagnan. "I shall get to know more at Vannes in half an hour than Porthos has discovered in Belle Isle in 2 months. Only in order that I may know something, it is important that Porthos should not make use of the only stratagem I leave at his disposal. He must not warn Aramis of my arrival." All the care of the musketeer was then, for the moment, confined to the watching of Porthos. And let us hasten to say, Porthos did not deserve all this mistrust. Porthos thought of no evil. Perhaps, on first seeing him, D'Artagnan had inspired him with a little suspicion, but almost immediately D'Artagnan had reconquered in the good and brave heart the place he had always occupied, and not the least cloud darkened the large eye of Porthos, fixed from time to time with tenderness on his friend. On landing, Porthos inquired if his horses were waiting, and soon perceived them at the crossing of the road that winds round Sarzeau, and which, without passing through that little city, leads towards Vannes. These horses were 2 in number, one for M. de Vallon, and one for his equerry, for Porthos had an equerry since Mouston was only able to use a carriage as a means of locomotion. D'Artagnan expected that Porthos would propose to send forward his equerry upon one horse to bring back another, and he, D'Artagnan, had made up his mind to oppose this proposition. But nothing D'Artagnan had expected happened. Porthos simply told the equerry to dismount and await his return at Sarzeau, while D'Artagnan would ride his horse, which was arranged. "Eh! but you are quite a man of precaution, my dear Porthos," said D'Artagnan to his friend, when he found himself in the saddle, upon the equerry's horse. "Yes, but this is a kindness on the part of Aramis. I have not my stud here, and Aramis has placed his stables at my disposal." "Good horses for bishops' horses, mordioux," said D'Artagnan. "It is true, Aramis is a bishop of a peculiar kind." "He is a holy man," replied Porthos, in a tone almost nasal, and with his eyes raised towards heaven. "Then he is much changed," said D'Artagnan. "You and I have known him passably profane." "Grace has touched him," said Porthos. "Bravo!" said D'Artagnan. "That redoubles my desire to see my dear old friend." And he spurred his horse, which sprang off into a more rapid pace. "Peste!" said Porthos. "If we go on at this rate, we shall only take 1 hour instead of 2. "To go how far, do you say, Porthos?" 4 leagues and a half. "That will be a good pace." "I could have embarked you on the canal, but the devil take rowers and boat horses. The first are like tortoises, the second like snails, and when a man is able to put a good horse between his knees, that horse is better than rowers or any other means." "You are right, you above all, Porthos, who always look magnificent on horseback." "Rather heavy, my friend. I was weighed the other day." "And what do you weigh?" 300 weight," said Porthos proudly. "Bravo!" "So that you must perceive, I am forced to choose horses whose loins are straight and wide, otherwise I break them down in 2 hours." "Yes, giant's horses you must have, must you not?" "You are very polite, my friend," replied the engineer with affectionate majesty. "As a case in point," replied D'Artagnan, "your horse seems to sweat already. Dame, it is hot. Ah, ah! Do you see Vannes now?" "Yes, perfectly. It is a handsome city, apparently." "Charming. According to Aramis, at least. But I think it black. But black seems to be considered handsome by artists. I am sorry for it." "Why so, Porthos?" "Because I have lately had my chateau at Pierrefonds, which was gray with age, plastered white." "Hum!" said D'Artagnan. "And white is more cheerful." "Yes, but it is less august, as Aramis tells me." "Fortunately, there are dealers in black as well as white. I will have Pierrefonds replastered in black. That's all there is about it. If gray is handsome, you understand, my friend, black must be superb." "Dame!" said D'Artagnan, "that appears logical." "Were you never at Vannes, D'Artagnan?" "Never." "Then you know nothing of the city?" "Nothing." "Well, look," said Porthos, raising himself in his stirrups, which made the forequarters of his horse bend sadly. "Do you see that corner in the sun, yonder?" "Yes, I see it plainly." "Well, that is the cathedral." "Which is called?" "Saint Pierre." "Now look again, in the faubourg on the left. Do you see another cross?" "Perfectly well." "That is Saint Partin, the parish preferred by Aramis." "Indeed!" "Without doubt. Saint Partin, you see, passes for having been the first bishop of Vannes. It is true that Aramis pretends he was not, but he is so learned that that may only be a paradox," said D'Artagnan. "Precisely, thank you. My tongue trips. I am so hot." "My friend," said D'Artagnan, "continue your interesting description, I beg. What is that large white building with many windows?" "Oh, that is the college of the Jesuits. Pardieu, you have an apt hand. Do you see, close to the college, a large house with steeples, turrets, built in handsome Gothic style, as that fool Monsieur Guetin says?" "Yes, that is plainly to be seen. Well?" "Well, that is where Aramis resides." "What! Does he not reside at the episcopal palace?" "No, that is in ruins. The palace likewise is in the city, and Aramis prefers the faubourgs. That's why, as I told you, he is partial to Saint Partin. Saint Partin is in the faubourg. Besides, there are in the faubourg a mall, a tennis court, and a house of Dominicans. Look, that where the handsome steeple rises to the heavens? Well, next you see the faubourg is like a separate city. It has its walls, its towers, its ditches. The quay is upon it likewise, and the boats land at the quay. If our little corsair did not draw 8 feet of water, we could have come full sail up to Aramis's windows." "Porthos, Porthos!" cried D'Artagnan, "you are a well of knowledge, a spring of ingenious and profound reflections. Porthos, you no longer surprise me, you confound me." "Here we are," said Porthos, turning the conversation with his usual modesty. "And high time we were," thought D'Artagnan, "for Aramis's horse is melting away like a steed of ice." They entered almost at the same instant the faubourg, but scarcely had they gone 100 paces when they were surprised to find the street strewn with leaves and flowers. Against the old walls of Vannes hung the oldest and strangest tapestries of France. From over balconies fell long white sheets stuck all over with bouquets. The streets were deserted. It was plain the entire population had assembled at one point. The blinds were closed, and the breeze penetrated into the houses under the hangings, which cast long black shades between their places of issue and the walls. Suddenly, at the turning of a street, chants struck the ears of the newly arrived travelers. A crowd in holiday garb appeared through the vapors of incense which mounted to the heavens in blue fleeces, and clouds of rose leaves fluttered as high as the first stories. Above all heads were to be seen the cross and banners, the sacred symbols of religion. Then, beneath these crosses and banners, as if protected by them, walked a whole world of young girls clothed in white, crowned with cornflowers. At the two sides of the street, enclosing the cortege, marched the guards of the garrison, carrying bouquets in the barrels of their muskets and on the points of their lances. This was the procession. Whilst D'Artagnan and Porthos were looking on with critical glances, which disguised an extreme impatience to get forward, a magnificent dais approached, preceded by 100 Jesuits and 100 Dominicans, and escorted by 2 archdeacons, a treasurer, a penitent, and 12 canons. A singer with a thundering voice, a man certainly picked out from all the voices of France, as was the drum major of the imperial guard from all the giants of the empire, escorted by 4 other chanters, who appeared to be there only to serve him as an accompaniment, made the air resound, and the windows of the houses vibrate. Under the dais appeared a pale and noble countenance, with black eyes, black hair streaked with threads of white, a delicate compressed mouth, a prominent and angular chin. His head, full of graceful majesty, was covered with the episcopal mitre, a headdress which gave it, in addition to the character of sovereignty, that of asceticism in evangelical meditation. "Aramis!" cried the musketeer, involuntarily, as this lofty countenance passed before him. The prelate started at the sound of the voice. He raised his large black eyes, with their long lashes, and turned them without hesitation towards the spot whence the exclamation proceeded. At a glance he saw Porthos and D'Artagnan close to him. On his part, D'Artagnan, thanks to the keenness of his sight, had seen all, seized all. The full portrait of the prelate had entered his memory, never to leave it. One thing had particularly struck D'Artagnan. On perceiving him, Aramis had colored. Then he had concentrated under his eyelids fire of the look of the master, and the indefinable affection of the friend. It was evident that Aramis had asked himself this question: why is D'Artagnan with Porthos, and what does he want at Vannes? Aramis comprehended all that was passing in the mind of D'Artagnan, on turning his look upon him again, and seeing that he had not lowered his eyes. He knew the acuteness and the intelligence of his friend. He feared to let him divine the secret of his blush and his astonishment. He was still the same Aramis, always having a secret to conceal. Therefore, to put an end to his look as an inquisitor, which it was necessary to get rid of at all events, as, at any price, a general extinguishes a battery which annoys him, Aramis stretched forth his beautiful white hand, upon which sparkled the amethyst of the pastoral ring. He cut the air with the sign of the cross, and poured out his benediction upon his 2 friends. Perhaps thoughtful and absent, D'Artagnan, impious in spite of himself, might not have bent beneath his holy benediction, but Porthos saw his distraction, and laying his friendly hand upon the back of his companion, he crushed him down towards the earth. D'Artagnan was forced to give way. Indeed, he was little short of being flat on the ground. In the meantime, Aramis had passed. D'Artagnan, like Antæus, had only touched the ground, and he turned towards Porthos almost angry. But there was no mistaking the intention of the brave Hercules. It was a feeling of religious propriety that had influenced him. Besides, speech with Porthos, instead of disguising his thought, always completed it. "It is very polite of him," said he, "to have given his benediction to us alone. Decidedly, he is a holy man, and a brave man." Less convinced than Porthos, D'Artagnan made no reply. "Observe, my friend," continued Porthos, "he has seen us, and, instead of continuing to walk on at the simple pace of the procession, as he did just now, see what a hurry he is in. Do you see how the cortege is increasing its speed? He is eager to join us and embrace us. Is that dear Aramis?" "That is true," replied D'Artagnan aloud. Then to himself, "It is equally true that he has seen me, the fox, and will have time to prepare himself to receive me." But the procession had passed, the road was free. D'Artagnan and Porthos walked straight up to the episcopal palace, which was surrounded by a numerous crowd anxious to see the prelate return. D'Artagnan remarked that this crowd was composed principally of citizens and military men. He recognized in the nature of these partisans the address of his friend. Aramis was not the man to seek for a useless popularity. He cared very little for being beloved by people who could be of no service to him. women, children, and old men, that is to say, the cortege of ordinary pastors, was not the cortege for him. 10 minutes after the two friends had passed the threshold of the palace, Aramis returned like a triumphant conqueror. The soldiers presented arms to him as to a superior. The citizens bowed to him as to a friend and patron, rather than as head of the church. There was something in Aramis resembling those Roman senators who had their doors always surrounded by clients. At the foot of the steps, he had a conference of half a minute with a Jesuit, who, in order to speak to him more secretly, passed his hand under the dais. He then re-entered his palace, the doors closed slowly, and the crowd melted away, whilst chants and prayers were still resounding abroad. It was a magnificent day. Earthly perfumes were mingled with the perfumes of the air and the sea. The city breathed happiness, joy, and strength. D'Artagnan felt something like the presence of an invisible hand which had, all powerfully, created this strength, this joy, this happiness, and spread everywhere these perfumes. "Oh, ho!" said he, "Porthos has gotten fat, but Aramis has grown taller." End of chapter 71. Recording by Todd. Chapter 72 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 72. The Grandeur of the Bishop of Vannes. Porthos and D'Artagnan had entered the bishop's residence by a private door as his personal friends. Of course, Porthos served D'Artagnan as guide. The worthy baron comported himself everywhere rather as if he were at home. Nevertheless, whether it was a tacit acknowledgment of the sanctity of the personage of Aramis and his character, or the habit of respecting him who imposed upon him morally, a worthy habit which had always made Porthos a model soldier and an excellent companion, for all these reasons, say we, Porthos preserved in the palace of his greatness the Bishop of Vannes a sort of reserve, which D'Artagnan remarked at once in the attitude he took with respect to the valets and officers. And yet this reserve did not go so far as to prevent his asking questions. Porthos questioned. They learned that his greatness had just returned to his apartment and was preparing to appear in familiar intimacy, less majestic than he had appeared with his flock. After a quarter of an hour, which D'Artagnan and Porthos passed in looking mutually at each other with the white of their eyes, and turning their thumbs in all the different evolutions which go from north to south, a door of the chamber opened, and his greatness appeared, dressed in the undress complete of a prelate. Aramis carried his head high, like a man accustomed to command. His violet robe was tucked up on one side, and his white hand was on his hip. He had retained the fine mustache and the lengthened royale of the time of Louis XIII. He exhaled, on entering, that delicate perfume which, among elegant men and women of high fashion, never changes, and appears to be incorporated in the person, of whom it has become the natural emanation. In this case only, the perfume had retained something of the religious sublimity of incense. It no longer intoxicated, it penetrated. It no longer inspired desire, it inspired respect. Aramis, on entering the chamber, did not hesitate an instant, and without pronouncing one word, which, whatever it might be, would have been cold on such an occasion, he went straight up to the musketeer, so well disguised under the costume of Monsieur Agneau, and pressed him in his arms with a tenderness which the most distrustful could not have suspected of coldness or affectation. D'Artagnan, on his part, embraced him with equal ardor. Porthos pressed the delicate hand of Aramis in his immense hands, and D'Artagnan remarked that his greatness gave him his left hand, probably from habit, seeing that Porthos already 10 times had been near injuring the fingers covered with rings by pounding his flesh in the vise of his fist. Warned by the pain, Aramis was cautious, and only presented flesh to be bruised, and not fingers to be crushed, against the gold or the angles of diamonds. Between 2 embraces, Aramis looked D'Artagnan in the face, offered him a chair, sitting down himself in the shade, observing that the light fell full upon the face of his interlocutor. This maneuver, familiar to diplomatists and women, resembles much the advantage of the guard which, according to their skill or habit, combatants endeavor to take on the ground of a duel. D'Artagnan was not the dupe of this maneuver, but he did not appear to perceive it. He felt himself caught, but, precisely because he was caught, he felt himself on the road to discovery, and it little imported to him, old condottiere as he was, to be beaten in appearance, provided he drew from his pretended defeat the advantages of victory. Aramis began the conversation. "Ah, dear friend, my good D'Artagnan," said he, "what an excellent chance!" "It is a chance, my reverend companion," said D'Artagnan, "that I will call friendship. I seek you, as I always have sought you, when I had any grand enterprise to propose to you, or some hours of liberty to give you." "Ah, indeed," said Aramis, without explosion. "You have been seeking me?" "Eh? Yes, he has been seeking you, Aramis," said Porthos, "and the proof is that he has unharbored me at Belle Isle. That is amiable, is it not?" "Ah, yes," said Aramis, "at Belle Isle, certainly." "Good," said D'Artagnan. "There is my booby Porthos, without thinking of it, has fired the first cannon of attack." "At Belle Isle," said Aramis, "in that hole, in that desert? That is kind, indeed." "And it was I who told you were at Vannes," continued Porthos, in the same tone. D'Artagnan armed his mouth with a finesse almost ironical. "Yes, I knew, but I was willing to see," replied he. "To see what?" "If our old friendship still held out; if, on seeing each other, our hearts, hardened as they are by age, would still let the old cry of joy escape which salutes the coming of a friend." "Well, and you must have been satisfied," said Aramis. "So." "How is that?" "Yes, Porthos said hush. And you?" "Well, and I?" "And you gave me your benediction." "What would you have, my friend?" said Aramis, smiling. "That is the most precious thing that a poor prelate, like me, has to give." "Indeed, my dear friend." "Doubtless." "And yet they say at Paris that the Bishop of Vannes is one of the best in France." "Ah, you are speaking now of temporal wealth," said Aramis, with a careless air. "To be sure, I wish to speak of that. I hold by it, on my part." "In that case, let me speak of it," said Aramis, with a smile. "You own yourself to be one of the richest prelates in France?" "My friend, since you ask me to give you an account, I will tell you that the bishopric of Vannes is worth about 20,000 livres a year, neither more nor less. It is a diocese which contains 160 parishes." "That is very pretty," said D'Artagnan. "It is superb," said Porthos. "And yet," resumed D'Artagnan, throwing his eyes over Aramis, "you don't mean to bury yourself here forever?" "Pardon me, only I do not admit the word bury." "But it seems to me that at this distance from Paris a man is buried, or nearly so." "My friend, I am getting old," said Aramis. "The noise and bustle of a city no longer suit me. At 57 we ought to seek calm and meditation. I have found them here. What is there more beautiful and stern at the same time, than this old Armorica? I find here, dear D'Artagnan, all that is opposite to what I formerly loved, and that is what must happen at the end of life, which is opposite to the beginning. A little of my old pleasure of former times still comes to salute me here, now and then, without diverting me from the road of salvation. I am still of this world, and yet every step that I take brings me nearer to God. Eloquent, wise, and discreet, you are an accomplished prelate, Aramis, and I offer you my congratulations." "But," said Aramis, smiling, "you did not come here only for the purpose of paying me compliments. Speak, what brings you hither? May it be that, in some fashion or other, you want me?" "Thank God, no, my friend," said D'Artagnan. "It is nothing of that kind. I am rich and free." "Rich?" exclaimed Aramis. "Yes, rich for me, not for you or Porthos, understand. I have an income of about 15,000 livres." Aramis looked at him suspiciously. He could not believe, particularly on seeing his friend in such humble guise, that he had made so fine a fortune. Then D'Artagnan, seeing that the hour of explanations was come, related the history of his English adventures. During the recital he saw, 10 times, the eyes of the prelate sparkle, and his slender fingers work convulsively. As to Porthos, it was not admiration he manifested for D'Artagnan, it was enthusiasm, it was delirium. When D'Artagnan had finished, "Well," said Aramis. "Well," said D'Artagnan, "you see, then, I have in England friends and property, in France a treasure. If your heart tells you so, I offer them to you. That is what I came here for." However firm was his look, he could not this time support the look of Aramis. He allowed, therefore, his eye to stray upon Porthos, like the sword which yields to too powerful a pressure and seeks another road. "At all events," said the bishop, "you have assumed a singular traveling costume, old friend." "Frightful, I know it is. You may understand why I would not travel as a cavalier or a noble," Since I became rich, I am miserly." "And you say, then, you came to Belle Isle?" said Aramis, without transition. "Yes," replied D'Artagnan. "I knew I should find you and Porthos there." "Find me?" cried Aramis. "Me? For the last year past I have not once crossed the sea." "Oh!" said D'Artagnan, "I should never have supposed you such a housekeeper." "Ah, dear friend, I must tell you that I am no longer the Aramis of former times. Riding on horseback is unpleasant to me, the sea fatigues me. I am a poor ailing priest, always complaining, always grumbling, and inclined to the austerities which appear to accord with old age, preliminary parleyings with death. I linger, my dear D'Artagnan, I linger." "Well, that is all the better, my friend, for we shall probably be neighbors soon." "Bah!" said Aramis with a degree of surprise he did not even seek to dissemble. "You, my neighbor?" "Mordieu, yes." "How so?" "I am about to purchase some very profitable salt mines, which are situated between Piriac and Le Croisic. Imagine, my dear friend, a clear profit of 12%. Never any deficiency, never any idle expenses. The ocean, faithful and regular, brings every 12 hours its contingency to my coffers. I am the first Parisian who has dreamt of such a speculation. Do not say anything about it, I beg of you, and in a short time we will communicate on the matter. I am to have 3 leagues of country for 30,000 livres." Aramis started to look at Porthos, as if to ask if all this were true, if some snare were not concealed beneath this outward indifference. But soon, as if ashamed of having consulted this poor auxiliary, he collected all his forces for a fresh assault and new defense. "I heard that you had had some difference with the court, but that you had come out of it as you know how to get through everything, D'Artagnan, with the honors of war." "I!" said the musketeer with a burst of laughter that did not conceal his embarrassment, for, from these words, Aramis was not unlikely to be acquainted with his last relations with the king. "I? Oh, tell me all about that, pray, Aramis." "Yes, it was related to me, a poor bishop, lost in the middle of the Landes, that the king had taken you as the confidant of his amours." "With whom?" "With Mademoiselle de Mancini." D'Artagnan breathed freely again. "Ah, I don't say no to that," replied he. "It appears that the king took you one morning over the bridge of Brulois to talk with his lady love." "That's true," said D'Artagnan, "and you know that, do you? Well, then, you must know that the same day I gave in my resignation." "What, sincerely?" "Nothing more so." "It was after that, then, that you went to the Comte de la Fere?" "Yes." "Afterwards to me?" "Yes." "And then Porthos?" "Yes." "Was it in order to pay us a simple visit?" "No, I did not know you were engaged, and I wished to take you with me into England." "Yes, I understand." "And then you executed alone, wonderful man as you are, what you wanted to propose to us all four. I suspected you had something to do with that famous restoration, when I learned that you had been seen at King Charles's reception, and that he appeared to treat you like a friend, or rather like a person to whom he was under an obligation." "But how the devil did you learn all that?" asked D'Artagnan, who began to fear that the investigation of Aramis had extended further than he wished. "Dear D'Artagnan," said the prelate, "my friendship resembles, in a degree, the solicitude of that night watch whom we have in the little tower of the Mole, at that extremity of the quay. That brave man, every night, lights a lantern to direct the barks that come from the sea. He is concealed in his sentry box, and the fishermen do not see him, but he follows them with interest. He divines them, he calls them, he attracts them into the way to the port. I resemble this watcher. From time to time some news reaches me, and recalls to my remembrance all those I loved. Then I follow the friends of old days over the stormy ocean of the world, I, a poor watcher, to whom God has kindly given the shelter of a sentry box. Well, what did I do when I came from England?" "Ah, there," replied Aramis, "you get beyond my depth. I know nothing of you since your return. D'Artagnan, my eyes are dim. I regretted you did not think of me. I wept over your forgetfulness. I was wrong. I see you again, and it is a festival, a great festival, I assure you solemnly. How is Athos?" "Very well, thank you." "And our young pupil, Raoul?" "He seems to have inherited the skill of his father, Athos, and the strength of his tutor, Porthos." "And on what occasion have you been able to judge of that?" "Eh, mon Dieu, on the eve of my departure from Paris." "Indeed! Tell me all about it." "Yes, there was an execution at the Greve, and in consequence of that execution, a riot. We happened, by accident, to be in the riot, and in this riot we were obliged to have recourse to our swords, and he did wonders." "Bah! What did he do?" "Why, in the first place, he threw a man out of the window, as he would have flung a sack full of flock. "Come, that's pretty well," said Porthos. Then he drew, and cut, and thrust away, as we fellows used to do in the good old times. "And what was the cause of this riot?" said Porthos. D'Artagnan remarked upon the face of Aramis a complete indifference to this question of Porthos. "Why," said he, fixing his eyes upon Aramis, "on account of the two farmers of the revenue, friends of Monsieur Fouquet, whom the king forced to disgorge their plunder, and then hang them." A scarcely perceptible contraction of the prelate's brow showed that he had heard D'Artagnan's reply. "Oh, oh!" said Porthos. "And what were the names of those friends of Monsieur Fouquet?" "Messieurs Desmourais and Lyodot," said D'Artagnan. "Do you know those names, Aramis?" "No," said the prelate disdainfully; "they sound like the names of financiers." "Exactly, so they were." "Oh, Monsieur Fouquet allows his friends to be hanged, then," says Porthos. "And why not?" says Aramis. "Why, it seems to me, if these culprits were hanged, it was by order of the king. Now, Monsieur Fouquet, though superintendent of the finances, has not, I believe, the right of life and death." "That may be," said Porthos; "but in the place of Monsieur Fouquet—" Aramis was afraid Porthos was about to say something awkward, so interrupted him. "Come, D'Artagnan," said he, "this is quite enough about other people; let us talk a little about you." "Of me you know all that I can tell you. On the contrary, let me hear a little about you, Aramis." "I have told you, my friend, there is nothing of Aramis left in me." "Nor of the Abbé d'Herblay even?" "No, not even of him. You see a man whom Providence has given by the hand, whom he has conducted to a position that he could never have dared even to hope for." "Providence?" asked D'Artagnan. "Yes." "Well, that is strange. I was told it was Monsieur Fouquet." "Who told you that?" cried Aramis, without being able, with all the power of his will, to prevent the color rising to his cheeks. "Ma foi! Why, Bazin." "The fool!" "I do not say he is a man of genius, it is true, but he told me so, and after him I repeat it to you." "I have never even seen Monsieur Fouquet," replied Aramis, with a look as pure and calm as that of a virgin who has never told a lie. "Well, but if you had seen him and known him, there is no harm in that," replied D'Artagnan. "Monsieur Fouquet is a very good sort of a man." "Humph! A great politician." Aramis made a gesture of indifference. "An all-powerful minister." "I only hold to the king and the pope." "Dame, listen, then," said D'Artagnan, in the most natural tone imaginable. "I said that because everybody here swears by Monsieur Fouquet. The plain is Monsieur Fouquet's. The salt mines I am about to buy are Monsieur Fouquet's. The island in which Porthos studies topography is Monsieur Fouquet's. The garrison is Monsieur Fouquet's. The galleys are Monsieur Fouquet's. I confess, then, that nothing would have surprised me in your enfeoffment, or rather in that of your diocese, to Monsieur Fouquet. He is a different master from the king, that is all, but quite as powerful as Louis." "Thank God, I am not a vassal to anybody. I belong to nobody, and am entirely my own master," replied Aramis, who, during this conversation, followed with his eye every gesture of D'Artagnan, every glance of Porthos. But D'Artagnan was impassible, and Porthos motionless. The thrusts aimed so skillfully were parried by an able adversary. Not one hit the mark. Nevertheless, both began to feel the fatigue of such a contest, and the announcement of supper was well received by everybody. Supper changed the course of conversation. Besides, they felt that, upon their guard as each one had been, they could neither of them boast of having the advantage. Porthos had understood nothing of what had been meant. He had held himself motionless, because Aramis had made him a sign not to stir. Supper, for him, was nothing but supper. But that was quite enough for Porthos. The supper, then, went off very well. D'Artagnan was in high spirits, Aramis succeeding himself in kind affability. Porthos ate like an old Pelops. Their talk was of war, finance, the arts, and love. Aramis played astonishment at every word of politics D'Artagnan risked. This long series of surprises increased the mistrust of D'Artagnan, as the eternal indifference of D'Artagnan provoked the suspicions of Aramis. At length D'Artagnan, designedly, uttered the name of Colbert. He had reserved that stroke for the last. "Who is this Colbert?" asked the bishop. "Oh, come," said D'Artagnan to himself, "that is too strong. We must be careful, Mordioux. We must be careful." And then he gave Aramis all the information respecting Monsieur Colbert he could desire. The supper, or rather the conversation, was prolonged until 1 o'clock in the morning between D'Artagnan and Aramis. At 10 o'clock precisely Porthos had fallen asleep in his chair and snored like an organ. At midnight he woke up, and they sent him to bed. said he. I was near falling asleep. But that was all very interesting you were talking about. At 1 o'clock Aramis conducted D'Artagnan to the chamber destined for him, which was the best in the episcopal residence. 2 servants were placed at his command. "Tomorrow, at 8 o'clock," said he, taking leave of D'Artagnan, "we will take, if agreeable to you, a ride on horseback with Porthos." "At 8 o'clock?" said D'Artagnan. "So late?" "You know that I require 7 hours' sleep," said Aramis. "That is true." "Good night, dear friend." And he embraced the musketeer cordially. D'Artagnan allowed him to depart. Then, as soon as the door closed, "Good!" cried he. "At 5 o'clock I will be on foot." This determination being made, he went to bed, and quietly put 2 and 2 together, as people say. End of chapter 72. Recording by Todd. Chapter 73 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS, Chapter 73, in which Porthos begins to be sorry for having come with D'Artagnan. Scarcely had D'Artagnan extinguished his taper when Aramis, who had watched through his curtains the last glimmer of light in his friend's apartment, traversed the corridor on tiptoe, and went to Porthos's room. The giant, who had been in bed nearly an hour and a half, lay grandly stretched out on the down bed. He was in that happy calm of the first sleep, which, with Porthos, resisted the noise of bells or the report of cannon. His head swam in that soft oscillation which reminds us of the soothing movement of a ship. In a moment Porthos would have begun to dream. The door of the chamber opened softly under the delicate pressure of the hand of Aramis. The bishop approached the sleeper. A thick carpet deadened his steps, besides which Porthos snored in a manner to drown all noise. He laid one hand on his shoulder. "Rouse," he said. "Wake up, my dear Porthos." The voice of Aramis was soft and kind, but it conveyed more than a notice. It conveyed an order. His hand was light, but it indicated danger. Porthos heard the voice, and felt the hand of Aramis, even in the depths of sleep. He started up. "Who goes there?" cried he, in his giant's voice. "Hush, hush, it is I," said Aramis. "You, my friend? And what the devil do you wake me for?" "To tell you that you must set off directly." "Set off?" "Yes." "Where for?" "For Paris." Porthos bounded up in his bed, and then sank back down again, fixing his great eyes in agitation upon Aramis. "For Paris?" "Yes." 100 leagues?" said he. 104, replied the bishop. "Oh, mon Dieu!" sighed Porthos, lying down again, like children who contend with their bonne to gain an hour or 2 more sleep. 30 hours riding," said Aramis firmly. "You know there are good relays." Porthos pushed out one leg, allowing a groan to escape him. "Come, come, my friend," insisted the prelate with a sort of impatience. Porthos drew the other leg out of the bed. "And it is absolutely necessary that I should go at once?" "Urgently necessary." Porthos got upon his feet, and began to shake both walls and floors with his steps of a marble statue. "Hush, hush! For the love of heaven, my dear Porthos," said Aramis. "You will wake somebody." "Ah, that's true," replied Porthos in a voice of thunder. "I forget that, but be satisfied. I am on guard." And so saying, he let fall a belt loaded with his sword and pistols, and a purse, from which the crowns escaped with a vibrating and prolonged noise. This noise made the blood of Aramis boil, whilst it drew from Porthos a formidable burst of laughter. "How droll that is!" he said in the same voice. "Not so loud, Porthos, not so loud." "True, true." And he lowered his voice a half note. "I was going to say," continued Porthos, "that it is droll that we are never so slow as when we are in a hurry, and never make so much noise as when we wish to be silent." "Yes, that is true. But let us give the proverb the lie, Porthos. Let us make haste and hold our tongue." "You see I am doing my best," said Porthos, putting on his haut de chausses. "Very well. This is something in haste?" "This is more than that. It is serious, Porthos." "Oh, oh!" "D'Artagnan has questioned you, has he not?" "Questioned me?" "Yes, at Belle Isle." "Not the least in the world." "Are you sure of that, Porthos?" "Parbleu!" "It is impossible. Recollect yourself." "He asked me what I was doing, and I told him. Studying topography. I would have made use of another word which you employed one day." "Castromeditation?" "Yes, that's it, but I never could recollect it." "All the better. What more did he ask you?" "Who Monsieur Guettard was." "Next?" "Who Monsieur Jupenet was." "He did not happen to see our plan of fortifications, did he?" "Yes."
The devil he did! But don't be alarmed. I had rubbed out your writing with India rubber. It was impossible for him to suppose you had given me any advice in these works. Aye, but our friend has phenomenally keen eyes. What are you afraid of? I fear that everything is discovered, Porthos. The matter is, then, to prevent a great misfortune. I have given orders to my people to close all the gates and doors. D'Artagnan will not be able to get out before daybreak. Your horse is already saddled. You will gain the first relay. By 5 o'clock in the morning you will have traversed 15 leagues. Come!" Aramis then assisted Porthos to dress, piece by piece, with as much celerity as the most skilled valet de chambre could have done. Porthos, half stupefied, let him do as he liked, and confounded himself with excuses. When he was ready, Aramis took him by the hand and led him, making him place his foot with precaution on every step of the stairs, preventing him running against door frames, turning him this way and that, as if Aramis had been the giant and Porthos the dwarf. Soult set fire to an animated matter. A horse was waiting, ready saddled, in the courtyard. Porthos mounted. Then Aramis himself took the horse by the bridle, and led him over some dung spread in the yard, with the evident intention of suppressing noise. He, at the same time, held tight the horse's nose, to prevent him neighing. When arrived at the outward gate, drawing Porthos toward him, who was going off without even asking what for, "Now, friend Porthos, now, without drawing bridle, till you get to Paris," whispered he in his ears. "Eat on horseback, drink on horseback, but lose not a minute." "Well, that's enough, I will not stop." "This letter to Monsieur Fouquet? Cost what it may, he must have it tomorrow before midday." "He shall." "And do not forget one thing, my friend." "What is that?" "That you are riding out on a hunt for your brevet de duc and peer." "Oh!" said Porthos, with his eyes sparkling. "I will do it in 24 hours, in that case." "Try." "Then let go the bridle, and forward, Goliath!" Aramis did let go, not the bridle, but the horse's nose. Porthos released his hand, clapped spurs to his horse, which set off in a gallop. As long as he could distinguish Porthos through darkness, Aramis followed him with his eyes. When he was completely out of sight, he re-entered the yard. Nothing had stirred in D'Artagnan's apartment. The valet placed on watch at the door had neither seen any light, nor heard any noise. Aramis closed his door carefully, set the lackey to bed, and quickly sought his own. D'Artagnan really suspected nothing, therefore thought he had gained everything when he awoke in the morning about 4:30. He ran to the window in his shirt. The window looked out upon the court. Day was dawning. The court was deserted. The fowls, even, had not left their roosts. Not a servant appeared. Every door was closed. "Good, all is still," said D'Artagnan to himself. "Never mind. I am up first in the house. Let us dress. That will be so much done." And D'Artagnan dressed himself. But this time he endeavored not to give to the costume of Monsieur Agnan that bourgeois and almost ecclesiastical rigidity he had affected before. He managed, by drawing his belt tighter, by buttoning his clothes in a different fashion, and by putting on his hat a little on one side, to restore to his person a little of that military character, the absence of which had surprised Aramis. This being done, he made free, or affected to make free with his host, and entered his chamber without ceremony. Aramis was asleep, or feigned to be so. A large book lay open upon his night desk. A wax light was still burning in its silver sconce. This was more than enough to prove to D'Artagnan the quiescence of the prelate's night, and the good intentions of his waking. The musketeer did to the bishop precisely as the bishop had done to Porthos. He tapped him on the shoulder. Evidently, Aramis pretended to sleep, for, instead of waking suddenly, he who slept so lightly required a repetition of the summons. "Ah, is that you?" said he, stretching his arms. "What an agreeable surprise! Ma foi! Sleep has made me forget I had the happiness to possess you. What o'clock is it?" "I do not know," said D'Artagnan, a little embarrassed. "Early, I believe; but, you know, that devil of a habit of waking with the day sticks to me still." "Do you wish that we should go out so soon?" asked Aramis. "It appears to me to be very early." "Just as you like." "I thought we had agreed not to get on horseback before 8." "Possibly; but I had so great a wish to see you, that I said to myself, the sooner the better." "And my 7 hours' sleep," said Aramis. "Take care, I have reckoned upon them, and what I lose of them I must make up." "But it seems to me that, formerly, you were less of a sleeper than that, dear friend. Your blood was alive, and you were never to be found in bed." "And it is exactly on account of what you tell me that I am so fond of being there now." "Then you confess that it is not for the sake of sleeping that you have put me off till 8 o'clock?" "I have been afraid you would laugh at me if I told you the truth." "Tell me, notwithstanding." "Well, from 6 to 8 I am accustomed to perform my devotions." "Your devotions?" "Yes." I did not believe a bishop's exercises were so severe. A bishop, my friend, must sacrifice more to appearance than a simple cleric. Mon Dieu! Aramis, that is a word which reconciles me with your greatness. To appearances. That is a musketeer's word, in good truth. Vivons les apparences, Aramis. Instead of felicitating me upon it, pardon me, D'Artagnan. It is a very mundane word which I had allowed to escape me. Must I leave you then? I want time to collect my thoughts, my friend, and for my usual prayers. Well, I leave you to them. But on account of that poor pagan D'Artagnan, abridge them for once, I beg. I thirst for speech with you. Well, D'Artagnan, I promise you that within an hour and a half of devotions! Ah, my friend, be as reasonable with me as you can. Let me have the best bargain possible. Aramis began to laugh. Still agreeable, still young, still gay, said he. You have come into my diocese to set me quarreling with grace. Bah! And you know well that I was never able to resist your seductions. You will cost me my salvation, D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan bit his lips. Well, said he, I will take the sin on my own head. Favor me with one simple Christian sign of the cross, favor me with one prayer, and we will part. Hush, said Aramis. We are no longer alone. I hear strangers coming up. Well, dismiss them. Impossible. I made an appointment with them yesterday. It is the principal of the college of the Jesuits, and the superior of the Dominicans. Your staff? Well, so be it. What are you going to do? I will go and wait Porthos, and remain in his company till you have finished the conference. Aramis did not stir. His brow remained unbent. He betrayed himself by no gesture or word. Go, said he, as D'Artagnan advanced to the door. Apropos, do you know where Porthos sleeps? No, but I will inquire. Take the corridor, and open the second door on the left. Thank you. Au revoir. And D'Artagnan departed in the direction pointed out by Aramis. 10 minutes had not passed away when he came back. He found Aramis seated between the superior of the Dominicans and the principal of the college of the Jesuits, exactly in the same situation as he had found him formerly in the auberge de Crèvecoeur. This company did not at all terrify the musketeer. What is it? Said Aramis quietly. You have apparently something to say to me, my friend? It is, replied D'Artagnan, fixing his eyes upon Aramis. It is that Porthos is not in his apartment. Indeed, said Aramis calmly. Are you sure? Pardieu, I came from his chamber. Where can he be then? That is what I am asking you. And you have not inquired? Yes, I have. And what answer did you get? That Porthos, often walking out in a morning, without saying anything, has probably gone out. What did you do then? I went to the stables, replied D'Artagnan carelessly. What to do? To see if Porthos had departed on horseback. And? Interrogated the bishop. Well, there is a horse missing. Stall number 3, Goliath. All this dialogue, it must be easily understood, was not exempt from a certain affectation on the part of the musketeer, and a perfect compliance on the part of Aramis. Oh, I guess how it is, said Aramis, after having considered it for a moment. Porthos has gone out to give us a surprise. A surprise? Yes, the canal which goes from Vannes to the sea abounds in teal and snipes. That is Porthos's favorite sport, and he will bring us back a dozen for breakfast. Do you think so? Said D'Artagnan. I am sure of it. Where else can he be? I would lay a wager he took a gun with him. Well, that is possible, said D'Artagnan. Do one thing, my friend. Get on horseback and join him. You are right, said D'Artagnan. I will. Shall I go with you? No, thank you. Porthos is a rather remarkable man. I will inquire as I go along. Will you take an arquebus? Thank you. Order what horse you like to be saddled. The one I rode yesterday, on coming from Belle Isle. So be it. Use the horse as your own. Aramis rang, and gave orders to have the horse D'Artagnan had chosen saddled. D'Artagnan followed the servant charged with the execution of this order. When arrived at the door, the servant drew to one side to allow Monsieur d'Artagnan to pass, and at that moment he caught the eye of his master. A knitting of the brow gave the intelligent spy to understand that all should be given to D'Artagnan he wished. D'Artagnan got into the saddle, and Aramis heard the steps of his horse on the pavement. An instant later the servant returned. Well? asked the bishop. Monseigneur, he has followed the course of the canal, and is going towards the sea, said the servant. Very well, said Aramis. In fact, D'Artagnan, dismissing all suspicion, hastened towards the ocean, constantly hoping to see in the Landes, or on the beach, the colossal profile of Porthos. He persisted in fancying he could trace a horse's step in every puddle. Sometimes he imagined he heard the report of a gun. This illusion lasted 3 hours, during 2 of which he went forward in search of his friend. In the last he returned to the house. We must have crossed, said he, and I shall find them waiting for me at table. D'Artagnan was mistaken.
He no more found Porthos at the palace than he had found him on the seashore. Aramis was waiting for him at the top of the stairs, looking very much concerned. "Did my people not find you, my dear D'Artagnan?" cried he, as soon as he caught sight of the musketeer. "No. Did you send any one after me?" "I am deeply concerned, my friend, deeply, to have induced you to make such useless search. But about 7 o'clock the almoner of Saint Patern came here. He had met Du Vallon, who was going away, and who, being unwilling to disturb any one at the palace, had charged him to tell me that, fearing Monsieur Guitard would play him some ill turn in his absence, he was going to take advantage of the morning tide to make a tour of Belle Isle. But tell me, Goliath has not passed the 4 leagues of sea, I should think." "There are a full 6," said Aramis. "That makes it less probable still." "Therefore, my friend," said Aramis, with one of his blandest smiles, "Goliath is in the stables, well pleased. I will answer for it that Porthos is no longer on his back." In fact, the horse had been brought back from the relay by the direction of the prelate, from whom no detail escaped. D'Artagnan appeared as well satisfied as possible with the explanation. He entered upon a part of dissimulation which agreed perfectly with the suspicions that arose most strongly in his mind. He breakfasted between the Jesuit and Aramis, having the Dominican in front of him, and smiled particularly at the Dominican, whose jolly, fat face pleased him much. The repast was long and sumptuous. Excellent Spanish wine, fine Morbihan oysters, exquisite fish from the mouth of the Loire, enormous prawns from Pamboeuf, and delicious game from the moors, constituted the principal part of it. D'Artagnan ate much, and drank but little. Aramis drank nothing, unless it was water. After the repast, "You offered me an arquebus," said D'Artagnan. "I did." "Lend it me, then. Are you going shooting?" "Whilst waiting for Porthos, it is the best thing I can do, I think." "Take what you like from the trophy." "Will you not come with me?" "I would with great pleasure; but alas, my friend, sporting is forbidden to bishops." "Ah!" said D'Artagnan, "I did not know that." "Besides," continued Aramis, "I shall be busy till midday." "I shall go alone, then?" said D'Artagnan. "I am sorry to say you must; but come back to dinner." "Pardieu! the eating at your house is too good to make me think of not coming back." And thereupon D'Artagnan quitted his host, bowed to the guests, and took his arquebus; but instead of shooting, went straight to the little port of Vannes. He looked in vain to observe if anybody saw him. He could discern neither thing nor person. He engaged a little fishing boat for 25 livres, and set off at 11:30, convinced he had not been followed. And that was true, he had not been followed, only a Jesuit brother, placed in the top of the steeple of his church, had not, since the morning, by the help of an excellent glass, lost sight of one of his steps. At 11:15, Aramis was informed that D'Artagnan was sailing towards Belle Isle. The voyage was rapid. A good north-northeast wind drove him towards the isle. As he approached, his eyes were constantly fixed upon the coast. He looked to see if, upon the shore or upon the fortifications, the brilliant dress and vast stature of Porthos should stand out against a slightly clouded sky, but his search was in vain. He landed without having seen anything. I learnt from the first soldier interrogated by him that M. du Vallon had not yet returned from Vannes. Then, without losing an instant, D'Artagnan ordered his little bark to put its head towards Sarzeau. We know that the wind changes with the different hours of the day. The breeze had veered from the north-northeast to the southeast. The wind, then, was almost as good for the return to Sarzeau as it had been for the voyage to Belle Isle. In 3 hours D'Artagnan had touched the continent. 2 hours more sufficed for his ride to Vannes. In spite of the rapidity of his passage, what D'Artagnan endured of impatience and anger during that short passage, the deck alone of the vessel, upon which he stamped backwards and forwards for 3 hours, could testify. He made but one bound from the quay whereupon he landed to the episcopal palace. He thought to terrify Aramis by the promptitude of his return. He wished to reproach him with his duplicity, and yet with reserve, but with sufficient spirit, nevertheless, to make him feel all the consequences of it, and force from him a part of his secret. He hoped, in short, thanks to that heat of expression which is to secrets what the charge with the bayonet is to redoubts, to bring the mysterious Aramis to some manifestation or other. But he found, in the vestibule of the palace, the valet de chambre, who closed his passage, while smiling upon him with a stupid air. "Monseigneur?" cried D'Artagnan, endeavoring to put him aside with his hand. Moved for an instant, the valet resumed his station. "Monseigneur?" said he. "Yes, to be sure. Do you not know me, imbecile?" "Yes, you are the Chevalier d'Artagnan." "Then let me pass." "It is of no use." "Why of no use?" "Because his greatness is not at home." "What! His greatness is not at home? Where is he, then?" "Gone." "Gone?" "Yes." "Whither?" "I don't know. But perhaps he tells Monsieur le Chevalier." "And how? Where? In what fashion?" "In this letter, which he gave me for Monsieur le Chevalier."
and the valet de chambre drew a letter from his pocket. "Give it to me, then, you rascal!" said D'Artagnan, snatching it from his hand. "Oh, yes," continued he at the first line. "Yes, I understand." And he read: "Dear friend, an affair of the most urgent nature calls me to a distant parish of my diocese. I hope to see you again before I set out, but I lose that hope in thinking that you are going, no doubt, to remain 2 or 3 days at Belle Isle, with our dear Porthos. Amuse yourself as well as you can, but do not attempt to hold out against him at table. This is a counsel I might have given even to Athos in his most brilliant and best days. Adieu, dear friend. Believe that I regret greatly not having better, and for a longer time, profited by your excellent company." "Mon Dieu!" cried D'Artagnan, "I am tricked. Ah, blockhead, brute, triple fool that I am! But those laugh best who laugh last. Oh, duped, duped like a monkey, cheated with an empty nutshell!" And with a hearty blow bestowed upon the nose of the smirking valet de chambre, he made all haste out of the episcopal palace. Fouquet, however good a trotter, was not equal to present circumstances. D'Artagnan therefore took the post, and chose a horse which he soon caused to demonstrate, with good spurs and a light hand, that deer are not the swiftest animals in nature. End of chapter 73. Recording by Todd. Chapter 74 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS. Chapter 74, in which D'Artagnan makes all speed, Porthos snores, and Aramis counsels. From 30 to 35 hours after the events we have just related, as M. Fouquet, according to his custom, having interdicted his door, was working in the cabinet of his house at Saint Mande, with which we are already acquainted, a carriage, drawn by 4 horses steaming with sweat, entered the court at full gallop. This carriage was, probably, expected, for 3 or 4 lackeys hastened to the door, which they opened. Whilst M. Fouquet rose from his bureau and ran to the window, a man got painfully out of the carriage, descending with difficulty the 3 steps of the door, leaning upon the shoulders of the lackeys. He had scarcely uttered his name, when the valet upon whom he was not leaning sprang up to the perron, and disappeared in the vestibule. This man went to inform his master, but he had no occasion to knock at the door. Fouquet was standing on the threshold. "Monseigneur, the Bishop of Vannes," said he. "Very well," replied his master. Then, leaning over the banister of the staircase, of which Aramis was beginning to ascend the first steps, "Ah, dear friend," said he, "you, so soon!" "Yes, I myself, monsieur." "But bruised, battered, as you see." "Oh, my dear friend," said Fouquet, presenting him his arm, on which Aramis leant, whilst the servants drew back respectfully. "Bah!" replied Aramis, "it is nothing, since I am here. The principal thing was that I should get here, and here I am." "Speak quickly," said Fouquet, closing the door of the cabinet behind Aramis and himself. "Are we alone?" "Yes, perfectly." "No one observes us? No one can hear us?" "Be satisfied, nobody." "Has M. du Vallon arrived?" "Yes." "And you have received my letter?" "Yes. The affair is serious, apparently, since it necessitates your attendance in Paris at a moment when your presence was so urgent elsewhere." "You are right. It could not be more serious." "Thank you, thank you. What is it about? But for God's sake, before anything else, take time to breathe, dear friend. You are so pale. You frighten me." "I am really in great pain. But, for heaven's sake, think nothing about me. Did M. du Vallon tell you nothing, when he delivered the letter to you?" "No. I heard a great noise. I went to the window. I saw at the foot of the perron a sort of horseman of marble. I went down, he held the letter out to me, and his horse fell down dead." "But he?" "He fell with the horse. He was lifted and carried to an apartment. Having read the letter, I went up to him, in hopes of obtaining more ample information, but he was asleep, and after such a fashion that it was impossible to wake him. I took pity on him. I gave orders that his boots should be cut from off his legs, and that he should be left quite undisturbed. So far well. Now, this is the question at hand, monseigneur. You have seen M. d'Artagnan in Paris, have you not?" "Certes." "And think him a man of intelligence, and even a man of heart, though he did bring about the death of our dear friends, Lyodot and Desmarets." "Alas! yes, I heard of that." At Tours I met the courier who was bringing the letter from Gourville, and the dispatches from Pelisson. But have you seriously reflected on that event, monsieur?" "Yes." "And in it you perceived a direct attack upon your sovereignty?" "And do you believe it to be so?" "Oh, yes, I think so." "Well, I must confess that sad idea occurred to me likewise." "Do not blind yourself, monsieur, in the name of Heaven. Listen attentively to me. I return to D'Artagnan." "I am all attention." "Under what circumstances did you see him?" "He came here for money." "With what kind of order?" "With an order from the king." "Direct?" "Signed by his majesty." "There, then. Well, D'Artagnan has been to Belle Isle. He was disguised; he came in the character of some sort of an intendant charged by his master to purchase salt mines. Now D'Artagnan has no other master but the king. He came, then, sent by the king. He saw Porthos." "Who was Porthos?" "I beg your pardon, I made a mistake. He saw Monsieur du Vallon at Belle Isle, and he knows, as well as you and I know, that Belle Isle is fortified." "And you think that the king sent him there?" said Fouquet, pensively. "I certainly do." "And D'Artagnan in the hands of the king is a dangerous instrument?" "The most dangerous imaginable." "Then I formed a correct opinion of him at the first glance." "How so?" "I wished to attach him to myself." "If you judged him to be the bravest, the most acute, and the most adroit man in France, you judged correctly." "He must be had, then, at any price." "D'Artagnan?" "Is that not your opinion?" "It may be my opinion, but you will never get him." "Why?" "Because we have allowed the time to go by. He was dissatisfied with the court; we should have profited by that. Since then he has passed into England. There he powerfully assisted in the Restoration. There he gained a fortune, and, after all, he returned to the services of the king." "Well, if he has returned to the service of the king, it is because he is well paid in that service." "We will pay him even better, that is all." "Oh, monsieur, excuse me, D'Artagnan has a high respect for his word, and where that is once engaged, he keeps it." "What do you conclude, then?" said Fouquet, with great inquietude. "At present, the principal thing is to parry a dangerous blow." "And how is it to be parried?" "Listen." "But D'Artagnan will come and render an account to the king of his mission." "Oh, we have time enough to think of that." "How so?" "You are much in advance of him, I presume?" "Nearly 10 hours." "Well, in 10 hours—" Aramis shook his pale head. "Look at these clouds which flit across the heavens, at these swallows which cut the air. D'Artagnan moves more quickly than the clouds or the birds. D'Artagnan is the wind which carries them." "A strange man!" "I tell you, he is superhuman, monsieur. He is of my own age, and I have known him these 35 years." "Well?" "Well, listen to my calculations, monsieur. I send Monsieur du Vallon off to you 2 hours after midnight. Monsieur du Vallon was 8 hours in advance of me. When did Monsieur du Vallon arrive?" "About 4 hours ago." "You see, then, that I gained 4 upon him; and yet Porthos is a staunch horseman, and he has left on the road 8 dead horses, whose bodies I came to successively. I rode post 50 leagues, but I have the gout, the gravel, and what else I know not, so that fatigue kills me. I was obliged to dismount at Tours. Since then, rolling along in a carriage, half dead, sometimes overturned, drawn upon the sides, and sometimes on the back of the carriage, always with 4 spirited horses at full gallop, I have arrived. Arrived, gaining 4 hours upon Porthos. But see you, D'Artagnan does not weigh 300 weight, as Porthos does. D'Artagnan has not the gout and gravel, as I have. He is not a horseman, he is a centaur. D'Artagnan, look you, set out for Belle Isle when I set out for Paris, and D'Artagnan, notwithstanding my 10 hours advance, D'Artagnan will arrive within 2 hours after me." "But then, accidents?" "He never meets with accidents." "Horses may fail him." "He will run as fast as a horse." "Good God, what a man!" "Yes, he is a man whom I love and admire. I love him because he is good, great, and loyal. I admire him because he represents in my eyes the culminating point of human power. But, whilst loving and admiring him, I fear him, and am on my guard against him. Now, then, I resume, monsieur. In 2 hours D'Artagnan will be here. Be beforehand with him. Go to the Louvre and see the king before he sees D'Artagnan." "What shall I say to the king?" "Nothing. Give him Belle Isle." "Oh, Monsieur d'Herblay! Monsieur d'Herblay!" cried Fouquet. "What projects crushed all at once!" "After one project that has failed, there is always another project that will lead to fortune. We should never despair."
Go, monsieur, and go at once." "But that garrison, so carefully chosen, the king will change it directly." "That garrison, monsieur, was the king's when it entered Belle Isle; it is yours now. It is the same with all garrisons after a fortnight's occupation. Let things go on, monsieur. Do you see any inconvenience in having an army at the end of a year, instead of 2 regiments? Do you not see that your garrison of today will make you partisans at La Rochelle, Nantes, Bordeaux, Toulouse, in short, wherever they may be sent to? Go to the king, monsieur, go, time flies. And D'Artagnan, while we are losing time, is flying, like an arrow, along the high road. Monsieur d'Herblay, you know that each word from you is a germ which fructifies in my thoughts. I will go to the Louvre. Instantly, will you not? I only ask time to change my dress. Remember that D'Artagnan has no need to pass through Saint-Mande, but will go straight to the Louvre. That is cutting off an hour from the advantage that yet remains to us. D'Artagnan may have everything except my English horses. I shall be at the Louvre within 25 minutes." And without losing a second, Fouquet gave orders for his departure. Aramis had only time to say to him, "Return as quickly as you go, for I shall await you impatiently." 5 minutes after, the superintendent was flying along the road to Paris. During this time, Aramis desired to be shown the chamber in which Porthos was sleeping. At the door of Fouquet's cabinet he was folded in the arms of Pelisson, who had just heard of his arrival, and had left his office to see him. Aramis received, with that friendly dignity which he knew so well how to assume, these caresses, respectful as earnest, but all at once stopping on the landing place. "What is that I hear up yonder?" There was, in fact, a hoarse, growling kind of noise, like the roar of a hungry tiger or an impatient lion. "Oh, that is nothing," said Pelisson, smiling. "Well, but it is Monsieur du Vallon, snoring." "Ah, true," said Aramis, "I had forgotten. No one but he is capable of making such a noise. Allow me, Pelisson, to inquire if he wants anything." "And you will permit me to accompany you?" "Oh, certainly." And both entered the chamber. Porthos was stretched upon the bed. His face was violet rather than red, his eyes were swelled, his mouth was wide open. The roaring which escaped from the deep cavities of his chest made the glass of the windows vibrate. To those developed and clearly defined muscles starting from his face, to his hair matted with sweat, to the energetic heaving of his chin and shoulders, it was impossible to refuse a certain degree of admiration. Strength carried to this point is semi-divine. The Herculean legs and feet of Porthos had, by swelling, burst his stockings. All the strength of his huge body was converted into the rigidity of stone. Porthos moved no more than does the giant of granite which reclines upon the plains of Agrigentum. According to Pelisson's orders, his boots had been cut off, for no human power could have pulled them off. 4 lackeys had tried in vain, pulling at them as they would have pulled capstans, and yet all this did not waken him. They had hacked off his boots in fragments, and his legs had fallen back upon the bed. They then cut off the rest of his clothes, carried him to a bath, in which they let him soak a considerable time. They then put on him clean linen, and placed him in a well-warmed bed, the whole with efforts and pains which might have roused a dead man, but which did not make Porthos open an eye or interrupt, for a second, the formidable diapason of his snoring. Aramis wished, on his part, with his nervous nature, armed with extraordinary courage, to outbrave fatigue, and employ himself with Gourville and Pelisson, but he fainted in the chair in which he had persisted sitting. He was carried into the adjoining room, where the repose of bed soon soothed his failing brain. End of chapter 74. Recording by Todd. Chapter 75 of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre DUMAS, Chapter 75, in which Monsieur Fouquet acts. In the meantime, Fouquet was hastening to the Louvre, at the best speed of his English horses. The king was at work with Colbert. All at once the king became thoughtful. The 2 sentences of death he had signed on mounting his throne sometimes recurred to his memory. There were 2 black spots which he saw with his eyes open, 2 spots of blood which he saw when his eyes were closed. "Monsieur," said he rather sharply, to the intendant, "it sometimes seems to me that those 2 men you made me condemn were not very great culprits." "Sire?"
They were picked out from the herd of the farmers of the financiers, which wanted decimating. Picked out by whom? By necessity, sire, replied Colbert, coldly. Necessity? A great word, murmured the young king. A great goddess, sire. They were devoted friends of the superintendent, were they not? Yes, sire. Friends who would have given up their lives for Monsieur Fouquet. They have given them, monsieur, said the king. That is true, but uselessly, by good luck, which was not their intention. How much money had these men fraudulently obtained? 10 millions, perhaps, of which 6 have been confiscated. And that is money in my coffers? Said the king with a certain air of repugnance. It is there, sire. But this confiscation, while threatening Monsieur Fouquet, has not touched him. You conclude, then, Monsieur Colbert, that if Monsieur Fouquet has raised against your majesty a troop of fractious rioters to extricate his friends from punishment, he will raise an army when he has in turn to extricate himself from punishment. The king darted at his confidant one of those looks which resemble the livid fire of a flash of lightning, one of those looks which illuminate the darkness of the basest consciences. I am astonished, said he, that, thinking such things of Monsieur Fouquet, you did not come to give me your counsels thereon. Counsels upon what, sire? Tell me, in the first place, clearly and precisely, what do you think, Monsieur Colbert? Upon what subject, sire? Upon the conduct of Monsieur Fouquet. I think, sire, that Monsieur Fouquet, not satisfied with attracting all the money to himself, as Monsieur Mazarin did, and by that means depriving your majesty of one part of your power, still wishes to attract to himself all the friends of easy life and pleasure, of what idlers call poetry, and politicians corruption. I think that, by holding the subjects of your majesty in pay, he trespasses upon the royal prerogative, and cannot, if this continues so, be long in placing your majesty among the weak and the obscure. How would you qualify all these projects, Monsieur Colbert? The projects of Monsieur Fouquet, sire? Yes. They are called crimes of the lèse-majesté. And what is done to criminals guilty of lèse-majesté? They are arrested, tried, and punished. You are quite certain that Monsieur Fouquet has conceived the idea of the crime you impute to him? I can say more, sire. There is even a commencement of the execution of it. Well, then, I return to that which I was saying, Monsieur Colbert. And you were saying, sire? Give me counsel. Pardon me, sire, but in the first place I have something to add. Say, what? An evident, palpable, material proof of treason. And what is that? I have just learnt that Monsieur Fouquet is fortifying Belle Isle. Ah, indeed! Yes, sire. Are you sure? Perfectly. Do you know, sire, what soldiers there are in Belle Isle? No, mon foi. Do you? I am ignorant likewise, sire. I should therefore propose to your majesty to send somebody to Belle Isle. Who? Me, for instance. And what would you do at Belle Isle? Inform myself whether, after the example of the ancient feudal lords, Monsieur Fouquet was battlementing his walls. And with what purpose could he do that? With the purpose of defending himself some day against his king. But if that is thus, Monsieur Colbert, said Louis, we must immediately do as you say. Monsieur Fouquet must be arrested. That is impossible. I thought I had already told you, monsieur, that I suppressed that word in my service. The service of your majesty cannot prevent Monsieur Fouquet from being superintendent general. Well, that, in consequence of holding that post, he has for him all the parliament, as he has all the army by his largesse, literature by his favors, and the noblesse by his presence. That is to say, then, that I could do nothing against Monsieur Fouquet? Absolutely nothing. At least at present, sire. You are a sterile counselor, Monsieur Colbert. Oh, no, sire, for I will not confine myself to pointing out the perils to your majesty. Come, then, where shall we begin to undermine this colossus? Let us see. And his majesty began to laugh bitterly. He has grown great by money. Kill him by money, sire. If I were to deprive him of his charge? A bad means, sire. The good, then? Ruin him, sire. That is the way. But how? Occasions will not be wanting. Take advantage of all occasions. Point them out to me. Here is one at once. His Royal Highness Monsieur is about to be married. His nuptials must be magnificent. That is a good occasion for your Majesty to demand 1,000,000 of Monsieur Fouquet. Monsieur Fouquet, who pays 20,000 livres down when he need not pay more than 5,000, will easily find that 1,000,000 when your Majesty demands it." "That is all very well. I will demand it," said Louis. "If your Majesty will sign the ordonnance, I will have the money got together myself." And Colbert pushed a paper before the king, and presented a pen to him. At that moment, the usher opened the door and announced Monsieur le Surintendant. Louis turned pale. Colbert let the pen fall, and drew back from the king, over whom he extended his black wings like an evil spirit. The superintendent made his entrance like a man of the court, to whom a single glance was sufficient to make him appreciate the situation. That situation was not very encouraging for Fouquet, whatever might be his consciousness of strength. The small black eye of Colbert, dilated by envy, and the limpid eye of Louis XIV., inflamed by anger, signaled some pressing danger. Courtiers are, with regard to court rumors, like old soldiers, who distinguish through the blast of wind and bluster of leaves the sound of the distant steps of an armed troop. They can, after having listened, tell pretty nearly how many men are marching, how many arms resound, how many cannons roll. Fouquet had then only to interrogate the silence which his arrival had produced. He found it big with menacing revelations. The king allowed him time enough to advance as far as the middle of the chamber. His adolescent modesty commanded this forbearance of the moment. Fouquet boldly seized the opportunity. "Sire," said he, "I was impatient to see your Majesty." "What for?" asked Louis. "To announce some good news to you." Colbert, minus grandeur of person, less largesse of heart, resembled Fouquet in many points. He had the same penetration, the same knowledge of men. Moreover, that great power of self-compression which gives to hypocrites time to reflect, and gather themselves up to take a spring. He guessed that Fouquet was going to meet the blow he was about to deal him. His eyes glittered ominously. "What news?" asked the king. Fouquet placed a roll of papers on the table. "Let your Majesty have the goodness to cast your eyes over this work," said he. The king slowly unfolded the paper. "Plans?" said he. "Yes, sire." "And what are these plans?" "A new fortification, sire." "Ah!" said the king. "You amuse yourself with tactics and strategies, then, Monsieur Fouquet?" "I occupy myself with everything that might be useful to the reign of your Majesty," replied Fouquet. "Beautiful descriptions," said the king, looking at the design. "Your Majesty comprehends, without doubt," said Fouquet, bending over the paper. "Here is the circle of the walls, here are the forts, there are the advanced works. And what do I see here, monsieur?" "The sea." "The sea all around?" "Yes, sire." "And what is, then, the name of this place of which you show me this plan?" "Sire, it is Belle Isle en Mer," replied Fouquet with simplicity. At this word, at this name, Colbert made so marked a movement, that the king turned round to enforce the necessity for reserve. Fouquet did not appear to be the least in the world concerned by the movement of Colbert, or the king's signal. "Monsieur," continued Louis, "you have then fortified Belle Isle?" "Yes, sire, and I have brought the plan and the accounts to your Majesty," replied Fouquet. "I have expended 1,600,000 livres in this operation." "What to do?" replied Louis coldly, having taken the initiative from the malicious look of the intendant. "For an aim very easy to seize," replied Fouquet. "Your Majesty was on cool terms with Great Britain." "Yes, but since the restoration of King Charles II., I have formed an alliance with him." "A month since, sire, your Majesty has truly said, but it is more than 6 months since the fortifications of Belle Isle were begun." "Then they have become useless." "Sire, fortifications are never useless. I fortified Belle Isle against Monsieur Monk and Lambert and all those London citizens who were playing at soldiers. Belle Isle will be ready fortified against the Dutch, against whom either England or your Majesty cannot fail to make war." The king was again silent, and looked askance at Colbert. "Belle Isle, I believe," asked Louis, "is yours, Monsieur Fouquet?" "No, sire." "Whose, then?" "Your Majesty's." Colbert was seized with as much terror as if a gulf had opened beneath his feet. Louis started with admiration, either at the genius or the devotion of Monsieur Fouquet. "Explain yourself, monsieur," said he. "Nothing more easy, sire. Belle Isle is one of my estates. I have fortified it at my own expense, but as nothing in the world can oppose a subject making a humble present to his king, I offer your Majesty the proprietorship of the estate, of which you will leave me the 11 francs." Belle Isle, as a place of war, ought to be occupied by the king. Your majesty will be able, henceforth, to keep a safe garrison there." Colbert felt himself almost sinking down upon the floor. To keep himself from falling, he was obliged to hold by the columns of the wainscoting. "This is a piece of great skill in the art of war that you have exhibited here, monsieur," said Louis. "Sire, the initiative did not come from me," replied Fouquet. "Many officers have inspired me with it. The plans themselves have been made by one of the most distinguished engineers." "His name?" "Monsieur du Vallon." "Monsieur du Vallon," resumed Louis. "I do not know him." "It is much to be lamented, Monsieur Colbert," continued he, "that I do not know the names of the men of talent who do honor to my reign." And while saying these words he turned towards Colbert. The latter felt himself crushed, the sweat flowed from his brow, no word presented itself to his lips. He suffered an inexpressible martyrdom. "You will recollect that name," added Louis XIV. Colbert bowed, but was paler than his ruffles of Flemish lace. Fouquet continued: "The masonries are of Roman concrete. The architects amalgamated it for me after the best accounts of antiquity." "And the cannon?" asked Louis. "Oh, sire, that concerns your majesty. It did not become me to place cannon in my own house, unless your majesty had told me it was yours." Louis began to float, undetermined between the hatred which this so powerful man inspired him with, and the pity he felt for the other, so cast down, who seemed to him the counterfeit of the former. But the consciousness of his kingly duty prevailed over the feelings of the man, and he stretched out his finger to the paper. "It must have cost you a great deal of money to carry these plans into execution," said he. "I believe I had the honor of telling your majesty the amount." "Repeat it, if you please; I have forgotten it." 1,600,000 livres. 1,600,000 livres! You are enormously rich, monsieur." "It is your majesty who is rich, since Belle Isle is yours." "Yes, thank you. But however rich I may be, Monsieur Fouquet—" The king stopped. "Well, sire?" asked the superintendent. "I foresee the moment when I shall want money." "You, sire? And at what moment then?" "Tomorrow, for example." "Will your majesty do me the honor to explain yourself?" "My brother is going to marry the English princess." "Well, sire?" "Well, I ought to give the bride a reception worthy of the granddaughter of Henry IV." "That is but just, sire." "Then I shall want money." "No doubt." "I shall want—" Louis hesitated. The sum he was going to demand was the same that he had been obliged to refuse Charles II. He turned towards Colbert, that he might give the blow. "I shall want, tomorrow," repeated he, looking at Colbert. "1,000,000," said the latter, bluntly, delighted to take his revenge. Fouquet turned his back upon the intendant to listen to the king. He did not turn round, but waited till the king repeated, or rather murmured, "1,000,000." "Oh, sire," replied Fouquet, disdainfully, "1,000,000! What will your majesty do with 1,000,000?" "It appears to me, nevertheless," said Louis XIV., "that is not more than is spent in the nuptials of one of the most petty princes of Germany." "Monsieur!" "Your majesty must have 2,000,000 at least. The horses alone would run away with 500,000 livres. I shall have the honor of sending your majesty 1,600,000 livres this evening." "How?" said the king. 1,600,000 livres?" "Look, sire," replied Fouquet, without even turning to Colbert. "I know that wants 400,000 livres of the 2,000,000. But this Monsieur l'Intendant," pointing over his shoulder to Colbert, who, if possible, became paler behind him, "has in his coffers 900,000 livres of mine." The king turned round to look at Colbert. "But—" said the latter. "Monsieur," continued Fouquet, still speaking indirectly to Colbert, "monsieur has received, a week ago, 1,600,000 livres. He has paid 100,000 livres to the guards, 64,000 livres to the hospitals, 25,000 to the Swiss, 130,000 for provisions, 1,000 for arms, 10,000 for incidental expenses. I do not err, then, in reckoning upon 900,000 livres that are left." Then turning towards Colbert, like a disdainful head of office towards his inferior, "Take care, monsieur," said he, "that those 900,000 livres be remitted to his majesty this evening in gold." "But," said the king, "that will make 2,500,000 livres." "Sire, the 500,000 livres over will serve as pocket money for his royal highness. You understand, Monsieur Colbert, this evening, before 8 o'clock." And with these words, bowing respectfully to the king,
The superintendent made his exit backwards, without honoring with a single look the envious man whose head he had just half shaved. Colbert tore his ruffles to pieces in his rage, and bit his lips till they bled. Fouquet had not passed the door of the cabinet when an usher rushed by him, exclaiming, "A courtier from Metong for his majesty!" Monsieur d'Herblay was right, murmured Fouquet, pulling out his watch. An hour and 55 minutes. It was quite true. End of chapter 75. Recording by Todd. End of the Vicomte de Bragelonne by Alexandre Dumas.